Introduction. Wishing upon a shooting star for a stable and respectable job with ample wealth, the protagonist unexpectedly becomes a fortunate spectator, whisked away by the celestial physics of a meteor. After wandering through chaos, they are reborn as Nezha. The good news is that the wishes have been fulfilled. The bad news is that the world is askew. With fragments of the creation Jade tablet and chaos pearl, Nezha is reluctant to retrace the old path of being a mere tool for Tai in averting calamity. Thus he seeks to apprentice under Nuwa. As for Ao Bing, whom I supposedly killed, I know him not inquire elsewhere. And as for the tyrant show, he is merely an enthusiast of cultivation. Ji, a spirit born of stubborn stone, aligns perfectly with my mission to mend the heavens. Come, be my good friend and aid. What foolishness is it to claim Zhao Gongming appears dull? I find he bears a striking resemblance to my uncle. Let us observe how Nezha steadily cultivates in the primordial chaos, defying fate and ascending to the great Dao. Chapter 1. Apprenticeship. In the early morning, at the Nuwa temple in Chentang Pass, amidst the swirling incense and bustling crowd within the main hall, a diminutive figure, exquisitely carved, kneels before the statue. It is Nezha, who has only just been born. This Nezha is not the original. He has traversed dimensions. In his previous life, he idled at home, fortuitously hearing of a shooting star and wishing for wealth and a stable, respectable occupation. To his astonishment, he became a fortunate spectator, physically whisked away by a silver meteor, wandering through chaos for an extended period before ultimately being reborn as Nezha. Regardless, his wishes have indeed materialized. He has become the third son of a general, possessing wealth. He has attained the physical form of a saint, the three-altar sea meeting deity, securing a stable and respectable position. Oh, shooting star, how grateful I am to you. In terms of rebirth, his capability is undeniably commendable. Yet the opportunities found in chaos have instilled in Nezha a reluctance to follow the original narrative. Having traversed dimensions, who would settle for being a mere civil servant? Moreover, he is equipped with the quintessential attributes of a transmigratora golden finger. Not a system, nor an elderly companion, but rather the very meteor that delivered him. The meteor is, in essence, a rapidly moving fragment of the creation Jade tablet and a shard of the chaos pearl, which in their final moments safeguarded his true spirit, carrying him through the chaos. Though its functions remain unknown, Nezha, a seasoned reader in his past life, is well aware of the significance of these items. They are far more advantageous than any system. The only concern lies in the fear of being bombarded by old legends unleashing a flood of gold coins. Thus, on the very night of his birth, Nezha rushed to the Nuwa temple, kneeling before the statue, pouring out his heart in a fervent plea to be accepted as a disciple. It is widely acknowledged that in the primordial chaos, aside from maintaining one's own stability, having a powerful backing is paramount. Having resolved to abandon the path of the Chan sect's third generation, he must strive to become Nuwa's successor. To be a unique heir is a thrilling prospect, as one can observe from the grandeur of Taiji Xuandu. Outside, an elderly Taoist with hair styled in twin buns, clad in a Taoist robe, weaves through the crowd, seemingly unnoticed by those around him. Upon entering the grand hall, the old Taoist bows to the statue of Nuwa and approaches Nezha, earnestly imploring, "Nezha, my sect's leader is also a sage. Why must you cling so fervently to Lady Nuwa? Join my teachings, and I shall impart upon you the numerous treasures of the cave. Would that not be delightful?" Nezha contemplated. Though this old fellow treats me well in the original tale, his true aim is to use me as a tool to avert calamity. In the end, he would find himself sacrificing flesh to repay his father and offering bones to his mother, all the while his lotus-like form and the great Dao would remain elusive, not without your instigation and indulgence. Yet he did not wish to offend the Chan religion, and with a sincere demeanor, he replied, "Upon my birth, my father pointed a sword at my brow, unlike typical fathers, and my mother did not intervene, unlike typical mothers. Nuwa, the mother of humanity, is also my mother, and I wish to take refuge beneath her teachings." With that, he presented the Hunyuan silk and the Qingquan circle before Tai. Tai was momentarily taken aback by his words. Unless Nuwa explicitly stated she would not accept Nezha, he dared not utter another word. What stature did he possess to vie for a disciple with Nuwa? Observing Nezha's resolute countenance, he took his treasures and turned away, needing to consult his own master on the matter. As Nezha uttered those words, two consciousnesses began to converse in the void. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl. This child is exquisitely charming. I find it agreeable to accept him. That will not, do I desire only to collect charming maidens. Is Nezha not more adorable than those girls? That still cannot be. He has just pledged to me. Would it not diminish my prestige as a sage? Yet, I am quite fond of this little fellow. That cannot be. I am the original. Bang! In the palace of Lishan, the venerable Lishan mother struck her staff with force, terminating her amiable discourse with the original. Unaware that he had garnered high praise in his childlike form from the Lishan mother, Nezha continued to bow earnestly, hoping to join her ranks. 5 years drifted by. During these 5 years, aside from apprenticing, Nezha occasionally intervened to heal those who appeared pitiful and endearing, like the elderly woman before him. Her son, who had served in the military, was long gone, and her daughter-in-law had remarried to a distant place. A few years ago, she had come to the Nuwa temple to pray for a few more years to care for her 4-year-old grandson, Dogdan. Seeing her plight, Nezha used his powers to heal her, and upon learning of his aspirations, she prayed earnestly during each visit, hoping that Nuwa would accept Nezha. The elderly woman offered the food she had prepared to Nezha, then respectfully bowed to the statue of Nuwa before departing with her grandson. After consuming the wild vegetable rice ball, Nezha reflected on the day as yet another ordinary one. 5 years were not long for one who had drifted through chaos, yet it heralded the arrival of a benevolent and dignified elderly lady. Feeling the old woman's gaze upon her chubby grandson, he instinctively bowed, realizing, I have succeeded. The elderly lady graciously accepted the gesture, saying, Good child, would you like to accompany me? Nezha placed the letter he had prepared upon the mat and resolutely nodded. The elderly woman, smiling broadly, took Nezha's pudgy hand and led him forth to a grand palace. Nezha trailed behind his grandmother, straining to catch a glimpse of the palace's interior, though he could discern only a vague impression of the lavish decorations and the exquisite tapestry of celestial bodies crafted from gems that seemed to dance before his eyes. Before they could approach, the gates swung open to reveal a female celestial, adorned with a lotus crown and clothed in a flowing blue embroidered gown. She first bowed respectfully to the grandmother and then greeted Nezha with a sweet smile that evoked memories of a senior from his past university orientation. Nezha returned her smile with warmth. The grandmother led them into the main hall, where she took her seat upon a jade throne and spoke with benevolence. I am the old mother of Mount Lee. During my travels, I observed your exceptional potential and pure disposition, as well as your unwavering desire for enlightenment. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Without hesitation, Nezha bent his knee and bowed his head, exclaiming, Disciple Nezha pays his respects to his master, wishing you eternal longevity. Nezha was not naive. Who else but the celestial maiden who could bring people directly to the temple of Nuwa? The old mother was pleased Nezha was not only adorable, but also astute, quite commendable indeed. Having become her disciple, the weight on Nezha's heart finally lifted, and he was eager to present his treasured possession to his master. The old mother chuckled softly, shaking her head, and lightly tapped Nezha's forehead, saying, I shall impart teachings to you every 10 days, and you may inquire about any questions you may have. With that, she turned and vanished. This single gesture carried immense significance, and even Nezha, with his formidable spirit, felt momentarily dazed before regaining his composure. Standing nearby, the blue-clad senior pinched Nezha's cheek playfully and said, I am the celestial steed of the goddess, Qingwan. From now on, you may call me Sister Qing. Afterward, she thoughtfully arranged accommodations and meals for Nezha. Observing the warm-hearted Sister Qing, Nezha could not help but marvel at how, at such a tender age, he had already captivated someone of such stature. A mere smile had won over the goddess's driver and secretary. Once Sister Qing departed, Nezha finally had the opportunity to delve into the information within his mind. It contained not only cultivation techniques, but also instructions for utilizing his golden finger. Long live the master. Chapter 2. Ascending to Immortality in 7 days. The first information Nezha accessed was that of his golden finger. The fragments of the Chaos Pearl represented a minuscule world entirely divorced from the primordial chaos. Once Nezha fully refined it, he could become the sovereign of this realm, completely evading the celestial mechanisms. The subsequent process of perfecting this small world would present tremendous opportunities. For now, it only served to provide Nezha with spiritual energy. The fragments of the creation Jade tablet came with an inherent function to enhance comprehension, containing records of a false path of the great Dao. Nezha mused for quite some time, Realizing this was essentially an invitation to wield infinite sword techniques in the primordial chaos. Although it may not rival the most illustrious paths, its supportive capabilities were undoubtedly top tier. With the Jade tablet fragment, he could be assured of a direct path to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. One should not underestimate the Great Luo, for even those who have cultivated for countless years may only attain the status of the Tai Golden Immortal. Calming his excited emotions, he continued to read the subsequent cultivation methods. Nuwa, being a direct disciple of the primordial ancestor Hongjun, imparted to Nezha teachings from the true lineage of the Taoist school. This included the Yellow Court Scripture, the true scripture of the Old Mother of Mount Li, and various foundational knowledge. The Huangting Jing serves as a foundational text, its purpose being to attain immortality and prolong life. In contrast, the Lishan Laomu Zhenjing lays the groundwork for a future specialization in the teachings of Nuwa. Other fundamental knowledge is equally vital, as the Xianmen emphasizes a methodical approach. If one's earlier studies are not thorough, later progress will undoubtedly encounter obstacles. Nezha, with his exceptional aptitude and having studied independently, quickly grasped the basics within the first 10 days of the Huangting. The immense spiritual energy accumulated within his body was transformed into authentic Xianmen power through the methods outlined in the Huangting Jing. With Nezha's solid foundation, he faced no hindrances in the four realms of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into unity with the Tao. In merely 7 days, he achieved perfection and transcended the heavenly tribulation to become a human immortal. One must not underestimate the status of a human immortal. It is worth noting that Jiang Zia, after enduring years in the Yushu Palace, barely reached this level of cultivation, while Nezha attained it in just 7 days of meditation. Upon opening his eyes, Nezha found himself in an open space, gaining insight into his situation. He harnessed his spiritual energy, summoning thunderclouds from the heavens, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Nezha, disciple of the Xuanmen's 3rd generation, beseech the Heavenly Dao to bestow tribulation." Nezha felt an overwhelming sense of stability, with profound roots, invaluable treasures, and the backing of sages, all while maintaining humility. He focused intently on confronting the descending thunder tribulation, a process that was remarkably effortless. Experiencing the transformation in his life level after overcoming the tribulation, he became an immortal after 7 days of cultivation. As an immortal, Nezha had effectively graduated from the elementary level of the Xianmen, viewing the Huangting Jing as supplementary reading for self-cultivation, while his primary practice shifted to the Lishan Laomu Zhenjing. Each time Lamu visited, she imparted not only teachings but also other knowledge, such as formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, and the specialized subjects of the Nuwa lineage, including the art of mending the heavens, alongside Nezha's own pursuit of the Biju Xiangong for physical training. Nezha's days were filled with busyness and fulfillment. With the assistance of the Zhou, Hua Yu Dai, and Lao Mu's dedicated guidance, Nezha sprinted along the path of enlightenment, outpacing others who might spend 10 or even 100 days in cultivation, as a single day of practice eclipsed their efforts. Nezha was diligent in his cultivation, aware that the overall environment for spiritual practice in the primordial world was deteriorating. The formidable beings from the dawn of creation were continually elevating their powers with each breath. The calamities of dragons and phoenixes, and the wars between shaman and demon, had given rise to 6 sages, leading to a significant decline in spiritual energy, yet conditions remained bearable. The environment during the Fengshen period could only be described as arduous. As for the journey to the west, one could say there was still room for practice. This reflects the trajectory of the Tao ancestors' plan for the primordial world, gradually stabilizing. Nezha aspired to advance and catch the last train of opportunity. How could he afford to be complacent? 2 enriching years swiftly passed. After concluding her teachings, Laomu did not vanish immediately, but said, "Nezha, though you are my disciple, the trials of the mundane world remain. You must descend the mountain to resolve your karmic ties." At the age of 7, Nezha reflected on his teacher's words and the timeline of the original tale, gaining insight into the matters at hand. His foundation was solidly established, and with his theoretical knowledge having reached the celestial stage, there was truly no issue in descending the mountain. Certainly, the venerable mother of Mount Li did not allow Nezha to leave empty-handed. She entrusted him with a map of mountains and rivers as a parting gift, and with a graceful wave of her sleeve, she sent him back to the Nuwa temple. The Nuwa temple was still bustling with fervent incense offerings, and the sudden appearance of Nezha startled the gathered crowd. Soon, an astute observer cried out in excitement. The celestial child has returned. The celestial child is back. Nezha, apprehensive of a potential stampede, quickly raised his voice to quell the surge, effectively managing the crowd thanks to his considerable prestige. He first paid his respects to the statue of Nuwa with incense before sitting down to meditate. Determined to pursue a steady path of cultivation, Nezha had no desire to confront Ao Bing. After all, he had no acquaintance with him. At least, that was his mindset for the moment. On the third day, a familiar elderly woman visited the Nuwa temple to offer her prayers. Upon seeing her haggard face and mud-caked feet, Nezha felt an ominous premonition. "Grandmother, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen Dogdan around," he inquired. The old woman wore a sorrowful expression, and after a moment of holding back her tears, she collapsed in Nezha's arms, exclaiming, "Celestial child, I Dogdan." Nezha summoned his spiritual energy to help the old woman to her feet and gently mended her frail body, offering comfort. "Grandmother, what troubles you? I am now a disciple of Lady Nuwa, and I can assist you." After regaining her composure, the old woman sorrowfully replied, "It's Dogdan. A few days ago, he went to play by the Jiuan River with some children, and he has yet to return. I have searched everywhere, but I cannot find him. Celestial child, I beg of you, please help me find Dogdan. He is my only remaining family," she pleaded. Upon hearing this, Nezha clenched his fists, sensing that Dogdan's fate was dire. During the 5 years Nezha spent as a disciple, the old woman often brought Dogdan to deliver food to him. Though it was not of great value, Nezha deeply appreciated her kindness, and he could not turn a blind eye to this matter. Gently reassuring the old woman to return home, he promised to search for Dogdan. Through her tears, she cautioned Nezha, "Celestial child, I have heard tales of man-eating monsters in that area. If you search and do not find him, please just abandon the quest." Nezha nodded solemnly, feeling a profound sorrow as he watched the old woman's unsteady silhouette fade away. In this treacherous world, Nezha soared through the clouds, landing far from the Jiuan River, disguising himself as an ordinary child playing by the water, only to return home in the afternoon. 3 days passed without any sign, yet Nezha remained undeterred. On the 4th day, while basking in the sun by the riverbank, the waters churned, and a grotesque creature with a split head and bulging muscles emerged, wielding a pitchfork and grinning widely. The Yiksha gazed at Nezha with gleaming eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a rare delicacy. Having recently feasted on several young children by the river, he was elated to discover another potential meal, believing that the Jiuan River might indeed be his lucky ground. With a swagger, he approached the shore, laughing boisterously. "Haha, once again, I have encountered a delectable little morsel." Nezha immediately focused on the crucial point, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Rising swiftly, he waved his hand, and from within his spine emerged a strand of chaotic white lotus root, transforming into a resplendent silver spear. This was one of Nezha's bountiful acquisitions from his wanderings through the chaos. Sensing the impending danger, the Yiksha instinctively attempted to flee. However, Nezha, with a powerful thrust of his arm, hurled the spear, which burst forth as a beam of white light, piercing through the Yiksha's chest and pinning him in place. The Yiksha, trembling with fear, dared not struggle and desperately cried out, "Grandfather, oh grandfather, spare me." Chapter 3. The Slaying of Ao Bing. Nezha approached the Yiksha, his expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, "A few days ago, did you consume those children?" The Yiksha, his eyes darting, replied defensively, "I did not. Those mischievous children fell into the river and drowned. I was unable to save them. I am cursed." Nezha found the Yiksha's feigned innocence hard to believe. With a powerful punch, he struck down upon the gleaming silver spear, pinning the Yiksha's weapon and causing his insides to tremble. The immense agony contorted the Yiksha's already grotesque visage into something even more sinister, awakening his ferocity. As Nezha wielded the steel fork with great force, he deftly adjusted its angle before delivering a decisive blow. Uft! The Yiksha emitted a harrowing wail, stammering, I am a renowned sea patroller, inscribed in the celestial records. You cannot slay me." Nezha deemed further inquiry unnecessary. With a swift motion, he severed the Yiksha's chest, causing a cascade of blood and entrails to spill forth. He then summoned back his pristine silver spear, employing the fork to dismember the Yiksha before incinerating the remains into ash. It was not cruelty that drove Nezha. Rather, he sought to comprehend the anatomy of such a creature. After all, one must have a reference to imitate or fabricate convincingly, mustn't he? Channeling the ethereal rhythms of the celestial script, Nezha transformed into a false Yaksha. Observing his own form evoked a sense of revulsion. Yet he resolved to endure it in pursuit of uncovering Ao Bing's true nature. If Ao Bing proved to be a benevolent dragon, all would be well. However, if he were a malevolent one, as for lacking stability, Nezha mused, he could always retreat to the mountains and rivers, rendering himself beyond the reach of any adversary. Entering the East Sea Dragon Palace from the river mouth, Nezha found the journey filled with wonder, though he maintained a faade of aloofness. Fortunately, the Yaksha held a moderate rank, allowing for smooth passage. The Dragon Palace was vast, and after meandering for some time, Nezha fortuitously encountered the third prince of the Dragon Clan, Ao Bing, leisurely riding a splendid azure beast, clad in armor. Ao Bing exuded an air of arrogance and bellowed from afar, "Li Jin, why are you idling in the Dragon Palace instead of patrolling the seas?" Momentarily taken aback, Nezha turned and approached with feigned submission. "Your Highness, I sought to report an important matter to you." Ao Bing, with a smirk that hinted at condescension, leaned in closer and whispered, "So, have you discovered some rare treasure again?" Uncertain of what Ao Bing meant by treasure, Nezha hesitated before responding ambiguously. "Well, there is something, though I am unsure if it would please your Highness." Ao Bing, seizing the Yaksha by the collar, coldly retorted, "A few days ago, you captured 6 children and kept 2 for yourself. Did you think I was unaware?" Nezha suppressed the fury that surged within him, silently cursing. "You have chosen your own demise." Quickly shifting his demeanor to one of eager appeasement, he replied, "Your Highness, forgive my transgressions. I have discovered an extraordinary celestial artifact, which is why I sought your audience." Ao Bing narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Oh, if you have something valuable, you ought to present it directly to me." With a look of obsequiousness, the Yaksha protested, "If I frighten the children to the point of terror, how will your Highness be able to partake?" Ao Bing, finding merit in this reasoning, waved his hand dismissively, "Lead the way." Nezha's thoughts flowed restlessly, contemplating how to silently eliminate Ao Bing. While the act of killing was straightforward, despite Ao Bing possessing celestial prowess and Nezha being merely a human immortal, executing it without a sound required careful strategizing. Nezha first navigated to a sparsely populated area, prompting Ao Bing to question, "Ligan, what treasures could possibly be found in such a remote location?" The Yaksha turned to explain, "Your Highness, the more populated areas are filled with mundane goods. Only in these secluded spots can one find true rarities." Ao Bing, stroking his brain, which had been submerged for countless years, pondered the validity of this reasoning. Moreover, this little Yaksha, emboldened by audacity, would dare to deceive him. While the Yaksha might hesitate, Nezha would not, leading Ao Bing to a desolate shoreline. A deceptive aura wafted as Nezha sat in meditative posture upon a large stone in the distance. "Your Highness, look, a treasure." Ao Bing, upon catching sight of a fair-skinned figure with delicate features and swirling spiritual energy, rushed forward without a second thought, oblivious to what lay behind him. Nezha dispelled his transformation, drawing forth his gleaming silver spear as a torrent of magical power surged through him, desperately recalling the formidable figure he had glimpsed in the chaos. The one who wielded the axe of creation. Alas, he found no divine presence, nor could he manifest a physical form. The only asset Nezha possessed was a faint intuition. Yet that was sufficient. Centered around Nezha, an inexplicable rhythm of the Dao unfurled, rendering everything it touched motionless. Ao Bing, sensing something amiss, attempted to turn and investigate, but was instantly ensnared by the Dao's essence. This moment offered clarity in his demise. In the grip of terror, Ao Bing witnessed the spear trace a profound trajectory before him. There were no cataclysmic explosions, nor any anguished cries from Ao Bing. The stillness of the sea resumed its tumultuous nature, and with a soft sound, Ao Bing's body disintegrated into ash, carried away by the wind, while a fragment of his true spirit soared towards the heavens, seeking the divine ranking. Nezha, struggling to maintain his corporeal form against the backlash of power, distanced himself from the scene, seeking refuge in an uninhabited area to retreat into the map of mountains and rivers for healing. Within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess, engrossed in the celestial mirror that broadcasted the event, fell into contemplation. Was this a lesson I imparted? I have never traversed the path of strength myself. As Ao Bing met his end, the life token within the depths of the Dragon Palace shattered into dust, leaving the guards in shock as they hurried to inform the Dragon King. The old Dragon King, consumed by fury, questioned how his third son could perish so inexplicably. Who was responsible? The Dragon Palace, efficient in its operations, quickly discerned that Ao Bing had accompanied the Yaksha Ligan, yet the nature of their endeavor remained unknown. Who among the shrimp soldiers and crab generals would concern themselves with the affairs of the Dragon Prince? The old Dragon King summoned the ancient Tortoise Chancellor, demanding, "You, aged Tortoise, discern for me how my son met his demise." The old Tortoise hesitated, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Should he inadvertently implicate a powerful entity? It would be akin to lighting a lamp in a lavatory. However, under the Dragon King's pressure, he felt compelled to comply. The Tortoise Chancellor mused to himself, "I shall merely take a cursory glance." In a mere glance, the old turtle was left bereft. All it beheld was a myriad of golden lights, followed by the visceral explosion of flesh and bone within its shell, which was met with a cacophony of sounds, offering no indication of what had transpired before it succumbed to its fate. The surrounding sea creatures were struck with terror, pondering the implications of such an event. The Dragon King understood that further inquiries would yield no fruit. Yet the anguish of losing a son and the pride of the Dragon clan rendered him unwilling to relent so easily. After much contemplation, a notion surfaced. "I shall ascend to the heavens to lodge a complaint. A demon has audaciously slain the third prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and his underling. The Night Patrol Demon Lead General, the Celestial Court, in a nominal sense, is the superior authority over the four seas. This matter cannot be overlooked, can it?" Nezha, however, was indifferent to the aftermath. Who was Ao Bing? An unfamiliar face, devoid of acquaintance. The injuries he bore appeared alarming, yet were not severe. Mere remnants of the backlash from the overwhelming force he could not withstand. A few medicinal herbs would suffice for recovery. Upon returning to the Nuwa temple, Nezha was met by the sight of the old woman, who had evidently kept vigil in the main hall for several days. Was her expression one of relief or disappointment upon seeing Nezha return alone? It was a complex amalgamation of emotions. Nezha approached her, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I am sorry, Granny. I could not find Dog Dan." Rather than reproach him, she exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping her tears with a smile. "It is all right. It is all right. Your safety is all that matters." With that, she turned and departed in solitude. Nezha gazed at her frail silhouette, yearning to call out to her, yet lacking justification. His intuition informed him that this old woman had but 3 days left to live. While physical ailments could be treated, how does one mend a heart that has already perished? Chapter 4. Nuwa's birthday in the Celestial Court's Lingxiao Hall. The Heavenly Emperor observed the old Dragon King below, feeling a sense of vexation. The Dragon clan had dominated the four seas for many years, while they feigned allegiance. They secretly harbored rebellion. When in need, they sought his counsel. When at ease, they ignored his existence. Yet, this situation could not be disregarded. If one as subordinates faced peril and he failed to act, how could he maintain his authority? Who would still align themselves with him? However, as this matter involved the disciples of a sage, could he simply apprehend someone to appease Ao Bing? After some deliberation, he resorted to procrastination. The investiture of the gods had yet to commence, and the celestial entourage was scarcely a few hundred strong. The Heavenly Emperor summoned the giant spirit god, who, with all the pomp of a commander, proclaimed, "A demon is wreaking havoc in the Eastern Sea, having unlawfully slain the third prince of the dragon, Ao Bing. Henceforth, I appoint the giant spirit god as the great marshal to eradicate the demon and restore celestial order." The giant spirit god was merely a celestial being. If the Dragon King could not find anyone, how could he succeed? I might as well be Ao Bing's equal. Would I merely deliver a head on a platter? Nevertheless, being a seasoned player in this game, there were no set timelines. Your servant accepts the decree. The Heavenly Emperor dismissed 2 attendants, adding, "I will also send someone to assist in the search. Whether they succeed or how long it takes is uncertain." Thus, this matter was deemed concluded. On a hillside beyond the gates of Qintang, Nezha employed his magical powers to carve a gravestone for the old woman, firmly planting it before the modest mound. Through this experience, Nezha gleaned profound insights. It is no wonder that so many esteemed individuals cultivate their hearts amidst the mortal realm. Certain experiences cannot be truly understood unless one has lived through them. This is not a figment of the imagination from a past life, but a tangible reality. He was no mere player in a game, but genuinely existing within this world, experiencing joy and anger, happiness and sorrow. With his spirits lifted, Nezha made his way to Mount Li. The 15th day of March was fast approaching, marking the birthday of Nuwa, and as her disciple, he felt compelled to attend. Moreover, significant events were anticipated on this occasion. Although it was designated as Nuwa's birthday, the truth was that this day bore no relation to her actual birth. For when she came into existence, the concept of a calendar had yet to be established. In reality, this day commemorated the birth of humanity, which over time was misinterpreted as Nuwa's celebration. Nevertheless, Nuwa did not contest this notion, as it afforded her the opportunity to visit her brother Fushi at the Fire Cloud Cave without objection. Their bond, forged over countless years since their inception, was profound and needed no elaboration. Usually, Fushi remained at the Fire Cloud Cave to oversee the fate of humanity, and even the 6 sages were forbidden from approaching without reason, making it difficult for Nezha to meet his brother. Upon returning to Mount Li, Nezha was promptly escorted to the palace of the goddess Nuwa by his mother, only to be intercepted by his sister, Qingwan, who began to adorn him in various festive garments. Nezha's originally pristine white robe was replaced with a vibrant red one, and his hair, previously tied back, was fashioned into 2 delightful buns. Sitting still like a doll, Nezha complained, "Sister Qingwan, is it not yet finished?" Qingwan brandished a beautiful golden circlet, measuring it against Nezha's neck, while rummaging through a nearby treasure chest, replying, "You silly child, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. This entire outfit consists of inferior innate spiritual treasures, and even among celestial beings, it is rare for a Xianxian to possess even one." Nezha promptly declared, "Sister Qingwan, exert yourself further, I can bear it all." The universe cauldron of Nuwa had the power to reverse the innate, and although these treasures were of the lowest grade and possessed little Dao rhythm, Nezha held no disdain. Ultimately, Nezha emerged more festive than the auspicious images of the new year, prompting a satisfied smile from Nuwa. On the day of the celebration, the heavens erupted in radiant golden light, and a 7-colored rainbow traversed the chaos, ultimately connecting to the Fire Cloud Cave. The melodious cries of the divine birds echoed throughout the void, while Qingwan pulled a magnificent chariot adorned with jewels and shimmering glass, at the front of which sat a boy with rosy lips and gleaming teeth, exuding an air of festivity as he rode along the rainbow, enveloped in brilliant light toward the Fire Cloud Cave. Meanwhile, the populace began their own festivities. Inside the Fire Cloud Cave, a grand banquet had already been prepared. The first sibling obsessed with his younger sister, Fushi, along with the 2 emperors, welcomed the arrival at the cave's entrance. Unable to suppress his delight at the sight of the approaching divine birds, Fushi could hardly contain a smile. As the chariot arrived, Nezha promptly rose to lift the curtain while casting a spell to conjure exquisite 7-colored clouds beneath the vehicle. Nuwa gracefully descended upon the clouds, and the 3 sovereigns immediately stepped forward in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the saintess Nuwa." Nuwa nodded regally and, accompanied by Nezha, entered the Fire Cloud Cave, led by Fushi. Finally, Qingwan transformed into her human form and retracted the chariot. Once inside the Fire Cloud Cave, the solemn expressions of the assembly relaxed. Nezha, demonstrating his keen perception, addressed them. "I, Nezha, pay my respects to my esteemed uncle and the 2 emperors." Fushi, fond of Nezha and recognizing his charm, lavished him with praise before producing a book. The 2 emperors, Yan and Huang, followed suit, each presenting a tome. Nezha inquired, "Is this a festive gift for children, wishing them academic success?" However, Nezha cherished the treasures he had collected, knowing that even a mere drop of the powerful S bounty could suffice for his own New Year celebrations, especially considering how fond this powerful being was of him. The Fire Cloud Cave, though referred to as a cave, was in fact a vast realm. The group had already prepared a lavish feast, and after indulging in food and drink, they wisely left space for the siblings Fushi and his sister. Nezha, meanwhile, ventured off to seek the company of the esteemed inventor of antiquity, the Yellow Emperor, akin to Lu Sun in the literary world of Nezha's previous life. If you are unaware of who uttered that phrase, it must surely be Lu Sun. Similarly, should you come across something peculiar in antiquity and are unsure of its inventor, it is undoubtedly the Yellow Emperor's creation. In his previous life, Nezha had harbored thoughts of writing novels while idling at home and had joined a group of novice authors in hopes of learning. However, he found that every member was exceptionally talented, excelling in various fields beyond just writing. The group files contained works such as Fundamentals of Novel Creation, Methods of Murder and Body Disposal, complete works of Wang Yongming, Evolution of Taoist Techniques, and so forth. The most abstract titles were Introductory Manufacturing and Mastery of Primordial Bullets and Rapid Body Training Techniques for Cross-Dressing. Out of curiosity, Nezha skimmed through the materials. But under the terrifying enhancement of the Creation Jade tablet, his once vague memories became vividly clear, which allowed him to engage in spirited conversation with the Emperor. The Emperor, with a carefree disposition and a penchant for engaging dialogue, quickly became like a brother to Nezha as they bonded over their shared interests in invention and women. The Emperor draped his arm around Nezha, their shoulders touching as they earnestly discussed what seemed to be profound truths. while before them lay a pair of black stockings conjured by Nezha's magical prowess, their patterns shifting with the flow of spiritual energy. Suddenly, with a sharp clap, Nezha dispersed the spiritual energy, and they both pulled away, adopting a fade of seriousness. The Yellow Emperor stroked his beard and feigned seriousness, saying, Nezha, you might find it beneficial to peruse my Yellow Emperor's Yin symbol classic. It contains a comprehensive array of spells sufficient for your advancement to the Shenxian level. Nezha, with an expression of earnestness, nodded repeatedly, indicating his intent to read it upon his return. Lady Zhou approached, carrying a platter of fruits. Smiling innocently, as if unaware of the previous interaction, she sat beside Nezha, engaging him in warm conversation, perhaps a reflection of a woman's innate fondness for chubby boys. Nezha, feeling somewhat out of his depth compared to the Emperor, excused himself. Once Nezha departed, Zhou pinched the Emperor's soft flesh, saying, You old rascal. If Lady Nuwa finds out, she will surely give you a proper scolding. The Emperor, wearing a sheepish grin, embraced Zhou in return, saying, Oh, I merely offered guidance to Nezha as a senior. With a chuckle, he added, By the way, I have a new idea. Dear lady, assist me. As he spoke, he conjured another pair of black patterned stockings. Zhou rolled her eyes and tightened her grip. Ouch. Chapter 5. Cutting through the chaos after leaving the residence of the Yellow Emperor, Nezha made his way to Shenanigans. The Flame Emperor, Shenanigans, presented the image of a humble farmer, donning a straw hat and wielding a hoe. Upon Nezha's arrival, he greeted him like a benevolent grandfather, busily explaining planting techniques and the principles of herbal medicine. As Nezha listened intently and assisted in the proceedings, a sudden, terrifying tremor emanated from the distant Fushi Hall, causing the entire fire cloud cave to quiver. Realizing that something was amiss, Nezha swiftly made his way to the grand hall of the banquet. Inside, Nuwa wore a grave expression, while Fushi's countenance reflected a certain darkness. Before them unfolded a water screen, revealing Yin Shou, who had just recited lascivious poetry. Without hesitation, Nezha knelt before Nuwa and proclaimed, To insult my master is to invite death. My teacher's kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain. I am willing to journey to Chaoga to punish Yin Shou for his disrespect towards the goddess. Though Nuwa claimed not to be angry, it was evident that she was, albeit not to the point of losing her composure. Engaging in a battle of wits with others before attaining sanctity was far more distasteful than this situation. However, the matter at hand pertained to the dignity of the sages, and with other sages observing, a misstep could lead to ridicule that would be more unbearable than death itself. Yet, this situation was indeed complex. While it would be simple to eliminate Yin Shou, who posed no threat to her, he represented humanity. And humanity encompassed not just people, but all those yet to transcend their mortal existence. As the sovereign of the human race, Yin Shou held a significant position. If humanity, already disadvantaged compared to heaven, suffered another blow, the balance between heaven, earth, and humanity would be irrevocably disrupted, reducing all beings to mere puppets of the heavenly will. Nuwa felt a sense of pride in Nezha's response, appreciating his attitude regardless of the outcome, for with her backing, how could he fail? Thus, she said, It is rare to witness such filial piety. You may proceed. With a wave of her hand, a grand cauldron materialized before Nezha, adorned with 8 sides inscribed with various trigrams and symbols, each reflecting different aspects of nature. The cauldron, known as the Qiankuan cauldron, featured dual ears symbolizing the duality of existence and 4 legs representing the 4 elements, with the essence of yin and yang eternally flowing within. Nuwa, appearing somewhat perturbed, nodded to Fushi before returning to her palace. The Qiankuan cauldron transformed into a brilliant stream of light, merging into Nezha's being. Fushi, protective of his sister, harbored great anger toward Yin Shou for insulting her and disrupting the gathering. As he departed, he presented Nezha with a golden sword, one side inscribed with celestial bodies and the other with mountains and flora. He warned Nezha to exercise caution in Chaoga and suggested that if things became unmanageable, he could use the Xianyuan sword to deal with Yin Shou, promising to bear the consequences. Nezha found the suggestion amusing yet somewhat vexing. Wielding the Xianyuan sword would not be significantly better than Nuwa intervening directly. However, with the protection of the Xianyuan sword, the oppressive influence of King Zhou's human fortune would diminish, allowing his own magical prowess to flourish without solely relying on brute strength. Should he indeed falter and fall prey to King Zhou, it would be an embarrassing defeat. After bidding farewell to the Fire Cloud Cave and hitching a ride with Sister Qing, Nezha did not head straight to Chaoga City, but first returned to Qintang Pass. The journey to Chaoga held the potential for unforeseen calamities, and while he had powerful allies, his parents did not share in such fortune. Apart from Lady Yin, he felt little affection for the Li family. This journey was solely to sever lingering ties. Qintang Pass remained tranquil. Lady Jiang had not been deposed, and Donghua Ho Jiang Huan had not rebelled. The giant spirit god continued his patrol of the Eastern Sea, still in search of the murderer of Ao Bing. Nezha stood at the entrance of the Li residence, asserting that his emotions were entirely unperturbed with sheer nonsense. The guards, upon catching sight of Nezha, were startled, promptly recognizing him and hastily retreating into the house. Shortly thereafter, a woman of delicate beauty appeared and rushed to embrace Nezha, tears streaming down her face. It was Lady Yin. Upon scrutinizing Nezha's youthful visage, she urgently implored, "My dear child, you must leave at once. Go hide elsewhere and do not return." Before Nezha could inquire about the situation, a throng of armored soldiers poured forth from within the gates, encircling him. A cunning-looking man clad in the robes of a scholar strode forward with an air of indifference. "By the decree of the great king, I have come to summon the divine child of the Nuwa temple in Qintang Pass to Chaoga." It became apparent that following the king's visit to the Nuwa temple, he had developed a keen interest in matters concerning beauties and Nuwa. Hearing of the divine child from Qintang Pass, Feizhong was quick to advocate for this initiative. Hence the current predicament. Lady Yin clutched Nezha tightly, her heart filled with dread. The tyrannical reputation of King Zhou was becoming increasingly evident since the general Wenzhong's campaign began. The thought of her 7-year-old son entering the treacherous den of Chaoga sent shivers down her spine, for it seemed he would be venturing forth with little hope of return. Li Jing shared a similar sentiment. Though his affection for Nezha was somewhat muted, he could not bear the thought of losing him. The two young boys nearby tugged at Li Jing's attire, exclaiming, "Father, you cannot allow third brother to go." "Indeed, father." Li Jing found himself torn between the safety of his family and Nezha, his grip on the sword hilt alternating between tension and release, sweat pooling in his palms. Nezha was pleased with the family's reaction. He had not anticipated such loyalty, thinking that Li Jing might forsake him entirely. Moreover, he was troubled by how to resolve the entanglements of fate, and this opportunity had now presented itself. Breaking free from Lady Yin's embrace, he boldly declared, "Since the king has summoned me, I shall not refuse." Feizhong squinted and laughed heartily. "Excellent. The divine child certainly knows the times." Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Jing unsheathed his sword with a clang, prompting the surrounding soldiers to draw their blades in response. Feizhong, somewhat flustered, shouted with feigned bravado, "Impudent Li Jing! To raise your hand against a minister and obstruct the king's command. Do you wish to rebel?" Li Jing replied gravely, "Nezha is my third son, merely 7 years of age. He cannot enter Chaoga. I beseech the king for mercy." Feizhong, a petty man who thrived on intimidation rather than persuasion, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jing. You. Nezha, resolute in his decision and burdened with a mission, was determined to journey to Chaoga. "There is no need for such theatrics. I am the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl of the Nuwa palace, born into the Li family. I have scarcely resided in the Nuwa temple since my birth. I must venture to Chaoga. While familial ties may have been severed, my affections remain. Should any difficulties arise, you may seek me." After delivering his words, regardless of others' thoughts, Nezha felt as though he had cast off a heavy burden. The intricate entanglements between Nezha and the Li family had become convoluted. The distinctions between right and wrong blurred beyond clarity. In this lifetime, familial bonds had been severed and grievances had been resolved, leaving a thread of goodwill stemming from the Li family's display today. Everyone grasped the meaning of his declaration. Lady Yin wept inconsolably, her tears falling upon Nezha. Yet his heart remained steadfast as iron. It was better to sever the knot swiftly than to linger in confusion. With a deep sigh, Li Jing sheathed his sword, resigning himself to the situation. So be it. 3 days later, Nezha donned a pristine white robe, his hair simply tied up with a red ribbon. Despite his youth, he exuded a remarkable aura. Surrounded by a throng on his imposing black steed, Feizhong, riding alongside, rubbed his hands together with sycophantic eagerness, inquiring, "Celestial youth, do you have any further needs? Speak to me, and I shall ensure they are met." Such is the allure of wealth. Feizhong was indeed a person of talent. For the right price, he would sell anything but his life. A mere token of money from Nezha elevated his status from a mere captive to a revered ancestor. As Nezha journeyed towards Chaoga, he sought news of the city while contemplating how to undermine King Zhou. Simultaneously, 2 other parties were also en route to Chaoga. One was the daughter of Su Daji, who was reluctantly compelled to enter the city upon Feizhong's counsel. Little more need be said about her. The other party comprised Ji Chong of the West, who on this particular day traversed the Zishan Mountains. Suddenly, amidst a clear sky, a thunderous downpour ensued. The attendants hastily erected tents to shelter from the rain, and just as they approached the tents, a flash of white light streaked across the sky, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease as if something was amiss. This white light heralded the long-absent Tai, who at that moment cradled a cherubic infant. The notion of having the child adopt a foster father was daunting. What if unforeseen complications arose? Should he beseech his master for another disciple? Was that even feasible? Tai, dismissing such thoughts, returned to his golden light cave, clutching the baby, adhering to the tradition of imparting teachings. Meanwhile, the wandering Yun Zhongzi sensed that something was amiss but, after much calculation, could not discern the cause and decided to abandon his inquiries. Even the primordial Heavenly Lord found himself at a loss. Both palm and back of the hand belonged to the same flesh. However, the calamity faced by Tai's clear and subtle sect was far greater and of higher significance to the teachings than Yun Zhongzi's fortune. A change in disciples for Yun Zhongzi, a true immortal, would merely entail some hardship in the face of great tribulations. Nezha gleaned comprehensive insights about Chaoga from Fei Zhong for a price. This old fellow was privy to every new concubine wed into various households. He began to formulate a plan to disrupt the Shang dynasty. The classic beauty trap would not suffice, yet it could serve as inspiration. The essence of the beauty trap was to render King Zhou foolish and neglectful of his duties, a task easily achievable. Numerous examples from the past supported this. He could simply deceive King Zhou into pursuing immortality. Should he fail, he would fall victim to Nezha's scheme. Should he succeed and renounce his earthly throne? How could a mere human immortal dare to insult Nezha's master? The edict of one of the 5 emperors, Zhuanxiu, clearly stated that a human king could not ascend to immortality. The plan was set in motion. However, it was inconceivable for Nezha to circulate his master's scriptures indiscriminately. He must rely on his own ingenuity. Being a celestial being, Nezha was no ordinary mortal. In any commonplace novel, one would require several hundred chapters to attain such cultivation. Crafting a manual for mortals to achieve immortality was a rare treasure in other tales. Once again, expressing gratitude to a certain group of novice writers, Nezha resolved to devise a comprehensive method for cultivating spiritual roots, as this concept had been refined by numerous authors. In the primordial palace beyond chaos, Nuwa observed Nezha writing fervently alongside Qingluan. Expressing her intrigue, she remarked, the practice of qi cultivation and the attainment of the golden core, as well as the emergence of the nascent soul, are far more melodious than the rather uninspiring 4 realms of qi refinement. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss this with senior brother Taiqing and suggest some modifications. Qingluan could not help but sigh inwardly. It was evident that the bond between master and disciple was profound, as Nezha's current demeanor closely mirrored that of Nuwa when she composed the ancient scriptures at Mount Li. Indeed, the revered scripture that Nezha cherishes was merely a compilation of various Taoist texts that Nuwa had perused in advance. Having never taken on a disciple before, she could not fathom how one might cultivate when weak, much like the wealthy cannot truly comprehend the depths of poverty experienced by the less fortunate. Nezha casually transformed a carriage into a magical artifact, retreating within to draft his manuscript. On his journey, he encountered another group, which happened to be the enchanting Su Daji, heading towards Chaoga. Since both parties were motivated by Fei Zhong's counsel, they seamlessly merged into one. At this moment, Su Daji was not yet possessed by the fox spirit. She remained a proper young lady from a prestigious family, even exhibiting a hint of literary flair. She lamented her fate of being offered to King Zhou, and upon encountering another caravan, she wondered if the beauties within were also destined for the king's court, subconsciously comparing their beauty to her own. It was only after Nezha emerged for fresh air and sent someone to inquire that he discovered the occupants were celestial youths. It seems that women may adopt a dominant stance towards males who pose no threat. After mingling for a few days, Nezha observed Su Daji, who had progressed from merely bringing him food each day to boldly joining him in his carriage. While her beauty was undeniable, she lacked the strength of character. Since she was already present, he decided to utilize her as a tool. Thus, Nezha instructed Daji to write, and he found a peculiar satisfaction in watching the beautiful girl diligently grind ink and transcribe, evoking a sense of poetic inspiration. Fei Zhong remained indifferent to Su Daji's presence in Nezha's carriage, dismissing the capabilities of a mere 7-year-old child. After a month, they finally arrived at Chaoga, the foremost city of humanity. From a distance, it did not appear grand, yet the formidable aura of human destiny enveloped it. The magnificent Xian birds soaring above provided Nezha with a slight sense of awe. The cultivation techniques were adequately established, yet mastery of other arts would require time. A pleasant surprise awaited him as Su Daji was on the verge of establishing her foundation. Nezha's magical energy transformed into a set of elegant white Taoist robes adorned with golden inscriptions, exuding a sense of understated sophistication. The first step to deceiving others is to create an appealing facade. Su Daji's eyes sparkled upon seeing Nezha's new attire. He appeared both handsome and endearing, igniting her affections. Clearing his throat to maintain an aloof demeanor, Nezha declined Daji's advances and gracefully mounted his steed, retracting the carriage. Daji, somewhat irked, retreated to her own carriage. Fei Zhong led the two directly to the royal palace, where Nezha drew attention along the way. Though Fei Zhong's notorious reputation prevented any traffic mishaps, after a brief wait outside the hall, Nezha and Daji were summoned into the palace by King Zhou, who, at that moment, had yet to be corrupted by indulgence. He was a capable man, exuding a commanding presence in his black robe embroidered with golden Xian birds. Bold Nezha. Upon seeing his majesty, why do you not bow promptly? The words came from within the grand hall, spoken by none other than the king himself, alongside Fei Zhong and another individual. Observing the intimate rapport between Fei Zhong and others, Nezha could easily surmise the identity of those involved, and he felt no fear, but rather a resolve to intimidate King Zhou instead. With the protection of the Xianyuan sword, the constraints of the human fate upon Nezha were minimal. With a mere thought, he levitated, cross-legged in midair, as the essence of Dao flowed around him, mimicking the ancient and profound aura of the Mother of Lishan. He spoke, "Might I inquire, O king, the purpose of my presence here?" King Zhou was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. As a sovereign, he was accustomed to the reality that few could wield magic before him, aside from a handful of truly formidable beings. Thus, most immortals preferred to avoid his presence. His familiarity with deities and immortals was merely hearsay. He had knowledge of their existence, but had never encountered one until today. The thrill of meeting a true immortal exhilarated him. "Pray tell, esteemed immortal, who are you?" Nezha, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I am the esteemed master under the guidance of the goddess Nuwa, dedicated to the pursuit of peace for the realm." He dared not utter the phrase, "The heavens are dead, the yellow emperor shall rise," for the mere thought sent shivers down his spine, fearing that a divine thunderbolt might strike him into oblivion. Yet, he believed that establishing the peace sect for the sake of the world was indeed permissible. Unbeknownst to him, his bravado was merely an embellishment. The celestial currents stirred by the Taizu's auspiciousness were monumental, and as Nuwa cast forth her red embroidered ball to quell the turbulence below, a weighty silence ensued. The old sage Hongjun was indeed adept at leveraging circumstances to his advantage, yet it mattered little. In the void, myriad rays of splendid light converged upon Chaoga, showering Nezha with an overwhelming flow of merit. Though his countenance remained unchanged, his heart began to race. How could a moment of bravado lead to such turmoil? In the west, the figure of the Buddha, Zhuanti, was startled and observed the red glow retreating, pondering that this young man was indeed fated to cross paths with him. Suddenly, Nezha heard Nuwa's voice whispering in his ear, "Do not worry, your master shall support you." Instantly, Nezha felt reassured. Before the gaze of countless powerful beings, it was indeed a moment of joy to see that the saintly Nuwa had her own disciples. In Chapter 7, The Innate Overlord's Sacred Body, Nezha channeled the immense merit into his radiant silver spear, his anxiety alleviated by the assurance of his master's backing. It is well known that those in debt hold the true power. After all, the primordial realm still had two saints indebted to the flower credit. King Zhou, witnessing the extraordinary scene before him, was completely convinced. Today, he had truly encountered a living deity. He approached eagerly, asking, "Might the immortal teach me the ways of the Dao?" Nezha responded, "Our fates are intertwined. I can indeed assist you." King Zhou continued, "Might the immortal impart to me the secrets of longevity?" Nezha scrutinized King Zhou. "You bear the traits of a monkey, do you not? I possess a method through which one may attain longevity." This was not entirely misleading. Should he cultivate this technique to the levels of an immortal king or emperor, he would undoubtedly achieve eternal life, though he only documented the path to ascension in jest. "Please, esteemed immortal, teach me," implored King Zhou. Nezha stroked his non-existent beard and waved his hand, summoning the Qianquan cauldron. "Place your hand within. But know that if there is no celestial affinity, one cannot force matters." The Qianquan cauldron had already been prepared by Nezha, and being a supreme innate spiritual treasure, loading Nezha's program was a task of utmost ease. Without hesitation, King Zhou placed his hand into the cauldron to touch the inner bagua. The cauldron radiated with 5-colored brilliance, releasing 5 beams of colored light: blue, red, yellow, green, and gold, which coalesced into the majestic form of an emperor. Inshou gazed at the extraordinary phenomena unfolding before him. Although he lacked understanding, he could surmise that his innate talents were exceptional. With hopeful eyes, he looked towards Nezha. Indeed, Inshou's aptitude was remarkable. Had he existed in a realm of cultivation, he would have embodied the perfect harmony of the 5 elements. Possessing not 1 but 3 heavenly roots, complemented by a unique emperor's sacred body, a quintessential model of a dragon soaring above the rest. Nezha, feigning astonishment, remarked, "Your Majesty, your talent is unparalleled. With the complete 5 elements, 3 heavenly roots, and the innate emperor's sacred body, your future is boundless." Upon hearing this, Inshou felt elated. The terms emperor, supremacy, and perfection were inherently impressive. He had always believed that even without his royal title, he was extraordinary. Look, even if he renounced his kingship, he would still be a genius among geniuses. This was indeed a fact. After a hearty laugh, he glanced around and seized Fei Zhong by the collar, dragging him to the cauldron, commanding, "You, give it a try." Fei Zhong dared not defy him and trembled as he reached towards the bottom of the cauldron. In an instant, 5 short beams of light materialized. Inshou kicked Fei Zhong's rear, exclaiming, "Useless." He then turned to Yuhan, who stepped forward but fared even worse than Fei Zhong. Finally, his gaze fell upon the stunning beauty, Daji, who had been kneeling on the ground. With a gesture, he beckoned her to try. Daji rose, glanced at Nezha, and placed her slender jade hand into the cauldron. To her credit, she performed better than Fei Zhong and Yuhan, but it was still insufficient to hold the king's interest. I, Inshou, am focused solely on cultivating my abilities. Daji had merely transcribed a text and was already cultivating. How could her aptitude be lacking? Nezha had merely given her a slight nudge. Suppressing his excitement, Inshou respectfully addressed Nezha. "Immortal, please impart your techniques." Rather than immediately sharing his knowledge, Nezha smiled and replied, "The methods of cultivation should not be given lightly." Being a king, Inshou quickly grasped Nezha's intent, feeling neither anger nor frustration, but rather a sense of delight. It seemed that even immortals appreciated such nuances. Making matters easier, he conferred upon Nezha the title of National Master of Inshang, the great virtuous teacher, offering gold worth 10,000 taels, 3 beauties, and a grand estate, with the stipulation that he would not bow upon entering the palace. Nezha nodded in satisfaction, declining the position of National Master but accepting the other gifts. From his robes, he produced a tome titled The 9 Transformations of the Golden Elixir, the Qi cultivation chapter, and handed it to Inshou, who received it as a treasured artifact. Fei Zhong and Yu Hun's eyes sparkled. Though their talents were lacking, could they not also cultivate? Daji tilted her head, puzzled, as she had copied a different title. Wasn't it called Nourishing Qi Technique? Inshou suppressed his urge to peruse the book and kindly indicated that they could leave, instructing Fei Zhong to guide them to claim their rewards. Nezha waved his hand, putting away the cauldron. Although Inshou felt a twinge of envy, he refrained from voicing it. Nezha observed Daji, who seemed at a loss, and called out, "Your Majesty, although Daji's aptitude may not be remarkable, I have journeyed with her all along." Before he could finish, Inshou, engrossed in the cultivation manual, waved dismissively, indicating his current disinterest in the beauty. "If you like her, feel free to take her." Daji visibly relaxed, smiling as she followed closely behind Nezha. Fei Zhong Yuhan, with a face full of ingratiation, accompanied by beauties and treasures, escorted Nezha to a grand estate. "Immortal, I beseech your forgiveness for any offenses I may have caused during our journey." Nezha waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter, one he bore no grudge against. Observing that Nezha had not returned the previous bribes, Fei Zhong hurriedly departed. Nezha instructed Daji to oversee the estate. Then, utilizing his magic to become invisible, followed Fei Zhong outside. That very night, he thoroughly discerned the location of their hidden wealth. What a revelation! Both individuals were akin to hoarding hamsters, stashing a vast treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels beneath the outskirts of Chaoga City. Nezha chose not to seize the riches immediately. It is well known that one must leave an egg in the nest to entice the hen to lay more. He planned to retrieve it upon his departure, thus avoiding the inconvenience of a second search. Fei Zhong Yuan, keep striving. Upon returning to his chamber in the estate, Nezha discovered that Daji had not returned to her quarters, but was meditating instead. Although Nezha's bed was spacious, he had no desire to share it with Daji. Mere beauty could not sway his heart at this juncture. Daji, feeling a tinge of disappointment, reluctantly retreated to her own room. She extracted 3 tomes acquired from the Fire Cloud Cave, Fushi's Bagua, Shenong's Classic, and Huang Di's Inner Canon, the chapter of the Pure Woman. Fushi's Bagua primarily revolves around calculations. Once Nezha masters it, his computational prowess will ascend to remarkable heights, transitioning from mere arithmetic to formulaic reasoning, which will prove exceedingly beneficial. Shenanigans classic delves into the realms of medicine and poison. As for the final text, Huangdi's inner canon, Nezha deemed it somewhat premature for his current studies. Yet he could engage in a cursory review. That night, the entire city of Chaoga was abuzz with the news that the king had summoned a transcendent master and conferred upon him the path to immortality. Shou, that very evening, neglected even his most favored concubines, dedicating himself to the study of Nezha's celestial technique. The cultivation section was not particularly arduous, and Shou had already perused it extensively. However, fearing that reckless practice might lead to self-harm, he resisted the urge to engage in practical exercises, spending a restless night instead. At the break of dawn, he arose early to attend court, having not exhibited such diligence in quite some time since the departure of the Grand Master. Once the courtiers had paid their respects, he promptly summoned Nezha, who entered the grand hall adorned in a resplendent white robe embellished with golden cloud patterns, his hair bound with a yellow ribbon, exuding an ethereal presence. The entire court was captivated by Nezha, feeling that he embodied the essence of a celestial being, albeit appearing somewhat diminutive for a fallen immortal. Shou publicly announced Nezha's appointment when an elderly figure, the esteemed Minister Mei Bo, interjected, "Your Majesty, how can we elevate a mere youth to the status of a great sage and teacher when we have a century of foundations established by Shangtang?" Nezha regarded the elder with a flash of insight. Mei Bo was a loyal minister of the Shang dynasty, albeit a rather unsavory character in the grand scheme. Nezha, unaccustomed to such political theatrics, understood the underlying intent. He could not indulge this loyalist. Casting a discerning glance at the elder, he inquired, "Minister, have you been experiencing any gastrointestinal disturbances of late?" Nezha's demeanor was striking, and the peculiar occurrences of the previous night had not gone unnoticed. Mei Bo, recognizing Nezha's capabilities, felt compelled to voice his opposition, believing that Nezha's youthful appearance might undermine the nation's prestige. Yet, upon hearing Nezha's inquiry, he hesitated and asked with curiosity, "How does the immortal know this?" Nezha took a step back, replying cryptically, "By the scent of your breath." The other ministers instinctively took a half step back, exhaling deeply as they inhaled sharply. "Are you serious about stepping back? Yet the pain you inflict is so profound." Mei Bo's face flushed with indignation. "How dare this insolent youth treat me with such disdain? I shall not tolerate this." Chapter 8. A win-win situation in those times. People were still relatively simple-hearted. Old Mei Bo harbored no ambitions for promotion or power. What he cherished most was his pride. Nezha's mockery ignited a fierce rage within him. "Forget decorum and dignity. Today, I shall vanquish this impudent child." With his face flushed, Mei Bo lunged at Nezha. Nezha, contemplating the absurdity of a 7-year-old confronting a man in his 70s, found it a match of equals. With a deceptive display of fluid movement, he sidestepped Mei Bo's charge, executing a swift trip that sent the old man sprawling. To an observer, it appeared as if Mei Bo had lunged at Nezha, only for the latter to create ripples in the air as he evaded, leaving Mei Bo to crash to the ground, his head striking the earth. Though the injury was minor, Mei Bo looked utterly pathetic, blood streaming from his nostrils and his front teeth knocked out. Angered, he managed to sputter a few words, his breath ragged, pointing a trembling finger at Nezha. You, wretch." In a fit of rage, he tilted his head, seemingly dazed, leaving those around uncertain if he was genuinely unconscious or merely pretending. Chancellor Shangrong could no longer bear the sight, and quickly signaled the guards to escort Mei Bo back to his residence. Shou, witnessing the scene, felt no displeasure at the humiliation of a high-ranking official. Rather, he was elated by Nezha's prowess. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "Indeed, my esteemed teacher possesses divine wisdom. Soon, all of Shang will cultivate the path of immortality, and I, Shou, shall become a ruler of countless generations." Ha ha. The ministers, save for Nezha, echoed, "Long live the king." A few learned and esteemed elders, such as Shang Rong, Baigon, De Yuanxi, Bo Yi, and Shu Qi, recognized the underlying discord in the situation. However, the atmosphere had escalated to a point where dissent could not be voiced openly, and they could only converse privately about it. Nezha observed the exuberant Shou and felt that this man possessed an excessive amount of eccentricity. It would be wise to maintain a distance to avoid contagion. After the court session concluded, Shou eagerly sought to learn from Nezha. The latter, without reservation, shared his knowledge and presented a medicinal pill. Upon consuming it, Shou felt a surge of energy coursing through him, swiftly progressing through the stages of qi cultivation until he reached the 3rd level. With golden spiritual energy swirling around him, he unleashed a mighty punch into a nearby bronze cauldron, sending it flying and leaving a substantial dent in its surface. Elation surged through Yin Shou as he gazed at his unscathed hand. Is this the power of the immortals? I can truly feel it. He then turned to Nezha, asking, Esteemed teacher, might there be more of that pill? Whatever you desire, feel free to ask of me. The pill was no mere poison. It was a concoction crafted by Nezha from herbal remnants, infused with the pure essence of the 5 elements from the Chaos Pearl. Nezha had named it Herbal Rejuvenation Pill, as it was as commonplace to him as wild grass. However, Nezha could not disclose this to Yin Shou. This pill, known as Herbal Rejuvenation, is the result of my gathering countless spiritual herbs and condensing the essence of the sun and moon, refined over 49 days. It is not something that can be exchanged for trivial items. Yin Shou found no fault in this statement. If such an extraordinarily potent elixir were merely commonplace, then would not everyone attain immortality? What wise mentor possesses a sound strategy? Nezha, feigning contemplation, smiled and said, Let us proceed thus. I shall provide you with the spiritual materials I refine, while you shall seek the herbs. We will then share the profits equally. Yin Shou, not lacking in wit and eager for immortality, quickly countered, I will take 8, you 2. 6 for you, 4 for me. 7 for me, 3 for you. 6 for you, 4 for me. I shall also add 1,000 taels of gold and 300 beauties. Nezha chuckled and shook his head. Yin Shou's mind raced, pondering what might sway Nezha. What if I were to appoint Li Jing as the Grand Marshal of the East, with both your sons as generals? Nezha continued to shake his head. A spark of inspiration struck Yin Shou. What if I were to take you as my master? Nezha pondered inwardly whether this was an expression of gratitude or a veiled threat, yet he maintained a satisfied smile, replying, There is no need for such formality. Your esteemed self, a sovereign of great worth, has no need to kneel before a teacher. I am well aware of your sincerity and determination in seeking the path. Let us agree on a 3-7 split. He casually handed over a small booklet, which Yin Shou cherished as a treasure. Yin Shou was quite pleased. He had no desire to take on a master, as he already had Master Wentai above him and did not wish to add another like Master Li. Nezha too felt satisfied, for the elixirs within the booklet were meant for his own cultivation of the 8-9 profound art, with no connection to Yin Shou. Though they agreed on a 3-7 division, in truth, it was all Nezha's. This was a mutually agreeable outcome, devoid of any karmic debts incurred by Nezha using Yin Shang's resources. Both parties were content, a true win-win situation. Subsequently, in an effort to endear himself to Nezha, Yin Shou voluntarily retracted his earlier poems and performed elaborate rituals to beseech the forgiveness of the goddess Nuwa. Forgiveness was unlikely, yet some face was salvaged for Nuwa. Yin Shou commanded a gathering of talented individuals to collect rare treasures, and the Yin Shang began to function like a colossal machine. Do not underestimate this era of Yin Shang, for it was teeming with fierce warriors and wise scholars. A plethora of remarkable talents. Each day, Nezha received substantial spiritual materials. True to expectations, he maintained a principle of equitable exchange, ceaselessly providing Yin Shou with elixirs, which led to a rapid increase in Yin Shou's cultivation. Likewise, Nezha's mastery of the 8-9 profound art flourished, and his resources began to swell. Yin Shou triumphed. Nezha triumphed. Once again, it was a double victory. Nezha could not help but ponder who truly suffered in this world. Yin Shou became engrossed in his pursuit of immortality, delegating affairs to his court ministers, and surprisingly, the Yin Shang entered a period of peace, its fortune not only maintained but flourishing. Moreover, Meibo resigned from his official position the following day, retreating from public life. The old man still possessed a degree of modesty, yet a conclusion was preferable to being consumed by flesh. Far away in the North Sea, Master Wentai gazed towards the direction of Chaoga. Ever since the heavenly merits descended upon Chaoga, the great Shang seemed to be thriving. Opposing him, Yuan Fudong, initially able to resist due to the terrain, now faced the Shang army, which seemed divinely assisted, causing the North Sea Demon clan to wail in despair. Yuan Fudong was indeed a member of the North Sea Demon clan. Following the Witch Demon War, the demon race retreated to the bitter cold north, while the Witch clan withdrew to the underworld. After years of recuperation, the new generation of lesser demons knew nothing of the past. Yuan Fudong, alongside 72 other lords, the pig and monkey, sought a more comfortable existence. Originally, relying on the innate abilities and geographical advantages of the demons, there was still a chance of contention. However, now that the terrain has been thoroughly understood, Master Wen has transitioned from being hindered by the rear to receiving some support. A group of scattered soldiers stands no chance against the well-trained elite forces. It all hinges on Yuan Fudong's formidable strength, enduring the harsh conditions of the North Sea. The two sides remain locked in a stalemate. Taking the initiative, Master Wen transformed back to his youthful appearance on Polai Island and summoned his elder brother, Yu Yuan, to oversee affairs in Chaoga and ascertain the unfolding events. Yu Yuan, the foremost disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, possesses a fierce appearance with a complexion like indigo, red hair, and towering stature, yet he harbors a gentle heart. When Wenzhong first entered the sect as a mere child of 3 or 4, it was Yu Yuan who cared for him, acting more as a nurturing figure than a brother. However, as Wenzhong aged into an elder and focused on the Yin and Shang dynasties, Yu Yuan felt that Wenzhong had lost his youthful charm. Still, he kindly advised him that as a prominent disciple of the Jiejiao, he should concentrate on pursuing the Dao, questioning what he hoped to achieve by serving as a minister among mortals. Wenzhong, feeling a sense of obligation for the royal favor he had received, promised to return once Yin Shou grew up, yet he remained even as Yin Jiao and Yin Hong began to have children. Later, Yu Yuan took in a charming child he found and named him Yu Hua, bestowing upon him the long-practiced treasures of the summoned spirit banner and the blood transformation blade. Unfortunately, Yu Hua, enamored with power, sought to ally himself with Wenzhong, leading to a cooling of their relationship. Nevertheless, when Wenzhong sought his aid, Yu Yuan, unable to refuse his beloved disciple whom he had watched grow, set forth on a cloud to Chaoga. Meanwhile, Yuan Fudong had summoned the 3 demons to the Xinyuan tomb, realizing that a direct confrontation would yield no victory. Instead, he resolved to undermine Wenzhong's rearguard. Believing that exploiting King Zhou's notorious lustfulness through the allure of beautiful women would be the most effective strategy, while brandishing his iron staff and making a resounding clamor, he solemnly declared that for the grand cause of the demon race, the 3 of them must successfully seduce Yin Shou, or else they would be deemed the dregs of the demon clan, destined for elimination. The 3 demons nodded eagerly, affirming, "Great sage, you speak wisely, we understand." 3 months after Nezha's arrival in Chaoga, the Western Duke Jichong appeared, creating little stir before being imprisoned, initiating the suppression of Western Qi, a strategy that had been in place since the reign of Yin Shou's father. The prominent figures of the court adhered to this principle. Unconcerned with the impending turmoil in Chaoga, Nezha continued his cultivation while diligently drafting the doctrines of the Taiping Heavenly Teachings, the Taiping Heavenly Book. He could not forget the main quest of the goddess Nuwa. Nezha, reflecting on his previous life where he failed to become an author, found himself embarking on a second book in this life. This Taiping Heavenly Book was composed with earnest dedication, primarily expounding modified Marxist philosophy and depicting the ideal of universal equality in a grand and harmonious world. As for the methods, those would be addressed later. In truth, it was all rather absurd, for this was a world where power resided within oneself. To propose equality between the primordial heavenly venerable and the creatures he despised most would surely provoke his wrath. Ideals, while not necessarily achievable, must exist, otherwise, one would lack direction in their efforts. It is essential for everyone to harbor ideals, for it is this very conviction that empowers rebellion. This set of revelations is nothing short of astonishing for the idealistic and ambitious sage, akin to the rebirth of the cosmos. It turns out that this world of channels can unfold in such a manner. This is Ji Chang's reflection. And though the updates are rather slow, the wisdom contained within this cautionary tome is nothing less than exquisite. Such a pace is only to be expected. Shang Rong and Bygone, despite being revered sages, find themselves unsettled, while Ji Chang is fervently inspired. He understands that the notion of a world where everyone is well-fed and clothed, achieving universal harmony, is unrealistic. Yet it does not preclude the pursuit of such an ideal. Must it not be possible for my Shi-Chi to aspire to this? As long as my descendants adhere to this philosophy, they shall one day attain it. Upon seeing the esteemed author, the Venerable Nezha, one might ponder if he is indeed the 7th sage of heaven and earth. Should Nezha become aware that he has such an ardent admirer, he would surely distance himself. Nezha, I do not wish to be adversarial with the 5 sages. Admirer, yet you do. Nezha's writings have garnered immense popularity, leaving the elder statesman of the court in a state of longing mixed with apprehension. As for Yin Shou, what of the trinkets in the Book of Great Peace? None can compare to the fragrance of my golden elixir. Sustained by the grandeur of the Shang dynasty, Yin Shou rapidly advances in cultivation, and in merely half a year, he is on the verge of establishing his foundation. He sought out Nezha specifically for protection. National Master, do you possess any elixirs or secret techniques to assist me in establishing an immaculate foundation? With that, He produced a treasure box containing rare spiritual herbs. King Zhou is no fool. He does not wish to be devoid of leverage in his dealings with Nezha in the future. Recently, Nezha had grown somewhat complacent, his face rounder than before. He feigned rummaging through his sleeve for a while and eventually extracted a pristine foundation-building pill. Zhou, upon seeing the pill resembling a chicken egg, harbored no doubts, swallowed it, and began to focus on his cultivation breakthrough. Nezha stored the spiritual herbs in Tai Huang Tian, the name he bestowed upon the world of the Chaos Pearl, intending to plant them when time permitted. Henceforth, Tai Huang Tian resides in his heart, and he has vowed to sever ties with gambling and vice. As for the foundation-building pill, it is essentially a boiled egg infused with 5 elemental spiritual energy, freshly prepared by Daji that very morning. King Zhou's breakthrough was remarkably smooth. Stepping out of the realm of humanity, Zhou took the first step into the extraordinary. The most immediate sensation was a heightened clarity in perceiving the surrounding universe, and his internal spiritual energy became more solidified. With all his might, he activated the innate emperor's body, enveloped in a resplendent aura of spiritual energy, exuding an extraordinary might. Zhou was greatly pleased, though the consumption was somewhat taxing. Reigning in his spiritual energy, Zhou eagerly flattered, "Immortal, I have successfully cultivated my qi. May I be granted the teachings of the subsequent techniques?" Nezha readily acquiesced, providing thorough explanations. Such matters may be negotiated, yet one must never incur karmic debts. He had already availed himself of numerous benefits. The layers of the 8-9 profound arts ascend steadily. It is not that hard cultivation is impossible. Nezha, having tasted affluence, finds it impossible to revert to his former self. After his explanation, Nezha cheerfully inquired, "I possess celestial arts for foundation building. Would the king be interested?" King Zhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue, having merely entered the path of cultivation. It was indeed unacceptable not to have learned any celestial arts. "What sorcery is this? Pray tell, esteemed national master." Nezha rummaged through his sleeve and produced 3 ancient tomes, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the dragon-slaying sword, and the dragon-whacking staff. It seemed to Nezha that the only ones he had a grudge against were the dragon clan. Zhou gazed intently at Nezha's sleeve, eager to see what treasures lay within. Upon inspecting the 3 manuals, he expressed his desire to acquire them all. Zhou had never been one to shy away from decisions. After obtaining a plethora of spiritual materials, Nezha took his leave, declaring that these manuals were not techniques that could harm the unworthy. He had no time to entertain a rough man like him. Although Zhou felt a twinge of disappointment, he brushed it aside, thinking to himself that he, as the Emperor Zhou, was merely dabbling in the realm of celestial arts. As time flowed, it was none other than Yu Yuan who returned to Chaoga. He approached his task with utmost seriousness, having promised his junior brother, and he was not afraid. After all, could these insignificant nuisances harm even a single hair on his body without the use of magic? Yu Yuan first employed his qi observation technique to assess Chaoga and found nothing amiss. He then transformed his appearance and strolled through the city, noting no peculiarities. Perusing the Taiping scriptures in his hand, the only suspicious figure seemed to be the great virtuous master, with the calamity of the Fengshen already in motion. Nezha focused on advancing the progress of the Baju Xiangong, occasionally updating the Taiping scriptures. The elevation of his realm currently offered little enhancement to Nezha's combat prowess, and advancing too quickly could lead to numerous aftereffects. Outside the door, Daji, clad in a pink gown, anxiously announced, "Young Master Li, a man claiming to be Yu Yuan, with a fearsome countenance, seeks an audience with you." Nezha was taken aback. How had this Yu Yuan come to him? This individual was a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao's 3rd generation, impervious to blades and spears, yet met his demise at the hands of the flying immortal blade in the original tale. Nezha knew he could not confront him directly. Stepping outside to greet him, Yu Yuan assessed Nezha and thought to himself, what a fine young man. He could not possibly be a villain. With a visage that bore sharp features, he endeavored to adopt a friendly demeanor, stating, "My junior brother, Zhou, has been detained by the demon clan of the North Sea, and I have been sent to oversee Chaoga. Having heard of your esteemed reputation, I have come to pay my respects." Nezha was not one to judge by appearances. Since the man was extending courtesy, he reciprocated warmly, exclaiming, "I am Nezha, disciple of the Lady Nuwa. I must ensure that my esteemed junior is well hosted." Yu Yuan paused momentarily, but, upon seeing the bright and cheerful smile on Nezha's face, felt his heart soften. "As for being called junior uncle, that is acceptable," he replied. Nezha did not object, saying, "Very well, I am still young. You may simply call me Nezha." Yu Yuan was delighted and responded, "You may call me Yu Yuan." As Daji prepared the banquet, Nezha was curious as to why Yu Yuan was so polite, yet he understood the temperament of the Jiejiao. Once seated at the table, they would be like brothers. The two exchanged toasts, their titles evolving into Old Yu and Brother Zhao. Chapter 10. Yu Yuan. Nezha reclined on the grand bed in his chamber, while Daji, with her delicate hands, gently blew on a cup of detoxifying tea before offering it to him. The two individuals indulged in an intoxicating spirit, and the remedy of the dealcoholizing tea proved utterly ineffective. Yet, Nezha reveled in the tender care of Daji. With a delicate gesture, he formed a seal, conjuring the image of the vast landscape of mountains and rivers. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to dismiss it, turning to Daji with a request, "Please stay by my side these days, do not stray too far." Daji promptly nodded in joyful agreement, finding the peculiar Taoist's presence quite delightful. In a nearby chamber, Yu Yuan reclined against the bed, not inebriated but engrossed in perusing the Taiping heavenly book. A knowing smile gracing his lips as thoughts of Nezha danced in his mind. Yu Yuan, a being of primordial essence, possessed an astonishingly formidable foundation. Yet his fate had collided with a formidable force, a tank, as it were. The Taoist ancestor Hongjun, embodying the primordial essence, had no notion of the adage those of the same root should not hasten to harm one another, for the principle he upheld was one of mutual repulsion. The three heavens, bound in eternal companionship, shared the journey of transformation. Could one envision him engaging with Yun Zhongzi, a fellow entity of cloud transformation? Thus, Yu Yuan's plight was lamentable, although Hongjun bore no malice towards him, indeed remained unaware of his existence. The Heavenly Dao spontaneously began to suppress Yu Yuan, relegating his status from the highest tier to that of a cripple. Delays in transformation rendered his visage grotesque, with an exceedingly poor cultivation level. His innate abilities were woefully diminished, and he lacked any means for spiritual practice. His fortunes were dismally scant, and he found himself in an exceedingly dire state. In his nascent days, Yu Yuan failed to grasp the full extent of his misfortunes. Perceiving himself merely as an individual endowed with peculiar abilities yet cursed with an unattractive appearance and ill fortune, he felt like a person ensnared within the confines of ignorance, bereft of knowledge, and could only imagine the depths of his misery. In a state of deprivation, he faced hunger and cold, until a group of young beggars took him in. The leader of the ragtag band named him Yu Yuan, signifying surplus silver coins. The young leader believed Yu Yuan's fierce countenance could offer them protection, thus they scavenged to sustain him, while Yu Yuan reciprocated with strength and labor. He found this arrangement fair, cherishing what he deemed the happiest moments of his existence. Regrettably, a severe drought ensued. Even the wealthy tightened their belts, let alone a band of young beggars. One by one, friends succumbed to starvation. Yu Yuan, witnessing the demise of his companions, felt profound sorrow. He resorted to petty magic to pilfer and steal, sustaining injuries, yet only managing to slightly alleviate the pace of his friends' decline. He contemplated various desperate measures, even considering self-mutilation to save them, but was caught in the act by the astute leader of the beggars. Yu Yuan's heart ached as his friends departed from his life forever, leaving him utterly helpless, for even the world outside was not faring any better amidst the prolonged drought. He longed for a tranquil demise, hoping to reunite with his friends in another realm. Yet, 10 days, half a month, a year, 2 years passed, and aside from the initial pangs of hunger, Yu Yuan felt naught. He came to realize his fundamental difference. He was not merely human. The redemption he received from the childhood beggars imbued Yu Yuan with a tender heart. Even as he later traversed the path of immortality, he retained the memory of a circle of beggars huddled around a fire, the leader brandishing half a stale loaf and passionately declaring, "When I grow up, I shall ensure that all beggars across the world can find sustenance." Yu Yuan is more suited to follow a path of law rather than physical prowess. One only needs to look at Sanshao, Zhao Gongming, or even Hongjun to understand. None of them practice physical cultivation, yet Yu Yuan chose this route. He envelopes his tender heart with the hardest of exteriors, gazing at the celestial book in his hand, which speaks of equality among all and universal harmony. Images of a spirited beggar from many years past emerge before him. The figures of his past and present converge in his heart. They are wise, innocent, gentle, and imbued with a hint of cunning. "This time, I shall protect you well." Nezha remains unaware that he has become someone's cherished ideal. His wariness towards Yu Yuan has yet to dissipate, although he responds well to kindness, preferring gentle approaches over harshness. Ultimately, he decides to disregard his concerns and continue his cultivation as before. On this day, Nezha was unexpectedly visited by a guest, King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, and his wife, for their 3-year-old son had gone missing. Upon meeting them, Nezha quickly grasped the situation, recognizing the old traditions of the Chan sect. Huang Feihu had nearly turned the city of Chaogu upside down, yet his son remained unfound, and he was certain that an ordinary person was not responsible. Supporting the sobbing Huang madam, who could scarcely stand, she earnestly implored Nezha, "Esteemed teacher, if you can assist us in locating him, the Huang family shall brave fire and water without hesitation." Nezha thought to himself that the actions of the celestial master of pure virtue were hardly commendable. Was that what one called taking on disciples? It resembled abduction. However, what good would it do to reveal the truth to Huang Feihu? Even as a reincarnated being of great power, he was merely a mortal now, and if he did not locate the Yusu palace soon, he would perish. Nezha decided it best to be honest, feigning a serious calculation for a moment before stating, "Upon my divination, your son has been taken by the celestial master of pure virtue, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, to be his disciple. His safety is assured, yet the time of your reunion remains uncertain. Truly, the celestial master of pure virtue lacks virtue." Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu's fury only intensified, his anger unabated. Clenching his fists, he struck the pillar beside him with a thud. How can a dignified immortal of the Chan sect engage in such despicable acts of abducting a child? If one wishes to take on disciples, it must be done openly and honorably. Huang madam then stepped forward, kneeling in supplication, "Esteemed teacher, my son has no desire to seek immortality or knowledge. Please, I beg you to help us bring him back." Huang Feihu recognized Nezha's dilemma, but, in his desperation to recover his son, he too knelt silently, his face a mask of resolve. Nezha calculated the potential outcomes in his mind, concluding that he could indeed assist, but must proceed with caution. Just as he was about to voice his agreement, Yu Yuan suddenly leaped forth, his fierce visage startling Huang Feihu and his wife. Yet his words were warm-hearted. These hypocritical scoundrels of the Chan sect dare to abduct a 3-year-old child. "I shall take you to the Yusu palace at once." Huang Feihu, gazing upon Yu Yuan's fearsome face, found it oddly endearing. "Thank you, noble hero, for your assistance. In the future, should you require anything, the Huang family will exert our utmost effort. How may I address you, noble hero?" Yu Yuan thumped his chest proudly, declaring, "I am Yu Yuan, the 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie sect." Gazing at the extravagant Yuan, Nezha mused, "Who doesn't know that the primordial lord despises the disciples of the... Yet here you are, daring to venture alone to the Yushu palace. This is not Yuan. It is clearly the essence of the primordial spirit." Unaware of Yuan's past, Nezha's perception of him was entirely transformed. This fellow truly takes action when it matters. During this brief time, Nezha had developed a rather favorable impression of Yuan, and his act of righteousness further enhanced Nezha's regard for him. Who says there are no good people in the Hongwang? Nezha resolved to accompany him, primarily out of fear that Yuan might inadvertently say something inappropriate and meet his end at the Yushu palace, and also to seize the opportunity for a little sightseeing. After all, he had yet to visit the Yushu palace. Chapter 11. Yuan's visit to the Yushu palace. Ultimately, the party heading to the Yushu palace consisted of Nezha, Yuan, and the couple Huang Feihu and his wife. Yuan was deeply moved to hear that Nezha wished to join, affirming that he was indeed a pure-hearted and kind child. He boldly patted his chest, declaring, "Consider it a playful excursion with me. I shall bear all responsibilities." Along the way, Nezha instructed Yuan on what not to do and which words to avoid. Yuan, devoid of any irritation, obediently nodded in agreement, reminiscent of a newly initiated team member being lectured. In his heart, Yuan resolved to protect Nezha at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Having attained the golden immortal level of cultivation, he took to the clouds and arrived at Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace in 3 days. The Kunlun Mountain was teeming with rare treasures and exotic beasts, which made Nezha envious. If only they could all be integrated into his Tehuangshan. It would significantly accelerate his progress. The group waited for a while before the palace doors, but no one came to greet them, clearly indicating their unwelcome presence. At this moment, Yuan raised his voice, adhering to their prior agreement. "I, Yuan, the 3rd-generation direct disciple of the, am here to pay my respects along with Nezha, disciple of the goddess Nuwa, and the couple Huang Feihu, the king of Wucheng, to the esteemed primordial saint ancestor." Blocking the entrance could not be ignored, and soon, a young attendant emerged to welcome them inside. Within the Yushu Palace, the primordial lord sat majestically upon a cloud platform, flanked by the 12 golden immortals of the and several disciples, including Jiangxia. Tai gazed down at Nezha, secretly lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. Nezha cast a casual glance at the primordial lord before promptly bowing deeply in respect, while Yuan and the others followed suit, showing utmost deference without a hint of carelessness. The primordial lord showed little interest in these younger individuals, particularly with a disciple of his third brother present. Guangchengzi inquired, "May I ask what brings you to my Yushu palace?" Yuan replied with a clear voice, "I serve as the guardian of the Chaogu on behalf of the Yinshang Grandmaster Wenzhou. Today, the couple of King Wucheng approached me, stating that their 3-year-old son, Huang Tianhua, has mysteriously vanished. I beseech Master Nezha to divine the cause, which I suspect to be the work of your esteemed Qingshu Taoist virtue. Thus, I have brought this couple along to search for their child." The primordial lord was filled with fury, for from afar, at the distant Bo palace, the Tongtian was laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, my second brother, who has always criticized my disciples for their lack of virtue, yet here is your disciple, abducting a mere 3-year-old child. How virtuous can he be?" In the hall of Nuwa, the goddess, who had been reclining, now sat up with a cheerful expression, observing the unfolding scene. "I harbor no ill will towards my esteemed brother, the primordial lord. Rather, it is my disciple's insufficient cultivation that necessitates my vigilance. I assure you, I do not find amusement in your plight." The primordial celestial master, known for his pride, felt a tinge of embarrassment, regardless of how the situation was resolved. His dignity would be compromised, and thus he chose to feign indifference. Upon the arrival of the couple, Huang Feihu and his wife, the virtuous true monarch of the clear void sensed an ominous atmosphere. However, he steeled himself, subtly gauging his master's expression to gauge the situation. "Upon my travels to Chaoga, I encountered Huang Tianhua, a youth of remarkable potential. How could one speak of abduction? This mortal vessel may indeed enter my sect to learn the celestial arts and pursue the Tao, a fortune accrued over countless lifetimes." This was the virtuous true monarch's inner reflection. To him, the pursuit of enlightenment eclipsed all familial ties. Of course, his own lineage was extraordinary, and his acceptance of Huang Tianhua was merely a means to avert calamity. As the saying goes, a mother's love is fierce. Mrs. Huang, regardless of your celestial status, perceives you as a trafficker. Yet, as a woman of refinement, her combat prowess is quite limited. You, a thief, would separate a child from their family for the sake of your so-called Tao? My son is merely 3 years old. What does he know of enlightenment? The virtuous true monarch remained impassive, responding with an air of certainty. The path to the Tao is fraught with challenges. Worldly ties are but encumbrances. Once he achieves mastery, a reunion will naturally follow. The disciples of the Chan sect present all concurred with the virtuous true monarch, save for one exception, Jiangxia. He yearned for the path of cultivation, but this choice was his own, made in adulthood. Although he spent decades in the Yushu Palace, he retained his humanity and believed that the elder should wait until Huang Tianhua was older. After all, a prominent figure in the Chan sect should not be so easily dismissed. Regrettably, Jiangxia, standing like a mere subordinate, found himself without a voice. Yuan Yu was equally incensed and was about to speak when Nezha restrained him. The child was irretrievable. Their efforts in bringing the Huang couple for a dialogue had already been generous enough, and further meddling would be unwise. The outcome was that the virtuous true monarch would contemplate in silence for a millennium. Firstly, Huang Tianhua indeed shared a bond of mentorship with the virtuous true monarch. Secondly, what could be done to the virtuous true monarch within the Yushu Palace? Huang Feihu and his wife were not ungrateful. They accepted the promise that Huang Tianhua could descend the mountain, understanding that they could not resist the greater authority. And thus they suppressed their sorrow as they returned to Chaoga. On the journey, Huang Feihu expressed sincerely, "I extend my gratitude to you both, esteemed immortals. Should you have any requests in the future, I, Huang Feihu, shall not hesitate." Nezha and Yuan Yu paid little heed to his words. Observing his brother's embarrassment, the celestial master of heaven felt pleased, openly smiling as he summoned the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to play a game of chess, showering her with compliments. And sending a message to Nuwa, "Your disciple is quite impressive. Do invite him to visit my Bo palace." Nuwa replied dismissively, "Yes, indeed. I shall make it happen next time." Upon returning to Chaoga, after bidding farewell to the crown prince and his wife, Yuan Yu, that very evening, came seeking Nezha, startling Daji in the process. Daji tidied her garments and, at Nezha's suggestion, trotted outside to prepare the feast. Yuan, having failed to locate the child, felt a sense of frustration. He had initially heeded Nezha's words primarily to avoid burdening him further. Nezha, however, perceived that despite Yuan's fearsome visage, he was indeed a commendable individual, a friend worthy of trust. Nezha would not shy away simply because the original tale had placed Yuan in a precarious position. As the two savored their divine wine, Nezha consoled Yu Yuan, remarking on the positive impact of their efforts. The couple, Huang Feihu and his wife, would no longer be plagued by worry for their son after learning of his whereabouts. While Huang Tianhua had joined the Chan sect and was presented with an opportunity for enlightenment, the moralistic Taoist, having faced punishment, would inevitably be less arrogant in the presence of the Chan celestial beings. "See, we have undeniably emerged victorious," Nezha exclaimed. Yu Yuan, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Ah, have we truly achieved so much already?" Yet, observing Nezha's buoyant demeanor, he acquiesced, "Very well, if you declare it a victory, then let it be so." Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, and a minor development occurred. Huang Feihu and his wife commenced their cultivation of immortality. As a formidable practitioner of physical training, Yu Yuan became Nezha's frequent source of guidance and sparring partner, resulting in a rapid enhancement of Nezha's combat experience. Presently, Nezha had cultivated his 8-9 mystical arts to the 25th level. Upon reaching the 40th level, his physical prowess would approximate that of Yang Jian from the original narrative. However, with his artifacts and divine abilities being of the highest caliber, encountering Yang Jian, who possessed neither artifacts nor mounts, would not result in a swift defeat. 3 moves would surely suffice. After all, Yang Jian was an exemplar of a dual non-entity without any treasures or steeds. Meanwhile, having been instructed by Yuan Fudong and bearing the mission to rescue the North Sea Demon clan, the 3 demons of Xianyuan Tomb each sought a vessel, transforming into Hu Meiren, Kai Meiren, and Yu Meiren. They bribed the treacherous Feizhong to draw near to King Zhou, yet they were unaware that the current King Zhou was no longer the same. He had become a foundational cultivator adept in magical arts. Chapter 12. The 3 demons battle. Yin Shou, entranced by the path of cultivation, had grown indifferent to the trifling matters of Feizhong and Yuan, whom he deemed unworthy of his attention. His mindset resembled that of an advanced kindergarten student, dismissing the younger ones as too immature to engage with him. Feizhong and Yuan were alarmed. Their ascent was primarily reliant on flattery, yet such tactics were ineffective against the ascetic Yin Shou. No matter how skilled they were in sycophancy, it would not enhance Yin Shou's cultivation. What purpose did it serve? The duo resorted to incessantly presenting beauties and rare curiosities to the king, merely to maintain a semblance of visibility, as they had been thoroughly humiliated by several prominent figures in court. When a benefactor arrived bearing silver and accompanied by beauties for the king, the two were overjoyed. It had been ages since they had received silver, and they were genuinely touched. Upon meeting the 3 beauties, they inquired about the silver. The 3 demons, residing in the desolate mountains, had no silver to offer. Hu Meiren stepped forward, pressing her bosom against Feizhong, her face aflame with allure, and declared, "My lord, we 3 are far more precious than gold or silver. Tonight, we shall serve you devotedly." In that instant, Feizhong realized he had been deceived and regarded Hu Meiren with disdain, pushing her away with an expression of contempt. "What nonsense is this? More precious than my treasures?" The 3 demons were momentarily stunned before their rage ignited, unleashing a plume of pink mist. Feizhong and Yuan were swiftly ensnared in its grasp. The enchanting Hu Meiren stripped the 2 individuals bare, wielding a whip soaked in cool water for a relentless 2 days. "Now, I shall reveal to you the nature of my prowess." With the assistance of the controlled Feizhong and Yuan, the 3 demons ultimately managed to stand before King Zhou. The 3 demons, alluringly posturing, were presented to Yin Shou, who had been engrossed in the art of immortality and was eager for a respite after making some advancements. As the sovereign of humanity, Yin Shou possessed an astute sense of awareness. Could it be that he was utterly oblivious to the presence of the famed Daji from the original tale? Surely not. Now, with his foundational cultivation restored, he immediately sensed the demonic aura emanating from the trio. Had it been the former King Zhou, he might have entertained a different kind of amusement, but now he was solely intent on testing his celestial techniques. "Bold demons, I can see at a glance that you are not of this realm. How dare you infiltrate Chaoga? I shall take you into custody." Without allowing the 3 demons a moment to react, he charged forward with exuberance, finally able to engage in combat after such prolonged training. The trio instinctively unleashed their demonic magic. However, the overwhelming force of humanity's destiny suppressed their full power to a fraction, compelling them to rely on instinct as they clashed with Yin Shou. Yin Shou thrust his palms forward, summoning 2 golden dragons that spiraled toward the 3 demons, who barely managed to fend them off together. The immense commotion startled the palace guards. "Protect the king! Protect the king! There are assassins! Quickly, save his majesty!" As the armored soldiers surrounded the royal chambers, Yin Shou harnessed his spiritual energy, conjuring a colossal golden dragon that sent the demons soaring, and he bellowed, "Do not approach. No one shall seize my prey." Shou was inherently a fierce individual, relishing in his prowess, especially favoring the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. He was merely a sound effect away from becoming a war deity. Ultimately, amidst the throngs of soldiers, he manifested his sovereign visage, unleashing massive golden dragons that devoured the 3 demons, leaving behind a solitary fox, a 9-headed chicken, and a jade pipa, standing resolutely at the center. Shou exuded an air of authority, as thousands of soldiers cheered fervently around him. Long live the king! The king is invincible. Shou reveled in this adulation. After all, to conceal one's divinity in public would render his efforts meaningless. In a favorable mood, he even pardoned Fei Zhong and Yu Han, drawing closer to them, saying, "You two have performed admirably this time. Continue to strive for excellence." The following day, news of Shou's victory over the 3 demons spread throughout Chaoga and beyond. Nezha, upon receiving the tidings, withdrew his hand from someone's embrace, reflecting on how his arrival had indeed altered many events. Though he could not discern whether these changes were for better or worse. Daji, curiously rubbing her small face against Nezha's, inquired, "I read in a book that fox spirits are most adept at bewitching men. I wonder what they truly look like." Nezha mused that she could simply look in the mirror to find out, but now, it seemed, she had no such opportunity. Nonchalantly, he replied, "No matter their appearance, they could never surpass your beauty. At most, they might be a tad more alluring." Daji beamed at the first part of his statement, but was puzzled by the latter, asking, "What does alluring mean? Am I not alluring enough?" The tale of Shou slaying the 3 demons was fervently propagated throughout the Shang dynasty, where he proclaimed himself the mightiest general of the Shang, significantly intimidating various feudal lords. Upon reaching the North Sea, Wen Zhong felt a profound sense of relief, particularly since no ill tidings had emerged following his senior brother's arrival in Chaoga. The reign of Cheng Tang could indeed extend for another 5 centuries. The prospect of battling the demon clan invigorated him, as if he had imbibed a potent elixir. In his encampment, Yuan Fudong, who had been repelled time and again, smashed a table in frustration. "Scoundrels! 3 good-for-nothings. I instructed you 3 to create chaos in Chaoga, not to bolster Wen Zhong." After much contemplation, he concluded that his intentions were sound. The fault lay with the 3 demons of Xinyuan Tomb. He had commanded them to seduce, yet they conspired to assassinate instead, utterly failing to execute his brilliant plan. While his strategy to disrupt the enemy's rear was quite viable, the allure of seduction had proven ineffective. Thus, he resolved to instigate a tumultuous upheaval. Such was the whimsical nature of a monkey's thought process. In his musings, he recalled his esteemed son, Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong had once received guidance from a master and had cultivated formidable skills. Even he might not stand as a match against him. Now, amidst the perilous plight of the demon clan, it was time to enlist Yuan Hong's aid. With determination, he set off for Meishan, where Yuan Hong's orthodox lineage was evident. Although unaware of his teacher's identity, he believed it to be someone of great significance. Consequently, despite his father's relentless pleas, Yuan Hong ultimately yielded to the call of Chaoga. Despite their remarkable abilities, the father and son duo lacked the breadth of understanding regarding the higher echelons of information. They remained oblivious to the profound repercussions of their impending actions against King Zhou and Chaoga. GFA, the illustrious King Wu, had overthrown the Yin and Shang, yet succumbed to fate a mere year later. One was audacious enough to ask, while another dared to venture forth. Perhaps such brazen disregard was characteristic of the primal monkeys. In the West, the enigmatic Zhuan Ti inexplicably twitched his eyebrows, proving to be a source of concern. In Chaoga, Shou's prestige peaked due to these events, and his yearning for transcendence reached its zenith. He resolved to curry favor with Nezha by constructing a grand hall of peace. Initially, the plan was to engage in extensive labor at the cost of lives. However, Nezha asserted that this contradicted the doctrines of the Taiping Heavenly Sect, ultimately transforming it into a remunerated endeavor, with Huang Feihu willingly accepting the decree. Unbeknownst to him, this initiative catapulted the Taiping sect into the limelight. In the past, laboring under duress left no room for monetary compensation. Merely having sustenance was a luxury. The prospect of perilous work often resulted in fatalities. Unlike the current arrangement that offered food, lodging, and wages, the lower strata may not comprehend the profound teachings of the Taiping scriptures concerning universal harmony. But they grasped a singular truth. Previously, labor equated to life-threatening risks, while now, it promised financial reward, which sufficed for them. During the construction, some even donned yellow scarves and volunteered to work. Naturally, Huang Feihu adhered strictly to the principle of payment commensurate with effort, even personally contributing to wage increases, thereby elevating the Taiping sect's reputation once more. Imprisoned, Ji Chong gazed longingly at the distant construction site. Upon learning of the complete events, he yearned to join in the labor. The notion that effort yields profit encapsulated the very essence of a harmonious society, did it not? A sage and virtuous teacher, indeed. Upon picking up a new edition of the Taoist scriptures and embarking on a meticulous rereading, I find myself on the 8th volume, having worn out the previous ones. Ji Chong mused that once he had perused 10 volumes, he might grasp the sacred heart of the great sage and virtuous teacher, and at that juncture, he would inscribe annotations to the Taoist scriptures to ensure that all of humanity could comprehend the immense love of the great sage and virtuous teacher. Chapter 13. Jiang Zia enters Chowga. Nezha was blissfully unaware of the extensive chain reaction triggered by his arrival. He spent his days writing, cultivating, and engaging in playful antics with Daji. Ahem, let us strike that. Occasionally, he ventured forth to expound on the path to peace. When individuals expressed a desire to pursue immortality, he would graciously impart wisdom for a fee. Nezha found great satisfaction in such a life. Daji was equally content, constantly clinging to Nezha, relishing in the freedom to cultivate, read, and write without any constraints, a state of bliss indeed. Yu Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if he had returned to the original beggars sect, where the leader of the beggars spent his days deceiving and acquiring resources, while he himself was responsible for instilling fear through martial prowess. Enwa was pleased as well, observing Nezha's continuous presence in Chowga with great delight, hoping for its continuation. King Zhou was satisfied too. Although his cultivation pace was not as swift as before, he made daily progress. The entire court of ministers was content, as King Inshou refrained from causing disturbances, significantly reducing their workload while enhancing efficiency, leaving each of them with smiles on their faces. Amidst all this, one must wonder who, in truth, was losing. On Kunlun Mountain, the consequence of Yu Yuan's visit to the Yushu Palace was Jiang Zia's descent from the mountain. Jiang Zia himself was reluctant to leave, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Prior to his descent, the primordial supreme being admonished him, stating that he lacked the celestial fate to enjoy worldly riches. Jiang Zia dared not retort, kneeling and declaring his willingness to endure hardship on the mountain, vowing never to covet the allure of the mundane. Yet, in his heart, he yearned to remain in Kunlun until death, aspiring to attain immortality. Alas, he had no choice but to comply. In this regard, Jiang Zia bore a striking resemblance to King Inshou. Upon his descent, he was engulfed in confusion. After spending 4 to 5 decades cultivating without achieving immortality, bereft of parental support, he questioned the gravity of the mission he was said to bear. Did he truly possess the merit for such a calling? Aside from knowledge and some skills, he felt he had nothing to offer. In his moment of uncertainty, a voice called out from behind, "Brother, please wait." Jiang Zia turned to find his esteemed junior brother, Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, too, had faced hardships, feeling overlooked by their master, yet he had achieved immortality due to his superior talent, something Jiang Zia envied greatly. Conversely, Shen Gongbao envied Jiang Zia, questioning why someone with seemingly inferior aptitude garnered such attention from their master while he, with greater potential, remained unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, their mutual admiration, one genuine and the other feigned, fostered a harmonious relationship. With a small, tattered bag slung over his shoulder, Jiang Zia felt deeply moved by his junior brother's gesture of seeing him off. Grasping Shen Gongbao's hand, he remarked, "Your presence here to bid me farewell makes our years of shared cultivation worthwhile. Alas, we shall part ways between the celestial and the mortal realms." Shen Gongbao, despite his celestial status, possessed far more information than the oblivious Jiang Zia, yet he remained of a lower caliber, knowing the surface without grasping the underlying reasons. Upon hearing of the grand endeavor of the canonization, he felt that it was a significant matter and questioned why Jiang Zia could succeed where he could not. Fueled by jealousy, he sought to prove his superiority to his master, akin to a child in kindergarten vying for a sticker. He feigned sincerity, saying, "Brother, our bond is profound. If the master has any important tasks for us, I am willing to assist." Jiang Zia, touched by his words, responded, "There are none." For the primordial supreme had merely stated that he would experience earthly riches, leaving the remainder unspoken, which indeed meant there was nothing further. A shadow flickered in Shen Gongbao's eyes. A villain easily perceives others as akin to themselves, and he now considered Jiang Zia's display of emotion as mere theatrics, aimed at excluding him from the accolades. However, He concealed his thoughts and instead warmly advised caution on the journey, urging Zhang Zia to seek him if needed. Zhang Zia assured him, "Rest assured, I shall seek you if necessary." At long last, Zhang Zia descended the mountain and contemplated the master's words regarding his earthly fortune. His first destination would be Chaoga, for one must surely visit there to attain titles and positions. As he journeyed, he eagerly sought information, his anticipation growing as he approached Chaoga, a place where one could also cultivate immortality. Upon arriving, he did not immediately seek out Nezha, but immersed himself in the study of the Taiping Heavenly Book. Zhang Zia, well versed in both civil and martial affairs, marveled at the lofty ideals within the tome while lamenting that such a world was unattainable. After thorough study, he did not seek his friend but directly paid a visit to Nezha. Upon receiving the news of his arrival, Nezha hastily released his grip from the delicate foot of Daji, rising as Daji, understanding the significance of this guest, assisted him in adjusting his attire. As Nezha entered the reception room, Zhang Zia did not belittle him for being a mere youth. Instead, he respectfully bowed, saying, "I, Zhang Zia, disciple of the Yushu Palace, pay my respects to the esteemed master." Nezha appraised Zhang Zia, noting the elder's dignified presence. Having severed ties with the Chan sect, Nezha had no intention of becoming a vanguard, and thus felt no need to ingratiate himself with the elder. However, decorum was still paramount among the 3 generations of the Xianmen. Nezha helped the elder to his feet, saying, "I am Li Nezha, disciple of Nuwa. It is an honor to meet you, brother." The elder quickly replied, "I am unworthy. What brings you here, brother Jiang?" Zhang Zia rose in courtesy, stating, "Brother, I wish to cultivate immortality." Nezha scratched his head, responding, "You wish to learn from me, but I may not dare to teach you." The 3 great sages were all stripped of their 3 flowers and 5 energies before turning to the great teachings. You, with your own skills, boldly seek to learn something else. It is quite audacious. Moreover, is this change of specialization a tradition of the Chan sect? Zhang Zia, astute as ever, quickly reassured Nezha. "Fear not, brother. I swear to the heavens that all consequences shall be borne solely by Zia." Indeed, Zhang Zia could shoulder such burdens at this moment. He felt invulnerable to the specter of death. In the end, Nezha imparted his teachings, explicitly informing Zhang Zia that he was uncertain whether he could attain immortality. He casually handed him over to Yin Shou. Zhang Zia, a figure destined for divinity, merely performed a small favor. Navigating the primordial world was not solely about combat, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships. The message conveyed to Yin Shou was clear. "I have a remarkable individual who can guide you in your quest for immortality." There was no fault in that. Zhang Zia was on the brink of transcending, and instructing someone in foundational cultivation was a trifling matter. Yin Shou was overjoyed and promptly summoned Zhang Zia. Upon their first encounter, they discerned much from each other's gaze. "Do you also have a passion for cultivating immortality?" Although their aims differed, their fervor for the path of ascension was identical. As their conversation unfolded, their rapport deepened. Zhang Zia, possessing profound knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters, had already reached the pinnacle of transformation according to Nezha's teachings. Grasping Zhang's hand, Yin Shou exclaimed, "My great Shang dynasty is in dire need of individuals like you." Before ascending the mountain, Zhang Zia, as a merchant, had held a high regard for the Shang dynasty, as evidenced by his immediate rush to Chaoga upon descending from the mountain. Now, with the king valuing him so greatly, it felt as though years of frustration had finally found an outlet. The following day, the king, enamored with the pursuit of immortality, convened the court and subsequently declared Zhang Zia the national sage, ranking him above the 3 ministers. Zhang Zia's presence exuded far more reliability than Nezha's, and with the cautionary tale of the esteemed minister Mei Bo, no one dared to voice opposition. Subsequently, Prime Minister Shang Rong and the Emperor's uncle, Bygone, intentionally tested Zhang Zia, who scored an astonishing 102 on the examination, earning both a perfect score and additional points for presentation. In summary, the king was both valiant and adept at discovering talent. Chapter 14. Yangren Zhang Zia had firmly established himself in Chaoga, even enjoying a lifestyle more favorable than that in the Yushu Palace. In Yushu Palace, he was but a subordinate, yet in Chaoga, he stood as the national sage, second only to the king, who was aligned with him in vision. Zhang Zia was a man of deep loyalty. He first sought out his sworn brother, Lao Song, before earnestly dedicating himself to the study of the Celestial Immortal Sutra. This technique was devised by Nezha and given Nezha's current level of cultivation. It could not compare to the Yushu celestial arts. The method was promising but still in its infancy. Zhang Zia had not idled away his time in Yushu Palace. Though his innate talent was lacking, his diligence and tenacity were commendable. Unfortunately, he was unable to transcend due to the intervention of his master, who had effectively stalled his progress, instructing him to remain in the 6th grade of elementary school indefinitely. Zhang Zia was oblivious to this expression of his master's affection. Yet his knowledge was sufficiently profound, and accumulating experience in Nezha's technique felt almost effortless. The pure essence of Yushu's magical power was transformed into the elemental energies of the Celestial Immortal Sutra, allowing Zhang Zia's cultivation to ascend rapidly. From Qi training to foundational establishment, and then to Golden Core, he was soon on the verge of forming the nascent soul, which left Shou in awe, exclaiming, "What kind of divine constitution do you possess?" Zhang Zia clarified, "I am transitioning my cultivation, not starting anew. I have already practiced for nearly 50 years. To which Shou reluctantly acquiesced. Shou, ever magnanimous, presented the dragon-slaying sword and dragon-defeating staff that he had exchanged from Nezha. Lao Jiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, reflected on his decades spent at Kunlun Mountain, where he had only mastered a few evasion techniques, his sole purpose in the original tale being to return and summon reinforcements. Now, upon arriving in Chaoga, he found that there were celestial arts to be learned. Ultimately, Lao Jiang, not succumbing to greed, chose only the dragon-defeating staff, which he found remarkably intuitive to wield. He commended Shou for his generous exchange of spiritual materials for celestial teachings. After all, he had indeed provided ample spiritual resources, and a true mentor had imparted genuine skills to him. He felt indebted and resolved to repay this kindness doubly in the future. Upon hearing the news regarding the Taiping Hall, he was deeply moved. Even before Nezha had taken action, Zhang Zia's favor towards him was nearly at its zenith. Zhang Zia found the current state of Chaoga splendid. Nezha shared this sentiment, and so did Shou, yet Yang Ren perceived the situation quite differently. Serving as the chief minister, Yang Ren was dissatisfied with the present state of Chaoga. He had read the Taiping Heavenly Book and found it utterly nonsensical. The king's son remained a king, the chief minister's child remained a chief minister, and the slave's offspring remained a slave. Positions were held by the capable, and he pondered whether his own son could ever rise to the rank of chief minister. Slaves labored only to further enrich their masters, rendering them anything but true slaves. This so-called esteemed sage was, in his eyes, a class enemy. Yang Ren's perspective was not entirely unfounded. He even discerned Nezha's malevolent intentions at a glance. Others, too, sensed something amiss. Yet if Shou were allowed to continue his reckless pursuits, it was uncertain how much longer they could withstand it. They could only solidify the foundations of the Shang dynasty for the time being, awaiting the wisdom of future generations once Shou was no longer a threat. However, Yang Ren harbored a belief that he alone was awake amidst a world of slumbering souls. He felt the doctrines of the Taiping sect could not be allowed to proliferate any further. On this day, as Nezha attended to Lao Jiang, Shou experienced a breakthrough. Indeed, Lao Jiang had achieved the nascent soul stage, and perhaps spurred by this, Shou too reached the Golden Core stage, allowing him to claim the title of a cultivator. With his elevated cultivation, Shou grew somewhat restless, imploring Nezha to impart his teachings. Although Lao Jiang felt hesitant to speak up, he was equally eager. After much persuasion, Nezha, recognizing Shou's sincerity, produced a tome titled 5 Thunder Rites, solemnly declaring that this was a treasured secret of the Taiping sect, not to be disseminated lightly. The core technique of the Taiping sect revolved around thunder, which was quite reasonable. The 5 Thunder Rites was indeed crafted by Nezha, inspired by the divine thunder beyond chaos. However, it was a rather advanced technique. Not only could Shou not master it, but even Nezha himself found it challenging to wield. This work merely possessed an outward semblance, supplemented by foundational thunder techniques from the mystical path. In the primordial chaos, it might not hold much weight, but in the realm beneath a certain individual, it far surpassed the authentic version. Shou was elated. To him, thunder represented celestial authority, and being able to command such power resonated perfectly with his royal identity. The group, having little else to occupy their time, decided to attend the Grand Court Assembly, recognizing it as an opportunity to showcase their cultivation tools. The court ministers gazed at the trio with astonishment. The 3 titans of Shang's cultivation had gathered for the assembly. Surely, something monumental was about to unfold. Each individual hurriedly organized their thoughts, ensuring that no trouble arose. Nezha displayed little interest, as he sat in the lower right position of Shou, narrowing his eyes in feigned slumber, contemplating that Shou had made some progress in his cultivation. Perhaps he could unlock new features of immortality for him to invest in. Shou, Indifferent, responded with vague acknowledgments to the reports below. Old Jiang, however, was different. Despite his obsession with cultivation, he listened intently to each matter, considering them carefully, and offered solutions when they encountered insurmountable challenges. Just as the harmonious grand assembly was about to conclude, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Yangren. Yangren stepped forward solemnly and performed a deep bow in the center of the hall. Beside him, Shangrong and Baigon exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what significant event had transpired recently. Yangren raised his head, brimming with indignation, and declared, "I, your humble servant Yangren, pay my respects to the king. I must report the esteemed teacher Nezha for composing malevolent texts that deceive the king into undermining our Deshang's foundations. He is indeed a criminal of the Yinshang and a scourge upon the world." Nezha, feigning slumber, lifted his gaze to scrutinize Yangren. "Oh, isn't this the dashing figure from the original text, endowed with extraordinary abilities? I have done you no harm. To label me a scourge. It seems the demise of your original character at the hands of King Zhou was not without reason. I had thought you would escape this fate without the construction of the deer platform, yet here you are, stepping forward on your own accord." Inshir's mind raced with thoughts of how to curry favor with Nezha. Upon hearing Yang Ren's accusation, he immediately struck the throne with his palm. "Bold Yang Ren. Since the arrival of the esteemed teacher, our Deshang has flourished under order and prosperity. Where is this talk of a scourge? It is you who embodies such a title." This statement held merit, as the capital of Chaoga had indeed thrived considerably under his rule. Yangren, stubborn as ever, retorted, "Your Majesty, the Book of Peace is nothing but a deceitful ploy that misleads the populace, jeopardizing the eternal foundation of Deshang." Inshir, greatly incensed, recognized that Nezha's celestial arts were indeed of the highest order, capable of tempering his inherent ferocity. However, upon being challenged, the suppressed wrath surged forth without restraint. Disregarding Yangren's pleas, he waved his hand, commanding, "Take him away. Gouge out his eyes, sever his nose, and cut off his ears to feed the dogs. Kill him with 1,000 strikes." Several elder ministers deemed this excessively cruel, questioning why he should torture a man before execution. Unfortunately, Inshir paid them no heed. Sweeping his hand dismissively, "I shall retreat to cultivate my thunder arts." The ministers finally realized that Inshir remained the ruthless ruler he had always been. Nezha, throughout this exchange, chose silence, finding it beneath him to argue with Yangren, pleased that someone had risen to his defense. As for the ministers' concerns regarding Inshir's brutality, Nezha thought to himself that they were simply naive. The original text also contained tales of the Chai Pen and the torturous methods of burning. Nezha refrained from intervening in Yangren's predicament. It was already generous of him not to intervene further. Moreover, Inshir's actions bore no relation to him. The repercussions of this grievance could not be traced back to his own being. Chapter 15. The Master of Deception, Yun Changzi. Yangren felt profoundly wronged, believing he had spoken no falsehood. Indeed, Inshir was a tyrant. The resentment surged skyward like the original text, this time not disturbing the true monarch of clear void and virtue, who remained deep in contemplation within his cave. Instead, it fortuitously attracted the attention of Yun Zhongzi, who was wandering through the vast wilderness in search of a disciple to shield from calamity. Though Yun Zhongzi is not one of the 12 golden immortals, he possesses profound blessings and is said to be a reincarnation of a fragment of the ancient powerful being, Hong Yun. Upon encountering the wrathful Yangren, Yun Zhongzi felt a certain distaste. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he chose to revive Yangren and take him on as a disciple, merely a tool in his grand design. As for the eyes, ears, and nose, as one of the foremost experts in the art of deception in the primordial realm, he had his methods. First, he took out 2 crimson jewels and inserted them into Yangren's eye sockets. The jewels emitted intense heat, searing the blood vessels within Yangren's eye sockets. Producing a hissing sound, Yangren cried out in agony, but dared not touch his face. After enduring the pain, he lifted his head to find his eye sockets covered with the red crystals. Next, Yun Zhongzi flung 3 metallic pieces, each radiating heat, into Yangren's ears and nose. Following another bout of anguished cries, Yangren looked up to see that he now had bronze ears and a metallic, hooked nose. It remains uncertain whether the disciples of the Chan teaching have a peculiar aesthetic sense. In the original text, Yangren possessed omniscient vision, while Lei Zhenzi transformed from a handsome youth into a monstrous figure with the body of an eagle. Nezha, too, was perpetually clad in a red belly band and green shorts. And the only one who appeared somewhat normal, Yang Jian, sported 3 eyes on his forehead. Nevertheless, Yin Zhongzi was quite satisfied with Yang Ren's new appearance. It was no secret that Nezha tested one's qualifications using the Shenanigans and Chaoga. After learning of this remarkable treasure, Yin Zhongzi, who had an exceptional understanding, felt an irresistible urge to seek it out. Previously, he would not have dared to approach the goddess Nuwa for such a request. But now he could venture to try his luck. Little did he know that Nezha had already visited the Jade Void Palace. Thus, he set off with the chastened Yang Ren towards Nezha's residence. Nezha, upon hearing from his servants that another Taoist had come to visit, felt perplexed. What was this? Had my residence become a popular destination in Chaoga? Did everyone come to play here? He playfully patted Daji's backside, lamenting that it was her fault. While he was busy writing and cultivating, nothing untoward occurred, but her arrival seemed to invite trouble. Daji felt unjustly accused, wondering why there were always tactless Taoists interrupting her affairs. With the map of mountains and rivers above his head, Nezha led Daji to the reception room, only to be taken aback. My goodness, does the primordial realm have its own Ultraman? Upon closer inspection, he recognized the peculiar figure of Dr. Yang Ren. Quite an unusual appearance. Yin Zhongzi, seeking a favor, was exceedingly cordial. I am Yin Zhongzi, a disciple of the Jade Void Palace, traveling through this land to pay respects to my junior brother. Disciple, do not delay in apologizing to your uncle. The now subdued Yang Ren dutifully offered his apologies. Nezha, however, did not take much notice. He had not yet regarded the diminutive Yang Ren as a threat. Seeing the atmosphere was amiable, Yin Zhongzi made his request known. He wished to view the Shenanigans, the ultimate dream of a master of fabrication in the primordial realm, and expressed his willingness to offer one of his collected treasures as a reward should Nezha find something to his liking. Nezha hesitated momentarily, torn between his desire to agree and the weight of the decision. This old fellow had been a disciple for quite some time, accumulating vast experiences and treasures. To fabricate something from the false path, one must at least have encountered and felt the resonance of the Dao. Without such knowledge, how could one create any semblance of authenticity? The false path was not what Nezha contemplated. If one's thoughts did not align with the primordial principles, then they bore no merit whatsoever. However, the cauldron of heaven and earth was a treasure belonging to his master, and he had no right to display it to others. Just as he was about to decline, the voice of his teacher echoed in his ears. Gratefully, Nezha silently expressed his thanks and nodded in agreement. In truth, while the cauldron of heaven and earth was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it had largely gathered dust since Nezha had received it, having been momentarily appreciated by Nuwa before being rendered nearly useless. After attaining her saintly status, Nuwa could vanquish foes without the need for treasures, employing them only against other saints with some efficacy. And though the cauldron was indeed a treasured artifact, it was not meant for combat. Yin Zhongzi, witnessing Nezha's acquiescence, was overjoyed. Nezha expressed genuine interest in this realm, prompting Yin Zhongzi to unveil his collection for examination, suggesting a friendly sparring session. Yin Zhongzi, with a look of camaraderie, realized that Nezha also had a penchant for such pursuits. The two found a room and set up a formation. Yin Zhongzi, eager to showcase his treasures, took out one item after another, elaborating on each for an extended period. With a proud demeanor, he presented a precious seal, saying, "Behold, this is my imitation of Master Brother Guangchengzi's heavenly seal. Though the materials pale in comparison to those from the Zhou mountain, it possesses a fraction of its might." Nezha scrutinized the great seal, sensing that it fell short of expectations. After a thorough examination, he revealed the cauldron of heaven and earth. Yin Zhongzi's eyes sparkled with fascination as he gazed at it with rapt attention. Nezha, though not as skilled in artifact refinement as Yin Zhongzi, was certainly no novice. As they engaged in mutual discourse, Yin Zhongzi shared insights from the Nuwa lineage regarding artifact crafting, while Nezha's own skills in this area rapidly advanced. Their shared interests soon blossomed into a friendship. Nezha explored the cauldron of heaven and earth alongside the treasures he had previously acquired from the Nuwa palace, while Yin Zhongzi showcased his array of imitations. Nezha had underestimated Yin Zhongzi, who eventually revealed the four swords of the extermination of immortals, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner. Nezha was taken aback, trembling at the audacity of Yin Zhongzi's endeavors to replicate such items. After a prolonged examination, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that nothing untoward occurred. If Yin Zhongzi remained unharmed, it was likely that he too was safe. Though the treasures bore some semblance of the original Dao resonance, it was evident that Yin Zhongzi had indeed glimpsed the authentic versions. Grasping several items, Nezha hurriedly retreated for seclusion, intent on recording the Dao resonances within the creation Jade tablet. Yin Zhongzi, undistracted, immersed himself in the study of artifact refinement. secure in the knowledge that he possessed genuine items and had little to fear regarding his own creations. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan felt somewhat dejected since Yun Zongzi's arrival. Nezha had scarcely found time to practice the 8-9 profound art, confirming his belief that there was not a single good element within the Chan sect. Yuan longed to participate, but alas, he understood not a thing. The artifact he possessed was forged when others sought to curry favor with him, and after years of dedication, it was passed down to his disciple, Yu Hua. Daji had grown somewhat accustomed to the situation. Every time a Taoist appeared, they would siphon off her affection. Once her cultivation reached a certain height, she vowed to confront each newcomer with vigor, with such determination fueling her training. Her progress was notably impressive. Armed with the treasures bestowed by Nezha, she was confident that any eccentric individual would hardly be her match. As the cat cultivated within the palace, Shou remained unaware that the esteemed doctor he had just executed had been miraculously revived. Of course, he cared little for such matters. Gradually gathering his energy, arcs of lightning danced across his body. He clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending forth a dragon of golden lightning that crashed into the palace wall, creating a massive hole. The swirling currents of electricity radiated through the bronze walls, dispersing outward. King Zhou observed with satisfaction, pondering when he might summon more monsters. I am formidable beyond measure. Chapter 16. Yuan Hong's rampage in Chaoga. As Shou energetically commenced his demolition, the creature he had yearned for finally arrived. It was none other than Yuan Hong. Although Yuan Hong was somewhat reluctant, he felt obliged to fulfill his father's request. Gazing at the distant Chaoga, he realized, despite his ignorance of the surroundings due to his prolonged stay in the mountains, that entering the city and wreaking havoc would yield disastrous consequences. After much contemplation, his clever mind devised a plan. Adorned with a trident crown of purple gold, draped in a splendid brocade robe of Sichuan, and clad in beastly armor, Yuan Hong stood at the gates of Chaoga, brandishing a dark iron staff. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, I am Yuan Hong of Meishan. Who dares to challenge me? The common folk were so frightened that they scurried into hiding. Noticing the empty streets, Yuan Hong decided to charge forth. As for refraining from using spells, with the protection of the 8 or 9 mystical arts, could these insignificant beings even scratch me? Unbeknownst to him, Chaoga had gathered 3 practitioners of the 8 or 9 mystical arts, including himself. A tremendous uproar engulfed the entire city, startling even Nezha, who had been in seclusion, while Yun Zhongzi appeared visibly perturbed. Within the palace, Shou felt no anger. Rather, he was exhilarated. After waiting so long, he was finally about to encounter a formidable foe. Yuan Hong kicked open the city gate, sweeping his staff to topple a line of armored soldiers. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the most opulent palace at the center of the city, setting his sights on it and charging forth without restraint. The streets of Chaoga ran red with blood. Soldiers in the front ranks were injured upon contact, and those who crossed paths with him met their demise. The dense ranks of archers in the rear unleashed a volley of arrows that merely rang off him, failing to breach his defenses. And he forged ahead to the palace steps. Facing the overwhelming human aura of fortune, Yuan Hong remained unfazed, exuding a commanding presence with his iron staff in hand. King Zhou, rather than feeling fear, was instead invigorated, watching Yuan Hong with admiration. If Shou were to subdue him and bring him under my banner, he could rival the emperors of old. Rising swiftly, he cast aside his cloak and positioned himself boldly before Yuan Hong, striking a striking pose as he declared, You possess a modicum of strength, young man. Should you be defeated, why not join my Grand Shang? Wealth and high office await you. Behind him, a throng of ministers and warriors acted as an enthusiastic chorus, chanting, The king is invincible. Long live the king. Unfazed by the shouts echoing from the city wall, he mockingly twirled his staff, taunting, Is that all you have? It appears that even the king of men lacks substance. King Zhou, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, summoned his energy and unleashed the mighty technique, Konglong Yui. Several golden dragons soared forth, but Yuan Hong merely smirked, sweeping his iron staff to disperse the golden serpents. In an instant, he flashed toward Shou, delivering a second strike to his chest. Shou, caught off guard, spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. The king atop the roof collapsed, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically to cries of, Quick, save the king. Yuan Hong, poised to deliver a third blow, was thwarted by a radiant barrier of golden light. Seizing the moment, Shou cried out, quickly summoned the great sage. Old Jiang immediately invoked a spell to transport the gravely wounded King Zhou away for healing. Yuan Hong, narrowing his gaze, addressed Yu Yuan with a serious expression. Who are you? Yu Yuan, with a fierce demeanor, replied, I am Yu Yuan, a third-generation disciple of the Zhejiao, tasked by my fellow disciples to guard Chaoga. If this insignificant monkey demon does not depart forthwith, I will ensure your demise is complete." Infuriated by the audacity of Yu Yuan's words, Yuan Hong retorted, "Who shall meet their end remains uncertain." The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to secure a clear victory, as both wielded their profound skills in a stalemate. Nezha, hovering in the air, witnessed the entire confrontation, noting that Inshou showed no inclination to intervene. Should Inshou perish, Nezha's mission would be deemed complete. Observing the struggle below, he scratched his head, pondering his own lack of involvement in the unfolding drama. Why did the narrative seem to have shifted so dramatically? In this primordial realm, with only the yeeted disciples remaining unaccounted for, the practitioners of the 8-9 mysteries were few. Each followed a distinct path. Yuan Hong and Yang Jian relied on innate talent, Yu Yuan on time and will, while Nezha depended on financial investment. All had promising futures ahead. After some contemplation, Nezha resolved to aid Yu Yuan, adhering to the principle of supporting kin over principles, even at the expense of Yuan Hong. Gathering his magical energy, he brandished the map of the nation, subtly communicating with Yu Yuan. As they fought, Yu Yuan lured Yuan Hong into the realm of the map, where the space shimmered and the surroundings transformed dramatically. Unconcerned with anything else, they unleashed their full prowess. Their martial arts became a spectacle of shifting forms, culminating in a clash of divine powers that darkened the skies and shattered the land. Realizing he could not allow the duel to continue within his teacher's realm, Nezha first manipulated the space to separate the two combatants. Then, he summoned the peaks of the map to descend upon Yuan Hong, one after another. 1, 2, 3, progressing from violent struggles to utter silence. Nezha, weaving his hands in incantation, channeled the energies of the map, revealing Yuan Hong, trapped beneath the mountains. His face contorted in a mix of humiliation and defiance. "You scoundrel! Release me!" Nezha scratched his head, uncertain of how to handle the predicament concerning Yuan Hong. Yu Yuan found himself at a loss regarding the monkey, aware of the formidable difficulty of eliminating a creature cultivated in the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries. It hardly seemed worthwhile to venture back to the sect for such a trivial matter. After some contemplation, Nezha decided to defer his actions. Upon their return, Inshou promptly invited the two into the palace. Yu Yuan scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Who do you think you are? I have no desire to meet you." Nevertheless, Nezha accepted the invitation, explaining that Yu Yuan, being a senior disciple of Wenzhong, was unable to attend due to injuries sustained in battle. Inshou expressed understanding. Despite sustaining considerable injuries from 2 strikes, Inshou, protected by his fortune and possessing some cultivation, did not face mortal peril. He soon regained consciousness after being rescued by Jiangxia and had witnessed the battle unfold, albeit he remained perplexed about the whereabouts of the two combatants. Although enraged by his defeat, Inshou did not succumb to despair. "I've only been training for a few days. Once I achieve mastery, I shall vanquish you all." However, he took time to reflect on the encounter. Firstly, he recognized his own overconfidence. He should have allowed others to engage first, gauging the opponent's abilities before deciding on his course of action. Secondly, he realized his equipment was rather inadequate. He pondered how he had previously been able to take on 3 foes simultaneously, yet now struggled against a single adversary. The difference with the monkey lay in its formidable armament. That iron staff was undoubtedly no ordinary weapon, capable of countering his techniques and subduing him with ease. Thus, upon Nezha's return, he immediately sought assistance, intent on acquiring a formidable set of gear. Inshou's judgment regarding Yuan Hong had been flawed, but his conclusions were nonetheless accurate. After all, even the most skilled martial artist fears the kitchen knife, and in the primordial chaos, the words of the Dao ancestor resonate profoundly. "Esteemed master, I recognize my defeat today was due to that monkey clad in thick armor. My celestial techniques were effortlessly dispersed by his precious staff. If you possess any treasures, I would be willing to exchange anything for them." Nezha, taken aback, realized he need not employ any persuasion. A new path had presented itself. With a feigned expression of difficulty, he remarked, "Countless treasures exist within the cosmos, yet they reside in the hands of mighty beings from the dawn of creation. While I possess some knowledge of artifact forging, the treasures I can create may not compare to the true ones, yet they are still of some utility." Inshou was overjoyed, perceiving Nezha as a veritable wish-granting machine, providing whatever he desired. Chapter 17. Fragments of the Chaos Bell. Nezha rummaged through his sleeves and produced a magnificent long sword adorned with a blue gemstone. Inshou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the sword, thinking it far more impressive than his ancestral blade, clearly a treasured artifact. Nezha gradually infused the sword with spiritual energy, causing 7 gemstones to illuminate sequentially, creating a beautiful blue luminescence that enveloped the blade. With a gentle swing, an enormous azure sword energy surged forth, cleaving towards the bronze incense burner. Inshou, puzzled, lightly tapped the incense burner. Incense burner, why is it always me who gets hurt? I'm truly cracking apart. And indeed, it did, the fracture remarkably smooth. Nezha tossed the sword to Inshou, who hurriedly caught it with both hands, infused it with spiritual energy, and with a swift motion, the blue-golden sword energy swept across the now bifurcated incense burner, transforming it into 3 fragments. Subsequently, Inshou resembled a child who had just obtained a cherished toy, eager to take a swing at everything in sight. Master, does the immortal sword possess a name? The 7 Stars Dragon Slaying Sword. A splendid name. Born of the mystical Xian bird, it descends to give rise to commerce. Inshou held no reverence for dragons or such entities. He expended his spiritual energy on the grand endeavor of dismantling, and upon regaining a semblance of calm, he inquired, Master, can this sword pierce the armor of monkey demons? Indeed, it can. The sound of Yuan Hong's impoverished clanging armor echoed. The set he wore was a parting gift from his father, intended for their venture to the human kingdom, as donning a suit of tiger skin would seem inappropriate. Although visually appealing, it was but mortal armor. The true strength lay within Yuan Hong's physique. Now, when Inshou asked if it could breach the armor, the toy he provided was indeed a spiritual artifact capable of easily shattering it. Surely, this did not constitute misleading Inshou, did it? Upon hearing this, Inshou was elated. Eager to challenge Yuan Hong once more, yet hesitated, recalling how he had been felled in 2 strikes. Master, is there any celestial armor to protect me? Nezha remained silent, instead smiling at Inshou, who promptly realized, Master, please follow me. In truth, since Inshou had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had commanded the collection of all things imbued with the extraordinary. Following the subjugation of the 3 demons, his prestige had soared, and the efficiency of the Great Shang's operations had further improved, bolstered by the collections of past monarchs. Although he provided generously for Nezha, the latter's collection far surpassed his own, having already constructed 15 grand warehouses. Nezha was aware of this, intent on reaping as much as possible without incurring the karmic debt of greed associated with a ship destined to sink. Given his nascent stage in cultivation and inadequate foundation, he could not afford to squander resources out of sentiment for his teacher, thus resorting to subtle persuasion. Once his cultivation advanced, these items would hold little allure for him. Inshou proudly escorted Nezha through his treasure vault. After surveying the collection, he glanced at Nezha, whose expression remained inscrutable, and sheepishly proposed, Master, may I exchange 5 celestial swords and 10 pieces of precious armor? It seemed the immortal looked down upon his amassed treasures. Truth be told, there were indeed some worthy items, yet Nezha's attention was fixated on a shard of pitch-black material, rendering his countenance indifferent. Upon hearing Inshou's proposal, Nezha, momentarily roused from his reverie, replied casually, a total of 30 items. Inshou had anticipated 50, so upon hearing 30, he readily acquiesced, acknowledging that while there might be treasures here, they were of no use to him. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. As Nezha accompanied Inshou, he explained the characteristics, uses, and stories behind each item selected. Inshou listened intently, marveling at his teacher's generosity. Not only had he acquired celestial artifacts, but he had also gained knowledge. Even if he was slightly taken advantage of, it mattered little. Until they arrived at a piece of the black shard, Inshou inquired, Master, what is this material? Nezha paused, his expression growing solemn. My lord, have you heard of the War of the Witch and the Demon? Inshou pondered for a moment and replied, Is that a tale from ancient times? Nezha quietly enveloped the 2 of them with the map of mountains and rivers, nodding as he spoke. This fragment may be a shard of the primordial demon emperor Dong Huang Tai Yi's accompanying treasure, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell is a supreme treasure of the primordial era, and Dong Huang Tai Yi wielded it to single-handedly contend against the 5 ancestral witches, showcasing unparalleled strength. Is the king truly willing to bestow it upon me? Inshou picked up the fragment and tapped it. Aside from its hardness, it evoked no other sensation. He casually tossed it to Nezha, saying, What use is a fragment, no matter how exquisite the treasure? Moreover, I, a solitary king, have sworn a solemn oath, and there is no question of retracting it. It must be said that Inshou possessed considerable charisma at times. Nezha stowed away the fragment and performed a respectful bow for the first time. Inshou, you are indeed a good person. After selecting their treasures, one returned to cultivate while the other went to forge. Nezha contemplated that with such sincerity from the client this time, he must showcase some genuine skill. Upon returning, he initially sketched 2 designs, one for the Shura armor from his past life and another for the Imperial armor. He then sought out Yin Zhongzi, who was astounded by Nezha's idea of transforming a belt into a dazzling suit of armor. In this era, everyone donned Taoist robes and celestial garments. While the aesthetic of female immortals was quite uniform with their palace attire, the powerful relied heavily on their own looks and demeanor, though they were not overly concerned with such matters. After discussing some technical details with Yin Zhongzi, Nezha began his closed-door forging. Meanwhile, Yin Zhongzi took out the blueprints for his purple-robed celestial attire to consider modifications. He felt that wearing it would somewhat diminish the image of the Chan sect, but since he had recently taken on a new disciple, donning it would surely astonish his fellow brothers, making him the most dazzling figure of the 3rd generation of the Chan sect. Thus, he too became busy with his endeavors. After 3 months of tireless work, Nezha finally completed this grand toy. Insho gazed in confusion at the metallic box in his hands, which had sharp edges and a golden gem at its center. Didn't I request celestial armor? What is this? Nezha pointed with a finger, and a surge of information flooded into Insho's mind, allowing him to instantly grasp its operation. He promptly placed the summoning device at his waist and shouted, "Imperial armor, unite." The summoning device radiated a golden glow, transforming into a golden phoenix that circled around before morphing into a set of strikingly fierce armor, resplendent in gold and crimson, which automatically affixed itself to Insho. Finally, the golden tail feathers transformed into a golden red cloak that cascaded down his back. With a wave of his hand, Nezha conjured a vast water screen before Insho. As Insho admired his fierce imperial armor in the reflection, he excitedly clapped his hands together, thoroughly pleased. He felt that Nezha truly understood him. His previous armor had been utterly worthless, requiring assistance to don and heavy beyond measure, not to mention its dullness that lacked any majesty. While preening, Insho inquired, "My esteemed teacher, with this armor, can I withstand that monkey demon's iron rod?" Nezha replied with a smile, "You can. You will be able to withstand one blow." Although it could only endure a single strike, it was by no means a subpar product. It was important to note that Yuan Hong had already attained the Xianxian level, while Insho had yet to reach even the celestial realm, falling 5 major realms short. Despite being under the suppression of human fate, this armor would certainly not be a source of disappointment. After hearing this, Insho was as joyful as a youthful babe in his 20s, parading around in his armor, boasting that if that monkey dared to return, he would certainly teach him a lesson. The monkey was unlikely to come back, as it was currently restrained within the map of mountains and rivers. To be honest, the fortune of the Inshang was flourishing. There were hardly any celestial beings or demons bold enough to flaunt themselves before Insho. Originally, it was easier for Insho to slay immortals than mortals, but now his shortcomings had been compensated by Nezha, who was superior in both skill and equipment when it came to fighting mortals. Against immortals, his human fortune would overshadow them, rendering them weaker than mere mortals. Most of the primordial immortals followed the path of law cultivation, which made them quite vulnerable. Without the special spells, even those who had not reached the golden immortal stage would meet their demise at the hands of King Zhou. Insho had acquired 2 divine artifacts, and Nezha had obtained a fragment of the Chaos Bell. Both were quite satisfied. It was yet another day of mutual success. Chapter 18. The name of Insho upon returning to his residence. Nezha immediately entered seclusion and informed Daji that he would not meet anyone unless Insho was dead. Then activated the formation. He silently chanted, "Master, Master, I have found a great treasure again." Nuwa, who had been watching the live broadcast, glanced at the somewhat disheveled hall, contemplating how Nezha's arrival would ruin her image. With a wave of her hand, Nezha was promptly transported to the abode of the old mother of Li Mountain. In a daze, Nezha saw the old mother before him, hurriedly paying his respects and presenting the fragment of the Chaos Bell. The old mother cast a dismissive glance at the Nuwa palace and, after a brief examination, sighed, "Nezha, you are indeed blessed. This fragment still retains some spatial Dao rhythm for you to comprehend at your leisure. However, let us first pay a visit to the Fire Cloud Cave." Then, concealing the heavenly secrets, she discreetly led Nezha to the Fire Cloud Cave, where the doting Fushi was delighted to see his sister again. Upon learning that Nezha sought his assistance in calculating the Chaos Bell, he immediately began to set up a formation. Nezha paid his respects to his uncle and intended to return the Xianyuan sword, but Fushi indicated that there was no rush, as the task was not yet complete. Enveloped by the river diagram and the Luo book, myriad profound symbols swirled around the fragment, eventually settling into tranquility. When Fushi opened his eyes and shook his head, It was not that he had not calculated it. Rather, the chaos bell was far within the chaos and moving at great speed, making it impossible to obtain at present. The old mother and Nezha remained undeterred. As long as there were clues, they would eventually acquire it. After handing the fragment back to Nezha with a wave of her hand, she sent him away. As for herself, now that she was here, having been interrupted last time, she decided to converse a little more. Fushi remarked upon Nezha's departure. Nezha not only possesses a pure disposition, but is also filial and deeply blessed. The old mother chuckled and added, "That lad is quite clever. Let me tell you, he has devised a cultivation system in Chaoga that has completely bewildered Shou. He deceived Shou into believing that grass scraps and boiled eggs infused with elemental energy were miraculous elixirs in exchange for spiritual materials. Previously, he even traded 2 worthless spiritual treasures for a fragment of the Chaos Bell, and Shou was thankful to him." Fushi, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. The two conversed joyfully, and the elderly matriarch, in a light-hearted mood, departed, promising to return in due time to consult the Chaos Bell. Fushi, elated, readily agreed. After her departure, Fushi meandered to the residence of the Yellow Emperor, where they engaged in casual chat. Fushi casually remarked, "Have you heard? It seems this generation's monarch is rather dim-witted." The Yellow Emperor, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what makes you say that?" With a smile, Fushi replied, "Nezha, you know him, right? He went to Chaoga and exchanged 2 tattered items for a piece of primordial treasure." Having shared his amusement, Fushi left in high spirits. Upon returning, Limu noticed the smiling Yellow Emperor and curiously asked, "What has brought you such joy?" The Yellow Emperor chuckled and pulled Limu close, saying, "It seems this generation's emperor is rather dim-witted." Meanwhile, on the distant island of the 3 immortals in the East Sea, the azure-clad Qingluan animatedly recounted the tale of Shou to the surrounding female immortals. A youthful girl, her face radiant with glee, exclaimed, "Little aunt, this Nezha is quite mischievous." To which the girl in green, Bixiao, countered, "Little Qingluan, it is not Nezha who is at fault, but rather Shou, who foolishly mistook wild grass for elixirs." Among them, the only honest and simple-hearted man nodded in agreement, affirming that his little sister was indeed correct. Seated in the foremost position, the exquisite white-clad goddess, embodying grace and elegance, sipped her celestial brew and smiled, saying, "This transaction was mutually agreeable. Shou gained in cultivation, while Nezha acquired resources. There is no deception here." Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement, affirming, "Sister is correct." After the banquet, Qingluan returned to the palace of Huahuang. Zhao Gongming, as the outer sect's esteemed disciple, was well regarded for his honesty and high cultivation, enjoying excellent rapport, leading to a continuous series of gatherings. Once in high spirits, he began recounting the story of Shou to the disciples of the Jie sect, saying, "It is said that this monarch, Shou, was actually struck by a monkey. One blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Ha! I have heard that the inner sect's senior sister has disciples in Chaoga. No wonder they have yet to return." The crowd erupted in laughter. However, in truth, most of them could not withstand a single blow from Yuan Hong, though they remained blissfully unaware, indulging in their mockery of Shou. As this tale spread, it transformed into a joke shared by many. Ultimately, even several prominent disciples learned of it. While others remained indifferent, the Golden Spirit Saintess frowned slightly, but chose not to intervene. Wen Zhong was beyond saving, and Yu Yuan had recently received praise from his master, so surely he would be fine. This jest was not only known among the Jie sect, but had also reached the Chan sect. The source was Yunji, who, despite not being among the 12 golden immortals, excelled in crafting and maintained good relations with everyone. On one occasion, he contacted Tai, who inquired, "Junior brother, where have you been wandering? Have you encountered any disciples in need of protection?" Yunji replied, "I've visited Chaoga. The talents here are remarkable, and I have found suitable disciples." He then proceeded to recount the events involving Nezha and Shou, though he remained unaware of the fragments of the Chaos Bell, only knowing that they had exchanged for something valuable. He is a person of great discretion. Neither you nor I inquire about the secrets that everyone possesses in the vast wilderness. The mere possession of the Qian Kuan Ding for research fills him with contentment. From Tai Yi, he learned of Huang Feihu's quest for his son, but what concern is that of mine? After all, I did not abduct him. My disciple, Yang Run, remains at home. It is impossible for me to take him away without causing a ruckus akin to where his daddy gone. As for Tai Yi, having received his disciple, he no longer worries about other matters. However, upon hearing the tale of Shou, he rushed to share it with Yu Ding, who in turn relayed it to the disciple of Munjushri. In the end, even Yuan Shi Tianzun became aware of it, remarking, The rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang is indeed the way of heaven. It may not have been unknown, but with Yuan Shi Tianzun uttering such a statement, it surely was. In Shou, unaware that he had already gained renown in the vast wilderness, devoted himself to training, pondering revenge against the monkey, and commanded everyone to send word that he, In Shou, sought to avenge his humiliation. He demanded the monkey demon return for another battle. The news spread widely, yet alas, Yuan Hong, trapped within the map of mountains and rivers, could not hear a thing. Upon receiving the news, Wenzhong at the North Sea remained utterly unperturbed. What storm could a mere little monkey demon stir against his elder brother from Chaogu and the great sage he had yet to meet? He was blissfully unaware that In Shou had nearly been dealt a fatal blow. Yuan Fu Tong, upon hearing the news, was completely baffled. It seemed that Yuan Hong had not been captured, yet where had the monkey gone? Knowing Yuan Hong's proud nature, he would certainly not abandon what he had promised. He was likely in a predicament now. He finally realized that the human realm was far more treacherous than he had anticipated, and he needed to return to the northern state. However, it was no longer a matter of simply retreating at will. To dare to meddle with the human protagonists of the heavenly realm is not something one can escape from easily. Chapter 19. Bo Yikao enters Chaogu. Meanwhile, at Mei Mountain, the eldest, Yuan Hong, had not returned for quite some time. Yuan Fu Tong was fully engaged in dealing with Wenzhong, leaving no opportunity to revisit Mei Mountain. The remaining 6 monsters were in a state of panic. Although the 7 monsters belonged to different species, they shared a strong bond. After a discussion, they immediately decided to venture out in search of the missing Yuan Hong. The quest for the elder brother officially commenced. Nezha, oblivious to the fact that he had become the demon responsible for abducting grandfather, was unconcerned about it. He was currently absorbed in learning how to mix mortar, for the fundamental principles of all things remain unchanged. Observing a group of skilled craftsmen constructing the Taiping Hall, Nezha occasionally inquired about how to mix this mortar and why that roof was designed in such a manner. In this era, craftsmen held little status, yet their direct encounters with immortals thrilled them immensely. They answered Nezha's questions without reservation, and Nezha's professional skills improved significantly. He was now capable of not just patching the heavens, but also repairing mountains and adjusting the earth's veins. Nezha did not learn in vain. Every time he felt he had gained something, he would offer a bowl of talisman water, as it was quite reasonable for a great sage to provide such gifts. Although the talismans had little effect, the talisman water was infused with spiritual energy, promoting health and alleviating pain. Under the heartfelt gratitude of the many craftsmen, Nezha concluded his studies for the day. With a gesture of his small hand, he stepped forward, causing ripples to appear in the space around him, and returned to his own residence. Nezha's cultivation is rather insufficient. How can a middle school student comprehend a doctoral dissertation? It is only through the fragmented remnants of the creation Jade record that he has managed to grasp some rudimentary techniques related to spatial manipulation, which, while ineffective in practical combat, serve well for ostentation. True mastery of the spatial Dao will only occur when he coalesces the Dao seed of the celestial sage. Nevertheless, Nezha is currently content, as the intricacies of the spatial Dao are understood by those who are enlightened. Upon Nezha's return, Daji eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Young Masterly, the number of seekers of immortality has surged recently. Many are donning yellow headbands, proclaiming themselves as disciples of the Taiping heavenly sect. Some have even taken to annotating the Taiping scriptures, their writings exceeding yours by tenfold in length, each word a gem, garnering the attention of the chancellor and others." Nezha, having devoted himself to his cultivation, had been oblivious to the happenings outside. Curious, he inquired, who authored these annotations? It was Ji Chong, the Duke of Western Bo. She replied. Nezha smacked his forehead. How could Ji Chong, imprisoned, still exhibit such defiance? He was already under scrutiny, and now with rebellious thoughts, the old ministers, including Shang Rong, were no fools. Ji Chong might not survive this ordeal. Ji Chong had been imprisoned shortly after Nezha arrived in Chaoga, and now, 5 years into his own cultivation. He recalled that in the original tale, Ji Chong endured 7 years of confinement. If Nezha intervened, Ji Chong could potentially return to incite rebellion after a brief 2 more years. What prompted this involvement in such troublesome endeavors? Could the spirit of uprising not be cherished? Nezha remained unaware that this predicament stemmed from his own prolonged silence. His focus had been solely on deciphering the fragments of the chaos clock, leaving the Taiping scripture unattended for far too long, much to Ji Chang's impatience. I have perused 10 volumes. When will you continue? Ji Chang's thoughts, undoubtedly profound, could be distilled into this essence. If you will not write, then I shall take it upon myself. Nezha's insights were far too advanced for his era, where cultured individuals were scarce. Those few who engaged with the Taiping scripture often found themselves lost in its complexities, struggling to grasp concepts such as the laws of dialectical unity and contradiction. Yet, Ji Chang had the capacity to translate these unfamiliar terms into comprehensible language for all. It could be asserted that the Taiping heavenly sect was birthed from Nezha's existence, yet it was Ji Chang who rendered it truly magnificent. Shang Rong bygone, and several other elder ministers merely skimmed the beginning of the text before hastily making their way to the palace, disregarding their appearances in their urgency to meet the king. Unlike his portrayal in the original tale, Yin Shou had tempered his madness through cultivation, and he graciously paused his practice to receive the many visitors. However, upon learning that the matter pertained to the Taiping scripture, he dismissed it with scorn, questioning the value of a text penned by an immortal. Could it truly lead everyone to transcendence? Despite repeated entreaties from Shang Rong and bygone, Yin Shou, growing impatient, ordered them out, exclaiming, "Do not hinder my quest for immortality." Shang Rong and bygone exchanged wry smiles. Understanding that this text would not grant everyone the path to immortality, perhaps it could only lead them to slay dragons instead. Yang Ren is indeed correct. This book delves into the very foundation of the great Shang dynasty. Originally, the celestial text was profound and enigmatic, comprehensible to only a select few. However, with Ji Chang's annotations, its significance transformed entirely. When the hearts of men are not unified, leading a group becomes exceedingly arduous. This news did not immediately reach Shiqi. Yet prior to this, the exploits of Yin Shou against the three demons had been heavily publicized, and thus, word had already spread to Shiqi. At that time, Ji Chang's eldest son, Bo Yikao, believed that Yin Shou, having reached the pinnacle of his prestige, would greatly underestimate Shiqi, making it the opportune moment to rescue his father. Disregarding his father's parting counsel and the objections of his family, he resolutely set off for Chaoga to save his father. As he neared Chaoga, he learned of the situation through bribing Fei Zhong. The difficulty of rescuing his father had significantly increased, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. Rather, he hastened his journey while studying his father's writings. Bo Yikao, having been nurtured by Ji Chang from a young age, yearned for the utopia described in the texts and came to understand why his father was willing to risk his life to pen these works. Ji Chang was already in his 80s, and it would be unfilial to say that he had little time left. If not now, when would he write for the afterlife? With the mindset of exchanging his life for his father's, Bo Yikao entered Chaoga. The first order of business was to approach Fei Zhong and Yuhan, seeking a way to rescue his father. Although Fei Zhong and Yuhan had lost some favor since the incident with the three demons, they nonetheless managed to retain their positions. After exchanging gold and silver, they exchanged knowing glances. "Oh, the king has taken a liking to cultivating immortality. You should seek out the esteemed sage. He will assuredly assist in your father's release," they advised. Bo Yikao, a paragon of courtesy, expressed his sincere gratitude to the two treacherous figures before stealthily proceeding to the residence of the esteemed sage, a renowned site in Chaoga. The maidservant hurriedly reported his arrival, only to be met with muffled sounds from within, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Nezha, having released his grip, glared at Daji, exclaiming, "Look at you, always stirring trouble. You touch him just a few times, and here comes someone." Daji, feeling wronged and innocent, tidied Nezha's appearance before attending to herself. As Nezha entered the reception room, he beheld a tall, graceful young man with an air of elegance, which explained the maid's flushed face. Bo Yikao, upon seeing Nezha, did not underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Instead, he performed a deep bow, sincerity etched upon his face. "I am Bo Yikao of Shiqi, here to pay my respects to the esteemed sage." Nezha gestured with his hand, using his spiritual power to assist Bo Yikao to rise, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you, young Master Yikao?" Bo Yikao immediately knelt and performed a respectful bow, pleading, "Esteemed sage, please save my father." Nezha acquiesced. Due to Ji Chang's writings gaining even greater acclaim than before, he had been revered as the vice leader of the Taiping heavenly teachings. Nezha contemplated this newfound connection and recognized that he could serve as an excellent instrument for fulfilling his wishes. Chapter 20. Ji Chang's passing. Bo Yikao had already heard of Yin Shou's obsession with cultivating immortality, so in addition to bringing the three treasures of Shiqi, he also carried a multitude of mineral ores and spiritual materials, which he presented to Nezha for inspection. Nezha glanced at them but chose not to accept them, noting that these would ultimately belong to Yin Shou, and he preferred not to accrue karma at this moment. Bo Yikao was deeply moved. He was truly a sage who penned the Book of the Great Peace, selflessly assisting in the rescue of his father without seeking any reward. Nezha did not reveal himself directly, yet on the following day, Bo Yikao formally approached the king of Chaoga to present his respects. Initially, Inshou had no intention of meeting him, but upon learning that Bo Yikao had come to offer treasures, his curiosity was piqued, and he decided to see what these treasures might be. Bo Yikao exhibited impeccable etiquette and spoke with sincerity. Most importantly, the spiritual materials he presented were of considerable value, including 3 unique treasures from Shichi, the 7 fragrance chariot, the awakening carpet, and the white ape. The original text described them as mystical, yet after his ascension, Inshou had developed discerning tastes. To him, a dilapidated chariot, a tattered carpet, and a mere white ape seemed rather unimpressive. However, when Bo Yikao further presented the collected spiritual materials, Inshou's interest was somewhat piqued. The elder statesman Shang Rong, who had a cordial relationship with Ji Chang, opposed the idea due to differing stances in the matter of the Book of Heaven, stepping forward to voice his disapproval. Given the limited time Bo Yikao had, the value of the spiritual materials was merely moderate in Inshou's eyes. If there had been no opposition to Ji Chang's release, it might have been feasible. However, with those managing the tools for collecting spiritual materials now voicing their dissent, the release became unlikely. Old Zhang, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to transcend into the divine realm, regarding Ji Chang as inconsequential. Who was he, after all? After much deliberation, a voice from among the toll-bearers, linked to him by kinship, suggested, since. Before the statement could be completed, a ripple in the air revealed Nezha's presence. Inshou, quick to adapt, transformed his initial refusal into, in that case, let us hear what the esteemed teacher has to say. Nezha, unreserved, openly declared, I share a connection with Ji Chang. His annotations resonate deeply with me. Might I beseech the king to spare his life and allow him to return to Shichi for a peaceful retirement? As he spoke, he produced a pair of wrist guards adorned with emerald gemstones. If the king grants Ji Chang his freedom, I shall present these celestial crystal wrist guards as a gift. Upon seeing the wrist guards, Inshou's eyes widened with delight. They far surpassed the treasures from Shichi. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Nezha tossed the wrist guards gently, and they landed in Inshou's embrace. As he examined them, he feigned nonchalance, saying, Esteemed teacher, releasing Ji Chang is but a trivial matter. There is no need for you to offer treasures in exchange. Therefore, all the gifts presented by Bo Yikao shall be yours. The supporters of Shang Rong attempted to persuade further, but with a decisive thump of his armrest, Inshou proclaimed, I, the illustrious king of the Shang, a master of golden elixirs, fear not an 80-year-old man. Thus, the matter was settled. Bo Yikao acted swiftly, fully aware that Chaoga was a den of danger. After the court session, he immediately sought to escort Ji Chang away, recounting his experiences in the court. Ji Chang, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement. My idol acknowledges my existence. He refused to flee, thinking, why would I run? I must meet my idol. He felt that if he missed this chance, there would be no future opportunities. Reluctantly, Bo Yikao took a detour to the residence of the esteemed teacher once more. Nezha, having anticipated Ji Chang's arrival, was well prepared to avoid any awkward encounters. In the reception room, Ji Chang looked at Nezha, his face alight with fervent excitement. Then, in a gesture of reverence, Nezha gently sidestepped and used his ethereal power to assist Ji Chang. Why must the Duke of West Boy be so humble? Ji Chang, regaining his composure, remarked, The heavenly scripture is indeed a remarkable creation. Its ideals of universal harmony are. Nezha swiftly sealed Ji Chang's mouth with a gesture, pondering silently that the old man was repaying kindness with ingratitude. Faced with Ji Chang's bewildered and astonished gaze, Nezha simply smiled and shook his head, approaching to pat Ji Chang's shoulder in encouragement. Duke of West Boy, it is time to return. Ji Chang and his son departed. On the carriage, Ji Chang, who had been deep in thought since parting with Nezha, suddenly gazed towards Chaoga and exclaimed, My esteemed teacher, I have attained enlightenment. I, Ji Chang, shall expend every last ounce of my energy to realize the world of harmony we envision. Bo Yikao looked at his father, who was filled with excitement yet puzzled, questioning, Enlightenment? What have you comprehended? The esteemed teacher merely shook his head and patted his father's shoulder, leaving him to wonder. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally asked, Father, did the esteemed teacher impart any wisdom? Ji Chang chuckled, stroking his beard, realizing that his son was still too young to grasp such apparent truths. It cannot be spoken of, it cannot be revealed. Nezha remained unaware of what Ji Chang had gleaned from his final actions, and he cared little. Despite some deviations, Ji Chang had successfully returned the merchant's precious artifact. However, Jiang Zia seemed to be enjoying his life in Chaoga, showing no inclination to depart. It was rumored that just days prior, he had even married a woman over 60 years of age. Inshou could not comprehend Jiang Ziya's taste, but offered his blessings. He had once suggested, if you fancy beauties, I can provide you with more. What's the issue? If you must marry, choose a young and lovely bride. Not someone in their 60s. Old Jiang felt himself an octogenarian. Although his progress in cultivation was promising, he was uncertain if he could endure the final trials. After spending 4 to 5 decades in the Jade Void Palace, he adhered strictly to propriety in certain matters. Marrying a girl in her teens was simply not something he could reconcile in his heart. His current wife was rather materialistic, yet given his elevated status, she dared not interfere with his pursuits, allowing him to focus on his cultivation in peace. Thus, Xiaoga once again fell into tranquility, as the trio of great cultivators resumed their daily practices. Meanwhile, Nezha's esteemed title as a great teacher spread far and wide, eliciting both reverence and disdain. In the Three Mountain Pass, the general Deng Jiogong had a daughter, Deng Chanyu, who possessed enchanting beauty and a whimsical nature. With her slender, snow-white fingers, she playfully toyed with 2 multicolored stones, curiously inquiring of the elder beside her. Father, they say that the great teacher from Xiaoga is an enlightened master, capable of imparting the methods to attain immortality. Is it true? Before the elder could respond, a nearby youth, with a dismissive expression, interjected, I doubt it. I heard that this great teacher is merely a young child of around 10 years. How much prowess could he possibly possess, even if he began cultivating from the womb? Yet, it was also said that the king had learned the art of immortality from him and vanquished 3 demons. Deng Xiu wished to engage in further debate when the elder interjected, stating, this matter is likely true. I have several old friends in Xiaoga, and this esteemed master undoubtedly possesses great cultivation. However, his motives for teaching the king the ways of immortality may not be entirely pure. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu felt a surge of excitement. Father, does that mean one can truly learn the art of immortality from there? The old man immediately discerned his beloved daughter's intentions and shot her a stern glance. Your aspirations are irrelevant. The waters of Xiaoga run deep. You must remain at Sand Mountain Pass and behave yourself. Pouting, Deng Chanyu refrained from arguing, and that very evening packed her belongings and rode off. Watching his sister gradually vanish from view atop the city wall, Deng Xiu felt a pang of anxiety. Father, my sister has never ventured far from home, let alone to brave the challenges of Xiaoga. The elder sighed as he turned to leave, remarking, you can confine her body, but not her spirit. Unspoken was the knowledge that Su Hu's daughter from Jizhou was initially offered to the king, but was intercepted by the esteemed master. And now she thrived in a life of comfort while serving him. His own daughter was not inferior to that Su Daji. She would surely fare well. Beyond that, he had not contemplated. After all, what could a mere child of 10 accomplish? Chapter 21. The Warring Dragon King. As Nezha's fame spread far and wide, the East Sea Dragon King became convinced of one undeniable truth. His son had indeed been slain by Nezha. The giant spirit god, wandering aimlessly in the East Sea, claimed to be seeking the culprit, but was merely indulging in a leisurely trip at public expense. The old Dragon King had lost hope in him. And with Nezha being a disciple of Nuwa and hailing from Qintang Pass, coupled with the incidents involving the Sea Patrol demon Li Jin in that vicinity, everything aligned ominously. In truth, since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the ancestral dragon had suppressed the sea's eye, while the azure dragon maintained its dominion over the east as one of the 4 spiritual beings of the universe, tirelessly working to repay its debts. Though the dragon clan's sins remained unpurged, their circumstances were not entirely dire. Unlike their ancient adversaries, the Phoenix clan, who were limited in number throughout the wilderness, and the Qilin, who were even fewer, their ancient arrogance persisted deep within, and many dragons still nurtured fantasies of restoring the glory of their lineage, dismissing humanity as mere ants. Now, driven by a fierce desire for vengeance, the old Dragon King, whose mind had been muddled for countless years in the waters, conceived a mad idea. If I cannot reach you directly, I shall target your family. Ao Guang summoned the other 3 foolish dragons to flood Qintang Pass. Nezha, who had been in quiet cultivation, honing his powers while contemplating the spatial mysteries of the shattered chaos bell, was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by a sudden surge of inspiration. Nezha was a well-rounded immortal. He lacked no skills in crafting artifacts, alchemy, or divination. Despite the chaotic nature of his destiny, he sensed impending trouble at Qintang Pass through his calculations. Though he could not discern the specifics, he had an inkling of the peril awaiting. Feeling a surge of anger, he wondered how this could have spiraled out of control. After a thorough review, He confirmed that he had left no evidence when he defeated Ao Bing. Next, he sought assistance. While dealing with a few burdened Dragon Kings would pose no challenge for him, ensuring the safety of Chintang Pass was another matter entirely, primarily due to his insufficient cultivation and powers. Upon hearing Nezha's plea for help, Yu Yuan immediately thumped his chest, declaring that he would teach those old eels of the East Sea a lesson right away. Yun Zhongzi echoed the sentiment, asserting that the Dragon Clan's cruelty towards living beings was a matter that demanded the intervention of celestial beings like themselves. With Yu Yuan and Yun Zhongzi willing to assist, Nezha felt a wave of relief wash over him. The three transformed into radiant figures and swiftly made their way to Chintang Pass. When Nezha and his companions arrived at Chintang Pass, they found it besieged by monstrous waves, with several colossal dragons thrashing about within the tumultuous waters. Li Jing and his men stood resolutely atop the city walls, confronting them. Li Jing, your son Nezha has slain my son Ao Bing. Today, I shall inundate Chintang Pass to avenge my child. Li Jing's countenance darkened. Dragon King, how could Nezha, merely 12 years of age, have killed the Dragon King's third prince? What evidence do you possess? Indeed, Ao Guang lacked any proof for his claims, and he could not articulate his reasoning. Ultimately, he could only stubbornly retort, enough of your prattle. Today, I will drown you. Observing Ao Guang's madness, Nezha wondered whether the dragon had lost his senses without evidence. He dared to provoke a disciple of a saint. In the novels of his previous life, this fellow had been rather astute. However, the absence of proof made matters simpler. He signaled to Yu Yuan and Yun Zhongzi to remain concealed before stepping forward. Ao Guang, I have arrived. You claim I killed your son. Do you have any evidence? Should you merely be slandering me, then the karmic ties are already formed, and I shall slay you today without anyone being able to find fault with me. Ao Guang and his cohorts retained a sliver of rationality, refraining from attacking the disciple of a saint without evidence. Though the Dragon Clan was burdened by their sins and unable to transcend to the realm of the mystical immortals, they did not perceive that this seemingly young child could pose a threat to them. Nezha, words are futile. If you were to take your own life today, we would spare the citizens of Chintang Pass. Nezha finally comprehended why the dragons, often depicted as troublemakers in myths, were truly despicable. While secretly instructing his two companions to protect Chintang, he proclaimed loudly, Ao Guang, you are willfully obstinate. Prepare the map of mountains and rivers. Summoning the celestial bow and the thunderous arrows, Nezha placed a foot upon the bow's body and unleashed a barrage of 3 explosive shots aimed at Ao Guang's head. Each arrow struck with increasing ferocity, and to Ao Guang's astonishment, Nezha's direct assault resulted in the loss of half his jaw and one eye. The anguished roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens as he retreated into the waters, wailing, Nezha, I shall have Chintang Pass accompany you to the grave. The surging waves began to rise ominously. Li Jing drew his sword to cleave through the oncoming tide, yet his efforts proved futile. At that moment, a mysterious azure light enveloped Chintang Pass, conjured by Yun Zhongzi's magical prowess through imitation of 30 water-repelling pearls. Seeing the safety of the Chintang populace assured, Nezha summoned a long spear and executed the celestial technique of transforming heaven and earth, charging forth with tremendous fury. If he did not vent this pent-up anger, his Dao heart would surely become tainted. This technique, a divine ability accompanying the practice of the profound 8-9 mystical arts, was remarkably formidable. The enlarged Nezha experienced a significant augmentation in both power and defense, and although he appeared diminutive compared to the 4 colossal dragons, the damage he could inflict was no longer negligible. Nezha wielded his spear amidst the ocean's depths, while 4 colossal dragons spiraled around him, relentlessly manipulating the water currents and titanic waves to launch their assaults. He concealed the map of mountains and rivers beneath the surging water, undeterred by its tumultuous force. Each time his spear grazed the dragon's body, it inflicted grievous wounds. Yet, the dragons, with their formidable physiques, swiftly healed. Nezha aspired to deliver a truly fatal blow. But the dragons, coordinated in their home territory, presented a considerable challenge against mere physical attacks. Ah, so you think you are quite slippery, Nezha declared, gripping his spear in one hand while summoning the creation and transformation cauldron with the other. Seizing an opportunity, he brought it down forcefully upon one dragon's head. Blood spurted forth as a pained roar echoed through the heavens, the dragon's visage becoming deeply indented, taking a significant time to recover. Observing from Chintang Pass, Yun Zhongzi winced, realizing the cauldron was not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Meanwhile, Nuwa, spectating from the chaos, clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, Excellent. This displays a fragment of my former grandeur. Nezha, currently low on magical power, lamented that otherwise, it would have been effortless to subdue these ancient dragons with his treasures. After a strike with the cauldron, he recognized its superior utility compared to the spear and decided to stow the weapon, opting instead to wield the cauldron with both hands, unleashing a barrage upon the four dragons. Rather than retreating, the dragons' ferocity was incited, transforming their previous tactical retreat into a desperate charge, compelling Nezha's mastery of the 8-9 mystical arts to falter. Yuan, anxious to assist, attempted to rush forward but was restrained by Yun Zhongzi, junior brother. He has yet to summon our aid. Nezha, aware that his physical form was on the verge of collapse, acknowledged that he had sufficiently honed his abilities. Releasing his grip on the creation cauldron, he summoned an ancient, silver banner, raising it high above his head. The shards of the creation Jade tablet surged with the power of the illusory path, and an inexplicable flow of chaotic energy swirled around the banner. In his mind's eye, the majestic figure of the primordial being reappeared, the overwhelming essence of the Dao immobilizing the tumultuous sea and the fearsome four dragons. Cracks began to spread across the imitation of the Panga banner, yet the aura emanating from it grew increasingly terrifying. The dragons, stricken with fear, sought to struggle, yet were rendered immobile. The shattering did not only pertain to the counterfeit Panga banner. Nezha's own Dao body began to fracture as well. Disregarding the consequences, he unleashed a colossal wave of chaotic sword energy, striking down upon the four dragons. Chapter 22. The Tool of Stone Chi. The immense chaotic sword energy cleaved towards the dragons, annihilating any matter it encountered along its path, including the four dragon kings. A peculiar vacuum appeared amidst the once turbulent waters, and the sword energy continued unabated, cascading downward into the earth. In the 18 hells of the underworld, where wails of tormented spirits had once echoed, an eerie silence fell as they beheld the passage of the sword energy. All was rendered to silence. As the Dao essence dissipated, the roaring waters surged back, yet the majority flowed back into the eastern sea, ungoverned by the Dragon Kings. Though Nezha suffered substantial injuries, the insights and revelations gained from this battle were monumental, surpassing a century of arduous cultivation in Chaoga. Observing the retreating tide and the unfathomable abyss before him, Nezha remained unperturbed, for his expertise lay in navigating such depths. It was merely an early opportunity for practical experience. Gazing up at the sky revealed no anomalies, and he exhaled softly in relief. Utilizing the map of mountains and rivers, he sealed the opening, retrieved the Qian Kuanding and Yu Yuan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yun Zhongzi returned to the Nuwa temple to enter seclusion, where he began to reflect on his gains while mending his damaged Dao body. The recent events imparted not only insights into the Dao for Nezha, but also a profound understanding of the matters surrounding the conferment of gods. This calamity cannot simply be evaded through sheer will. Take this incident as an example. Had Nezha refrained from intervening and watched familiar, yet unrelated civilians perish in the flood, his troubled emotions would have clouded his Dao heart, leading to a tumultuous path ahead. If Nezha were inadequate in his abilities, his very life would be at stake. Even self-harm would yield no alternative, especially with 5 saints observing. If one reached out, the others would follow, rendering it futile. This is the great calamity of the primordial era, where lives are taken as part of the struggle for the Dao. During Nezha's seclusion, Yu Yuan and his companion returned to Chaogu, where Yin Shou promptly sent for them. Concerned for Nezha, Yu Yuan made a trip to explain the situation, inciting great fury in Yin Shou, who vowed to seek retribution for his esteemed teacher upon his return. Typically, the restoration of a damaged Dao body is a formidable task, particularly for those of greater strength. Fortunately, Nezha, in his quest to save time, opted for a lavish expenditure, trading various celestial materials and spiritual herbs, which Yin Shou provided without reluctance. Thus, Nezha's recovery time for his Dao body was significantly reduced, although he dedicated more time to contemplating the insights gained. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, during which numerous events unfolded, such as Jiangxia achieving divinity and Daji reaching the nascent soul stage. For Nezha, these 3 years were immensely fruitful, for he was now preparing to face his heavenly tribulation. He ventured to an open area, channeling his mystical powers. As dark storm clouds swiftly gathered above, Nezha bowed deeply, proclaiming, Li Nezha, the 3rd-generation disciple of the Xianmen, humbly thanks the Heavenly Dao for bestowing this thunderous tribulation. Subsequently, the heavenly thunder struck directly above him. The details of the process need not be elaborated upon, as it posed no great difficulty. Now a terrestrial immortal, Nezha's reservoir of mystical energy had vastly increased, though one might argue it was of little use. It had multiplied several times. Yet, Opponents he could not previously defeat remained beyond his reach. Ultimately, the brevity of his cultivation period limited him to relying on Dao principles in his battles. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, Nezha did not forget the mess he had created. He had genuinely feared the Zhixiao divine thunder might strike him down on the spot. Approaching the breach, he lifted the map of mountains and rivers and leapt down, running all the way to the 18 hells for a brief survey before returning. After surveying the area, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Had he truly been so ruthless? As a novice in engineering, he felt somewhat at a loss regarding where to begin. He decided to return to the Nuwa temple to contemplate his approach, organizing his thoughts before taking action. Otherwise, he risked toiling in vain. Although Nezha had received specialized instruction in this field and was quite familiar with it, he felt somewhat bewildered regarding the raw materials. His teacher had undertaken grand projects, utilizing multicolored stones and xiang soil, which were among the most precious treasures of the primordial era. It would be unreasonable to request 50 billion in materials from his teacher for a project worth 50,000. Such extravagance was not to be taken lightly. Moreover, the 5 colored stones are not absent from Nezha's possession. These treasures are indeed precious, but depend on the wielder. Even without Nezha's intervention, if one merely inserted the stones, no amount of force from Nezha could penetrate them. Just as Nezha was engulfed in contemplation, the surrounding villagers provided him with a spark of inspiration. Previously, there had been a man-eating monster in the vicinity, and after the dragon incident, the creature vanished. The populace believed it to be the work of those dragon spirits. Now that they are deceased, the man-eating fiend has also disappeared. However, Nezha discerned that the dragons were not responsible. It was indeed the handiwork of Ma Yuan from the nearby skeleton cave. Speaking of Ma Yuan, Nezha recalled Shiji. Shiji, a stubborn stone transformed into a being. Is this not the quintessential embodiment of the innate gray divine body? With these thoughts swirling, Nezha summoned his cloud and set forth towards Skeleton Mountain, driven by 2 objectives: to confront Ma Yuan and to recruit Shiji. From a distance, Skeleton Mountain loomed like a colossal skull, exuding an ominous aura. Furrowing his brow, Nezha called out, "Ma Yuan, you who devour hearts and harm the populace, I have come today to deliver justice on behalf of the people of Qintang Pass." Simultaneously, he brandished the Qian Kuan bow and aimed the Zhun Tian arrows, treasures of the Yellow Emperor, still remarkably effective. In the distance, a flash of white light signaled an attempt to flee, but alas, 2 resounding twangs echoed as the arrows found their mark. Ma Yuan collapsed, gasping, "Great master, spare me." But with a final shot, the last arrow struck his head. Another true spirit soared towards Kunlun Mountain. Nezha retracted the Zhun Tian arrow and incinerated Ma Yuan into ashes with a breath of 3-flavored true fire. You? Just because you have Yuan in your name, do you consider yourself a primordial spirit? Daring to trespass in my domain of Qintang Pass is tantamount to seeking death. Brushing non-existent dust from his attire, he ascended into the sky, proclaiming, "Li Nezha, disciple of Lady Nuwa, has come to visit. I wonder if Sister Shiji is available?" Before long, a figure clad in a black robe, with thick hair obscuring much of her face, appeared before him, a seemingly lifeless, reclusive fairy. With a composed demeanor and a voice tinged with gravity, she inquired, "What brings you here, junior brother?" Nezha scrutinized Shiji, nodding in satisfaction. She exuded an aura of sincerity. Shiji felt somewhat uneasy under Nezha's gaze, tightening her robe and asking once more, "What is it that you seek, junior brother?" "Sister, I have come with a request." Nezha began, but before he could finish, Shiji interjected decisively, "I possess limited cultivation and cannot assist you." With a cheerful smile, Nezha tossed the 5-colored stone in his hand, urging Shiji to continue. Shiji's one visible eye fixed intently on the airborne stone. "Though my cultivation is modest, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly lend my support." Nezha beamed with satisfaction. It is said that the celestial sage is magnanimous and generous, and his disciples are equally righteous and spirited. Indeed, this holds true. Upon hearing Nezha mention her master, Shiji's previously somber demeanor brightened a few degrees. She patted her overly ample chest and declared, "Of course, whatever you need, junior brother, feel free to articulate." Her gaze towards Nezha softened. After all, he was indeed a disciple of Lady Nuwa, possessing discerning taste. As for the old neighbor Ma Yuan, who is Ma Yuan? Do you have any neighbors? Has the bone cave not always been my personal domain? Chapter 23, Filling the Pit. Surveying the vast expanse of the cavern, Shiji gazed at Nezha as if he were a creature of lore. The higher the cultivation of the ancient immortals, the more stringent the restrictions imposed upon them. Even the profound Shiji could not unleash such a terrifying strike. Nezha offered no explanation, as the majority of the power stemmed from his magical artifact. He had expended nearly all his resources from Insho to forge that banner, which was now rendered utterly inoperative. Furthermore, his imitation was based on the primordial strike, which naturally excelled against the forces of the cosmos. After a thorough inspection, Nezha instructed Shurji to refine suitable stones for repair, to which she readily consented. Being a sentient stone was hardly more troublesome than the act of dining. Meanwhile, Nezha set off in search of an adhesive. Journeying towards the western sea, he first scanned the surroundings and found them deserted. Observing the expansive reeds, he drew forth his gleaming silver spear. With the staff in hand, he began a frenzied harvest of the abundant rapeseed, relishing the thrill of battle far more than the tedium of meditation. The harvested reeds were meticulously collected into the map of mountains and rivers, and when he felt he had gathered enough, he sought out another patch, sowing it into the great yellow heaven. Nezha pondered that he was not merely taking advantage of the primordial realm, but rather preparing for a future endeavor, which would surely be a hassle otherwise. The Taoist ancestors would undoubtedly not concern themselves with such trivial reeds. Upon returning to the outskirts of Chintang Pass after his foraging, he found Shurji to be a diligent worker. Not a moment had passed since his departure, and she had already amassed enough stones outside the city to construct 2 outer walls for Chintang Pass. Nezha did not instruct Shurji to cease her labor, but gestured for her to continue. He then fashioned a rudimentary grinder and began to crush the reeds. The citizens of Chintang Pass, already grateful to Nezha, were further moved to see the once ethereal celestial youth covered in dust, resembling a mere mortal, which inspired many robust men to don yellow scarves and assist him. Nezha welcomed their help, for greater numbers meant greater strength, and besides, he could learn a skill in the process. He entrusted the task of grinding the reed ash to them, while he soared back to the bone cave to select suitable bones as support structures. Ah, this bone is quite uniform. I shall take it. Oh, what kind of bone is this, so straight? I shall take it as well. What about this forked bone? I shall take that too. After a thorough sweep, he returned to the outskirts of Chaoga and began firing the collected bones. After 3 months of diligent preparation, the foundational work was completed. Nezha ensured that the assisting populace did not labor in vain, offering them 3 large barrels of talismanic water to share. He then descended with Shurji underground, commencing the assembly of the skeletal framework, placing stones, and finally filling the gaps with water and reed ash. Layer by layer, they toiled for over 2 months, and at long last, the project was completed. As Shurji observed Nezha position the final few gray bones, her mind was clouded with questions. This structure appeared strikingly familiar, yet she hesitated to inquire, as she was laboring under another's command. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she firmly placed the last stone, and with a cheerful smile, she produced a fist-sized multicolored gem, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior sister, for your repeated assistance. I feel quite embarrassed to accept such a meager reward. Shurji, inherently introverted and innocent, had primarily conversed with her 2 young disciples since her transformation. She felt she hadn't contributed much, and the earnest gaze of Nezha made her somewhat bashful. She lowered her head, partially covering her face, and replied, "It's only natural." Nezha, not one to linger, promptly handed the multicolored stone to Shurji, bid her farewell, and soared towards Chaoga. The unfortunate dragon clan had lost their hard-won resources in an instant. Did they think the demise of 4 dragon kings would suffice to resolve matters? The situation had escalated, and enmities had formed, rendering discussions of right and wrong unnecessary. Henceforth, it would be a matter of individual capabilities. Such is the nature of the primordial world. Shurji cradled the multicolored stone in her long, pale hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had been cultivating for quite some time. Although she had joined the Jia sect, her innate understanding was regrettably low, causing her cultivation to stagnate at the Xianxian level. If she could refine this multicolored stone, her foundation would improve slightly, bringing the prospect of attaining Jinxian status within reach. As she rode the clouds back to the skeleton cave, she contemplated how to strengthen her rapport with Nezha. Next time, she promised herself, she would be more diligent in her assistance. Upon entering her cave, her 2 young disciples rushed up to her, tears welling in their eyes. "Your Highness, our skeleton cave has been dismantled." Still simmering with anger, Shurji's previously calm expression darkened instantly. Which scoundrel did this? The oblivious Biyun disciple, unaware of the narrow escape, replied, "It was that immortal who left with you, Your Highness." Shurji's rising fury was abruptly extinguished as she recalled Nezha's words of gratitude. Biyun, observing Shurji's downcast demeanor, looked at Kaiyun and then called out loudly, "Your Highness, aren't we going to reclaim our bones? The skeleton mountain is about to collapse, Without pausing her steps or turning back, Shurji replied, I need to gather more bones. Meanwhile, Nezha, having tidied himself, flew towards Chaoga. Upon arrival, he immediately entered the royal palace, where Insho earnestly inquired about the events that had transpired. Nezha recounted everything candidly, starting from the Sea Patrol Yiksha Li Jin, detailing the slayings of Li Jin, Ao Bing, and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Given that enmity with the Dragon Clan had already been established, the fate of one Yiksha and one Ao Bing seemed trivial. Insho listened with rapt attention, practically on the edge of his seat, eager to find a dragon to test his prowess against. What could a mere monkey demon compare to the power of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings? Nezha felt a bit embarrassed. Why did he always choose opponents beyond his capabilities? He could dispatch ordinary immortals with ease, but dragons were different. They specialized in physical strength. Even if suppressed by human luck and destiny, they were not foes he could easily defeat. In summary, human luck diminished power and technique. Currently, Insho could only vanquish fragile mages, but he was no match for tanks or warriors. However, there exist alternative methods to contend with the Dragon Clan. Though I may not prevail against your physical form, I can certainly disrupt the fortunes of your dragon lineage. Nezha first solemnly inquired of Insho. Are you truly determined to oppose the Dragon Clan? The descent of the mysterious bird heralded the rise of the Shang dynasty, marking the zenith of the Phoenix Clan's fortunes. Consider the original text regarding the Phoenix cry at Mount Qi. Where in this world can one still find a phoenix? It is merely a means to mitigate the backlash from extinguishing the Shang. Indeed, King Wu of Zhou GFA perished less than 2.5 years after his conquest. The conduct between dragons and phoenixes is well known to all. Insho may have been unaware of these matters. Yet upon Nezha's inquiry, he instinctively felt a thrill at the prospect of opposing the Dragon Clan. Without hesitation, he assented. Observing the spirited Insho, Nezha, having spent considerable time with him, found him quite agreeable. Regrettably, while some matters may be altered, others cannot, and he could only offer assistance within his means in the future. Chapter 24. Nezha's Retribution. Nezha's plan was straightforward, to dismantle the mountains and demolish the temples. As one of the primary forces that disrupted the primordial chaos, the Dragon Clan continues to thrive due not only to their robust lineage, but also to their nominal allegiance to the Heavenly Court, relying on salaries and the incense offerings from humanity to offset their transgressions. Yet now, you treat humanity with disdain while still consuming their offerings? Dream on. What if the Dragon Clan refuses to work? That is a matter for Haoyan. Their wages do not come from me. On the following day, during the morning court, Insho passionately recounted the events at Chintang Pass, ultimately declaring that the Dragon Clan was indeed a breed of monstrosity. Henceforth, humanity shall no longer offer sacrifices to them. He then solemnly entrusted the 7 stars slaying dragon's sword to his uncle, Bygone, instructing him to dismantle all the Dragon King temples. Bygone, known for incinerating the fox demon in the original narrative, and for uttering the words that a sovereign must not let his subjects die without cause, was clearly a man of justice and loyalty. After Insho embarked on his cultivation journey, he refrained from foolish acts. Seeking rare treasures was merely a king's privilege, not a fault. In his eyes, while Insho may not be a sage king, he certainly surpassed the passing grade. Upon hearing of the Dragon Clan's actions at Chintang Pass, he was incensed. How outrageous. With no evidence, they threatened to flood an entire city to coerce humanity. And for what? Bygone stepped forward to take the sword, carrying a scroll, and after the court session, he led a contingent to Chintang Pass. The incident of Nezha slaying the Sea Dragon Kings was neither trivial nor monumental. Some came to observe, while others applauded. The spectators were countless, but the applause primarily came from the Phoenix Clan. As Bygone and his entourage departed from Chaoga City, a black mysterious bird appeared in the sky, swiftly transporting 7 or 8 individuals to Chintang Pass before vanishing. Bygone bowed respectfully towards the departing bird and, filled with fervor, drew his sword to seek out Li Jing, exclaiming, "Look, our ancestors have sent aid. Surely, our endeavor is righteous." The black mysterious bird flew to an unknown celestial mountain, transforming into a small child in a black robe, who addressed the 9 heavens Xian Nu, saying, "Ancestors, will our intervention in the affairs of the mortal realm bear any consequences?" In the ethereal blue attire of the celestial maiden, a smile graced her features as she mused. You merely found those few individuals pleasing during your excursion. You accompanied them for a brief moment. Can this truly be deemed involvement? With a gesture, she signaled the attendant to depart, her thoughts lingering on the fact that, although she had reached the shore, The Phoenix clan bore an unwavering duty to confront the dragon tribe with resolute vigor. Meanwhile, Bygone sought out Li Jing, only to later survey the inundated farmlands. His heart swelling with fury, Li Jing, equally enraged and at a loss, reflected on his past studies of celestial arts on the mountain, yet he remained but a mortal. When the Dragon Kings flooded Chintang, his singular thought was to perish alongside the common folk, never anticipating the arrival of Nezha. The two acted with remarkable efficiency, promptly arriving at a Dragon King temple. Following the previous incident, the temple at Chintang was deserted. Bygone, a man of great merit, first proclaimed the edict of Yin Shou, then brandished the dragon-slaying sword aloft, striking down upon the statue of the Dragon King. The resplendent aura of human destiny converged upon the sword, cleaving the idol in twain with a resounding crack. The newly appointed Dragon King of the East Sea let out a howl, feeling his previously loosened constraints abruptly tighten. True to his reputation as a capable minister, Bygone swiftly dismantled the Dragon King temple and commenced the construction of a Nuwa temple in its stead. This was merely the beginning. With fervor, he hurried to the next site. Upon completing the cleansing of Chintang, he began to address the surrounding areas, each time aided by enigmatic celestial birds, ensuring that no temple would remain if it belonged to the Dragon Clan. The dragon tribe of the primordial realm was indeed suffering dire misfortunes. Bereft of incense to suppress their sins, their fortunes began to wane, evidenced by an inexplicable surge in sea monsters. Today, one declared the consumption of 3 dragons, while tomorrow another claimed the devouring of 300. Were they all losing their minds? Undoubtedly, such proclamations were mere exaggerations. Yet a notable number of dragons and several younglings had recently vanished. The newly inaugurated Dragon Kings faced a grimmer fate, as they had yet to reap any benefits before being assailed by the tides of human destiny, their karmic burdens turning them ever closer to madness. This turmoil even drew the attention of the ancestral dragon guarding the CI, who, witnessing the resurgence of his own karmic flames, uttered but one command: hasten to resolve this matter, or you shall all accompany me in subduing the CI. In the dragon realm, ancient giants stirred from their slumber. Yet after much deliberation, no viable solutions emerged from these venerable beings who had long been disconnected from the primordial world. Ultimately, the responsibility fell upon the Azure Dragon, Mengzhong, a deity of the 4 spirits of heaven and earth, burdened with the daily toil of repaying debts. He now faced the additional strain of rectifying matters for the dragon tribe, a task made all the more daunting by the insistence of his elder brother. At the Grand Master's residence in Chaoga, a voice broke through. "Young Master Li, do not touch there. It tickles." Nezha withdrew his hand, only to receive a reproachful glance, compelling him to return it. He pondered the peculiarities of women when suddenly the voice of Nuwa echoed in his ears. "Your opportunity has arrived." Nezha sprang up, drenched in sweat, as his heart raced. With great caution, he silently murmured, "Teacher, are you there?" There was no response. After inquiring a few more times without reply, he finally set his mind at ease. After all, his teacher was a revered sage, unlikely to be so idle as to watch over him constantly. He let out a sigh of relief. On the bed, Daji observed as Nezha opened his eyes and cautiously asked, "Nezha, what is the matter?" Nezha gently patted Daji's shoulder in reassurance, stating, "It seems that something may transpire. I must visit the royal palace. You should hide within the map of mountains and rivers." Daji nodded obediently. Nezha then collected Daji and, after calling out to Yu Yuan and Yun Zhongzi, proceeded towards the royal palace. As he gazed at the clear sky, he noticed dark clouds beginning to gather, surmising that it likely pertained to the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Upon seeing Nezha arrive, Insho assumed he was again meddling with the Dragon Clan. Nezha, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Your Majesty, the opportunity for fortune has arrived." Insho, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. As his cultivation deepened, the efficacy of elixirs had diminished, and acquiring treasures was essential for him to exchange with Nezha for more useful artifacts. Stepping outside the hall, they witnessed the clouds swirling ominously as a colossal azure dragon materialized above Chaoga. From Nezha's perspective, all he could see was the massive dragon's head and its sinuous body. Insho, despite his high mental fortitude, was initially startled but quickly regained his composure, casting a look at Nezha that seemed to say, "Master, you never mentioned the Dragon Clan possessed such a gigantic creature." Nezha remained unfazed, viewing it merely as a display of dominance. If Lord Mengzhong dared to strike with his tail today, the Taoist ancestor would surely dispatch those touched by dragon blood to fill the sea's depths come tomorrow. Silently concealing the map of mountains and rivers beneath his feet, he rose to shield Insho, declaring, "I, Li Nezha, disciple of Lady Nuwa. Pay my respects to the esteemed Lord Mengzhong of the East. Nezha stood alone before the towering azure dragon, his voice resonating throughout Chaoga. Chapter 25. Settling matters. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. If intimidated by the azure dragon's imposing presence, this chance would slip away. Although the azure dragon came to negotiate and was expected to yield, it could not afford to appear weak. If it bowed to two mere children, how would the ancient immortals regard the dragon clan henceforth? Would others feel emboldened to kick them at will? Thus, he exhibited an unwavering front, unleashing a torrent of draconic might upon Inshou and Nezha. Inshou felt a wave of embarrassment over his earlier fear as the dignified king of humanity. He found himself outmatched by a mere youth. Once he regained his composure, he stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Nezha, summoning all the authority of a human king to counter the dragon's pressure. It proved effective. At this juncture, the West Chi had not yet rebelled, and the human vitality could be considered robust. Although invisible to mortals, the resplendent aura of human fortune manifested as a cascade of golden light, clashing with the overwhelming draconic might, even beginning to push back against it. Inshou glanced at the colossal dragon, seemingly undeterred by its presence. Lord Mengzhong sighed inwardly, realizing that after today, the matter of temple destruction might cease, but the enmity would likely deepen. Yet, he was powerless to act. For many mighty beings of the primordial era were watching, and the dragon clan's decline could not be displayed to the world. Nezha has now turned a corner. If we speak of emotional intelligence, it would be prudent for the azure dragon to extend an olive branch at this juncture. By presenting a treasured artifact to resolve this matter, it would be a win-win for all parties involved. However, Nezha is unwilling to entertain such an option. Having adeptly navigated the tribulations of the Qintang Pass, he believes that any sign of weakness would signify a severance of his path. Even if his master were to resurrect him, his innate potential, fortune, and enlightenment would all dramatically diminish. Now that I hold the upper hand, why should I bow my head? Such a notion is but a daydream. The azure dragon remained still. Yet a middle-aged man's voice resonated clearly across the expanse. I come on behalf of the dragon clan. It is our duty to regulate the weather across the realms. Yet each of you is ensnared by your own karmic burdens. How can we safeguard a bounteous climate if this persists? Nezha, unwavering, retorted. That is a matter for your dragon clan. The Heavenly Dao is impartial, and the dragon clan's tribulations are not without cause. The azure dragon regarded Nezha with admiration. Indeed, he thought, a true disciple of a sage. Heroes emerge from youth. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the heavens, and 8 colossal dragons pulled a magnificent chariot, accompanied by celestial maidens showering flowers and the harmonious sound of dragon roars. The once dominant clouds were banished. Nezha frowned at the approaching chariot, his irritation palpable. How presumptuous of the esteemed Emperor Haoyin to act as a mediator and profit from this affair. As the celestial maidens drew back the curtains of the chariot, the imposing figure of Haoyin, adorned in imperial robes and a crown, emerged. This was the azure dragon's strategy. The dragon clan could bow to Haoyin, but not to Nezha. Upon their arrival, Haoyin was quite pleased. His newly established heavenly court was still in its infancy, lacking personnel. The dragon clan's offerings of lesser spirits and treasures made their proposition hard to refuse. Indeed, he had summoned the queen mother of the Jade pool to prepare his newly acquired chariot. Nezha was the first to speak. Nezha pays his respects to my revered uncle. Haoyin nodded, his expression impassive as he stated, the origins of this matter lie with the dragon clan. However, with the 4 Seas dragon kings deceased, their enmities have dissolved. Might you consider sparing the dragon clan? This question was, in truth, a nod to Nuwa's influence. Otherwise, with the Heavenly Dao currently suppressing earthly matters as its representative, Haoyin could easily impose his will upon Inshou, who possessed the fortune of humanity. As for strength, there was no comparison. One was an unascended celestial being, while the other was a quasi-saint. Nuwa, observing from beyond, scoffed at the pettiness of this disciple of the Dao. Nezha restrained himself from interjecting Inshou and declared, the former 4 Seas dragon kings inundated Qintang, and I inflicted grave wounds upon them, leading to the damage of their artifacts. Had I not arrived in time, would the lives of an entire city have been rendered meaningless? Haoyin feigned contemplation and turned to the azure dragon. Indeed, this is a fault of the dragon clan. Let them offer compensation to resolve this matter. Nezha conceded, that will depend on the sincerity of the dragon clan. As the initiator of the investiture of the god's calamity, Haoyin's intervention necessitated a degree of deference. After all, his influence surpassed Nezha's. With a resonant cry, The azure dragon unleashed a multitude of colossal dragons from its majestic form, each clutching a treasure chest and placing it before Nezha and his companions, subsequently unveiling the opulent treasures contained within. The sheer abundance of riches was a testament to the East Sea's immense wealth. Nezha remained unfazed. After all, his mentor had indicated that there was a greater purpose at hand, and such trivial offerings were hardly sufficient to sway him. Though Yinsho, a ruler in his own right, felt a pang of desire, he maintained an impassive facade until the grand dragons ceased their delivery. At that moment, 12 azure orbs of water emerged from the azure dragon's antlers, gracefully drifting towards Nezha. Thus, the matter of the temple's destruction was settled. The azure dragon returned satisfied. Having preserved the dignity of its kin, the loss of a few treasures was insignificant for a dragon clan of such affluence. Hao Yan also returned with a sense of fulfillment, having gained both material and reputational wealth from the encounter. Yinsho felt content as well. The temple had been sufficiently dismantled, and the acquisition of these treasures would undoubtedly expedite his path to immortality. Nezha, with a flick of his sleeve, gathered the 12 azure orbs, refining them slightly. Unsurprisingly, they were indeed the 12 sea-calming pearls, a boon granted through his teacher's influence. Squinting towards the horizon, he recognized that while the matter of the East Sea Dragon King's flooding Chintang Pass had reached a conclusion, the animosity between himself and the Dragon Clan had yet to be resolved. Should the opportunity arise, Nezha would not hesitate to assert his dominance over the dragons once more. As for Hao Yan, Nezha's affairs were not so easily settled. Declining Yinsho's offer of a share, Nezha instantaneously transported himself back to his abode, releasing Daji, who rushed to him with concern, inspecting him for any injuries. Approaching the cusp of 16, Nezha, though still perceived as a child in contemporary times, had already reached adulthood in the Shang dynasty. However, he had no intentions of marriage as he pursued the path of immortality. Despite Daji's mention of Lao Zhang's recent fatherhood, Nezha couldn't help but reflect on how Lao Zhang seemed to thrive with age. Just as he wished to share a tender moment with Daji, another messenger arrived, announcing that a young lady sought an audience with the esteemed virtuous master. This young lady was none other than Deng Chanyu, who had awaited her chance in Chaoga for 3 years. Initially, she had contemplated giving up, but the thought of returning home to face her family's ridicule fueled her resolve to remain. Her intention had been merely to meet the legendary virtuous master before returning home, yet after witnessing Nezha's ethereal presence as he faced the towering dragons, a profound sense of inspiration surged within her. She was determined to pursue the path of immortality. Upon learning that a fair and enchanting maiden was seeking an audience, Daji immediately thought of someone from 3 years prior, her heart filled with suspicion. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she hurried back to her room to prepare her cosmetics. Nezha had grown accustomed to the unexpected visits from various individuals. Chapter 26. The Great Yellow Heaven. Upon entering the reception room and beholding Deng Chanyu, Nezha's first impression was one of admiration. The young lady was not only strikingly beautiful, but also exuded a keen intellect and charm. Deng Chanyu, upon meeting Nezha, felt no trace of shyness. Her gaze appraising him repeatedly, contemplating how remarkably handsome this virtuous master appeared. The young lady, Deng Chanyu, has encountered great masters of wisdom. Upon seeing her, Nezha mused on the tragic fate of the original tale, where she was compelled to wed a diminutive man, casting both of them as unfortunate figures on the list of misfortunes. "What brings you here, Miss Deng?" he inquired. "I seek a worthy master to guide me in the path of cultivation." Nezha was not one to accept every disciple that approached him. "You are aware of the rules, I presume?" Deng Chanyu did not respond, but, with fervent excitement, gazed at Nezha and declared, "Master, I wish to follow you in my journey of cultivation." Just as Nezha contemplated declining her request, a voice rang in his ears, "Accept her." Nezha was momentarily taken aback. Reminiscent of the old mother Li Shan's peculiar fondness for collecting female warriors, and glanced at Deng Chanyu. She, undeterred, gazed back at him with intensity. With the master's words echoing, Nezha could only nod in agreement. Deng Chanyu's wish was fulfilled, her lovely visage blossoming into a radiant smile. Nezha gestured for her to sit, engaging in pleasant conversation while awaiting Daji, who currently managed the affairs of the estate. "Master, how old are you this year?" 16. "Ah, that is fortunate. I am merely 19, just 3 years your senior." Daji, adorned in splendid attire, arrived just as their dialogue unfolded. "What do you mean by merely 3 years? I am 5 years your elder. Am I considered old?" With an air of authority befitting a mistress, she entered the reception room, her demeanor calm as she remarked, "Sister, your resilience is commendable. Mastering the celestial arts will surely yield great results upon your return. Women may possess different wavelengths of thought. The moment Daji entered, Deng Chanyu sensed hostility, and her certainty grew with this statement. Oh, I have resolved to follow my master in cultivation. I shall rely on you for guidance henceforth. Dear sister. Upon hearing this, Daji immediately turned her gaze to Nezha, who remained unflustered. Any sign of insecurity would only betray one's inadequacy. He gently nodded, stating, Miss Deng has a certain affinity with my sect, and thus she will remain by my side for her cultivation. Deng Chanyu possessed a 5 glowing stone, while her master held a 5-colored stone. Such is the nature of destiny. Seeing Nezha's acceptance, Daji softened her stance, taking charge of arranging Deng Chanyu's daily affairs. Subsequently, Nezha tested Deng Chanyu's aptitude, whether influenced by the 5 glowing stone or not. She astonishingly possessed a complete elemental root, her talent surpassing even Daji's. Nezha entrusted her with the latest revision of the breath cultivation technique. Deng Chanyu, Daji, Inshou, and Huang Feihu were not formally Nezha's disciples. Their relationship could only be described as transactional, for Nezha would not recklessly entangle himself in karmic ties, especially those of master and disciple. He instructed Daji to announce that he would elucidate the methods of cultivation anew the following day before retreating to his chamber to study the Sky-Mending pearl. Having ascended to the earth immortal realm, Nezha, now with a broader perspective, realized that his previous teachings were somewhat rudimentary and required refinement. This was also the reason for conducting grand lectures. Nezha activated the formation and entered the Taiwang heaven. The Taiwang heaven was vast, though the currently usable area was limited to a significant stretch of spiritual fields that Nezha had cultivated, summoning 12 Sky-Mending pearls. The Taiwang heaven resonated profoundly. The cornerstones of the world, whether they be earth, fire, water, wind, or the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all encompass water, underscoring its significance. Aware of the yearning for water in the realm of Taiwang, Nezha did not intervene, allowing the 12 sea pearls to soar towards their respective cardinal directions, transforming into the very foundation of Taiwan. Gradually, the foggy haze enveloping the realm began to disperse, revealing a vibrant blue sea mist, and the world, nourished by water, shed its lifeless demeanor. Yet, this was merely the inception of a profound transformation. Another delightful revelation was Nezha's acceptance by Taiwan, granting him dominion over this world. With a mere thought, a colossal stone tablet arose at the center of existence. Nezha, pricking his finger and waving it through the void, inscribed the 3 characters Tai Huang Tian upon the tablet. The resonating hum echoed as though the world itself rejoiced. Nezha shared in this joy, watching the realm flourish alongside him, yielding immeasurable rewards. Although he lacked the means to cultivate the world himself, he could readily replicate the answers contained within the map of rivers and mountains. In terms of longevity, as long as the world remains immortal, Nezha's divine essence will not succumb to age, rendering any soul-attacking spells nearly ineffective against him. However, a drawback exists. His physical growth is hindered by the influence of his soul. Fortunately, he had surpassed his childhood years, entering an acceptable phase of youth. Once he achieves success in his celestial path, he may very well remain a youthful figure for eons to come. Moreover, once the sea pearls are fully refined, they can still be utilized, provided he prevents the collapse of his abode. After years of diligent practice, Daji had nearly perfected her administrative skills, managing the affairs of the Taiping sect, even earning the title of saintess. Nezha had never formally preached, as the followers of the Taiping Tianshu, annotated by Ji Chang, were primarily composed of wealthy individuals and struggling farmers who formed the organization spontaneously, with Nezha as their unseen pillar of strength. The congregation continued to grow in size and devotion. The next day, Nezha was taken aback by the throngs of people attending his public lecture. Whether one sheep or a multitude, he was ready to begin. A certain leader from Bio Palace gave Nezha an approving nod. Yuan, observing Nezha from above as he delivered his lecture, couldn't help but reflect, Nezha truly possesses the demeanor of a revered ancestor. Meanwhile, Yunzongzi remained uninterested in such matters, preoccupied with his own inventions. The last time Nezha wielded a counterfeit panga banner in a display of power, he astounded Yunzongzi for a millennium. Having faced the sacred beast, the Azure Dragon, Nezha was no stranger to grand occasions and was now undaunted, launching directly into the fundamentals of qi cultivation. He explained the initial steps of guiding qi into the body, its effectiveness, and how consuming his elixirs led to immediate results. He then emphasized the importance of establishing a solid foundation for the path. Do you know how monumental it is to erect towering edifices from the ground up? Upon reaching the golden core stage, the implications are extraordinary. One must swallow a golden core. Oh, but let us refrain from uttering anything that could disrupt the unity of the wilderness. Regardless of Nezha's delivery, the audience was entranced, nodding their heads in fervor. Those with cultivation began to engage in mutual verification of Nezha's teachings. How have I gone astray in my cultivation? Alas, it must be that my comprehension was lacking at that moment. They are utterly unaware that it was Nezha who altered the technique. Those without cultivation may as well consider it mere folklore. Oh, to reach the golden core and soar through the skies. Oh, to transcend during the tribulation and ascend to immortality. The cultivators have gained wisdom, a triumph. The common folk have found joy in topics for conversation, another victory. I sit at the center, passionately expounding, while below, they listen with a reverence akin to scripture. Nezha has begun to grasp the joy of the celestial sage. This overwhelming sense of accomplishment is exhilarating. Everyone has gained something. It is truly a resounding success. Chapter 27. The Wisdom of Jin dashing upon returning to the Western Zhou. Ji Chong did not embark on sweeping reforms. He was a pragmatic and diligent individual. His first step was to vigorously promote production while intermittently delivering speeches on the Book of Great Peace. Ji Chong already held a formidable reputation in the Western Zhou. And as production bore fruit, he cleverly persuaded the nobility. Look, if you heed my counsel, all shall prosper. Utilizing these slaves as mere beasts of burden is woefully inefficient. Would it not yield better results to follow my methods? The nobles were aware that this was fundamentally flawed. Yet Ji Chong was the lord of Western Qi and a renowned sage. Since this endeavor posed no detriment to them, they had no grounds for resistance and reluctantly surrendered the majority of their slaves. San Yisheng, one of the 4 friends of the king, toiled tirelessly to accomplish these feats, becoming gaunt in the process. His ability to engage with Ji Chong indicated their shared character. After being enlightened by Ji Chang's teachings upon his return from Chaoga, he too was eager to invest himself in this grand undertaking. Over the years, progress was made gradually yet remarkably, contributing to a significant increase in humanitarian fortune. Meanwhile, Wen Zhong was racking his brains to devise a means to eliminate Yuan Fudo. This fellow had become as tenacious as a stubborn plaster, seemingly defeated yet impossible to eradicate. Every time he departed, he would summon a host of minor demons to stir up trouble. After much contemplation, Wen Zhong resolved to seek reinforcements, setting off that very day aboard the Ink Qilin towards Golden Ao Island. Nezha's own cultivation returned to a proper course. Each day was spent refining his magical powers, contemplating fragments of the Jade Codex of Creation, and practicing the profound 8-9 mysteries. Nezha felt that this was the essence of the Taoist path, which true immortal does not saunter about in the vast wilderness. Just as Nezha believed he could enjoy a period of diligent practice, an incident arose. Arriving in Chaoga were several younger brothers of Yuan Hong. It is said that these few demons had set off long ago, so why did they only arrive now? This was because they had first journeyed to the North Sea to inquire about news from their elder brother's father. Upon arrival, they found the elder's father in disarray, fleeing from the onslaught of the dark, imposing soldiers of the Shang and a multitude of extraordinary beings. With a collective sense of trepidation, the demons retreated. We shall seek our elder brother. This matter does not concern us. After a detour, the demons made their way to Chaoga, discussing their elder brother's whereabouts along the way. They learned that he had charged into the city but had not emerged since, leading them to conclude he was either dead or captured. As they walked, they deliberated on how to uncover news of their elder brother. Unfortunately, with only 6 demons, they could scarcely muster a brain the size of a monkey ass. What clever ideas could they possibly conceive? At last, Jin Dasheng smacked his forehead and declared, "Let us not ponder any longer. We shall go directly to inquire. If the boss is deceased, we shall avenge him on the spot. If he still lives, we shall fight to rescue him." Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Jin Dasheng could not help but wipe his forehead, reflecting on how they often regarded him as foolish. Yet in this critical moment, they must rely on my remarkable wisdom. He did not consider that even the mightiest warrior, Yuan Hong, had fallen, and they, too, would merely be walking into a trap. Sheep Xian and Chang Hao, possessing a modicum of sense, clearly felt the impropriety of their actions, yet they could devise no alternative plan. Regardless, they had to venture to Chaoga. Due to Yu Yuan's obscure reputation, they tacitly assumed that the renowned and wise teacher had ensnared their leader, which could be considered a fortunate miscalculation. At the mansion of the great teacher in Chaoga, Nezha, with a stoic expression, was earnestly lecturing Daji and Deng Chanyu. Initially, Nezha had hoped to invite Daji over for a light-hearted respite, for cultivation requires a balance of work and relaxation. However, upon her arrival, she was immediately scrutinized by the keen-eyed Deng Chanyu. With an innocent countenance, Deng Chanyu inquired, "Sister Daji, where are you off to?" Although Daji had been tempered by time, she still felt bashful regarding matters of gender, unable to articulate that she was merely seeking Nezha for a bit of relaxation. Instead, she fabricated an excuse about encountering some difficulties in her cultivation and sought to consult Nezha. Deng Chanyu blinked her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "That's splendid. I have many uncertainties as well. Let us go together." Thus unfolded the scene of Nezha imparting wisdom to the two women. Pondering internally how two monks could draw water together, yet three monks would find none. A young maid who had come to report expressed her own confusion. Having heard the sisters speak of Miss Su and Miss Deng, she had anticipated witnessing something thrilling, yet found this to be the outcome. "Master ladies, there are 6 peculiar individuals outside requesting an audience with you." Nezha, upon hearing this, was not surprised. After all, his esteemed mansion had become a renowned destination in Chaoga, and he was accustomed to visitors. He promptly rose to head outside, realizing there was no point in continuing his discourse without refreshments. Daji cast a somewhat challenging glance at Deng Chanyu, then stood up, producing a silver coin and cheerfully said to the young maid, "Xiaorong, you have been diligent in your work lately. Continue to strive." The maid accepted it with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, madam. Now, you may leave." Deng Chanyu pouted, "I am not the least bit upset." As Nezha stepped outside the mansion, he beheld 6 oddly shaped figures standing awkwardly at the entrance, appearing rather innocent. Among them, a robust man with a simple demeanor stepped forward and, with an imposing presence, inquired, "Are you the illustrious and wise teacher renowned throughout the vast wilderness?" Nezha, though finding the man's appearance rather unappealing, was charmed by his words and humbly replied, "There is no such illustriousness. It is merely hearsay." The man glanced at his 5 companions and remarked, "Oh, so it is all mere hearsay." The 5 surrounding creatures nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing Nezha's modesty. In an instant, Nezha's smile vanished. "You odd fellows, are you here to cause trouble?" Jean Dashing remained utterly oblivious to the imminent threat of violence, casually inquiring, "Little brat, do you know where my elder brother Yuan Hong has gone?" Nezha scrutinized the various demons before him, each unmistakably seeking trouble. This particular one appeared to be a formidable beast, perhaps a large yellow bull. It would suit him perfectly as a mount, for in the primordial realm, such creatures were reserved for the elite. The supreme pure one rode a green bull, while the highest pure one rode a Kuei bull. It seemed only fitting for me, Nezha, to ride a yellow bull. He glanced at another demon and thought that he could use a dog as well. Even Yang Jian had a canine companion. As the second generation of Nuwa, Nezha, should not be outdone by mere mortals. Contemplating how to tame these desirable wild Pokemon, he mused that Yuan Hong had indeed been subdued by him. Upon hearing this, the demons took on postures of defiance, shouting in unison, "Release our brother." Nezha remained silent, instead allowing ripples of energy to flow from his body, which then dissipated. After a brief moment, he reappeared and proposed, "Look, I can leave at will, and you cannot stop me. Why not engage in a fair contest? If you win, I shall release your brother. If you lose, you will submit to my will. What say you?" The demons exchanged glances, considering the proposition. Jean Dashung, however, interjected loudly, "No way. Why not?" Jean Dashung, with a naive expression, replied, "There are 6 of us, yet you have only one elder brother. That hardly seems fair." Nezha raised an eyebrow. "Shall I conjure 5 more brothers for you?" But even so, in a situation where victory is assured, a little bait is not unwelcome. Chapter 28. The Duel. Ultimately, Nezha produced 5 magical treasures, leading the proudly beaming Jean Dashing and his companions into the royal palace. Upon learning the background of the situation, Insho initially felt somewhat resentful, realizing that the monkey demon had already been captured by his mentor. "You should have mentioned that earlier. I was left to outwit the air itself." Yet soon, excitement took over, for with the compensation from the previous encounter with the Azure Dragon, Insho had indeed acquired numerous valuable items from Nezha. Not only had he broken through to the nascent soul stage, but he had also obtained several precious artifacts. Nezha had not entirely swindled Insho, providing him with several splendid treasures and spells, including the dragon binding rope, the dragon slaying spear, and techniques such as the dragon slaying steps and the dragon annihilation light. Now, upon hearing about the impending duel, he was overjoyed. A competition was essential, and it needed to be grand. "Construct a duel stage for me. I want all of Chaoga City to witness." The 6 demons were undeterred, their relatively simple-minded nature relishing the attention that would come with such a spectacle. Each prepared eagerly, eager to achieve fame in Chaoga. The rules were straightforward. The 6 of you from Meishan, and we from the Shang dynasty shall also present 6. With each individual allowed only one chance to compete. Life and death are fated. Whichever side loses all its members first shall be defeated. From Meishan, the 7 monsters of Meishan -1. From the Shang side, Inshou, Nezha, Huang Feihu, Daji, Deng Chanyu, and Jiang Zia. Although Inshou felt that Deng Chanyu and Daji were merely there to fill the ranks, he did not object, thinking it would be advantageous to have 2 fewer competitors for the spoils. Due to the pressing timeline, Nezha, the second most powerful being of the primordial realm, took the initiative to construct a dual stage outside the city. Simultaneously, some treasures belonging to Inshou were plundered, and intricate array patterns were inscribed. Regardless of the safety of these actions, the results appeared undeniably impressive. The towering structure on the southern side of the entire Chaoga could be seen reaching into the clouds. Inshou deemed it worthwhile. After all, the riches were essentially acquired at no cost from the Dragon clan, while the spectacle constructed was solely his own. Thus he felt no remorse in spending such wealth. Half a month later, both parties converged on the Docian platform. The map of mountains and rivers hung prominently, displaying Yuan Hong, who was pinned beneath the earth. Opposite stood the robust and somewhat arrogant Jin Dashing, who boldly entered the arena and proclaimed, "Who dares to challenge me?" Nezha intervened to prevent Inshou from rushing in, saying, "I am in need of a steed. Let me have a go, my king." Although Jin Dashing's cultivation was comparable to Yuan Hong's, and he ranked among the top tier of the 7 demons, his wild and unrefined skills rendered him incapable of matching Yuan Hong's prowess. Nezha, with a flicker of spatial distortion, appeared directly opposite Jin Dashing. "Little one, with your physique, you cannot withstand 2 of my punches." With a hint of amusement, Nezha brandished his gleaming silver spear. "Since you are so confident, why not raise the stakes?" Jin Dashing nodded in agreement without even hearing the terms. He then summoned his demonic power and charged forward with a punch. Nezha did not employ any other magical artifacts, merely wielding his spear to meet the oncoming blow. The clash of fist and spear resulted in a brief standoff, revealing Jin Dashing's expression of underestimation. Nezha, somewhat exasperated with this simpleton, had not even unleashed the full potential of his spear. Otherwise, such a slight frame would have met with dire consequences. Sheathing the spear, he retrieved the Qian Kuan bow and swiftly released an arrow aimed directly at Jin Dashing. Following the shot, he quickly tossed the bow aside. In an instant, Jin Dashing sensed the overwhelming power of the tremor arrow and exerted his full demonic energy to block it. However, a resounding thud echoed as he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. This throwing technique was a signature move of Deng Chanyu, and Nezha had shown great mercy, casting only a gold ingot. Had it been a multicolored stone, this fool would have been reduced to mere minced meat. Casually, he cast forth the dragon binding rope, ensnaring Jin Dashing and tossing him towards the map of mountains and rivers. "Stop!" Nezha exclaimed, gazing at the several demons obstructing his path with a teasing expression. "Can't you play properly? If you lack skill, practice more. If you cannot afford to play, then do not." The few simple-minded demons found themselves toyed with at Nezha's whim. One of them, Dai Li, who had the closest bond with Jin Dashing, angrily demanded, "Dare you to fight me? If I win, you will release Jin Dashing. And if you lose?" Nezha inquired, his eyes glinting with provocation. "If I lose, I shall serve you as a gatekeeper from now on." "That is precisely what I wish to hear." The 2 returned to the platform. Meanwhile, Inshou grew increasingly anxious from below, exclaiming, "Why are you stealing my kills?" Dai Li wasted no time and immediately unleashed a crimson dog treasure towards Nezha. Nezha countered by hurling a gold ingot. Although Nezha had refined the ingot, it could not compare to Dai Li's treasure. After a couple of collisions, it shattered. Unfazed, Nezha casually tossed out 5 more ingots, while he summoned his spear, charging straight at Dai Li. Dai Li possesses commendable martial prowess, engaging in a fierce duel with Nezha, their weapons clashing with a resounding din. After testing Dai Li's skills to his satisfaction, Nezha casually removed the red ribbon from his head, sending a flurry of crimson silk cascading towards Dai Li. Despite Dai Li's relentless swings of his twin blades, they proved futile against the treasures acquired by Nezha during the birthday celebration of Nuwa. In a short span, Dai Li found himself ensnared, resembling a red-wrapped mummy. As the hound's spirit shattered 5 gold bricks to provide aid, Nezha deftly gestured, causing the hound to be inexplicably consumed by a rift in space. This time, Nezha paid no heed to others. His objective was achieved as he grasped the red ribbon, drawing Dai Li into the map of mountains and rivers. The remaining brothers were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the abundance of treasures Nezha possessed. However, upon witnessing Nezha's descent, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. The remaining 4 demons exchanged glances, realizing 2 more had succumbed, leaving them with no option but to confront their fate, hoping that the subsequent challengers would be less formidable. Inshou, observing Nezha's swift defeat of 2 opponents, sensed that the adversaries were not particularly strong. With a commanding presence, he ascended to the center of the arena on his cloud, proclaiming, "Inshou, the foremost general of the Shang dynasty, stands before you. Who dares to face me in battle?" His formidable aura, complemented by his resplendent armor and striking weaponry, instilled fear even in the hearts of the 4 true immortals. After some deliberation, it was ultimately Zhu Jun who stepped onto the stage. Inshou wasted no time with pleasantries, launching a powerful strike with his broken dragon spear. Startled, Zhu Jun instinctively raised his sword in defense, resulting in a resounding clash. He staggered back a step, but managed to parry Inshou's assault. It appeared that Inshou was not as invincible as he seemed. Though his demon powers were constrained, being a wild boar demon endowed him with formidable strength and resilience. Inshou had not diminished in skill. Rather, he had honed his martial abilities over the years. His divine armor and spear work were impenetrable, and the 2 engaged in an unending exchange of blows, far more visually captivating than Nezha's use of magical artifacts. Zhu Jun, despite his flesh-and-blood limitations, found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of magical weapons, though he could endure the minor electric whips and beams. The growing number of wounds inflicted by the broken dragon spear became unbearable. After sustaining a grievous injury, he was propelled backward, transforming into a towering wild boar standing 3 meters tall. With his massive tusks aimed directly at Inshou, the latter bellowed as he braced himself against the 2 tusks, initiating a contest of strength between man and beast. Despite Inshou's innate strength and the enhancement of his divine armor, he could not match Zhu Jun's raw power. Yet, he was cunning, channeling his energy into the binding dragon rope. Although the binding dragon rope could not compare to the celestial binding ropes, it still held some efficacy. A golden chain ensnared the wild boar's front legs, and as Zhu Jun lost his footing, Inshou seized the opportunity to leverage their combined strength, sending Zhu Jun crashing to the ground. Zhu Jun's primal instincts were fully awakened, his eyes glowing crimson as he struggled while opening his mouth wide, unleashing a formidable suction that enveloped Inshou. Despite his waning strength and magical energy, Inshou stood undaunted, surging forward against the pull towards Zhu Jun. Exhausting every ounce of vitality, the tip of the dragon-slaying spear transformed into a drill, spinning at high speed. Inshou, propelled by the momentum of his charge, exerted all his strength to pierce the fetid maw of the wild boar. Fortunately, Nezha had not skimped on any effort. The whirling spearhead breached the inner wall of the mouth and plunged directly into the boar's brain. The anguished wails resonating through Chowga struck Inshou's eardrums like a thunderclap. Clutching the spear tightly, he desperately twisted it, and after a brief moment, the formidable demon, whose cultivation had reached the true immortal realm, lay still. Inshou himself was in dire straits. His armor lay in tatters, and a mysterious viscous substance clung to him as he crawled out from the gaping jaws of the boar. With great effort, he propped himself up on the spear and made a gesture of embracing the sky before collapsing. The remaining demons watched in stunned silence as Nezha stood before them, bearing witness to the death of Zhu Jun's true form. With an impassive expression, Nezha remarked, "Having signed a life and death pact, fate dictates our destinies. Moreover, you may yet have another chance to meet." The 3 remaining demons interpreted Nezha's words as a harbinger of their own demise, fueling their fury even further. Nezha rose, retrieving Inshou, while Jiang Ziya, feeling a sense of duty, soared towards the arena, reluctant to hide behind the 2 young girls. His opponent was Chang Hao. Despite having acquired some celestial techniques after arriving in Chowga, Jiang Ziya's combat prowess remained modest. His only notable skill was a few evasion techniques. He brandished a long staff, creating a flurry of staff shadows. Chang Hao, now red with fury, retorted, "Your dragon staff cannot harm my serpent." He unleashed a torrent of green venom, transforming into his true form and lunging at Jiang Ziya, the ferocity of the beast on full display. Though Jiang Ziya was alert and quickly held his breath to activate his spiritual shield, a single sweep of Chang Hao's white serpent tail shattered the protective barrier. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Ziya burrowed into the ground, but alas, he had already been tainted by the poisonous mist. The dark green venom swirled on the arena, while a massive white serpent relentlessly struck the ground with its tail. Jiang Ziya found himself in a perilous situation, the venom draining his magical energy. Just as he was about to concede, he stammered, I concede." The serpent's jaws snapped shut. "Jiang Ziya, perish." Nezha observed this scene without intervening, adhering to his principle that life and death are predestined, refusing to contradict himself. Disregarding the toxic haze, Nezha approached, while the giant serpent, with vigilant vertical pupils, regarded him as though poised to strike. Nezha remained unperturbed, confident that should the serpent attack, his retaliation would be justified. Zhang Hao, my friend, what do you think of exchanging Jiang Ziya's corpse for that of Zhu Zhan? Without hesitation, Zhang Hao acquiesced. Upon completing the exchange, Nezha encapsulated Jiang Ziya's soul and body within a jade vial, intending to return it to Yun Zhongzi, out of respect for their past camaraderie, unwilling to witness him transformed into serpent excrement. On the arena, Zhang Hao showed no intention of withdrawing, prompting Huang Feihu to prepare for battle. Nezha interjected. Having received numerous gifts of rare treasures and assistance from Huang Feihu since their visit to Yushu Palace, and feeling a sense of obligation, Jiang Ziya will not perish. If you, Huang Feihu, take the field, your eldest son may never meet him again, and your second son could face dire consequences. Nezha extended his hand into his sleeve and retrieved a crimson orb, the prized treasure, from his pouch. He handed it to Daji, who, with a hint of disdain, wrapped it in her handkerchief and donned it as she soared towards the arena. Zhang Hao, having slain Jiang Ziya, believed there were no formidable opponents left. Upon seeing a beautiful woman as his adversary, he felt no hesitation and unleashed a breath of toxic mist before charging forward. Daji, unperturbed, produced a vibrant red embroidered ball and hurled it towards the colossal serpent. With a resounding clap, the serpent transformed into a thick sauce. Zhang Hao met his demise. Nezha, astonished, gazed at the red embroidered ball in Daji's hand, questioning its origin. Was it not something he had given her? His mentor seemed too generous, lending out everything. Daji, with a flick of her wrist, retrieved the precious embroidered ball, pondering why Nezha would suggest she throw a ding. Was that not the domain of a lady? She had never relished combat, and having triumphed, she gracefully withdrew, casting a smug glance at Deng Chanyu. Deng Chanyu, a fierce warrior herself, eagerly seized the treasure and leapt onto the stage. Wu Long exhaled in relief, but was also apprehensive. The young girl before him produced another red embroidered ball, while Deng Chanyu brandished twin blades, alleviating his fears. Despite exuding toxic mist to reveal her true form, it proved futile against the antidote from the treasure. What was thought to be impenetrable armor fell victim to the swift, ancient gleam of the blades, splitting into 3 segments. The centipede, even in death, retained its ferocity, as its massive head turned to bite Deng Chanyu, only to be cleaved in 2 by her blade. Wu Long met his end. Once, Nuwa wielded these twin blades, cleaving her way from the Kunlun Mountains to the west. Thus, Wu Long's demise was fitting. Deng Chanyu inspected the blades, devoid of any bloodstains. Their antiquated design was unassuming, yet she cherished them dearly. Nezha, now numbed by the events, marveled at his mentor's kindness. The final lamb appeared sorrowful, feeling like a sacrificial offering. Yet with his brothers either slain or captured, could he escape? The outcome was evident. He fared worse than Wu Long, enduring 2 strikes before becoming the evening's hot pot ingredient for Nezha and his companions. The Yin dynasty triumphed. Inshou suffered his second grievous injury. Huang Feihu, absent from the arena, was swiftly taken away, leaving the aftermath to him. Nezha then returned home with a few others to indulge in hot pot, ensuring the fresh lamb was not wasted. At the dining table, Nezha, Yu Yuan, Yun Zhongzi, Daji, and Deng Chanyu savored hot pot and sang merrily, creating a delightful atmosphere. Nezha, apologetically producing a jade vial containing Jiang Ziya's remains, said, "This is the body of my senior brother Ziya, who fell to the serpent demon during the contest, sacrificing himself for the great Shang." Yun Zhongzi accepted the vial without much thought. Although Jiang Ziya was referred to as a junior brother, there was little emotional attachment. However, he was aware of the significance surrounding the deification. After indulging in their meal, Yun Zhongzi departed with Ultraman Yang Run, tendering his resignation. The two had forged a bond during their time together, an amiable relationship akin to that of mentor and friend. As Yun Zhongzi left, he quietly advised, "Junior brother, your character is bold and affectionate, but remember not to entangle yourself too deeply with the Jiejiao." Nezha nodded solemnly, recognizing that the disciples of the Jie sect exhibited a wide range of qualities, predominantly comprising ravenous demons. The notion that he could engage with such beings was preposterous. Should he encounter them one day, he would not hesitate to act decisively, sending them to the Fengshen Bang to enjoy their karmic rewards. Chapter 30. Yu Yuan's second visit to Yushu Palace. Inshou had sustained grave injuries, yet fortunately, his life was spared. Initially, he felt a sense of joy. But upon hearing of Zhang Ziya's demise, a pang of sorrow struck him, akin to losing a childhood friend who suddenly relocates. Over the years, their companionship had flourished. Shou had bestowed upon Zhang Ziya numerous rewards, further posthumously honoring him as the king of continuation, signifying that his old companion would seek to continue his path to immortality in the next life. Prime Minister Shang Rong and others did not oppose this. They held Zhang Ziya in high regard. Although he was often absorbed in cultivating immortality, he had indeed accomplished much, and they believed that had he not been so distracted, he could have risen to become a remarkable minister. Alas, with his passing, such reflections were futile. The city of Chaogu returned to its former tranquility. Half a year later, Nezha found himself confronted with a momentous decision, gazing at two pairs of delicate feet. Young Master Li, which pair is more aesthetically pleasing? Humph. Undoubtedly mine. Your feet are plump and pale in comparison to mine. Plump. I prefer to call it voluptuous. Nezha, you must declare whose feet are more beautiful. Nezha, grasping one foot to compare, remarked that both were lovely, yet the two women remained fiercely competitive. My lord, the king of continuation's consort has come to pay her respects. Accompanied by the young master, Nezha cast the feet aside, exclaiming, you two may compare amongst yourselves. He then rose to greet his guests, while Daji and Deng Chanyu exchanged knowing glances. Humph, humph. Upon entering the reception chamber, Nezha encountered a woman in her 60s, accompanied by a small child, waiting expectantly. Although Zhang Ziya and Ma Shi did not share a profound emotional bond, they had a son together. Zhang Ziya ensured that both were well provided for. Despite being absent from home for extended periods, Ma Shi did not perceive Zhang Ziya as ungrateful. In these times, as long as mother and child were well fed and adorned in gold and silver, it mattered little if the husband was not present. Only a spineless individual would linger at home. Her husband was accomplished. Ma Shi, being somewhat mercenary and greedy, held genuine affection for Zhang Ziya, who fulfilled her desires. After all, he had left them a soul talisman, a relatively simple artifact to create. While others believed Zhang Ziya to be dead, Ma Shi was aware of his true fate. Indeed, Zhang Ziya had not perished after being rescued by Yin Zhongzi. He was revived by a pill from the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, his root bone, comprehension, and fortune had diminished drastically. He had once been on the brink of immortality, but he had now merely attained the level of transformation into a divine being. Nonetheless, Zhang Ziya bore no resentment towards Yin Shou. He felt that his stay in Chaogu had been quite pleasant. His sacrifice for the nation stemmed from his own inadequacies, and he noted that Yin Shou had almost met his demise at the jaws of a pig as well. This time, upon his revival, his mentor had not permitted him to leave. Otherwise, he would have returned to Chaogu. Ma Shi waited at home for half a year, growing anxious as Zhang Ziya remained absent despite being alive. Was he no longer interested in her? Had he sought the company of a younger and more alluring maiden? She deemed that the old ginger was a capable man. Even if he sought a few concubines upon his return, it was of little consequence. However, what was to become of me, a solitary orphan left in Chaogu? Thus, she sought out Nezha directly. Before Nezha could utter a word, the president of the Primordial Child Protection Association, Yu Yuan, promptly stepped forward, thumping his chest and declaring, "Fear not. This matter is in our capable hands. We are experienced." The languid Nuwa, who had been reclining, immediately rose to her feet, instructing Qing Luan to fetch some spiritual fruits. It appeared that amusement was to be had. At the Bo Palace, the Tongtian teacher, who had been imparting teachings to Duobao and others, suddenly paused, causing Duobao and the others to open their eyes in confusion after a brief moment. "Master?" they inquired, with a wave of his hand. Tongtian unfurled a massive formation diagram before his disciples, prominently featuring the chest-thumping Yu Yuan. "Fear not. This matter is in our capable hands. We are experienced." Nezha's expression darkened. "Is it true that you are addicted to the Yusu Palace? Once was enough. Must you return?" Just as Nezha was about to refuse, a voice urged him forward. The words of rejection were forcibly swallowed, transforming into, "It is imperative." Yu Yuan, filled with delight, once again took the role of driver, escorting Nezha and the mom-mother-son duo towards Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace. As they traveled, familiarity bred ease. This time, Nezha merely exchanged a few casual remarks, leaving the rest to Ma's performance. Ma, in her 60s and still unmarried, remained an old spinster. Could one truly believe she was without issues? If the fierce Huang could achieve a power level of 10, then Ma's usual combat capability must be in the hundreds of thousands. This exemplifies the disparity between a refined lady and a street harpy, particularly when the latter is a woman of advanced years. Upon their arrival at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the White Crane boy approached with an air of disdain. Do you perceive my Yusu Palace as a mere tourist attraction, coming to check in every now and then? Upon entering the main hall of the Yusu Palace, the two respectfully bowed to the primordial heavenly sovereign atop the cloud platform. As for Ma, she could not even catch a glimpse of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The sovereign immediately discerned Ma's nature and chose to remain hidden. He had already suffered embarrassment at the hands of his unfortunate third brother and Nuwa. To be further berated by a harpy was a fate better avoided. Although Ma could not see the primordial heavenly sovereign, she quickly spotted the most inconspicuous figure in the crowd, Jiangxia. Jiangxia, too, yearned for his son, having been blessed with a child in his old age. In ordinary families, the age gap between him and his son would seem akin to that of a grandfather and grandson. After 6 months of cultivation at the Yusu Palace, he found himself in a state of confusion. He had believed that losing his cultivation merely required a return to it, yet at Kunlun Mountain, renowned as the origin of myriad paths, he found himself unable even to recover his previous abilities. Once he could touch that threshold, now, it was but a distant sight. He wished to speak, but the strict rules of the Yusu Palace forbade it. With his master seated above and so many senior brothers before him, he could only stare in silence. Meanwhile, the others were indifferent to Jiangxia's plight, for it was not their wives seeking them. Thus, the atmosphere grew awkward. Initially restrained, the Ma family feared to disgrace Jiangxia, unaware of the customs of Yusu Palace. They believed Jiangxia was indifferent to them, which felt like abandonment. Thus, they began to wail, Jiangxia, you shameless wretch. How could I, at 60, bear a child for you? You heartless man, you vanished for half a year. Are you forsaking us? Oh heavens, how could you be so cruel in this wretched sect? What are we to do without you? Yuan Shi Tianzun did not intervene, but Guang Qingzi, hearing the harangue, felt compelled to defend the teachings of the sect, which he considered his own. Bold harpy, our sect is comprised of virtuous and noble individuals. How dare you tarnish our name? The Ma family, taken aback by Guang Qingzi's authority, saw their child begin to wail. The Ma mother quickly joined in, lamenting, curse Jiangxia, look at your esteemed brothers, now threatening to slay your wife and child. Today, my son and I shall perish before you. How will you ever face your ancestors? Guang Qingzi, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt somewhat helpless against the harpy's accusations. He could not truly bring harm to Jiangxia's family in front of his own disciple. Although he held little regard for Jiangxia, he understood that, in public, he must support the teacher's disciple, for he was the student of their master. Jiangxia, distressed by the cries of his wife and child, found his steadfast resolve to pursue immortality wavering under their pressure. Enough is enough. Perhaps I am not destined for the immortal path. Chapter 31. When Zhou returns to court Yuan Shi Tianzun, since Jiangxia's turmoil, his intention all along was to sever Zhang's aspirations for immortality. Do not dwell on futile thoughts. Instead, embrace the fortune of divinity and live a prosperous life. Under the relentless pressure from his peers and family, Jiangxia finally expressed his decision. Kneeling before his wife and child, he proclaimed, Teacher, Xia is dull-witted and lacks the fate for the immortal path. I wish to descend the mountain to assist a wise sovereign and enjoy a life of wealth. The wise sovereign undoubtedly referred to Yin Shou, with whom he shared both a mentor-student bond and friendship. Now that his hopes for immortality were dashed, he resolved to aid in governance, allowing his aspirations to soar through another. Yuan Shi Tianzun, dismissing other concerns, nodded and said, It is good that you have come to this understanding. The will of heaven favors Zhou over Shang. You may descend the mountain to assist the wise sovereign and enjoy earthly riches. Jiangxia was taken aback, wishing to refuse, yet found no ground for dissent. With a bitter countenance, he accepted the god-slaying whip and bowed low. I shall faithfully obey your command. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Yuan Shi Tianzun is one of the 6 celestial beings of the primordial realm. The decree of fate is set. Who could contest it? Nezha, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy, yet recognized the harsh reality of the primordial world. Destiny is beyond human control. He kicked Yu Yuan, who was about to speak, with a look that cautioned against foolishness. Yu Yuan, harboring discontent, ultimately restrained himself. Yuan Shi Tianzun vanished amidst the jovial laughter of Tongtian Jiaozhu and the playful banter of Nuwa. Yu Yuan, alongside Nezha, gained fame in the high-stakes battle of the. Nezha was indifferent to his newfound renown. As a few departed, Jiangxia gazed at Nezha's silhouette, wishing to articulate something yet left speechless, ultimately letting out a sigh. In truth, Nezha had already surmised the probable outcome. He could not recklessly retrieve the old man Jiang, for their bond did not extend that far. In this life, who among us is not somewhat at the mercy of fate? Upon their return to Chaoga, that very night, Yu Yuan sought out Nezha for a drink, feeling that he had mishandled the situation, searching for a father but inadvertently entangling the child in the fray. Nezha reassured Yu Yuan. Our fundamental aim was to reunite the child with the father, was it not? And have we not succeeded? The family is reunited. You and I have achieved our mission. The fate of Jiang Ziya's family no longer lies within our control. We must heed the master's command. In this current era, the bond between master and disciple is akin to that of father and son, intertwined by destiny. Nezha's immunity to calamities is owed to the support of Nuwa, while the errant dragon clan must rely on the personal intervention of Lord Mengzhong to navigate the consequences. Yu Yuan pondered the possibility that one day, his own master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, might assist the West Qi, leaving him unable to refuse. Thus, they continued their revelry, cup after cup. Old Yu, Nezha remarked. Cherishing children is commendable, yet one must discern between genuine children and those of the family. I have heard of a condition known as dwarfism in the wilderness. Those afflicted may age yet retain the form of a child. Yu Yuan, somewhat befuddled, scrutinized Nezha, who playfully retorted, I stand at over 1.60 meters. What nonsense is this about dwarfism? Immediately, Yu Yuan exclaimed, I understand. Henceforth, any unattractive little person I encounter must surely be afflicted with dwarfism. Following this, Nezha resumed his diligent training, deeply moved by the recent events involving Jiang Ziya. Daji and Deng Chanyu observed Nezha's commitment to cultivation, prompting them to also intensify their own efforts. While tranquility returned to Chaoga, the battle in the North Sea reached its zenith. Wenzhong journeyed to Jinao Island to summon the 10 Heavenly Lords. Although their character and comprehension were lacking, their aptitude in formations was undoubtedly exceptional. The 10 dispersed to strategically constrict Yuan Fudong's movements, ultimately annihilating his demon army. Yuan himself stumbled into the Zhao Zhang's Earth Fiend formation, where he was tainted by the murderous aura of the Earth Veins, leading to his name being etched upon the list to receive blessings. Having campaigned in the North Sea for many years, Wenzhong completed the pacification much earlier than anticipated, unburdened by delays from the rear. After graciously hosting the 10 Heavenly Lords, he prepared to return home. However, the 10 did not immediately head back to Jinao Island. The might of the 10 Absolute Formation was formidable. In the original tale, the 12 Golden Immortals had to sacrifice one of their own before daring to enter, as the formation's power is subject to depletion. With Yuan Fudong now trapped, the murderous aura within Zhao Zhang's Earth Fiend formation had been significantly diminished, prompting several brothers to venture deep into the earth to reclaim this aura. News of Wenzhong's return to court spread to Chaoga, igniting celebrations akin to the festivities of the New Year. For the Deshang, Wenzhong represented a true stabilizing force, a pillar of strength. In Shou, despite his still recovering health, personally took charge of the arrangements to welcome Wenzhong. Nezha initially had no desire to attend the event, but In Shou sent numerous spiritual materials as an invitation, solely to bolster Wenzhong's presence. On that day, the air was filled with the resounding clang of gongs and drums, accompanied by the harmonious sound of long horns. While the banners fluttered in the wind amidst a throng of people, In Shou had been waiting outside the city, flanked by civil and military officials. Just as Nezha began to grow impatient, Wenzhong arrived riding the ink-black Qilin, accompanied by 4 small giants, with a formidable army of armored soldiers trailing behind him. Upon seeing the assembled officials waiting eagerly, he raised his hand, commanding the troops to stand at attention, and advanced alone, with In Shou and his entourage rushing to greet him. A jubilant procession returned to the royal palace, where In Shou, adhering to the edict drafted by Shang Rong, promptly bestowed rewards before hosting a grand banquet for the civil and military dignitaries. After his return, Wenzhong spoke little, consistently yielding the spotlight to In Shou, demonstrating his profound affection for the Shang dynasty. Throughout the banquet, In Shou frequently raised his glass, formally introducing Nezha to Wenzhong. As for Wenzhong, one could argue that he had been entrenched in the mundane for far too long. His thoughts on interpersonal relationships were rooted in worldly conventions. His approach to Nezha reflected this perspective. He believed that even a respected figure like your father, Li Jing, should stand humbly before him, let alone a mere child like you. His condescending tone betrayed the arrogance of an elder addressing a younger generation. I am grateful for your care during my absence from Chaoga, but to manipulate the king into pursuing immortality and penning nefarious texts, thereby releasing Ji Chong, is unbecoming of a subject. You ought to remain humble and dutiful in order to repay the king's kindness. Nezha, however, held a different view. having vanquished the dragon kings of the four seas. He found it absurd that a mere terrestrial immortal would dare speak to him in such a manner. Have you lost your mind? He retorted, refusing to indulge Zhou. The king has graciously invited me to celebrate your achievements, not to endure your reprimands. Moreover, in terms of our relationship, you should address me as Shu. The Grand Master is known for upholding propriety. Surely, he wouldn't disrupt the hierarchy. Zhou, perceiving Nezha not as an immortal but rather as a mere child, was infuriated by his words. He regarded his intentions as benevolent, recalling how he had guided Li Jing when he first entered Chaoga. Now, he sought to extend his wisdom to Nezha, thinking it would be easy to replace him in the future. Never had he encountered such insolence from Nezha, whom he deemed obstinately ignorant. Sensing the discord between the two, Zhou hastily intervened, eager to smooth over the situation. As he held both the esteemed Grand Master and his own revered mentor in high regard, with a light heart, he exclaimed, Come, on this joyous occasion, let us drink and celebrate. Yet, even as Nezha observed Zhou's furious countenance, he showed little inclination to pacify him. Chapter 32. Departure from Chaoga. The day after Zhou's return to the court, he hosted a banquet for his senior brother, Yu Yuan, who was to bring Nezha along. Nezha, however, outright declined the invitation. Yu Yuan chose not to meddle in their affairs. After the gathering concluded, he took his leave, expressing, Now that my junior brother has returned, it is time for me to depart. Do visit me on Penglai Island when you have the opportunity. I shall introduce you to many friends. Nezha nodded repeatedly, promising, next time for sure, while internally he was reluctant to go. Knowing that few from the GS sect were of good character, fearing that he might not be able to control his primal powers in their presence. With that, Yu Yuan rode away on his 5-cloud camel. With no outsiders present, Daji and Deng Chanyu began to completely unleash their true selves. Nezha remained indifferent to the matter, seizing one of them in each hand and sending them into seclusion, as their presence would only hinder my cultivation. Zhou, accustomed to authority in the Shang dynasty, noticed the absence of Nezha the next day when he confronted Zhou in front of the civil and military officials, unleashing a torrent of rebuke. He even took his golden whip to seek out Zhou, nearly startling him from his meditation. Reluctantly, he had to pay respect to Zhou and attend court, where Zhou continued to berate Nezha in front of Zhou, followed by a harsh denunciation of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, voicing his discontent without restraint. Though Zhou was relatively young for an immortal, he appeared quite aged as a minister, with rigid and outdated notions. His experiences in battle had left him somewhat oblivious to court matters, and upon his return, he found much to disdain. He immediately recognized the consequences of Nezha's actions, though he was unsure if they were intentional. How could you act in such a manner? This is contrary to propriety. What nonsense is this Taiping book? It is utterly heretical. You neglect your duties by not attending court regularly. What kind of minister are you? And you, Zhou, even if you pursue immortality, what of your 2 sons? To whom will your legacy be passed? Hong and Jiao are unlikely to survive even their father. How can a crown prince endure for 80 years? Currently, Zhou wielded more power in the Shang than Zhou. It seems the Shang's prospects were merely an illusion. Today, I shall eradicate the demons threatening Shang. And that demon refers to Nezha. Unbeknownst to Nezha, who was engrossed in his seclusion, Zhou first declared the Taiping book a forbidden text, igniting a pyre at the palace gates, where an endless stream of the book was cast into the flames. He then designated the Taiping sect as a heretical cult, stripping Nezha of his titles as a sage and good teacher of Shang, and he ruthlessly apprehended a group of fervent followers of the Taiping sect, executing them without hesitation. Zhou initially wished to feign ignorance, yet as Zhou's actions grew increasingly extreme, he felt compelled to intervene. Ultimately, though no further arrests were made, the ban on the Taiping sect remained in place. Once a formidable force, the Taiping sect was rendered inconsequential in the eyes of the authorities. Yet the intertwining of hatred and hope left behind a seed of discontent, awaiting the day it would take root and flourish. After addressing matters in Chaogu and its surroundings, Zhou set his sights on Shiqi. Had it not been for the sage's presence in Chaogu, it could be said that Shiqi was the true stronghold of the Yellow Turbans. Zhou issued multiple decrees, forbidding Shiqi from propagating the teachings of the Taiping sect, while ordering the incineration of all related texts. Yet, how could Jichang possibly comply? Frankly, no one comprehended the Taiping book better than he. Drawing upon his governance experience, he authored 20 commentaries, and the more he practiced, the more he found the Taiping book to be profound beyond measure. Under his stewardship, Shiqi experienced an exponential increase in strength. How could he ever relinquish this? He feigned obedience to Chao Gu while continuing to develop in secret, acutely aware that his time was limited. When Nezha emerged from his seclusion, his mastery of the 8-9 arcane skills had ascended to the 45th level. He could now boldly declare, arcane skills, for transformations, unbound by the cycle of reincarnation. After stabilizing his restless emotions, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Although the Taiping heavenly teachings were born from his own jest and mischief, my indifference does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Stepping outside, he sequentially knocked on the doors of Daji and Deng Chanyu, drawing both into the map of mountains and rivers, and teleporting them directly to the palace of Yingshou. Yingshou, seeing Nezha's somber expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment and waved his hand, producing a large chest of treasures. Good teacher, esteemed master. He has indeed gone too far this time. Consider this as compensation, shall we? Nezha did not even glance at it, stating, our fates are now severed. There shall be no more esteemed masters of the Yin merchants. With that, he vanished and reappeared above Chaoga, declaring, Zhou, come forth. The citizens of Chaoga gazed up at Nezha, many with an inexplicable fire igniting in their eyes. Zhou, aware of Nezha's malevolent intent, mounted his dark qilin, fully armed. Nezha, you of the Li family, favored by the king to guard Qintang, yet you incite the king to pursue immortality and deceive the populace into rebellion. You are truly a rogue of the Shang. Nezha snorted derisively, right and wrong shall be judged by posterity. Today, I shall teach you a lesson and release this pin-up ire. With that, he summoned his spear and charged at Zhou. Though Zhou's cultivation was modest, he had assisted 3 successive kings and was somewhat entangled with the fortunes of humanity. Coupled with his status as a direct disciple of he held a notable position among immortals. However, with Nezha wielding the Xinyuan sword, it would be inconsequential even if he were to be slain on the spot. As their weapons clashed, Zhou's skills were indeed formidable, but his treasures paled in comparison to Nezha's. After a brief skirmish, Nezha's spear shattered the long whip, reputed to be transformed from a dragon, sweeping Zhou to the ground. The dark qilin lunged forward to protect its master. Nezha swiftly hurled a piece of multicolored stone, striking the qilin squarely on the head, which fell to the ground with a thud, instantly asleep due to its youth and vitality. Nezha then aimed his spear at Zhou, who opened his third eye, unleashing a beam of white light toward him. Nezha, blocking the light with his spear, performed a flourish and hurled the weapon, pinning Zhou to the ground, blood spattering from his mouth. As the handsome youth approached step by step, Zhou's composure crumbled. Yet he faced death without fear. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Nezha extracted his spear and, with a light thrust, punctured 3 holes, asking, your heart is hidden in Julong Ridge, is it not? Zhou, aghast, exclaimed you. Nezha, retracting his spear with a disdainful expression, declared, for the sake of your master, I shall spare your life. He then turned and soared away on his cloud, realizing there was no longer a reason to remain in Chaoga. The spiritual materials Yingshou could gather would offer little benefit to his mastery of the 8-9 arcane skills beyond the 40 levels. And the war between Shang and Zhou was imminent. It was unnecessary for him to linger in Chaoga and attract further consequences. As for why he did not slay Zhou, watching the carefully crafted foundations of the Shang slowly crumble would be far more agonizing than a swift death. As she departed, she gracefully took with her the treasures that belonged to her existence. Next, she returned Daji and Deng Chanyu to their homes, while she herself embarked on a journey of wandering and cultivation, unbound by a fixed residence. With their mentor overseeing their safety, there was no need for her to worry about them. Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions would first have to contend with the formidable red embroidery ball. In Chapter 33, titled Demon Punishment Heaven, on the other side, Jiang Zia and his family had arrived in the western Zhou. Old Jiang held a favorable impression of Nezha, leading him not only to study Nezha's methods of cultivation, but also to become well-versed in the Taiping Heavenly Book. Coupled with his astute understanding of internal affairs and strategies, he quickly earned the recognition of Ji Chang as a confidant. As their relationship developed, Ji Chang recognized Jiang Zia's exceptional talents and appointed him as chancellor. Jiang Zia took some time to comprehend the current state of Shiqi, which left him astonished, and his resentment about being forcibly placed in Shiqi began to diminish. He harbored genuine concern for Yingshou, pondering why their pursuit of cultivation had to be so fraught with difficulties. Ji Chang felt both joy and anxiety. He was delighted that such a wise and virtuous teacher had left Chaoga, which likely meant he had come to Shiqi, evoking the excitement akin to a fervent reader meeting an author. His worry, however, stemmed from the plight of the persecuted followers of the Taiping sect. The two of them skillfully managed the wrath of Zhou, continually receiving correspondence regarding the eradication of the yellow turbans. Meanwhile, Nezha had returned Daji to Jizhou. As a devoted father, Su, who was overjoyed to see his daughter, but his expression darkened upon witnessing her familiarity with Nezha. Nezha, noticing Su, whose perpetual frown, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he had stolen a precious cabbage. In contrast to her husband, Madame Su was considerably more welcoming and took a strong liking to Deng Chanyu. While Su Hu and the Duke of Deng were not particularly close, they were certainly acquainted. And similarly, Madame Su had met Deng Chanyu's late mother, as both were prominent young ladies from Chaoga City. After their meeting, she scrutinized Nezha closely, then pulled Daji and Deng Chanyu aside for whispered conversations. To Nezha, it felt as though they were merely shouting in his ear. In essence, it amounted to, "My daughter, you have good taste in finding such a celestial young man. How far have you two progressed? I wish to hold my grandchild." The three of them found themselves in an awkward predicament. Nezha, while managing Madame Su's inquisitive inquiries, "How old are you this year? Having resigned from the Shang, where do you plan to seek employment?" faced what could be likened to an ancient version of a mother-in-law interrogating her son-in-law. Nezha was someone who preferred a soft approach over a hard one. He would never resort to overturning the table out of impatience, as that would lack decorum. He dutifully attended a dinner, and after finally being liberated from the evening, he was compelled by the strong insistence of Daji and Madame Su to remain for another half-month with Deng Chanyu. Eventually, he departed with Deng Chanyu towards the Three Mountain Pass. Daji stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance where Nezha had vanished, as Madame Su comforted her, saying, "Men of talent and ambition are like this. They will not pause in their pursuit of ideals for the sake of romantic entanglements. If you truly care for him, do not become a burden in his quest." Daji resolutely declared, "Mother, I shall not be a burden to Nezha. Rather, I aspire to be his support." The two then arrived at the Sand Mountain Pass, where Deng Dai rushed into the embrace of her father, Deng Jiugong. Their bond was profound. Having lost her mother at a tender age, Deng Jiugong had played the dual roles of both father and mother. From the age of 3 or 4, he had taken her on horseback, embodying the quintessential paternal figure in her life. This was also the reason behind her aversion to feminine attire. Old Deng made every effort to uphold the dignity of a father. In recent years, as Deng Dai ventured to Chaoga, he had devoted all of the family's connections in the city to safeguard her. Unlike Su Hu, who regarded Nezha with disdain, Old Deng approached him with a cup of wine. Nezha, protected by his formidable skills, was unperturbed and single-handedly subdued Old Deng and several of his martial generals with ease. That evening, Old Deng and young Deng flanked Nezha, pledging, "From now on, Deng Dai will be in your care. Given the bond we share as brothers, you must look after her well." Nezha glanced at the elder and the younger, amused by the notion of brotherhood, then turned to Deng Dai, saying, "You shall call me uncle, and I shall call you sister. We shall each have our own matters to discuss." Deng Dai playfully pinched Nezha, ensuring her father and elder brother were settled before preparing a room for Nezha. Typically, celestial beings possess their own ethereal abodes, but alas, Nezha had none. As all his resources had been devoted to Tai Huang Tian, he had no patience to establish another dwelling, preferring instead to visit Mount Li to pay his respects to his master. Although Nuwa had not extensively arranged Mount Li, it sufficed for his cultivation needs. As Nezha intended to depart after a brief stay, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth from the distant west. The land trembled. The cause of this disturbance lay with the 10 heavenly lords, who were in search of the veins of the earth to uncover lethal opportunities. 10 individuals delved deep underground, with Zhao Jiang utilizing his extensive experience to locate a rich vein of ore. The group conversed animatedly while Zhao Jiang tirelessly excavated. The depletion caused by the fierce battle of Earth's fierce spirits was quickly replenished, yet Zhao Jiang, whose temperament was less than steady and whose mind was clouded by greed, could not resist the allure of continued mining. The group persisted in their excavation, and as they descended deeper, the malevolent energy of the earth intensified, until one fateful day, they unearthed a corpse. With audacity born of skill, they examined the remains, confirming it to be the body of a deceased shaman. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes opened, and it struck Sun Liang, who had been inspecting its teeth. With a powerful fist, Sun Liang's spirit was instantly obliterated in a mist of blood, an offering to Xingtian. Xingtian, having perished in the ancient battle between shamans and demons, had been buried deep by the Earth Mother after belonging to the Huda tribe. Despite his consciousness being extinguished in that ancient conflict, his physical form had remarkably healed over the eons, imbued with an inexhaustible will to fight and a thirst for vengeance. A deafening roar of rage and sorrow echoed as the two sides clashed violently underground. Xing Tian, devoid of consciousness, acted purely on instinct, yet, as a member of the shaman clan, his body, restored to its prime, remained a formidable force. 10 Days Monarch has now become 9 Days Monarch. And he is no fool. The formidable Qin Wan bellowed in order and initiated the formation of the Heaven's Absolute Array. Qin Wan's capability to ascend to the position of 10 Days Monarch is undoubtedly impressive, especially considering that the most potent force in the primordial chaos is the Heavenly Dao. Within the array, the heavenly intent exudes a lethal aura, posing a significant threat to Xing Tian. Simultaneously, it has fully awakened the ferocity of Mo Xing Tian. The celestial governs the ethereal, while the shaman rules the earthly. The heavens are indeed the realm of the ethereal. In a frenzy, Xing Tian relentlessly unleashed the accumulated lethal energy from the earth's veins that he had absorbed over numerous years, countering the heavenly intent. Although the power of the earth's veins is inferior to that of the heavenly intent, Xing Tian's current accumulation is far greater. Qin Wan's Heaven's Absolute Array has successfully provided sufficient time for the others to prepare their formations. The moment Mo Xing Tian shattered the Heaven's Absolute Array, Qin Wan swiftly dashed into the Earth's fiery array. Without a glance, the two sped towards the Wind Howl Array. Upon entering the Earth's fiery array, Mo Xing Tian felt as if he had returned home. Zhao Jiang, having absorbed the lethal energy from the Earth's veins along the way, became Mo Xing Tian's sustenance. Not only recovering from his injuries, but also growing more ferocious. He charged directly into the Wind Howl Array, where the bone-chilling gales and the searing three flavors true fire would obliterate an ordinary celestial upon mere contact. However, the great shaman's physical form remained unyielding. Though it would be inaccurate to claim it was without effect, the wind was indeed a tad chilly. Qin Wan and Zhao Jiang attempted to pull Dongquan away, yet he stubbornly resisted, once again activating the myriad blades within the array. Mo Xing Tian, with a cacophony of sounds, shattered the Wind Howl Array and, with a single punch, obliterated Dongquan. Chapter 34. Xing Tian causes havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Missouri. Xing Tian roared in fury, seizing the shattered myriad blades and hurling them towards the two, fleeing towards the ice array. Upon finding Yuan Jiao, they were taken aback to see only two of them. Elder brother, second brother, where is third brother? The two exchanged bittersweet glances and turned around simultaneously, revealing their bloodied backs, speckled with shards of blades. If not for their two enchanted robes, which were decent treasures, they would have been pierced through by the myriad blades long ago. Yuan Jiao, both enraged and indignant, activated the ice array to confront Mo Xing Tian, but alas, it merely delayed Xing Tian's movements without substantial effect. The three quickly made their way to the blazing array presided over by Bai Li, where the three banners unfurled and the flames soared. Mo Xing Tian's frozen muscles rapidly thawed, and while the two arrays could not be deemed entirely ineffective, it could only be said that the combination of ice and fire was indeed comfortable. The number of fugitives increased by one. As for the fallen soul array, it goes without saying that Xing Tian, even in life, possessed no spirit, let alone now that he is deceased. He dealt a punch and a kick to the injured Zhao Jiang and the dazed Yao Bin, reducing the 10 Days Monarch by 2. The remaining few were filled with sorrow and fury, exchanging resolute glances and reaching a consensus. They must ensure their younger sister's survival. In unison, they shouted, "Little sister, flee now." At that moment, the radiant mother of gold in the golden light array paused, instantly comprehending her brother's intentions. Having cultivated together for many years, with tears streaming down her face, the radiant mother of gold firmly declared, "I will not leave. If I go, I will go together." The composed leader, Qin Wan, urged, "Little sister, do not sacrifice your life in vain. Return and seek help to avenge us. Brothers, buy time for our sister." With that, he was the first to charge into the Crimson Water Array, self-destructing to impede the relentless advance of Mo Xing Tian. The illustrious Xianxian self-destructed, and even the great witch's corporeal form was thrown into disarray. As the torrent of magical energy dissipated, Xing Tian emerged unscathed. "Sister, let us go," Yuan Jiao declared, charging forth without a backward glance. Boom. Golden tears dripped upon the barrier encircling the Crimson Water Formation. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Brothers, I vow to avenge you," and transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the distant golden Ao Island. Roar. Boom. 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 The earth trembled violently as the boundless, tumultuous chaotic spirit energy surged through the great fissure, relentlessly invading the primordial wilderness and corrupting its originally pure essence. This calamity was far more severe than the incident involving Nezha, for that disruption had remained within the confines of the primordial realm, whereas this had breached it entirely. Regrettably, neither side possessed the awareness to fill the pit they had dug. One party was nearly extinct, while the other was utterly decimated. Demonic Xingtian surged through the chasm excavated by Zhao Jiang and his companions, bursting forth from the primordial earth. Now a deceased entity, Xingtian was driven by a singular resolve, to vanquish the heavens. The nature of those above, whether they were of the demon race or not, had become indistinguishable to him. All he comprehended was the primal urge to kill. Since Gong Gong had toppled Mount Buzhou, the primordial realm had tilted from north to south. The southern heavenly gate served as the most immediate portal to the celestial realm, which explained why anyone causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace would invariably take that route. After all, why take a longer path when one could simply go through the nearest entrance? With the intention of causing chaos in the heavenly palace, demonic Xingtian soared skyward, the first obstacle he encountered being the southern heavenly gate. No need for further searching. Let the confrontation commence. The current heavenly court had inherited numerous assets from the former demon celestial court, ensuring an abundance of resources, albeit a shortage of personnel. The eastern cultivation scene remained rather romantic, with pursuits of the Dao or the ultimate freedom, who would willingly relinquish their liberty to serve in the heavenly court. Consequently, even with the ceremonial and logistical staff included, the present heavenly court comprised fewer than 1,000 immortals, ranging from the exalted Emperor Haoyan to those newly transcending tribulations. This resulted in a rather eclectic division of labor, with everyone undertaking various tasks, as the scarcity of personnel was dire. Today, the guardian of the southern heavenly gate was the giant spirit god. Following the last tumultuous episode with the dragon kings of the four seas, the giant spirit god had returned to the heavenly court, rendered redundant with no cases to adjudicate. He had intended to leisurely clock out when he spotted a brawny figure, engulfed in dark energy, charging towards him with a fearsome roar. In front of the gate, the giant spirit god exclaimed, "Which vile creature dares to intrude upon the southern heavenly gate?" He then hurled his axe and fled. After all, who would risk their life for a mere 500 coins a month? Little did he realize that this action had saved his life. He was not of the demon race, and demonic Xingtian had far greater interest in the axe than in him. The southern heavenly gate, while referred to as a gate, was more akin to a spatial artifact, serving as the entrance to the celestial realm. The giant spirit god dashed back within the gate. Bellowing, closed the gate, quickly shut it. He then raced towards the Lingxiao Palace, for only the Grand Celestial could provide him with a sense of security. Several subordinates, unsure of the situation, complied with the order to close the gate, as their leader had commanded. As the fierce Xingtian charged towards the southern heavenly gate, he seized his dual axes, hurling one to jam the gate that was in the process of closing. Swiftly advancing, he gripped one axe in hand while forcefully prying open a gap in the half-closed door with the other, then darted inside. With a sweeping motion of his mighty axe, the two celestial guards stationed at the entrance fell to the ground, lifeless. Transformed into a being devoid of speech, Xingtian could only roar like a wild beast, expressing his fury and intent to kill. The giant spirit god, who was reporting in the Lingxiao treasure hall, trembled at the sound of the enraged howls behind him. The heavenly sovereign Haoyan, seated at the Jade altar, felt a sense of injustice. He could easily subdue the demonic Xingtian given his cultivation level. However, intervening would imply the incompetence of the heavenly court. Oh, must a mere individual compel you, the grand heavenly sovereign, to act? Are the others in the heavenly court utterly inept? At present, it was indeed the case that the others were ineffective. Yet Haoyan could not allow the primordial world to perceive this weakness. He was determined to uphold the dignity of the heavenly court, even if the disciples of the three sects did not recognize its authority. As he listened to the cacophony of Xingtian demolishing everything outside, and the chaotic energies seeping into the earth below, Haoyan, the nominal ruler of the three realms, found himself in a precarious situation. The chaos required someone to rectify it, and Xingtian demanded someone to confront him. The burden was overwhelming. Yet, he could not neglect his responsibilities. The Dao ancestor had entrusted him with managing the primordial realm, and he could not afford to let it descend into disarray. If you can't handle this, perhaps you should relinquish your duties. Haoyan could never abandon his position as Grand Heavenly Sovereign, for it was intrinsically linked to his path of cultivation. Wasn't he the essence of human aspiration in the primordial realm merely the pursuit of enlightenment or the quest for leisure? Nuwa, I seek amusement. It was inconceivable that Haoyan truly relished being the heavenly emperor. After all, who would genuinely enjoy the relentless grind of a 9-to-6 existence. Contemplating the matter of the primordial realm's construction, he concluded that he must seek the expertise of the goddess Nuwa, for specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to professionals. Thus, Hao Yin issued an edict. The giant spirit god was to lead 500 celestial soldiers to intercept Xingtian. The giant spirit god, momentarily bewildered, thought, me? With 500 troops, 300 of whom are merely servants? If they perish, who will serve tea? Although he dared not voice this sentiment, it echoed in his mind. Reluctantly, he set out to command the troops, pondering where he would lead them and for how long, uncertain of both. Hao Yin then commanded the Star of Venus, Taibai Jinxing, to seek assistance from the Taisu heaven. Upon exiting the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin employed his great magical powers to conceal the hall itself. Outside, Xingtian had transformed into a humanoid bulldozer, demolishing everything in sight. Fortunately, the heavenly court was vast with few inhabitants, and news had spread across various factions. Although the destruction was extensive, the actual casualties were minimal. Despite his elderly appearance, Taibai Jinxing had attained the Dao through slaying. And although he had transitioned to a civil role, his cultivation was undeniably that of a golden immortal. This level of power allowed him to navigate the chaotic realms. And since Nuwa had not concealed her presence, Taibai Jinxing exerted considerable effort to locate Taisu heaven. Upon arriving at the entrance of Nuwa's palace, he was greeted by the ethereal sight of the blue-clad Qinghuan gracefully emerging. In front of the prime minister's door, even a third-rank official holds little weight, let alone the charioteer and grand secretary of a sage. This time, he comes seeking assistance. The illustrious Taibai Jinxing bowed respectfully. Introducing himself, I am Taibai Jinxing, a humble Taoist. As a rift has appeared in the primordial heavens, I have been sent by the great celestial sovereign to beseech the benevolence of the revered Nuwa Yang, hoping she will show compassion for the beings of the primordial realm. Qinghuan, who had been accompanying Nuwa to watch the live broadcast, harbored no fondness for the heavenly emperor, Hao Tian, a sentiment that mirrored Nuwa's own. With an impassive expression, Qinghuan stated, the goddess is currently in seclusion and cannot attend to this matter. Taibai Jinxing, well informed of the happenings in the heavenly court, found himself at a loss regarding Hao Tian's actions. You have already attained the status of a sage. What more do you seek? Do material possessions still hold value for you? To offend the lineage of Nuwa over such trivialities is hardly worth it. Perhaps this reflects the divergence in perspectives born from their differing stations. As he watched Taibai Jinxing pacing anxiously, Qinghuan paused for a moment before continuing. However, the seasoned Taibai Jinxing, adept at reading the situation, feigned a look of desperation. He felt safer nestled in the realm of Taisu than in the grand hall of Lingxiao. The tumultuous affairs of Xingtian were of no concern to him. Upon hearing, however, he immediately adopted an eager expression. Qinghuan elaborated, the goddess has a disciple who has indeed grasped some authentic teachings. You might seek him out. Where might this Taoist be found? Taibai Jinxing inquired. He is currently at the 3 Mountains Pass of the Yinshang, she replied. Taibai Jinxing hurried back to the Lingxiao hall, and upon hearing the news, Hao Tian decisively welcomed him, declaring that there would be no rewards for his service. Thus, Taibai Jinxing set off as an envoy to the 3 Mountains Pass. Sensing that trouble brewed in the heavens, he noticed that Nezha remained at the 3 Mountains Pass to cultivate, unaware that his master had arranged a task for him. One day, a report arrived, announcing that an old Taoist with a white beard, claiming to be Taibai Jinxing, had come seeking allegiance. Nezha felt a mix of confusion and familiarity, pondering, I haven't caused much chaos in the heavenly realm, have I? Upon meeting Taibai Jinxing, the latter, treating Nezha as a mere child, began to persuade him. In the heavenly realm, one can attain high positions, free from disasters, and enjoy great leisure. Now, if you mend the rift in the earth, it will be considered a test of your abilities. Once you're in, the benefits will be substantial. Although Nezha was not well versed in such matters, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Moreover, having always found Hao Tian displeasing, he was unlikely to acquiesce easily. While listening to Taibai Jinxing's grandiloquent speech, Nezha contemplated how to maximize his own benefits. The rift must be repaired. It was a responsibility shared between him and his master, as others would not take it upon themselves. However, he insisted that the accompanying benefits must be significant. Ascending to the heavens was also an option, especially now during the cataclysm of the Fengshan, where securing a position above would surely yield more advantages than disadvantages. Yet, he would not rush into it. His expertise was a rare commodity in the primordial realm. Having contemplated these matters, Nezha simply smiled at the exuberant Taibai Jinxing, choosing to remain silent. The illustrious Taibai Jinxing found himself in an awkward predicament as Nezha remained unresponsive to his lengthy discourse. It became evident that, despite his youth, Nezha was not easily deceived. What would persuade you to take action, my friend? Taibai mused, acknowledging his own lack of skill and suggesting that perhaps the old immortal should seek assistance elsewhere. Taibai's countenance darkened. There were but two beings of the primordial earth, and he pondered who else he might approach. Furthermore, his own master was notoriously frugal, demanding labor without compensation. Thus, the old immortal decided to retreat and deliberate further. Nezha observed Taibai Jinxing ascending into the heavens on his cloud, reflecting on the adage that a leader's words compel subordinates to labor tirelessly. It was no wonder that the primordial immortals held little affection for the heavenly court. From a distance, Deng Chanyu approached with concern. Nezha, will you not face danger while mending the gaps of the primordial realm? Nezha playfully pinched her cheek. Fear not, I merely seek to gain some advantages. He understood well that exorbitant demands in their initial encounter would lead to naught in the future. Taibai Jinxing cautiously avoided the demolishing Xingtian and entered the Lingxiao Palace, where he conveyed his concerns to Hao Yin. The latter felt a twinge of frustration. A sum recently acquired from the Dragon Clan had barely settled when it seemed destined to be relinquished. After securing Hao Yin's promised benefits, Taibai returned to the Three Mountain Pass, gradually unveiling Hao Yin's offerings under Nezha's impassive gaze. Upon exhausting the promised rewards, he noticed Nezha's lack of acknowledgement and grew anxious. Dear friend, this compensation is quite substantial. What more do you desire? While the rewards were undoubtedly adequate, and the sincerity of the heavenly court was apparent, Nezha remarked that he could not be expected to provide the materials necessary for repairing the cosmos. What treasures are required to mend the heavens? My cultivation spans only a mere decade, and I possess none. Taibai Jinxing nodded in agreement, recognizing the significant expertise required for such a specialized undertaking. Nezha continued, as I currently possess merely the cultivation of an earth immortal, my magical power is rather limited. I have heard that the heavenly court's ruined water peaches can replenish one's magical energy, and I require these as well. Taibai Jinxing again nodded in understanding. In the primordial realm, magical power was akin to energy, and without it, one could accomplish little. The old immortal departed once more. Hao Yin, upon witnessing Taibai Jinxing's return, felt a surge of annoyance at his greed. Yet, after listening to Taibai's reasoning, he found himself in agreement. It seemed reasonable. Hao Yin decreed that the materials for the repairs would be supplied by the heavenly court, and instructed Taibai to collect 3 5,000-year-old peaches, 10 3,000-year-old peaches, and 30 1,000-year-old peaches from the Queen Mother of the West. This time, when Taibai Jinxing visited Nezha, he accepted the peaches without further hesitation, distributing 3 1,000-year-old peaches to Deng Chanyu before summoning his old yellow ox and departing. It was imperative to prioritize their own cultivation, and the 1,000-year peaches were sufficient for their needs. Upon reaching Jizhou, he visited Daji, bestowing upon her 4 peaches and ignoring her sultry gaze. He advised her to focus on her training. His next destination was Chuntang Pass, where his limited interactions with the Li family had fostered a favorable impression. He left 4 peaches behind, amidst Madame Yin's reluctant gaze. Taibai Jinxing has been silently accompanying us. Our next destination is the Whitebone Mountain. This time, Nezha is not here to present the peaches of immortality, but rather to recruit laborers. The diligent and earnest Shiji is truly the chosen worker. Shiji is overjoyed at Nezha's arrival. The previous colorful stone has not yet been completely refined, but her foundation has indeed improved significantly, even slightly loosening the bottleneck of the Golden Immortal stage. Chapter 36. Commencement. Upon hearing that work is available, Shiji's previously somber demeanor lightens considerably, and she eagerly pats her ample chest, vowing to do her utmost and not disappoint Nezha's mentorship. Observing the rising and falling of her chest, Nezha muses to himself. Is there such substance beneath that black robe? Taibai Jinxing welcomes Shiji's addition, considering that the heavenly court will not have to bear the cost of wages. The trio sets off towards the western breach, following the previously established tunnel, arriving at a gaping void now eroded by chaotic spiritual energy, resembling a bottomless pit. The surrounding land, tainted by the chaotic aura, is in disarray. As they descend to investigate, the tumultuous air currents become increasingly influential on their celestial forms. Shiji unfurls a handkerchief embroidered with the 8 trigrams, enveloping herself and Nezha within its protective embrace. In truth, Nezha is quite familiar with such matters. With Shiji guiding him through the entrance, he observes that the situation is not as dire as it appears, were it not for the relentless chaos eroding the area. The primordial land might have healed itself. However, neither Nezha nor Tai Bai Jinxing would voice this sentiment. With a grave expression, Nezha states, "This breach is quite severe, exacerbated by the residual effects of battle." He gestures towards the edge of the gaping hole. Observe how the boundary wall is increasingly thinned by chaos. This breach will continue to expand. Tai Bai Jinxing glances over, seemingly in agreement. Nezha continues to elaborate. This fissure is enlarging. If we delay any longer, it may become irreparable, resulting in yet another catastrophe for the primordial realm. Tai Bai Jinxing hastily concurs. Indeed, you speak the truth. After much deliberation, Nezha concludes. We must increase the remuneration. Tai Bai Jinxing instinctively agrees. Yes, you are correct. Subsequently, somewhat amused, he thinks, well, if we must increase it, I won't have to provide the materials myself. Nezha, with a charming persistence akin to listing dishes, enumerates various celestial treasures, 5,000 pounds of red gold and fine iron, 5,000 pounds of beaming cold iron, 1,000 pounds of heavenly star copper. Shiji, listening to the litany of materials, each amounting to either 5 or 10,000 pounds, instinctively interjects, how can that be? However, Nezha reacts swiftly, playfully pinching her ample backside, discovering to his surprise that it feels rather pleasing. Shiji gasps as an unusual current courses through her body. Shortly after, she feels a heavy stone pressed into her hand beneath the black robe, hastily correcting herself. Wait, why is it so little? Nezha feigns humility. Alas, my skills are lacking. Had my master been involved, such treasures would never be so few. Tai Bai Jinxing, seasoned and earnest, responds, Dear friend, with your noble intentions for the primordial realm, our heavenly court shall ensure you do not suffer loss. I will add an additional 20% to the materials. Nezha's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward and embraced the neck of the Jade Emperor. Brother Tai Bai, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a person of great significance. Tai Bai Jinxing, putting away his scroll, chuckled and replied, Oh, not at all. I am merely running errands for the great heavenly sovereign. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Tai Bai Jinxing departed for the heavenly court. Nezha called out to him as he walked away, Brother, do bring back some more peaches of immortality. Left with only Shiji, she hesitated before speaking. Yes, I apologize. After saying this, she extended her hand, offering the vibrant stone she held to Nezha. Nezha shifted his gaze from bidding farewell to the god of wealth and turned to the bashful Shiji, scratching his head in confusion. No wonder this simple-minded Shiji made it onto the list right at the beginning of the original tale. Here, ticket. But remember, next time you must be obedient. If you don't understand something, refrain from speaking out, understood? Shiji hesitated, yet her hand remained outstretched. Nezha gently pushed her hand back into her embrace and patted her shoulder, promising, if you stick with me, I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Although immortals do not particularly care for such worldly pleasures. Shiji clearly understood Nezha's intentions and smiled softly. You are quite a good person. Watching the scene, Nuwa gave Nezha a thumbs up, collecting a token of approval. Nezha felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he could no longer deceive her. The child was already quite naive. As Nezha sat in meditation, Shiji stood by as his guardian. This marked Nezha's first encounter with the essence of chaos since his reincarnation, and it was an opportune moment to deeply comprehend and validate the experience, contrasting it with his previous wanderings in the chaotic void. Now, Nezha had indeed made significant progress. Upon sensing the chaotic essence, his first impression was one of disorder and tumult. The spiritual energy of the primordial realm had been refined by the Dao, making it absorbable by living beings. In contrast, the essence of chaos, in terms of quality, far surpassed that of primordial spiritual energy. However, its complexity and volatility were daunting. For ordinary immortals, inhaling even a breath could be akin to indulging in narcotics, resulting in severe depletion of their spiritual cultivation or, at worst, death by explosion. Previously, Nezha had recorded some peculiar techniques in the chaotic void using fragments of the creation Jade tablet, but regrettably, most of those methods had become ineffective, while others either demanded exorbitant costs or yielded minimal impact. The Dao ancestors' control over the primordial realm was no jest, and Nezha refrained from reckless experimentation, fearing he might be eradicated as an extraterritorial demon. Tai Bai Jinxing acted swiftly. After Nezha absorbed numerous technical terms, he turned to relay them to Haoyan, who comprehended only in fragments. While Haoyan could create vast chasms if asked to strike, he struggled with the nuances of cultivation. After much deliberation, the conclusion was that the situation was rather grave, necessitating an increase in resources. Reluctantly, they agreed to augment the funds. Tai Bai Jinxing, with the substantial sum in hand, cautiously approached the celestial pit, and, upon delivering the treasures to Nezha, finally sighed in relief. Nezha took one of the components, splitting it in half, one portion for Taibai jinxing and the other for Shurji. Though Taibai jinxing verbally declined, his hands moved without hesitation. Shurji, truly wishing to refuse, shrank back as Nezha glared at her. What was said before? Shurji retreated slightly. I must be obedient. Subsequently, obediently, the treasure was gathered into the ethereal light. The illustrious Taibai jinxing, with a twinkle in his eye, displayed a look of admiration. Soon, the labor commenced. No one was idle. Those who excavated stones toiled diligently, while others cut straw and refined bones, as the trio busied themselves around the celestial pit. Meanwhile, the solitary golden light Holy Mother of the 10 Heavenly Lords returned to Jineo Island, tearfully gathering her celestial friends to seek vengeance for her 9 brothers. To put it succinctly, the golden light Holy Mother, despite possessing only the cultivation of a true immortal, dared to claim such a title. This was partly due to the formidable power of the 10 Absolute Formation, and also because, as fellow disciples, there was little reason for conflict over a mere title. Thus, her status as a Holy Mother paled in comparison to the other 4, each at least a great Luo. The celestial beings she knew were mostly heavenly immortals, with only a few being extraordinary Shen immortals. Due to their limited time in cultivation, they had little understanding of the Witch Clan. A procession of over 100 top-tier Shen immortals formed a team, intent on slaying the formidable Great Witch, who was capable of battling great Luo golden immortals. The southern heaven gate now lay unguarded, and this throng surged into the heavenly realm. Chapter 37. Fortuitous encounter. 100 individuals, parading their might, confronted the rampaging Xiangtian. Just as they were about to unleash threats, whoosh! A stout beam of wood was launched by Xiangtian like a javelin, instantly obliterating one of the intruders. The disciples of the Jie sect, witnessing this, were filled with rage, discarding their pretenses as they brandished their magical artifacts, hurling them at Xiangtian. Various magical pearls, flying daggers, and elemental forces of water, fire, and lightning rained upon him, yet the brilliant display of magical prowess merely glanced off, leaving Xiangtian unscathed. Though the artifacts failed to inflict any damage, they succeeded in provoking Xiangtian's wrath. He charged forward, wielding his axe with lethal intent. Li Sun, my friend. Wang Lin, my brother. Quickly, set up the formation. The Jie sect's disciples demonstrated their capabilities, forming a severely weakened myriad celestial formation that indeed ensnared the corrupted Xiangtian. Xiangtian, in a furious frenzy, struck out in all directions, his seemingly inexhaustible strength transmitting terror to the 100-odd immortals, each staggering back, spitting blood. Yet, the situation stabilized, though it remained uncertain how long they could endure. On the other side, Nezha continued refining materials, the divine fire of the Qiankuan cauldron blazing fiercely. The ores extracted by Shurji and the amassed beast bones were being processed, striving to withstand the corrosive essence of chaos. As for the cavernous bottom, it could only be filled with colorful stones, for Nezha's current cultivation had not yet reached the level to produce higher-tier materials. With preparations complete, the 3 dust-laden figures began their labor. They first inserted the refined bones of the demon beasts around the colorful stones, gradually patching the cavern entrance as if assembling a jigsaw puzzle. Layer upon layer of reed ash was followed by Nezha's refined divine stone. After more than 3 years of effort, they finally completed their task. Nezha inspected the work meticulously, and upon confirming no errors, he finally sighed in relief. Heavenly merits descended. Nezha claimed 60%, Shurji 20%, Nuwa 10%, and Taibai 10%. The goddess Nuwa, indifferent to the merits drifting by, regarded them with little interest, for such treasures were far more abundant than she could ever utilize. Nezha, with a casual gesture, infused the merits into his gleaming silver spear. Both Shurji and Taibai were elated. Although Taibai's creation resembled a clumsy figure of clay, the rewards were substantial. The merits he acquired were sufficient to cover his celestial wages for millennia, not to mention a windfall that had brightened his spirits. He now looked at Nezha with increasing fondness. My dear brother Nezha, I shall return to the heavens to report. Do visit me in the celestial court whenever you can. I shall ensure you are well entertained. With that, he took to the clouds and departed. Shurji, a rather earnest celestial being, felt somewhat at a loss, realizing that he had gained significantly without having done much. This left him feeling a bit embarrassed, yet he was reluctant to part with the benefits of their encounter. Observing Shurji's inner turmoil, Nezha extended his hand, beckoning her closer. With a hint of confusion, Shurji approached, only to be unexpectedly struck. Hiss! Bang! Nezha gestured upward, indicating that she could leave now. With a mix of indignation and embarrassment, Shurji rubbed her rear, questioning the behavior of this individual, and then departed, glancing back every few steps as she rode the clouds away. Once Nezha had bid farewell to the two, he finally exhaled in relief. Surveying his surroundings, which still belonged to the underworld, he decided to explore a bit. Wandering aimlessly for quite some time, he found the desolate underworld devoid of any construction, lacking anything visually appealing, until he suddenly felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through his spine. Perplexed, Nezha wondered if there still existed any unmanifested artifacts in this era. With a thought, a white lotus filament, adorned with golden threads, began to swirl around his right hand, eventually pointing him towards a specific direction. Following this cue, Nezha soared for an indeterminate duration until he arrived at a tranquil pond. The water appeared crystal clear, yet he could not discern its depths. Noticing the eager lotus filament, Nezha extended his hand toward the water. The white filament twisted like a small dragon for a moment before plunging into the pond. After approximately 3 hours, the once calm surface of the pond began to ripple, revealing a snow-white 9-petal lotus encasing 3 jade-like lotus seeds, which Nezha's filament had retrieved. "Ah," Nezha exclaimed, "teacher?" The goddess Nuwa, from her palace, felt a pang of regret and puffed her cheeks in dismay. This was the 3 lotus seeds and a seedling of the pure world white lotus. Years ago, she had attempted to salvage the pure world white lotus but had only managed to retrieve a single seed, which she transformed into a precious lotus lamp. "Then, can I also refine these seeds into treasures?" Nezha inquired. Nuwa stroked her chin thoughtfully. "There's no need. The power of such artifacts is rather limited. Shall we consume them then? Have you tasted this delicacy before, teacher?" "Never." Nuwa was somewhat baffled by Nezha's line of thinking. What heavenly being would willingly eat such a rarity? Nezha, however, contemplated that keeping 1 seed to plant in the Taihuang heaven would suffice, while he and his teacher could each indulge in one. The potential enhancement to his own magical prowess was undeniable, and for his teacher, it would merely be a novel experience, yet he felt it was essential to show gratitude as she had been quite kind to him. After a moment's hesitation, Nuwa finally agreed. "Very well." Subsequently, before Nezha appeared a delicate jade hand, and without a hint of hesitation, he placed a lotus seed into its palm. Nezha stored the white lotus and the seed, gazing at the remaining snow-white lotus seed, and without a moment's pause, he tossed it into his mouth. It bore no flavor, reminiscent of a glass bead. Soon, a torrent of formidable magical energy engulfed Nezha, as his body felt as though it were being scorched by the blazing sun. Hastily, he settled into a meditative posture to refine the energy. Nuwa glanced at Nezha, then at the lotus seed in her hand, tilting her head in contemplation. She pondered why she had not thought to taste it during her last encounter, instead opting to forge a useless artifact. With a gentle swipe of her finger, she split the snow-white seed open and consumed its flesh. Ah, the taste of lotus. For Nezha, the immense spiritual power was but a mere droplet in the ocean of Nuwa's saintly magic. However, observing Nezha's focused demeanor prompted Nuwa to reflect on her own recent laxity. With a thought, she addressed the mother of Lishan. "Mother, you have grown too complacent. It is time to resume your training." The mother of Lishan, who had just concluded her practice and was sipping tea, darkened at the remark. It was she who had been vigilantly watching Nezha, justifying it under the guise of protecting a disciple with low cultivation, when in truth, she was merely enjoying a live broadcast for amusement. And now she was being admonished. Nezha dedicated nearly 3 months to refining the white lotus seed, thus bypassing centuries of arduous cultivation to amass spiritual energy. This was merely an auxiliary effect. His mastery of the profound arts surged by 15 levels, reaching 60, while his body underwent purification, enhancing his root and aptitude, and bestowing upon him a passive state of purity. After acclimating to the changes in his physique, Nezha entered the Taihuang heaven to establish a lotus pond. Though it remained barren for the time being, he removed the lotus seeds from the 9-petaled white lotus and planted them alongside the uneaten seed, subsequently refining the white lotus slightly. Although he was not particularly fond of the white lotus's appearance, it undoubtedly represented a formidable artifact. By the time Nezha digested his gains, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Chapter 38. This sister, I believe we have crossed paths before. As Nezha prepared to depart, he encountered an individual, a woman with hair as white as snow, secured with a bronze hairpin, her red pupils devoid of emotion, clad in a simple black and red robe. Gazing at her snowy hair and ruby-like eyes, Nezha instinctively remarked, "This sister, I feel I have seen you somewhere before." The woman, upon hearing this, could not help but raise an eyebrow. "In your next reincarnation, be sure to drink a few more bowls." Where else would you have seen me? You must have consumed too little of the mangpa soup. Nezha immediately regretted his words. How could this damned white-haired, red-eyed enchantress have traversed to the primordial era with him? He quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully while introducing himself. I am Nezha, disciple of the revered Nuwa. I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. The celestial woman spoke softly. I am Mengpa. After a prolonged silence where Nezha awaited further words, he could only inquire helplessly, might I ask, esteemed Mengpa, what brings you to seek me? Mengpa appeared somewhat delicate as she replied, bring back Xingtian. Nezha tilted his head in confusion. Me? With a graceful wave of her hand, Mengpa conjured a droplet of crystalline water that floated before Nezha. In an instant, Nezha felt his emotions and desires magnified infinitely. The greed for wealth, the lust for beauty, and the arrogance born from his cultivation. All manner of thoughts inundated his mind. Observing Nezha in deep contemplation, Mengpa turned and vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Nezha's resolve to pursue the Dao remained steadfast. Having drifted through the chaos with the Jade tablet of creation, he gradually severed the excess of his emotions and desires. When Nezha regained his senses, he experienced a profound clarity, as if his spirit had been cleansed, revealing the essence of his being. He recognized himself as human, with aspirations to seek the great path. Yet he would not forsake his humanity for the sake of enlightenment. His magical prowess had reached its zenith, and his state of mind was complete. Nezha was on the verge of ascending to the celestial realm. Simultaneously, he received the message from the droplet before him. It was a tale of all sentient beings, distilled from the removal of their emotions before entering the cycle of reincarnation. Its most remarkable function was to influence and amplify the emotions of others. Mengpa entrusted it to Nezha to quell the unquenchable rage and hatred of Xingtian, thus allowing him to find peace. Nezha gently enveloped the tear with his spirit, and a beautiful tear mark formed beneath his eye. Rubbing his brow to steady his tumultuous emotions, he set his course toward the heavenly court, aware that while he had accepted the benefits, there were still matters to attend to, and his interactions with the Wu tribe would greatly enhance his cultivation. In a palace deep within the earth, the noble and regal lady of the earth, adorned in black robes and crowned with a diadem, gazed helplessly at her servant Mengpa. She, too, wished for a different fate. However, as the guardian of the 6 paths of reincarnation, any flicker of her own emotions could be overwhelmed and magnified by the feelings of sentient beings. Thus, Mengpo's demeanor was entirely justified. Suddenly, she sensed a ripple in the void. Ah, sister, I believe we have met before? Followed by a cascade of laughter. The lady of the earth sighed. You mischievous one. Even your disciples lack decorum. Both Nuwa and the lady of the earth resided on Mount Buzhou, as formidable female cultivators of primordial times. One wielding dual blades from the eastern slopes, and the other delivering powerful strikes from the southern reaches. Despite their past conflicts, they shared a camaraderie and common ground. However, the subsequent war of the Wu and the demons led to Fuxi being swayed by Emperor Jun and Tai to become the Demon King, prompting Nuwa to join forces for the sake of her troublesome brother. Their relationship was irreparably fractured. Yet, as time passed, the ancestral which had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, now, only the earthly saint, the noble lady of the earth, remained. Although she bore the name of the ancestral witch, she was no longer the same. Meanwhile, Nuwa's side had seen Fuxi resurrected, and she herself had no desire to dwell on past grievances. Once the closest of friends who fought daily, these 2 pinnacle female immortals now found themselves in a peculiar state, both wishing to reconcile, yet unable to lower their pride. In this moment, Nezha served as an excellent bridge between them. As the 2 began their discourse, Nuwa effortlessly commenced sharing gossip with her close friend, tales of Insho being struck down by the monkey's staff, and the near encounter with a wild boar. Even Hutu, who had been confined beneath the earth for many years, burst into laughter. Upon concluding their conversation, the judge of the witch tribe arrived to submit some recently accumulated documents. Hutu's once joyful demeanor turned bittersweet. The witch tribe was a band of brutes. When tasked with combat, they roared with enthusiasm, yet when it came to governance, they languished in lethargy. This was precisely why some mundane affairs necessitated her direct intervention. Neglect would lead to chaos within the cycle of life and death. It was also the reason anyone could meddle in the affairs of the underworld. If one was willing to work, they were welcomed. As Hutu perused the documents, she chatted idly with the judge. I hear that the human king Insho practiced some form of lightning whip and sought a match, only to end up with a bruised visage, claiming that the younger generation lacks martial virtue. Huh. The judge, suppressing a laugh, replied, Your Highness, our witch tribe's warriors only concern themselves with victories. eschewing trivialities. Soon after, the judge returned to his hall, attended by several little ghosts. He scribbled notes, one hand gripping his foot, exclaiming, "Ah, the human race is indeed in decline. A dignified king, and yet he refuses to acknowledge his defeat. The king lost to a child and refuses to concede. The king lost to a 3-year-old in a milk-drinking contest, and still will not admit defeat." Insho's name grows ever greater. Meanwhile, Nezha had reached the southern Heavenly Gate, taking a leisurely tour of this renowned location before entering. He soon sensed a tremendous energy fluctuation and an earth-shattering roar. Xing Tian, transformed into a bulldozer, relentlessly demolished everything around him, occasionally extracting 2 celestial beings from the structures only to pulverize them with a single blow. The celestial beings of the Jie sect did not wish to flee, but the 4 heavenly gates had already been tampered with by Haoyan, rendering exit impossible. As Nezha observed Xing Tian's rampage, he felt a headache brewing. He simply could not contend with such a formidable foe. Suddenly, a female celestial donned in a blue and white palace outfit, crowned with a jade tiara, bellowed, "Which demon dares to wreak havoc in the heavenly court? Allow me to deal with you." With a flourish of her hands, she conjured several celestial swords that transformed into a massive wheel of blades aimed at Xing Tian's back. Clang, clang, clang. There was no breach in his defenses. Dragon Ji altered her gestures, summoning 4 more treasured swords that multiplied into countless sword shadows charging toward Xing Tian. In a fit of rage, Xing Tian abandoned his previous target, turning to unleash a deafening roar. The swirling black mist enveloped the sword shadows, rebounding violently toward Dragon Ji. Clearly inexperienced in combat, Dragon Ji fumbled to produce a small flag, raising it in front of herself. The queen mother of the Yao pool, observing from the shadows, shook her head in dismay. Her immense power was utterly misplaced. Nezha, having witnessed the entire debacle, couldn't help but quip, "Whose young lady is this? Coming to experience life?" Chapter 39. Dragon Ji, with her eyes tightly shut, she wielded the plain cloud banner in a haphazard manner, managing to block the overwhelming black mist, but unable to withstand Xing Tian's fists. As the formidable Xing Tian charged forth, a crimson ribbon danced through the air, ensnaring her delicate waist. Nezha exerted a firm pull, sending Longji spiraling towards him, where he caught her with ease. Realizing she was embraced, Longji quickly opened her eyes, fixating her large, glistening orbs upon Nezha, rendered motionless by the moment. Unfamiliar with the concept of a fleeting glance leading to eternal entrapment, she merely felt her heart racing and her cheeks aflame, captivated by the handsome figure before her. Nezha, however, harbored no ulterior motives as he held Longji. He activated his spatial abilities, swiftly finding refuge within a collapsed palace. Observing the dazed celestial maiden, he mistakenly assumed she had been startled, her mind momentarily clouded by the influence of his tears of all beings. He waved his hand before her eyes, calling out, "Fairy? Fairy?" After several attempts, Longji's mind finally rebooted. With her first reaction post-reawakening being to adjust her appearance, Nezha looked on in bemusement. Do celestial maidens truly place such importance on their looks? After a brief moment, Longji turned, her demeanor now dignified and graceful, proclaiming, "I am Longji, at your service, esteemed friend." Longji, the princess? Wasn't she the daughter of the mighty Haoyan? As Nezha regarded her, he contemplated the feasibility of courting Longji and later approaching Haoyan with queries about the safety of his Fenghua wheel at the southern heavenly gate. Yet, gazing into her clear, earnest eyes reminiscent of his past university days, he reconsidered, feeling a twinge of conscience. Nezha remained unperturbed. The task entrusted to him by the elder Meng bore no strict deadlines, and engaging in conversation with a beautiful maiden seemed far superior to a reckless brawl. Moreover, was this laziness? He was merely protecting Haoyan's daughter, and surely, he would receive gratitude for his efforts. Let Xingtian wreak havoc for a while longer. Longji was entirely entranced by Nezha's charm, dismissing thoughts of Xingtian. What could a muscle-bound brute possibly offer compared to the enchanting youth before her? Within the dilapidated palace, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, eventually drifting towards the topic of magical artifacts. "The celestial sword you wielded earlier is quite impressive," Longji remarked with an expression of admiration. Before revealing, "Behold, this one is named Longquan, this one Yaoqi, and this one is called Wanfei." Nezha, sensing her intent to showcase her treasures, produced his own creation, the Yuanhong. "Look, this is one I forged myself." Longji examined it briefly before presenting another celestial sword, exclaiming, "And this, behold, is the Sihai bottle, capable of holding waters from the 5 lakes and 4 seas. This is the Wucai divine stone, used for mending the heavens." And what of this? Nezha countered, revealing the Wulu Qian Kuan net. I find it rather average. Observe this, the pure world White Lotus seedling. Their rivalry over magical artifacts ignited their competitive spirits. Meanwhile, the observing Nuwa and Queen Mother of the Yaoqi exchanged awkward glances and chuckled. Ah, my daughter's cultivation is still lacking, hence her reliance on numerous protective artifacts. Please forgive her, senior sister. Nuwa found herself in a somewhat awkward position. I understand. My disciple is rather similar. Meanwhile, the observer, Hao Yan, was deeply perturbed, having arrived. Why not engage in work instead of merely flirting with my daughter? Although Xingtian was indifferent to his provocation, the prolonged delay was unacceptable. Reluctantly, she summoned the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing to convey a decree, urging him to expedite the matter while promising rewards, for he had come to comprehend Nezha's temperament. This time, Nezha was not overly demanding, requesting only a modest position as a celestial official within the Thunder Department, which, although minor, was significant as he was the sole member. Thus the leader. With the terms agreed upon, Nezha commenced his actions. Once you restore your powers, focus all your energy on operating the pure cloud banner to ensnare Xingtian. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. Long Ji nodded, retrieving 2 9,000-year-old celestial peaches from her small pouch at her waist, consuming one and offering the other to Nezha. Nezha, perplexed, awaited their full restoration. When both were at their peak, Long Ji summoned her powers to shake the pure cloud banner, unleashing a tempest of thick clouds that relentlessly battered the demonic Xingtian. The demon brandished his colossal axe, striking wildly, but what effect could such blows have upon the clouds? As Xingtian found himself ensnared within a vortex of clouds, Nezha, with the tears of myriad spirits shimmering within his soul, unleashed a silent wave directed at Xingtian's brow. At that moment, both the demon and Nezha fell into a profound silence. Nezha, as if traversing realms anew, found his consciousness drawn into an enigmatic world. Xingtian, why are you in a daze? Upon regaining his senses, Nezha realized Xingtian was calling him, and he lifted his gaze to see a woman clad in a yellow armor observing him. Matriarch of the Earth, he acknowledged. The woman shook her head. Xingtian, the Earth tribe may soon be entrusted to you. Following her departure, Xingtian ascended to the role of leader of the Earth tribe, sharing meals and hunting with his kin, experiencing a profound sense of camaraderie that resonated deeply with Nezha. This bond persisted until the climactic battle between shamans and demons. The sky was ablaze with stars as demon gods converged, while on the ground, the great shamans roared, and the two factions began their fierce clash. Initially restrained, both sides were ignited into action by the celestial Queen Xia, who avenged her son by slaying the great shaman Hui, witnessing the death of her tribe's great shaman. The matriarch Zhou Rong, consumed by rage, confronted Xia in a fierce duel. Unable to overpower Zhou Rong, Emperor Jun intervened personally. Subsequently, the strongest from both sides joined the fray. Blood rained down like a torrent amidst the escalating fury of battle. Xingtian, wielding his axe, forced back the demonic leader Jiu Che, gazing at the myriad stars illuminating the grand celestial formation. Countless kin were slaughtered beneath the starlight, and recalling the matriarch's parting words, an uncontrollable fury erupted within him. Fight! 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 Influenced by the celestial formation, the 11 ancestral shamans, unable to withstand the demon horde, activated their ultimate technique, the 12 celestial god formation. With the matriarch's departure, Xingtian filled the void. Alas, his strength was insufficient. The shadow of Pangu could only unleash 2.5 strikes. The first strike shattered the celestial formation. The second struck down the celestial Queen Xia. The final half strike grievously wounded Emperor Jun. Subsequently, the frenzied Emperor Jun, alongside 3 ancestral witches, chose to self-destruct in a cataclysmic act of mutual annihilation. The ensuing battle resembled a vibrant display of fireworks, with various paths of enlightenment colliding in a spectacular fashion, causing the primordial realm to tremble incessantly. Observing from a distance, the vigilant ancestral witches kept watch over Xingtian, whose cracked body struggled to rise. Without hesitation, he charged towards the formidable Dong Huang Tai, who was engaged in a solitary battle against 5 ancestral witches, wielding a clock and a sword. With a cold gaze, Dong Huang Tai unleashed the scorching golden flames of the sun upon the demon-slaying sword, and in a flash of golden light, Xingtian's head was severed from his body. Though Xingtian perished, Nezha sensed that his fury and combat spirit had not waned. Rather, they surged with renewed vigor. It seemed that Nezha understood the course of action he must take. Following his inner guidance, the accumulated battle spirit surged through his being. The lifeless body, now animated once more, stood upright, with his breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth. Though the body lay dead, the spirit remained unyielding, just as Nezha, having recently gained control of his headless form, sought to charge once more. Darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. Chapter 40. You are no less than her. Upon regaining consciousness, Nezha found Princess Long Ji confronting a woman clad in a golden Taoist robe, both radiating hostility. You have awakened. Nezha instinctively cast a glance downward, dreading that the two might utter something along the lines of the operation was a success. They exchanged fierce glares once again. Nezha rubbed his forehead, reflecting on the immense insights gained from his recent experiences, realizing he needed time to contemplate and digest them. After momentarily calming the irritable Long Ji, he turned to the woman in the golden robe. I am Nezha. May I inquire what brings you here? The Golden Light Holy Mother replied earnestly. I am the Golden Light Holy Mother of Golden Ao Island. I express my gratitude for your vengeance on behalf of my brother and Master Jia. In the future, should you require any assistance, I shall do my utmost. Nezha regarded the solitary Golden Light Holy Mother with a hint of confusion, pondering whether her entire team had perished. Noticing the awkwardness in Nezha's gaze, the Golden Light Holy Mother felt somewhat embarrassed. Initially, 3 or 4 dozen disciples of Jia had survived, but they had fled at the sight of her, as if she were a harbinger of disaster. Her own situation was precarious. Among her tightly knit group, 9 out of 10 had perished, tarnishing the reputation of Jia sect, leaving her to navigate the future alone. Nezha cast a glance at Xing Tian's motionless body, still emitting dark energy, and felt a sense of worry regarding how to handle the malevolent aura emanating from it, as his own corporeal form was ill-equipped to endure such a burden. Sensing Nezha's dilemma, the Golden Light Holy Mother produced a formation diagram from her robes and handed it to him, saying, This formation diagram may prove beneficial to you. What is this? Nezha inquired, examining the diagram closely. It is the diagram of the Earthly Fury formation, she replied. Nezha scrutinized the Golden Light Holy Mother anew, acknowledging her resourcefulness. Without further hesitation, he accepted the formation diagram. Utilizing it, he maneuvered Xing Tian's body and followed Long Ji and the others into the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. It was Nezha's first visit, and he took in the ethereal surroundings, though he felt it lacked the essence of the Celestial Palace dance. The area was populated by an assortment of celestial beings, each contributing to a somewhat disorganized assembly. Nezha and Longji stood to one side as Taibai Jinxing began his report. Nezha found the matter rather straightforward, yet Taibai Jinxing insisted on elaborating with a narrative structure, of course. Nezha appreciated the segments that depicted his own valor and prowess in vanquishing demons. High above, Haotian, resembling a long-winded superior, finally proclaimed the decree. Nezha has rendered meritorious service by subduing demons. Thus, he is hereby appointed as the Yuzhen Yaoling Immortal Master. In recognition of his achievements in exterminating evil, Nezha respectfully accepted his title and, alongside Taibai Jinxing, received his official seal and robes. As for the office, it was a dilapidated heap outside. Choose as you wish. Nezha, however, bore no complaint. He was indeed adept in such matters. If tasked to construct, he would surely create a magnificent palace. Admittedly, this was somewhat of an exaggeration, but Nezha selected a site near the southern heavenly gate to erect a grand celestial residence. As for the materials, were they not abundant in the vicinity? He would repurpose and refine what was available. Nezha would not dip into his own pockets. Longji, who had been assisting all along, felt as if they were preparing a wedding chamber, requesting this and that. Nezha complied, for this abode was not meant for his own residence. It would serve merely as a vacation spot. Nezha would not reside there regularly. Once the magnificent palace was completed, Longji grew increasingly enamored, her eyes sparkling with thoughts of how to make it her own. Nezha, you are not yet familiar with the heavenly court. Would you allow me to show you around? After some contemplation, Nezha agreed. Channeling his ethereal path, a doppelganger of Nezha, clad in white robes and bearing the official seal, emerged and entered the palace's main hall. Longji glanced back and forth. Who is that? Merely a projection. I lack the time to remain here, Nezha replied. Longji pouted in disappointment. In truth, this projection resembled a rudimentary artificial intelligence imbued with a fragment of Nezha's consciousness, executing basic tasks according to pre-established protocols, marked with a spatial coordinate that served as a teleportation point. Moreover, due to the ethereal path, as long as no one attempted to divine his presence, they would believe this to be Nezha himself, except for the top-tier figures. The cost, however, was that Nezha had to continually expend spiritual energy to maintain the projection, rendering more complex actions impossible. Yet, it sufficed for a substitute. With a puffed-up face, Longji led Nezha on a tour of the Heavenly Palace. Overall, the Heavenly Court remained in a state of disarray, as Hao Yan was not inclined to initiate construction. You have adorned this place with splendor, yet you still go to the Dao ancestor and lament? A semblance of decorum would not go amiss. Look over there. That is the Moon Palace. I have heard that Chang'e is celebrated as the most beautiful woman across the 3 realms. Longji pointed toward the grand, distant lunar star with her delicate fingers. Nezha leaned against the stone railing of the heavenly river, propping his head and tilting his face away from the moon star, instead focusing on Longji before him. The cool moonlight illuminated the young girl's radiant visage as she animatedly shared various whimsical tales with Nezha. I believe you are no less than she. The girl turned her head, her gaze intense as she inquired, Really? Nezha nodded earnestly. The young maiden, feeling a mix of joy and shyness, covered her slightly flushed face and said bashfully, You haven't seen the celestial goddess Chang'e. She is far more beautiful than I. At least until I encounter her, you are not inferior to her. How rude. After a spin, Longji led Nezha to the peach garden. Nezha hesitated, having heard that these peaches were exceedingly precious. Longji, however, was completely unconcerned. She grasped Nezha's hand and dashed inside, ignoring the thousands of peaches around her. As they reached the 5,000-year mark, she continuously plucked peaches and stuffed them into Nezha's hands. This isn't quite right, is it? I heard that the peaches are limited. It doesn't matter. No one will know it was me who took them. With that, she shoved an 8,000-year peach into Nezha's mouth, and immediately, pure magical energy surged through him, compelling Nezha to find a way to refine the excess power he had absorbed. Surely, they didn't account for your mother? What about the land of the peach garden? Has anyone visited? Didn't you ask? Upon leaving the peach garden, Nezha was laden with treasures. He still had a conscience, leaving some for Monkey King, but the bill would ultimately fall to Monkey King in the future. Nezha could not remain with Longji forever, and under her reluctant gaze, he departed, heading straight for the underworld. Upon his return to the underworld, Nezha was greeted by the formidable bullhead and horse face. Initially, Nezha was curious. Did they truly possess a bull's face and a horse's visage? As they descended into the depths of the earth, the two, in perfect accord, removed their masks. This is suffocating. This ridiculous mask. Next time, I shall bring the bull's face. Humph, let us see if you can defeat me first. Nezha, observing the two about to brawl, was not surprised. After all, having been a part of the Xingtian for so long, he was well aware of the nature of the Wu clan. He produced 2 jars of fine wine and offered them, instantly transforming the two into Nezha's close companions, who then escorted him to pay respects to the goddess Hutu. Upon arriving at a grand hall with a heavy, deep yellow hue, the two ceased their playful antics, bowed respectfully, and quietly departed. Chapter 41. The fragile Nezha pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a woman clad in a black and gold robe, sitting majestically upon a throne. Her visage mirrored that of the ancestral goddess Hutu whom Nezha had previously encountered. Goddess Hutu? Hutu nodded gently, Come in. As Nezha approached, he immediately sensed that the aura of goddess Hutu was entirely different from his previous impressions of the ancestral goddess, yet she possessed an unparalleled grace. Nezha respectfully bowed, not only out of reverence for goddess Hutu's benevolence, but also in homage to Xingtian. He then unfurled the diagram of the earthly fire formation from his sleeve, revealing the still form of Xingtian nestled within. Hutu sighed. Nezha, I must trouble you with another task. More subsequent duties? Nezha responded promptly. Please, my goddess, instruct me. Hutu waved her hand, and a large fragment flew toward Nezha. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, discovering it to be a substantial shard of the Chaos Bell. This was your previous reward. Now, you shall return the corporeal form of Xingtian to the Pangu realm. The Pangu realm? Indeed, it exists independently, sustained by the heart of the Father God, drifting beyond the primordial chaos. Now go. After Hutu spoke, she vanished without a trace. Nezha then bowed and exited the palace. Outside, a frosty beauty with silvery hair and azure eyes awaited him coldly. Upon seeing Nezha emerge, she commanded, Come. Instantly chilled by the drop in temperature, Nezha cautiously inquired, Which esteemed elder are you? Xianming, she replied. Nezha couldn't help but smirk, thinking, You must be sisters with Meng Pa. Daring not to speak further, he followed the ancestor Xianming into a subterranean tunnel. Proceed. Given the imposing presence of this icy figure, Nezha obediently ventured inside. Xianming returned to the grand hall, where Hutu sat regally. Has he entered? She asked. Yes. After a moment of silence, Xianming finally articulated. Does he truly carry the Dao rhythm of the Father God within him? Hutu nodded gently. As the sole saint of the earth, she was well aware of the happenings on the ground. The strike that Nezha delivered outside Chintang Pass was unmistakable, albeit lacking in strength, which was understandable. The glory of the shaman clan had faded, yet its future still required careful planning. Meanwhile, Nezha continued along the profound passage, unsure of how long he had been walking, until he finally arrived at an opening that led to a realm filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. However, he soon felt his magical powers suppressed to a remarkably low level, and the gravity of this space was over 30 times that of the primordial world. Fortunately, Nezha had cultivated the 8-9 mysteries to over 60 layers. After a brief adjustment, he regained his composure. Contemplating his magical flow, he transformed his pristine white robe into a more rugged attire, exposing half of his snow-white arm, embracing the local customs. As Nezha entered the mountain village, he instantly captured the attention of its inhabitants. An elderly man, towering over 2 meters with a muscular build, approached him first, asking, "Child, which tribe do you hail from? How did you come to be so frail?" Having experienced the life of the shaman clan through Xingtian's perspective, Nezha felt an unexpected familiarity. "I am Nezha from afar, sent by Lady Hotu to deliver the remains of the great shaman Xingtian, so he may find peace." Upon hearing this, the villagers set aside their tasks, gathering around him. An even older elder stepped forward to scrutinize Nezha. "Since it is the command of Ancestor Hotu, we shall comply. Which of you will escort Nezha to the Ancestors' Hall?" A group of older men chuckled and took a step back, while 4 youths, appearing to be of similar age to Nezha, but almost double his stature, lined up in front of him. Nezha was not unfamiliar with such customs, and promptly pointed to the one who seemed the weakest. "You. Yes, you." In the Pangu realm, Nezha's spatial and elemental powers were rendered nearly ineffective, either unusable or significantly diminished. However, he was certainly not a soft target to be easily dismissed. Nezha and the youth named Sang squared off, ready to engage in combat. Nezha's physical form possessed far greater strength than Sang's. However, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of raw power and combat technique. Fortunately, he had the majority of Xingtian's experiences to draw upon. As their battle progressed, Nezha began to synchronize his mind and body, transitioning from a passive stance of taking hits to a responsive strategy of counterattacking without sustaining injuries. They fought until dusk, neither able to claim victory. Sang, with a broad smile, patted Nezha on the shoulder and suggested they continue their sparring the next day, his expression conveying delight at finally encountering a worthy opponent. Nezha's rugged demeanor quickly blended into the fabric of the quaint village. That night, they roasted fierce beasts that Nezha had never seen before, while shamans encircled the fire, singing songs. The village's eldest, a venerable elder, presented Nezha with a large bowl of a white, viscous liquid. Recognizing it, Nezha accepted it eagerly and downed it in one gulp. Soon, a warm sensation spread through his insides. The elder, pleased with Nezha's response, laughed heartily and said, "Child, stay with us a few more days, and you will undoubtedly grow into a man of great allure." Nezha resisted the urge to retort that his masculine charm was already quite sufficient to attract the opposite sex, and an excess might inadvertently draw the attention of the same. Thus, Nezha took up residence in the village, honing his martial skills and refining his body while absorbing newfound insights and principles. It is worth noting that the spiritual energy in the Pangu realm was notably rich, rivaling that of Mount Li. While Nezha immersed himself in cultivation, the world outside was fraught with tumultuous change. King Zhou pursued immortality, neglecting worldly affairs, while Wen Zhong firmly seized control of the entire Shang dynasty. His resolve to eradicate the influence of the Taiping sect was unwavering. After cleansing Chaoga, his focus shifted to Qintang Pass, the Three Mountains Pass, and Jizhou. Initially, he resorted to verbal reprimands, demanding the removal of heretical teachings, and subsequently insisted on the surrender of individuals with deep ties to malevolent forces to be brought to Chaoga for oversight. In Qintang Pass, this included the entire Li Jing family. In the Three Mountains Pass, it was Deng Chanyu, and in Jizhou, Su Daji. Failure to comply within the stipulated time frame would be deemed treasonous. The 2 devoted daughters, Su Hu and Deng Jiogong, were in distress, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the Li Jing family was equally troubled. As the head of the family, Li Jing refrained from blaming Nezha for the predicament. He regarded Nezha as a kind-hearted child, believing that the true instigator was the scheming Wen Zhong. "Is it so easy to bully an honest man like me?" Li Jing persevered, but every individual has their limits. After the incident of the flood at Qintang, countless nights were spent lamenting, questioning his own inadequacies. "Why am I so inept? Why have I become a burden and a weakness to my son? Why must I always be the target of bullying?" The previous delivery of peaches by Nezha had left him grappling with a mix of gratitude and guilt. "I refuse to be a burden to anyone any longer." That very night, he convened a family meeting with all his kin. Among all, Lady Yin harbored the deepest affections for Nezha. At times, a mother's fortitude can be perplexing. With Li Jing's tacit approval and Lady Yin's leadership, four detachments stealthily departed from Qintang Pass, each heading towards Chaoga, Sanshan Pass, and Jizhou under the cover of the thick night. In Chapter 42, titled Li Tang, the contingent traveling to Chaoga carried a letter penned by Lady Yin, bearing news of calamity to her kin and a request for resignation. A mere glance at her surname revealed that her maternal lineage was far from humble. Her intent was to delay Wenzhong, thus granting her family precious time to escape. The group heading to Jizhou aimed to establish contact with the similarly beleaguered Su family. One must not underestimate Lady Yin's network. On the very day Nezha entered Chaoga, a maid from the Su household was gifted to him. At that moment, Lady Yin pondered whether it was too soon, only to later reflect on Nezha's lack of enlightenment and her yearning for grandchildren. The faction bound for Sanshan Pass sought to connect with several families, a final refuge. Li Jing had meticulously analyzed the prevailing circumstances. While he might not excel in the art of cultivation, he was undoubtedly a remarkable strategist in military maneuvers, and after considerable deliberation, he resolved to gather forces at Sanshan Pass to advance southward. The first to receive the letter was Su Hu in Jizhou, who, in a flurry of worry, found himself hesitating upon reading its contents. He summoned his daughter, Su Daji, who was diligently practicing, and handed her the missive. After perusing it, she inquired, "Father, does this mean I am permitted to enter Chaoga a second time?" This question struck at the very heart of Su Hu, a father deeply devoted to his daughter. Sometimes, one must endure an experience to truly grasp the weight of regret. Having already sent his daughter into the metaphorical fire once, he could not allow her to venture again. Upon receiving Lady Yin's letter, the family in Chaoga was equally incensed, for Wenzhong's tyranny had become unbearable, now targeting their daughter and son-in-law, even declaring their grandson a nefarious entity. That very night, the Yin family first reached out to Prime Minister Baigon, followed by a call to Chancellor Shangrong, uniting their efforts to confront the preoccupied Yin Shou. Although Yin Shou possessed a somewhat indifferent nature, his admiration for Nezha was not insignificant. This matter was treated with urgency by both Baigon and Shangrong, who personally visited, feigning reluctance before ultimately acquiescing. Li Jing resigned from all official positions, and his family retreated to the mountains, shunning the chaos of Chaoga. The last to receive the correspondence was old Deng, who, after a moment of contemplation, compiled an extensive list to present to his daughter, Deng Chanyu. "Father, what is this?" she inquired. "They shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow. You must go," he replied. Understanding her father's intent, Deng Chanyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, father." Old Deng stroked his beard. "Silly girl, you are my daughter." With the list in hand, Deng Chanyu took flight. Old Deng gazed at the moonlight outside, pondering. The great Shang is destined for turmoil. After dispatching the letters, Li Jing's family set forth the following morning, dispersing from the city with 500 loyal soldiers. That night, a fire consumed the Su residence in Jizhou, leaving no survivors among the family. The next day at Sanshan Pass, chaos erupted as monsters terrorized the populace, leading to the sacrifice of several officers who ventured to exorcise the demons, ultimately resulting in the intervention of the general's daughter, Deng Chanyu. As the tempest brewed, it took Wenzhong half a month to learn of Li Jing's family's resignation and the tragic demise of the Su family in the fire. It can be said that Wenzhong has indeed offended many during this period. While people openly respect and fear him, they do not hesitate to covertly conspire against him. With the magical assistance of Ding Chny and DJ, within a fortnight, Li Jing, Su Hu, and Ding Jiogong, three venerable gentlemen, convened. Enjoying a pleasant encounter, akin to meeting in-laws, Lady Yin held DJ and Ding Chny in each hand, her laughter radiating joy. In times of extreme anger, individuals often make irrational decisions, and Wenzhong was no exception. He initially dispatched Lu Xiong to replace Li Jing in guarding Qintang Pass, followed by sending General Yin Bai to defend Jizhou. Ultimately, he issued a proclamation to the world, declaring that Ding Jiogong harbored a cultish enchantress, demanding her execution within 15 days, or else he would march his armies against Shenanigans Pass. This announcement sent shockwaves across the realm. The so-called cultish enchantress was spontaneously identified by all the yellow turbans as the holy maiden Su DJ, who held immense prestige among the common people and the followers of the Taiping sect, effectively becoming the faith of the majority. The first to act were the forces of Shiqi, with Ji Chong, who had aged considerably over the years, consulting oracle bones upon hearing the news. After several attempts, he closed his eyes for a while. The Taiping heavenly sect would not be extinguished just like that. The following day, Shichi rebelled. On that day, Ji Chong donned a yellow robe and stood atop a high tower, addressing the hundreds of thousands of yellow turbans below. With the aid of Jiang Zia's magic amplifying his voice, he proclaimed, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, fortune shall bless the world." His voice echoed far and wide. Above, the only thunder deity, Nezha, disguised, cast his gaze towards the western Zhou. Thunder rumbled. Accompanied by the roar of the heavens, the name of the yellow sky resounded throughout the lands. In the heavenly palace, the feigning Haotian, who had been pretending to review memorials, rose in anger, glaring at Ji Chong, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch, how dare you?" When Zhong and Chaoga was utterly infuriated, he immediately dispatched the northern Marquis Chong He-hu and his troops to the west Qi to quell the rebellion. He also sent General Zhang Guifang from Qinglong Pass to attack Nshan Pass. Upon deliberation, the three families, Li, Su, and Di Ying, came together. The usually mild-mannered Li Jing, now agitated, slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "We too shall rebel." As the three families pondered the insurrection, Lady Yin intervened once more, urging everyone to cease their disputes. Since the initiative was led by the Li family, she proposed that they assume the imperial mantle, with DJ as the queen and Ding Chny appointed as regent overseeing military affairs. As for who might ascend to the throne in the future, that would depend on the capabilities of their descendants. Lady Yin's actions were also driven by self-interest, for whoever became the sovereign would ultimately be Nezha's offspring, ensuring the spoils remained within the Li family. Su was quite pleased, noting that in this era, no woman had yet taken the throne. His daughter would be the first, and he felt proud. As for the issue of succession, they would each employ their own means. If they lost, it would be due to their inferior skills. Ding Jiogong was also satisfied, as his daughter would wield military power, leaving no room for complaint. From a distance, Nuwa observed the unfolding drama and nodded in approval. Thus, the three families found themselves inexplicably bound together by the absent Nezha. Soon after, they faced the dilemma of choosing a national title, and the newly proclaimed Queen DJ conceived a brilliant idea. Holding a tortoise shell, they stepped outside to invoke the thunder spell. The deity Nezha in the heavens stirred slightly, and the authority of the thunder god was unleashed, striking the tortoise shell with a bolt of lightning. Daji meticulously cleaned the shell, ultimately revealing a character, Tang. The following day, the Three Mountain Pass declared its separation from the Yin and Shang dynasties, with Queen Daji and Regent Deng Chanyu at the helm, establishing the state of Litang. It was only reasonable for a female monarch to preside over Litang. When Zhong, stationed at Chaoga, received this news and believed the people had lost their minds. Litang, the monarch, is a woman, Daji. The regent is Deng Chanyu. He thought that once Zhang Guifang and his troops arrived, this so-called Litang would be reduced to ashes, for his focus remained on the western Zhou. Unfortunately, constrained by the narrow vision of his era, he could not comprehend the power of the people. Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. The populace of the entire realm found their allegiance in two places, the Three Mountain Pass and the western Zhou. The reputations of Daji, the holy maiden of peace, and Ji Chong, the master of the peaceful teachings, were well established, and people and talents continuously flocked to both locations. The first to arrive at the battlegrounds was General Zhang Guifang of Qinglong Pass. Zhang Guifang found himself in a difficult position as a loyal minister of the Shang. He held great respect for wise mentors and had even learned a certain set of celestial techniques through connections. Chapter 43. The monarch's teachings. He was a military official, unfamiliar with the intricacies of diplomacy, only aware that during the time of the wise mentors, the Shang flourished in peace and prosperity. With Wen Taishi's return, the wise mentors were driven away, and the peaceful teachings were eradicated, resulting in a rise of turmoil. The outward manifestation of this was a lack of diligence. Zhang Guifang's attributes in a game would be Commander 85, Martial Power 92, Intelligence 80, Loyalty 95, with a special skill in horsemanship. Among ordinary individuals, he would be considered exceptional. Now, leading his troops, he began a leisurely march, combining recreation and military progress, ultimately reaching the Three Mountain Pass. As the two passes were in close proximity, and he had a decent relationship with Deng Jiogong. Upon arrival, he thought, "Let us have a meal first. How can one fight without strength?" Thus, the vigilant Li Jing and his companions observed the Shang army leisurely preparing their meal. As seasoned veterans, Li Jing and Deng Jiogong instantly grasped the underlying message, exchanging knowing glances. The next day, Zhang Guifang's troops stood at the ready. and he spent the day exchanging harsh words with Deng Xiao and others. That evening, having confirmed some suspicions, Li Jing and his companions held another family gathering. Currently, Li Tang was merely the three-mountain pass, which was quite laughable, yet they could develop southward to establish a city, refusing to be hindered by the Shang army. Zhang Guifeng's intentions remained uncertain. Ultimately, the question became how to secure the three-mountain pass with a small contingent while the others expanded and built cities around. Suddenly, the ever-seated Daji pulled out a large jar of soil from her small pouch, exclaiming, "This is what I discovered by my bedside yesterday morning. I wonder if it holds any value?" Li Jing, having studied some knowledge of cultivation, approached, took a small piece of the soil, and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, a yellow light shone forth, forming a massive earthen pillar. Li Jing was taken aback for quite some time. Could this be the soil used by the legendary Deyu to control the floods? The heavens above are too bare to witness the gaze of Nuwa upon us, while Daji takes on the mantle of queen, a role that pleases me immensely. Who dare say that women are inferior to men? Should there be any issues, fret not. I shall provide solutions, smiles. This jar of diluted clay is a token of friendship bestowed by the goddess Nuwa herself. Daji and Deng Chanyu are certainly not dim-witted. The very next day, their first act was to erect an impressively grand temple dedicated to the goddess of creation within the realm, where the three families bowed in reverence. Subsequently, they commenced the construction of formidable city walls, transforming the already perilous Sand Mountain Pass into a sight that evokes despair. Zhang Guifeng gazed at the imposing fortress before him, reflecting on the divine protection that surely must be at play when Taisher has brought ruin upon our great Shang. As for the ordinary soldiers, their fighting spirit had utterly dissipated. What? Such towering walls, and our arrows cannot reach the top? You expect us to scale them? Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. After much deliberation among the three families, it was decided that Daji and the Su family would oversee Sand Mountain Pass, while the Deng and Li families would split their forces to expand territory and construct new settlements. Zhang Guifeng had initially intended to engage in verbal sparring, but Daji, being a lady of high standing, was ill-equipped to handle such exchanges. She promptly tossed a red embroidered ball at Zhang Guifeng's horse. In the aftermath, Zhang Guifeng could only express gratitude for Daji's merciful restraint. The act of throwing the ball effectively cured him of a decades-long habit of sharp-tongued discourse. Within Sand Mountain Pass, the morale surged. Each day, citizens donned yellow headbands and volunteered for patrols. Daji was no idle figure. She stood upon the city walls daily, conducting classes and spreading her teachings. A woman enamored can be formidable. Her affection for Nezha fueled her study of the Book of Peace. While her talents may not rival those of Ji Chong, her ability to inspire surpassed his by leaps and bounds. The king of Li Tang, the holy maiden of peace. An unparalleled beauty, her aura was nearly overwhelming. Who could resist being swayed by Daji's charm? Not to mention the rough men below, who transitioned from mere physical attraction to being captivated by Daji's lessons. Could a society of true equality and harmony truly be realized? Would there be no more battles and loss of life? In the end, why was the advocacy for peace and equality labeled a cult and met with hostility? Who was truly at fault? Even Zhang Guifeng, the commanding general, found himself in deep contemplation, let alone his subordinates. The soldiers, who once viewed the influx of people into Sand Mountain Pass with hostility, gradually became indifferent and ultimately transformed into protectors. It can only be said that the power of faith is indeed profound. Meanwhile, when Zhong's mind was preoccupied elsewhere, for grave events were unfolding in the west. The northern Marquis Chong Bo, who led his troops to attack the western Qi, only to meet his demise shortly thereafter. His brother, Chong Heihu, rebelled and enlisted an army of 100,000 into the western Zhou. Although Chong Bo, who held the title of Northern Marquis, his capabilities were merely nominal. His rise to power was primarily due to his early birth and unwavering loyalty to Inshou. He was known for his brutal and jealous nature, having driven his own brother away under the pretense of seeking enlightenment. If Chong Heihu were to thrive, would he truly retreat into the mountains to pursue the Dao? Having returned with newfound skills, he humbly deceived his brother, employing the cunning he had honed through years of battling beasts in the mountains. He perceived this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and acted decisively. Faced with Chong Bo, whose astonished gaze, he thought to himself, "I have tolerated your incompetence for far too long." Ji Chong and Jiang Zia were not inflexible individuals. They promptly accepted Chong Heihu's surrender, bestowing upon him the title of General of the Earth, while Jiang Zia was appointed as the General of Heaven. The early triumph of the Western Zhou stirred excitement throughout the realm, rendering the Shang dynasty seemingly insignificant. At present, the political landscape in Chaoga is profoundly distorted. Yin Shou, having been ousted by Wen Zhong, has become utterly inactive. Yin Hong and Yin Zhao laid some groundwork, but they were soon taken away by Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. For the two princes who have already ventured into the realm of immortality, the decision is not particularly challenging. It is evident that the Shang dynasty lacks capable successors. Wen Zhong, though he holds the throne, faces growing hostility from the royal family due to his actions. Wen Zhong acknowledges the predicament but finds himself unable to delegate authority. To whom could he entrust power? The Yin family has retreated into the pursuit of immortality, and can he, in good conscience, relinquish authority to others while honoring the lineage of Yin Shou? Thus, he resolves to endure the burden himself, placing his hopes on Yin Shou fathering another child. He both advises the queen to visit the king more frequently and continues to fill the harem with women. Unfortunately, despite Wen Zhong's profound knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, he remains utterly perplexed by the intrigues of the harem. Zhang Ho is undoubtedly a capable and commendable queen, yet she is not a sage. She perceives Wen Zhong's actions as being directed against her. With two sons of her own, why should the throne be given to another? As she dismisses all visitors who do not meet her standards, she declares, "What exquisite beauties! Send them to scrub the latrines." What do you mean they are already clean? Go check on that one. If it's clean, let her proceed to scrub again. Unbeknownst to Wen Zhong, he is now on a quest to gather forces for a military campaign against Shiqi. Unable to lead the expedition himself, he sets his sights on the seasoned General Lu Xiong, who has just arrived at Chintang Pass. Perhaps there is a certain wisdom among the elderly that suggests that those without experience in battle may not act decisively. Lu Xiong appears to be a reliable choice. And indeed, he proves to be so. The original text indicates that while he does not surpass Jiang in military strategy, his defensive capabilities are formidable, though Jiang Zia employs unconventional tactics. Wen Zhong, resolved in his decision, ventures to Jiulong Island that very night to recruit allies. Chapter 44. The Pangu Hall. While fierce battles rage outside, Nezha fights valiantly within the Pangu realm. Having traversed from a humble mountain village, Nezha has finally arrived at the largest tribe responsible for guarding the Pangu Hall, where he also returns the remains of the great shaman Xingtian. Throughout this journey, Nezha has truly honed his martial skills, mastering a myriad of weapons and gaining profound insights into the path of strength, resulting in considerable enhancement of his physical form. He has thoroughly absorbed the essence of his memories of the great shaman Xingtian. However, Nezha has also discerned the reason behind Lady Hutu's tasking him with errands. The heavens of the Pangu realm have sprung a leak. The hole may not be particularly large, yet it is unable to withstand the encroachment of chaos. If left unattended for too long, it could lead to significant troubles. Indeed, the two foremost civil engineers of the primordial era shall never find themselves out of work. Nezha did not hesitate. Aside from the bond of friendship with Xingtian, he had genuinely enjoyed his time with them. The various elixirs nourishing his body and the methods for honing his physique had proven immensely beneficial. He thought to lend a hand, as it was not a matter of great consequence. There was no need for Nezha to provide materials, for the simple villagers surprised him with an extraordinary gift, a 9-headed monstrous chariot. This chariot belonged to one of the 10 great demonic generals of the ancient heavenly court. Nezha was uncertain of its precise strength, but it was undoubtedly formidable. As a beast, using its body as material to patch a hole was more than sufficient. The current tribal leader, a robust man named Song, declared that this would be a gift for Nezha as material, assuring him that they had other forms of compensation, as the Wu clan would never allow their friends to suffer, let alone bully a fragile child like him. The giant man, with hands larger than Nezha's head, patted him on the back, his broad face beaming with a promise of fine offerings. Nezha, though verbally refusing, was undeniably the most proactive he had ever been in such labor. As the commander, he divided the villagers into 3 teams, one for digging and mixing mortar, another for chopping wood and constructing ladders, and the last to assist him. After circling the colossal bird twice, Nezha, laden with treasures, drew forth the abyssal rainbow, striking the bird's body, which merely produced a clanging sound, failing to breach its defenses. Fortunately, the villagers were experts in this domain, adhering to Nezha's requests. They removed certain parts, while the remaining body would serve as the primary material for the heavenly repair. Nezha wielded the Shenanigans, while 2 youths fanned the flames with large palm leaves, creating a bustling scene as a great multitude worked fervently. After 3 months of dedicated preparation, they finally completed their tasks. Nezha, bearing a massive stone, ascended the towering ladder, while below, a throng of curious villagers gathered to watch. "Father, look at Nezha. "He may be small, but he possesses remarkable strength," exclaimed one child. "Foolish boy, if you aspire to be like him, you might struggle to find a suitable bride," replied another. "Oh, poor Nezha," lamented yet another. From too great a distance, Nezha could not hear their banter. Below, several youths, also carrying materials, felt uneasy with heights and dared not glance down. At long last, he reached the summit, channeling his pitifully suppressed magical power to perform the heavenly and earthly manifestation. His form expanded dramatically as he positioned the massive stone, primarily composed of the chariot, over the gaping hole. One hand steadying it while the other reached down for materials from the youths below. Nezha, laboring intensely, was met with applause from the children below. "Hooray! Hooray! Nezha has grown larger. Now he will surely find a fine bride." The burly man beside them shook his head, remarking that Nezha still exhibited a hint of softness. After considerable effort, Nezha successfully sealed the breach in the sky. Though the task was not particularly grand, the suppression of spiritual power by the Pangu realm rendered it arduous. Below, the silver vortex in the heavens dissipated entirely, prompting a resounding cheer that echoed through the skies. That evening, Nezha received a warm welcome and indulged in the experience of a campfire gathering, accompanied by copious amounts of alcohol. Unfortunately, his physique, once an advantage, was overwhelmed by a group of peers, leaving him incapacitated. Upon awakening the next day, Nezha found himself submerged in a pool of blood, alongside a massive crimson figure resembling a bag, who was also enjoying a bath with him. Nezha couldn't help but scratch his head, realizing that they truly did not regard him as an outsider. As he surveyed the waters, he noted that beyond the profound essence of Pangu, the most precious aspect lay in the intricate formations along the pool's edge. Promptly, Nezha seated himself and began to fully channel the fragments of the creation Jade record, striving to comprehend and document the formations and the essence of the Dao. The enhancement of the physical body through the pool's waters was merely a minor benefit. Previously, Nezha had been somewhat oblivious, only aware of how to utilize these powers. Now, with a point of reference, he began to genuinely grasp the underlying principles. There was no escaping the fact that this was the current method of cultivation within the Shenmen. The era where mere application sufficed, devoid of theoretical understanding, had irrevocably passed. When one's strength is insufficient, one must adhere to the rules set by the powerful. At present, the most formidable figure in the primordial realm was undoubtedly Hongjun. The insights gleaned from this experience would profoundly influence Nezha's entire path. In Shichi, Ji Chong appeared exceedingly aged, having failed to fulfill the 100-year destiny. He had attempted to practice Nezha's techniques, but alas, all his attributes were allocated elsewhere, and given his advanced age, he soon abandoned the effort, deciding instead to devote his energy entirely to governance. Moreover, he faced a particularly grave issue, the matter of succession. Logically, with Bo Yikao still alive, there should be no hesitation. However, Ji Chong, now in rebellion, sensed an unsettling shift. He felt the ambitions of his sons stirring. He suddenly grasped some of the sentiments expressed in the final volume of the Taiping Heavenly Book. Human desire is insatiable, which renders the ideal society I once envisioned unattainable in this lifetime. Although the initial Great War was easily resolved due to the rebellion of Chonghehu, what lay ahead? Bo Yikao, the epitome of a modest gentleman, was perfectly capable of maintaining and developing the status quo. Yet Ji Chong was aware that they were in a phase of enterprise. While he could manage both construction and warfare, Bo Yikao lacked sufficient experience. Ji Chong had always been cordial with Jiang Ziya, yet he was cognizant of Jiang Ziya's lingering loyalty to Yin Shou, and thus he hesitated to entrust the army entirely to him. It was not mere suspicion on Ji Chang's part, it was a necessity of his position. In comparison to Jiang Ziya, he placed greater trust in the significantly less capable Nangong Shi. Feeling a discomfort in his body, Ji Chong entertained a vague notion to send Bo Yikao to Li Tang, allowing the daring and tenacious second son, GFA, to succeed in the West Zhou. He recognized the cruelty of this decision for Bo Yikao, but to protect him, Ji Chong felt he had no alternative. He also understood that entrusting the West Zhou to the ambitious GFA might lead them down a path contrary to his expectations, yet there was no turning back. Ji Chong could only proceed forward. As he faced the imminent return of Lu Xiong, Ji Chong was left uncertain whether he would survive this war. The next day, the two sides faced off, with the seasoned General Lu Xiong clashing with Jiang Ziya at the forefront. Lu Xiong's military strategy was characterized by stability. No matter how many variations arose, he remained steadfast and immovable. Despite Jiang Ziya exhausting all his military tactics, he could not gain even the slightest advantage over Lu Xiong. At this juncture, the shortcomings of the Western Zhou once again became apparent. Their foundation was not as profound as that of the Shang dynasty. Even a one-for-one exchange was too costly for them, and after more than 10 days of conflict, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The people of Western Zhou held firm in their beliefs, and their morale did not waver, but the previously favorable situation had swiftly turned against them. In Chapter 45, Zhang Zia faced death twice. After exhausting his efforts over several days, Lu Xiong had likely gauged the capabilities of Western Zhou and decided to summon the four saints to take action. Judging by their titles, it was evident that these four were rather unremarkable. What genuine immortal would dare to adopt the moniker of four saints? Who would name their treasures opening the heavens, pioneering the earth, or Chaos Pearl? While these names may sound grand, could they bear the weight of such implications? In essence, they were merely inexperienced disciples on the fringes of the sect of enlightenment. Though the four saints might lack prestige among the immortals, they posed a different challenge to mortals. As the two armies confronted each other, the four men burst forth with boisterous laughter, their mounts, infused with the bloodlines of exotic beasts, instilling chaos among the troops of Shichi. The four laughed even more raucously, and perhaps they should have been dubbed the Four Reckless of Nine Dragons Island, for they might have survived longer under such a name. Zhang Zia, who was currently in command of the military, was astute enough to discern the personalities of the four. He began by humbly complimenting them, bowing and scraping in the face of their unreasonable demands, while his true thoughts remained concealed. The four, flattered by his praise, disregarded Lu Xiong's orders and returned to their camp, demanding a feast of fine wine and meat. If we are to assist, we must indulge ourselves as well. That evening, a grand assembly was convened in Shichi. Zhang Zia had yet to master the unique skill of summoning disciples from the sect of enlightenment, so he made his way directly to Kunlun's Jade Void Palace to seek his teacher's assistance. You sent me to confront the Yin Shang, yet I find myself at a disadvantage. I require practical support, master. Upon arriving at the Jade Void Palace, he found the White Crane boy already waiting, expressionless as he greeted Zhang Zia and led him to meet the primordial heavenly sovereign. Upon encountering the waiting White Crane boy, Zhang Zia felt a sense of reassurance. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not disappoint him, providing him with a steed that was a unique beast, deemed a divine creature. However, the sovereign deemed it too unattractive and lacking in majesty, hence gifting it to Zhang Zia. With this, he was no longer fearful of the fierce beasts opposing him. You may descend now, the sovereign declared. Zhang Zia's journey home could be considered fruitful. On his way, he fortuitously encountered Bai Jian, the chief general of the Yellow Emperor. After a brief negotiation, Zhang Zia grasped the potential utility of this tool and suggested he establish the function platform. Shortly after, he encountered Longshu Hu. In the original tale, Zhang Zia had a few third-generation disciples of the sect of enlightenment to assist him, but now not a single one was in sight. Nezha was absorbed in enlightenment at Pango Hall, while Jin Jia and Mu Jia had also successfully taken on apprentices. But why would they abandon their own endeavors to assist him and work for free? Thus, the Dragon Whisker Tiger card, which Lao Jiang did not disdain, was put to use. Riding the peculiar beast, he wielded the divine whip of the gods. While Lao Jiang cannot claim to have returned from this venture empty-handed, he still found himself unable to resolve the dire predicament facing the Western Zhou. Nevertheless, he feigned confidence upon returning to Shichi. Faced with the eager gazes of the townsfolk, he first boasted about his newly acquired mount, the divine creature, then showcased the artifact, the divine whip, and finally introduced the Dragon Whisker Tiger with great pomp. His enthusiastic proclamations left even the not-so-intelligent Dragon Whisker Tiger bewildered as it pounded its chest, asserting its bravery, proclaiming its prowess for the morrow. Following this, Zhang Zia adopted an air of assuredness, though his actual plan remained vague. 3 days later, the two armies clashed once more. This time, Zhang Zia shed his previous humble demeanor, launching into a tirade of insults, a stark contrast that incited the fury of the four generals. They first gestured for their mounts to intimidate the enemy's steeds, and then the leader, Wang Mo, brandished his great sword and charged forth, shouting, "Brothers, watch as I claim Zhang Zia's head." Ha! Remarkably, the other three merely stood by, chuckling at the spectacle. Lu Xiong shook his head at the sight and waved the military flag, leading the army forward. The ensuing clash was fierce. However, none could withstand Wang Mo's assault. Ordinary attacks failed to penetrate the defenses of Wang Mo's water-formed armor, while his sword swept through the ranks, causing devastation as he advanced directly towards Zhang Zia. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zia hurled the divine whip, but Wang Mo, quick on his feet, leaned back, sustaining a wound from a nearby soldier while evading the whip. With the divine whip rendered ineffective, Jiang Zia swiftly kicked the peculiar beast, which, exhibiting its sentience, turned and fled. Unfortunately, the enraged Wang Mo disregarded the soldiers around him and pursued. Yet, his chariot, albeit possessing a trace of the mythical bloodline, could not rival the speed of the peculiar beast. Observing Jiang Zia's increasing distance, Wang Mo summoned a precious orb with a surge of magical energy. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, Jiang Zia instinctively crouched to evade. Wang Mo, with a swift gesture, directed the sky-opening orb, which struck Lao Jiang squarely in the chest. Defenseless and lacking any protective artifacts, Lao Jiang succumbed to the blow, his soul departing for Kunlun Mountain. With the death of the Heavenly Duke, chaos erupted within the Zhou army. The dragon Whisker Tiger, which had been throwing stones, took the brunt of the impact and carried Jiang Zia's lifeless form back to the city. Subsequently, the gates were bolted and a truce banner was hoisted. At this juncture, the warfare among the feudal lords was less brutal than in later times. The display of a truce banner seemed to evoke some peculiar sense of decorum, as it was understood that once displayed, hostilities would cease. This was largely due to the nobility's emphasis on etiquette. Being related, they were unlikely to pursue total annihilation. News of Jiang Zia's demise reached Chaoga, bringing great joy to Wenzhong. With stability in this realm achieved, he turned his attention to the slothful Zhang Guifeng. As a military magnate, he could not be oblivious to Zhang's idleness. It was merely a matter of time before he addressed it. Now that the situation in western Zhou had stabilized, he believed victory was merely a matter of time. Thus it was time to deal with the indolence present. Firstly, there must be a rebuke, albeit not too harsh. Otherwise, it would merely push Zhang Guifeng away. Secondly, a new leader must be appointed. If you do not wish to proceed, many others are willing to take your place. Moreover, 3 exceptional individuals have been dispatched to assist: Hong Jin, Tu Xing's son, and the disciple Yuhua. 2 are disciples of the and one of the. As for why Tu Xing's son has found himself amidst the Yin and Shang, he is simply a man of avarice and lust. This is hardly surprising. Meanwhile, Nezha, having pondered for an unknown duration, finally reached a state of relative saturation. While further enlightenment was not impossible, at the current height of his understanding, what he had learned might not be entirely accurate. The higher one ascends, the broader the vista one perceives. Although the Zhao Huayu Tai provided a significant advantage, Nezha's cultivation level remained rather low. Upon awakening, Nezha, devoid of any greed for further gains, decisively exited the Grand Hall. Stepping outside and glancing back, he found the entrance to be an unremarkable cave. The shaman brothers who had been vigilantly guarding the entrance observed Nezha's emergence with scrutiny, and one of them, shaking his head in disdain, consoled him, saying, "Fear not, Nezha. Though your appearance may lack distinction, your formidable prowess will surely attract a worthy partner." Initially in high spirits, Nezha felt his countenance darken. It was no wonder this fellow was always stationed at the gate. Nevertheless, Nezha chose not to dwell on this, and, after bidding farewell to the clan leader, prepared to depart from the Pangu realm. Chapter 46. The Ascension of King Li. The moment Nezha stepped out of the passage, he felt a disorienting twist of time. After a brief adjustment, he was greeted by the icy beauty, Xianming. This formidable presence always commanded Nezha's respect, and he chose to silently follow her. Contemplating the intentions of the Lady of Earth, it was certain that he had performed considerable tasks during this visit, yet the rewards far exceeded his expectations. There is no such thing as unconditional affection, and Nezha was not vain enough to consider himself a captivating demon of the primordial wilderness. However, she would likely not wish him harm. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary to invest such resources. Upon returning to the familiar Grand Hall, the ancestral shaman Xianming did not enter. As Nezha stepped inside, the rear door closed automatically. He understood that the Lady of Earth intended to speak with him. Reflecting on the 10 heavenly lords' excavation of the underworld, it was not without the influence of the Lady of Earth. In his previous life, rumors concerning her were scarce, leaving Nezha uncertain about her demands. Meeting the Lady of Earth once again, she remained adorned in her majestic black attire interwoven with golden threads, seated upon her throne. Nezha bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for her care. The Lady of Earth observed Nezha's somewhat barbaric attire with amusement, remarking, "You truly have adapted to local customs." Yet her words carried a solemn gravity. "Have you encountered the Father God Pangu?" Her tone was assertive rather than inquisitive. Nezha remained composed, unperturbed by the revelation of his secret. Regardless of the past, the moment he awakened in the primordial realm, he had affirmed to himself, "I am who I am. I am Li Nezha." Names may change, but his essence would remain unchanged. Nezha nodded with calm assurance. The Lady of the Earth did not persist in her questioning. Instead, A look of relief graced her features. No one wishes to invest in a thankless creature. And at least Nezha had not contemplated deceiving her after reaping the benefits of her favor. Fear not. The moment you struck down the Dragon King, I sensed the essence of our Father God. Our ancestral shaman may lack a soul, yet the corporeal form retains memory. The very earth beneath us is akin to my own body. Nezha comprehended the lady's intent. Although he had concealed his actions with a guise of falsehood, the essence remained rooted in his understanding of the path of strength. The Lady of the Earth had directly experienced this through her own body, a most reasonable conclusion. Do not worry that I harbor ulterior motives. As long as the primordial world endures, I need not rely on anyone. Your estimation of me is too high. I merely believe that today's gains have already been duly priced. Is there truly such a thing as a deal without cost? Upon entering the embrace of the thick earth, the Lady of the Earth finally displayed her first expression, playfully remarking, "As long as your fists are strong enough, you may proceed." With that, she cast a glance skyward, revealing the weariness of the top female immortals of the primordial realm. Nezha dared not interject into such lofty discourse, choosing instead to act as if he had not observed. Seeing Nezha's youthful demeanor, the lady found it amusing, teasingly saying, "Had my brothers possessed even half your guile, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits." Nezha felt no shame in his playful demeanor, tilting his small face at a 45-degree angle and gazing innocently at her. "What do you mean? I don't understand," he replied. Once again, the lady was delighted, saying, "Young man, do not take your leave. I have heard of your prolific writings, and you must surely be adept at handling affairs of state. Please assist me." With that, she tossed him a set of dark black official robes and a grand seal, then waved her hand dismissively. As Nezha donned these items and exited the grand hall, he was met not by the ancestral shaman Xinyuan, but rather by the previous figures of Oxhead and Horseface. This was hardly a concern. After all, they were semi-legendary shamans in the primordial realm, with little time to act as Nezha's guides. Following them, Nezha arrived at the Hall of Yama, where a burly man in black robes was scratching his feet while reviewing documents. Upon seeing Nezha enter, he immediately set aside his hairy thigh. Did even this great shaman require thermal pants? Clearly, Yama had received word of Nezha's arrival, as he approached with an excited demeanor, laughing heartily and preparing for an embrace. Nezha glanced at the man's freshly scraped hand and discreetly sidestepped. Yama, unperturbed, cheerfully bellowed, "From now on, he shall be your leader." Returning to his desk, he hastily thrust the official robes into Nezha's hands, then seized 2 axes and dashed out, leaving Oxhead and Horseface envious. It evoked the sensation of everyone laboring on assignments when suddenly one completed theirs and dashed off to play. Nezha donned the black robes, tidied his wild hair, and thus began his tenure as Lordly Yama. Bring forth the Book of Life and Death. A towering figure, resembling a sprinter, rushed off and soon returned with a book and a pen, specifically the human volume from the 3 tomes of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Nezha, rather unceremoniously, sought out Lady Een in front of the crowd, surveying his surroundings as several young shamans either whistled and turned away or bent over their work at the desk. Nezha, rather unceremoniously, added 1,000 to the ledger, prioritizing survival, with the option to increase further if necessary. Daji, Deng Chanyu. Casually at a few hundred, he commanded. Li Jing. A few hundred years for you. And let's not forget my 2 rather lenient fathers-in-law. Add a few hundred for them as well. Oh, and my 2 elder brothers-in-law. Add a few hundred for them too. Daji's adorable cat, Xiaoguai, deserves a few hundred years as well. Nezha harbored no fears of making mistakes, for he was confident that in due time, the monkeys would reconcile any discrepancies. Having consumed the heavenly peaches, he thought, what was a mere trifle? Once he organized the Book of Life and Death, he adjusted his robes and cleared his throat. I have thoroughly reviewed the Book of Life and Death. There are no loopholes. A nearby little ghost quickly chimed in. You have worked hard, my lord. King Yama cast a glance at him, signaling that the future held great promise for him, before he commenced his own duties. Nezha delved into the workings of the underworld, discovering that the processes were not overly complex. However, the minutiae were endless. Coupled with the notorious behavior of the Wu clan, it was an arduous task. While they would eagerly leap into battle, the mundane task of reviewing cases and paperwork felt akin to a living death, especially since this work was indefinite, a burden no one could bear. Every position in the underworld was marked by lethargy, compelling the Lady of the Earth to step in personally. Yet, let us not forget her origins as a member of the Wu clan. She was indeed capable, but her enthusiasm was lacking. Fighting was her true passion, and her mild temperament was only relative to other ancestral spirits. Consequently, anyone could encroach upon the underworld, The local elder, the ancestor of the River of the Dead, was a prime example, while the Buddhist sect and the Celestial Court also reached out, as this realm was ostensibly a counterbalance to the heavenly order. Could the Lady of the Earth, a saint of this realm, not manage it? Of course, she could, but she was simply too lazy to bother. Anyone can come as long as you help me with the work, she declared. As long as she remained alive, no one could truly challenge the Wu clan beneath the earth. As for power, let anyone take it who desires it. With Nezha's arrival, it was clear that such complacency could not continue. The Wu clan had been sufficiently generous to him, and he intended to reclaim the authority that rightfully belonged to him. Should the Dao ancestor one day cast a discerning eye and deem them to be merely consuming resources without contributing, they would face dire consequences. Even with the Lady of the Earth as protection, the Pengu realm could not endlessly sustain the Wu clan. Chapter 47. The Recruitment Conference of the Underworld upon his appointment. Nezha was immediately confronted with the souls of the deceased from the battlefield, from whom he gleaned the current state of affairs above. The prevailing sentiment was one of surrealism. He established a connection with his celestial doppelganger, somewhat bemused by how the Li Tang and the Empress had managed to create such a situation. However, with events having unfolded in this manner, Nezha resolved to adapt, contemplating that he might as well blend in for now. Worst case, he could align himself with the Western Zhou and secure a position among the regional lords. As for worldly power, Nezha was not particularly concerned, having sought the Dao. What significance did kingship hold? He merely hoped his family would not lose themselves in the game and jeopardize their own well-being. After some thought, he decided to release the three demons, Yuan Hong, Jin Dashing, and Dai Li, who had been neatly organized to oversee the Three Mountains Pass. The time has come to attend to official duties. Initially, the tasks were manageable, but as the workload increased, it became evident that there was an endless stream of responsibilities awaiting those willing to toil. The judges assisting nearby regarded Nezha with a sense of reverence. Could this be the power of cultured individuals? Nezha understood that such a labor-intensive endeavor in the underworld could not be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals. A clever idea struck him: recruitment. It is worth noting that employment in the underworld also bears merit. Though the daily contributions may be modest, they accumulate over time. The underworld may be a harsh environment. Yet who would refuse a stable position? Nezha returned to the Hall of the Earth Mother to report his plan. The Earth Mother, with a nonchalant demeanor, simply urged him to proceed as he saw fit, as long as the work was completed. She entrusted him with the 6 paths of reincarnation decree, saying, "Go forth. Do as you please." With the decree in hand, Nezha acquired certain privileges within the underworld. Assuming the role of a semi-administrator, Nezha, holding the decree, led a group of judges and spirits to the banks of the Niha Bridge. Meng Pe, who had been gazing longingly from the viewing platform, merely cast a glance their way without further concern. Nezha, armed with brush and ink, composed the entrance examination papers while directing the lesser spirits to set up the recruitment venue. The inaugural job fair needed to be impressive, otherwise, how could they instill confidence in potential applicants? "Hey, you there, adjust that chair a bit," he commanded. "And you over there, how can you not even write a plaque? Give it to me." To another judge, he admonished, "No slacking. Raise that pillar." Before a throng of souls awaiting reincarnation, the first official recruitment fair in the underworld commenced. Nezha took to the stage with a newly crafted microphone, exuding a sense of ceremony. "Esteemed spirits preparing for rebirth, do not rush. Allow me to share a few words. Recently, the incessant turmoil of the primordial era has escalated the workload in the underworld, resulting in a significant backlog of souls. To address this issue, the higher-ups have unanimously decided to recruit individuals who are educated, cultured, capable, and willing to endure hardship into the underworld system, thus enjoying divine treatment. Those interested in employment may now register." Though the common folk struggled to comprehend Nezha's words, those who had been officials or nobles in their past lives grasped the meaning and promptly approached to sign up. Who knew what awaited them in the next life? Being a spirit certainly had its allure. Securing a civil service position was an aspiration for today. However, many aimless souls joined the throng out of mere curiosity. No matter. Nezha's examination papers would certainly provoke existential doubt. The souls eager to apply formed a line, each receiving a test paper from the judges, diligently seeking their seats to answer the questions, wary of any shortcuts. The patrolling Oxhead and Horseface wielded their tridents without hesitation. Among the applicants was a former doctor from the Yinshang dynasty, who, looking at Nezha, was filled with a multitude of questions. How had a revered sage of the Shang dynasty become the ruler of the underworld? Approaching Nezha for a greeting, the latter met his gaze with an encouraging nod. The elder immediately felt invigorated, confidently surveying the surrounding souls. Did you see that? There's someone in the underworld. He then took his seat and began to answer the examination. The first question, Li discovered that Pan's wife was having an affair with the neighbor, Wang. Consequently, he surreptitiously applied poison to his wife's chest, which tragically resulted in the death of his own brother the following day. The inquiry arises, is Li guilty of murder? Or is it Pan who bears the blame? The elder was instantly drenched in sweat, and as he continued to read, he found each subsequent question more abstract than the last. In another scenario, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhao went fishing, but when the waters proved too deep, Xiao Li failed to inform Xiao Zhao in advance, leading to Xiao Zhao's drowning. Does this constitute premeditated murder? In yet another case, Wang seduced someone else's wife, and the husband retaliated, inadvertently causing the death of his own brother. Is this also considered premeditated murder? The questions seemed endless. The elder, having spent a lifetime grappling with experience, managed to complete the exam and then retreated to await the results. The judge continuously transported the completed papers to Nezha, who began to grade them with a pen. This one shouldn't count. It seems rather conservative, no good. This one is too radical. It's unacceptable. This one actually charges fees. Quite the economic mind at work. This one requires the husband to keep watch over his wife. What kind of turtle man is that? As for those deemed acceptable, the judge immediately summoned the spirits to work, for positions in the heavenly court were scarce, and the underworld was also vast. However, the underworld could never rival the prestige of the celestial court, and the current recruitment drive was not as grand. With Nezha's organization and the continuous addition of clerical staff, the underworld gradually found its footing. Once the personnel met the basic operational needs, Nezha promptly halted further recruitment. Judge Cui, now entirely convinced, humbly inquired, Your Majesty Yin Wang, the underworld still lacks sufficient manpower, why not hire more? Nezha, adopting the tone of a former employer, replied, Isn't having too many people a waste of resources? They can manage with a bit of overtime. This batch was only recruited because we were genuinely overwhelmed. Future hiring won't be so casual. After all, this is a secure job. The judge nodded, somewhat understanding, as he followed Nezha back to the hall of Yin Wang. The issue of personnel appeared to be resolved, and the next step was to reclaim the authority of the underworld. Currently, the major forces meddling in the underworld were the Western Church and the boundless sea of blood. One sought to enlighten vengeful spirits and guide them to the Buddhist realm, while the other either consumed or transformed souls into asuras. Previously, the underworld had been too busy to intervene, but now that Nezha was in charge, this could not be tolerated. They were encroaching upon his territory. It is essential to recognize that Nezha had earned significant merit through his diligent efforts in the underworld, which constituted his salary. Although he could not utilize this merit to enhance his cultivation, it was indeed a universal wish-granting machine. Among the 6 saints of the primordial realm, along with the Mother of Earth, who could attain sanctity without it? However, both sides harbored formidable figures. The Sea of Blood was presided over by the ancient deity, the Lord of the River of Souls, whose power was among the elite, second only to the saints. The Western Church was no less formidable, guarded by 2 illustrious saints. It was prudent to choose the softest targets. Indeed, the Asura realm in the cycle of reincarnation was intended for the transformation of Asuras by the Blood Sea. Yet these greedy individuals remained insatiable and warranted a thorough reprimand. Chapter 48. The Sorrow of Earth's Spirit as Nezha sought to reclaim his dominion over the underworld through covert recruitment. The reinforcements led by Wenzhong finally arrived at the battlefield of 3 Mountains Pass. The 3 men gazed in awe at the formidable, steep city walls, pondering how they might breach such a stronghold. Unlike Zhang Guifeng, who dared to overstep, they subtly signaled their loyal guards to discreetly allow the populace fleeing to the Li Tang dynasty to pass under the cover of night. Hongjin, Yuhua, and the Earth Spirit were not virtuous individuals by any means. Indeed, Hongjin and the Earth Spirit were particularly notorious for their lasciviousness. The following day, upon encountering the preaching of the great king, their eyes nearly bulged with desire, their hunger for beauty palpable. Their lust nearly ignited a brawl between them, while Yuhua, though indifferent to feminine charms, sided with his fellow disciple Hongjin. Seizing the opportunity, Hongjin meticulously groomed himself, his appearance rather striking despite the greasy facade. Approaching the city gates, he struck a pose he deemed charming and proclaimed loudly, I, Hongjin, deputy marshal of the Great Shang, pay my respects to King Su. Daji, clad in royal robes and adorned with a jade crown and tassels, regarded Hongjin with a disdainful glance. Instantly perceiving his oily demeanor and assessing him as inferior to even a single hair of her beloved Nezha. Undeterred by her contempt, Hongjin continued, The Great Shang has flourished for over 5 centuries, boasting countless talents and heroes. King Su, it would be wise for you to surrender swiftly. I could speak favorably on your behalf, and perhaps Miss Su would deign to ally with me, ensuring your family's safety. King Su, incensed, hurled the red embroidered ball in response. Recognizing the significance of Wenzhong's favor, Hong Jin, skilled though he was, panicked at the sight of the approaching crimson light. He swiftly employed his water evasion technique to flee, but his steed, the mighty whale dragon, was not so fortunate. As the red light swiftly transformed into a puddle of his once proud mount, Hong Jin's heart ached. He had devoted years to taming this beast overseas, pouring countless efforts into its training, all for the sake of flaunting it in his daily pursuits. Wretched creature, descend and face your doom. Serve me as a slave or a maid, and I may spare your life. Such is the fickleness of man. Witnessing the glee of the earth spirit only fueled Hong Jin's fury further. King Su beckoned the red embroidered ball back, her power feeble, rendering her merely a launcher for the enchanted orb. Despite its status as a congenital treasure entwined with karmic pathways, its essence was not inferior to that of celestial beings. As a talisman embodying the very essence of romantic entanglements, one of Red Sister's delights was to spectate the affairs of amorous couples. Currently, she found favor in her master's newly acquired disciple, appreciating his presence. Tasked with safeguarding a being far from weak, she felt no discontent. Rather, she reveled in the spectacle unfolding before her. Eliminating Hong Jin would be a simple matter, yet her obligation was to protect Daji. In the face of Hong Jin's provocations, Daji remained unfazed, casting a scornful glance without engaging. Instead, she directed her words at Yu Hua, stating, "Yu Hua, your master, the immortal Yu Yuan, shares a close friendship with my husband, Nezha. I advise you not to misstep." Hong Jin's face contorted with rage, his protests falling upon deaf ears, rendering his solo performance rather dull. Yu Yuanmu, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Public matters are public, private matters are private. Each of us serves our own master. Moreover, if my master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly support the merchants against the Tang." Daji, with an air of indifference, rose gracefully and departed. Once more, the banquet was reluctantly convened at night. Hong Jin, seething with anger, lamented the absence of dancing maidens. Zhang Guifeng, known for his strict military discipline, would never allow such distractions in the barracks. Regrettably, Yu Hua held the highest authority, and it was Hong Jin, despite his discontent, who spoke up. He remained seated, drinking without acquiescing or denying the situation, while the others indulged in their libations. Tu Xingxuan, the lecherous old rogue, immediately chimed in, and Zhang Guifeng, suppressing his frustration, ultimately chose to leave in exasperation. It was at this moment that Yu Hua interjected, "You two must not overstep your bounds. Quickly devise a plan to breach the 3 mountain pass." Tu Xingxuan, while sipping his drink, rose to respond, "No worries, it will be done swiftly." He then vanished underground, returning shortly with 5 virtuous maidens in tow, and the festivities resumed. Who claims that the quality of Jie Jiao is lacking? The Chan Jiao is not without its own flaws. The following day, the group rallied once more, but this time Daji could not be bothered to appear. Their sole task was to delay. As night fell, the banquet commenced again, and Hong Jin, even more incensed by Daji's absence, began to fondle the 2 maidens brought by Tu Xingxuan the previous night. He filled a large cup with wine, compelling the reluctant maidens to drink, while he laughed heartily at their distress. Tu Xingxuan, unabashed, nestled into the embrace of one of the maidens, leering and chuckling inappropriately. Yu Hua, however, maintained a semblance of decorum, with a maiden kneeling beside him, pouring wine. "You two must quickly devise a solution, lest master would inquire, and we all face dire consequences." Hong Jin replied helplessly, "Commander, the 3 mountain pass is fortified with demonic magic and does not engage in battle, even with our extraordinary abilities. We have no means to counteract." Suddenly, Tu Xingxuan emerged from beneath the table, his lewd visage surfacing as he suggested, "Why not capture that Sudaji? With her as a hostage, the 3 mountain pass would fall without a fight, and we could all share in the merriment." The thought of Daji's unparalleled beauty and commanding presence sent a rush of excitement through him. Hong Jin, thrilled, slammed the table in approval, inadvertently startling the maiden attending him, whom he carelessly shoved aside. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Hua finally spoke, "Go ahead, but do not act excessively." With a gleeful grin, Tu Xingxuan burrowed underground, stealthily making his way toward the Li Tang royal palace. As night enveloped the palace and he entered Daji's chamber, he gleefully exclaimed, "Hey, little beauty." Before he could finish, a crimson ribbon surged forward, ensnaring Tu Xingxuan. Realizing the peril, He attempted to burrow into the ground. Daji materialized, extending her long, pale fingers to perform a spell, instantly activating the previously set ground to steel talisman. Wrapped tightly like a rice dumpling, Tu Xingsuan squirmed like a maggot, desperately seeking an escape route. Unfortunately, Nezha had already prepared for Tu Xingsuan's unwelcome intrusion when Deng Chanyu arrived, providing the ground to steel talismans liberally while warning them of the repugnant nature of the diminutive rogue's earth evasion techniques. 2 days ago, upon catching sight of the diminutive figure, Daji instantly became alert. Upon her return, she hastily arranged the formidable earthly steel formation, making extensive preparations in anticipation of this young man. Consequently, he arrived the very next day, with his head swollen from previous encounters. The earthly walker, in a fit of rage, began to recite incantations as 3 orange-yellow ropes surged toward Daji like ethereal serpents. In response, Daji brandished a resplendent fan adorned with 5 colored feathers toward the 3 celestial binding ropes, and a torrent of flames swiftly consumed them entirely. This exquisite 5-fire 7-feather fan was a gift from Nezha, intended for Daji's protection, with the finest feathers graciously provided by the gentle Qing's sister. Meanwhile, Su Hu, Su Chuanzhong, and Lady Yin emerged. The 2 men approached the earthly walker, who had already cooled down, and delivered a decisive kick to his head. With his mouth muffled by the crimson silk, the earthly walker regained some vigor, thrashing about and emitting muffled cries. Chapter 49. The Return of Xia the Sovereign. Having once held the crown for a considerable time, had long since refined her demeanor, shedding the indecisiveness of her former self. Without hesitation, she commanded that the earthly walker be executed. Just as the crimson silk was retracted, the earthly walker attempted to speak, but Su Chuanzhong, prepared for this moment, promptly stuffed a foul-smelling sock into his mouth. The stench of the sock, worn throughout the day in his leather boots, enveloped him, sending a furious wave of nausea to his brain. The earthly walker appeared to be struck by some soul-chilling attack, rolling his eyes back and collapsing, followed by violent convulsions. Daji cast a disdainful glance at her brother and remarked to Su Hu, "Father, I believe it is time to find an appropriate spouse for my elder brother." Su Hu, frowning, retreated slightly, nodding in agreement. Feeling awkward, Su Chuanzhong grasped the earthly walker and, in compliance with the sovereign's orders, decisively executed him. As the earthly walker met his demise, far away in the cloud-embracing mountains' flying cloud cave, the fearsome Lushun immediately sensed the death of his earthly brother. Lacking any deep feelings for the earthly walker, merely a tool to obstruct calamities, he nonetheless felt compelled to make an appearance due to their master-disciple bond. Thus, he set forth upon his cloud. Another who sensed the event was Deng Chanyu, who, while leading her troops to suppress the wildlings, felt an inexplicable lightness, as if a shackle had been lifted. The reason for this sensation remained a mystery to her. In the camp of the Shang forces, Yu Hua and Hong Jin awaited the return of the earthly walker throughout the night. Enraged, Hong Jin exclaimed that the scoundrel must have gone off to indulge himself. The following morning, just as he was about to unleash his wrath, they beheld the earthly walker, dismembered and suspended from the city wall by 2 ropes. Exchanging a knowing glance, they exchanged a few symbolic curses before returning to their camp. The earthly walker, a disciple of the Chan sect, had met his deserved fate, and neither felt any inclination for vengeance. They resumed their festivities, eager to reclaim their share of enjoyment. The battlefield of the Litang descended into tranquility, while in the West Zhou, preparations for a memorial service for Old Jiang were underway. Though Jichang harbored some reservations toward Old Jiang due to political reasons, he personally held a favorable view of his capabilities. Now that the man had passed, despite his overwhelming busyness, he still orchestrated a grand funeral for Jiang Xia. As Jiang Xia's soul floated to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately uttering but a single term: Master. It is impossible for those in positions of power to empathize with the common folk. How could the primeval Heavenly Lord, one of the apex beings of the primordial world, expect to resonate with a mere ant who is not even a celestial being? Such an expectation is absurd. To the primeval Heavenly Lord, your humble talents qualify you to be my disciple. I entrust you with tasks, and in return, you shall enjoy a lifetime of worldly wealth and blessings. Is that not sufficient? And yet you seek enlightenment. What path can one of your meager aptitude possibly pursue? It could be asserted that the mindset of the primeval Heavenly Lord reflects the prevailing thought of the primordial realm, although Jiang Xia's position is not entirely without merit. Xia, do not be hasty. Destiny is on your side. He then bestowed upon Jiang Xia the Fengshen Bang, list of deities, and the central Wuji Xinghuang banner. along with a celestial pill for him to consume. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Zia returned to the western Zhou, cradling these two treasures. At that moment, it was the 7th day following Jiang Zia's passing. The Ma family, clad in white garments, held a sole banner while calling forth Jiang Zia's spirit. As notable figures from the western Zhou gathered for the occasion, though there was some genuine sentiment from the Ma family towards Jiang Zia, it was overshadowed by concern for the future of herself and her son. Transitioning from modesty to opulence is a simple task, yet the reverse proves to be a challenge. Her mindset, steeped in the anxieties of a merchant, feared that others might seize her family's fortune. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope remained. What if old Jiang returned to life once more? After all, he had done so before. If she exerted herself, it would surely demonstrate the depth of her feelings. Thus, the leaders of the Western Qi listened with somber expressions as Ma wept and waved the small white banner. Oh, old Jiang, how tragic your fate. To sacrifice yourself for the nation at such a young age, leaving us as orphans and widows. What shall we do? She lamented. Why must my life be so wretched? Having already faced death once, must I endure it again? If there is a next time, take me with you. At that moment, Ji Chong sighed, recognizing Ma's distress as a man of keen perception. He approached her to offer comfort, saying, Madame Jiang, there is no need for concern over Zia's sacrifice for our Western Qi. Should you and your son have any requests, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Ma's lamentations took on an even more sorrowful tone upon receiving his attention. Oh, my dear husband, I promise to raise our son well. You can rest easy. Once I nurture him to maturity, I shall promptly join you in the afterlife. Just then, the wooden coffin emitted a sound, and with a sudden crash, the lid flew off as the flesh of old Jiang, starved for 6 or 7 days, struggled to emerge. The attending women, who had come to pay their respects, were momentarily stunned before erupting into sharp cries, then frantically fleeing, leaving behind a trail of embroidered shoes. The men present were equally startled. Among them, Nangong Shi, one of the 4 friends of King One, displayed commendable courage, drawing his sword to shield his face. He bellowed at the now pallid old Jiang. Who dares to desecrate the body of the heavenly general? I shall slay you. Old Jiang, having just regained consciousness, turned pale with fright. Please, do not send me back to Kunlun Mountain. He hastily explained, General Nangong, please remain calm. It is I, Zia. The nature of Nangong Shi could be summarized as somewhat foolish, rushing forward with the intent to strike Jiang Zia. Fortunately, Madame Ma had prior experience and valiantly intervened to stop Nangong Shi, exclaiming that threatening his livelihood was far more grievous than slaying his parents. Madame Ma truly fought with all her might. Old Jiang was profoundly moved by this scene. How could he not know Madame Ma's character? Yet, at this critical moment, this woman genuinely dared to risk her life for him against others. Ultimately, Ji Chong issued an order, bringing this farce to a close. Old Jiang elucidated the reasons for his resurrection, ran a couple of laps under the sun to prove he was indeed human, and engaged Ji Chong in a discussion regarding the Book of Peace, finally affirming his identity as Jiang Zia. Ji Chong gazed at Jiang Zia with a complex expression. As a master of divination, he began to perceive something significant in old Jiang. The following day, Ji Chong did not revoke the posthumous title of Jiang Zia. Instead, he restored his official rank and appointed him as chancellor. Now, old Jiang held both fame and power in the Western Zhou, with only Ji Chong able to overshadow him. Not even the heir Bo Yikao could contend. Ji Chang's actions were motivated by necessity, as he was nearing 90 years of age, having recently endured excessive fatigue and military pressures brought by Lu Xiong. His life was drawing to a close. The phrase Wen Wang's 100 sons is both a saying and indicative of Ji Chang's destiny, yet sadly, he had only gathered 99 sons. And with the toll of overwork and divine retribution, his lifespan had already been significantly shortened. Chapter 50. Ji Chang's fate in an era where the average lifespan was merely 30 to 40 years. Ji Chang, approaching 90, did not consider himself to have died early. After all, he was living nearly twice as long as an ordinary person, and thus felt no dissatisfaction. However, as the leader of the Western Qi regime, he had many unfulfilled aspirations, yet he was compelled to confront reality. The most pressing issue was that of succession, a matter he had pondered for quite some time. Upon witnessing Jiang Zia's resurrection, he finally resolved to act. With Jiang Zia back to manage affairs, the tension within Ji Chang dissipated entirely, leading to his subsequent decline in health. In just a few days, he seemed to age by decades. On a particular day, Ji Chang sensed an impending change. Setting aside the Book of Peace and instructing his devoted wife, I fear my time is near. Please notify others, and call in Cower. I have matters to discuss. Although Tai Si had long anticipated this moment, she could not help but shed tears. Ji Chang grasped Tai Si's hand, offering comfort. I have lived beyond 80 years. Heaven has been kind to me. Our bond as husband and wife shall be rekindled in the next life. Tai Si nodded, her eyes reddened, and exited. Moments later, the court officials and military leaders of the Western Zhou gathered outside the palace. As Tai Si entered with the gentle Bo Cow, Ji Chang, with great effort, propped himself up to speak. Cower, you are well aware of my ambitions. Having heard of the wise teacher and the saintess in the south, would you be willing to go and serve them on my behalf? Bo Cao is not foolish. Rather, he is remarkably astute. He perceives the underlying meaning in his father's words and acknowledges that it would be disingenuous to claim he feels no bitterness, stemming from his deprivation of the rightful heirship and his father's lack of trust. Nevertheless, he is indeed a devoted son. Immediately bowing and proclaiming his willingness to serve as his father's proxy in honoring the esteemed teacher. Upon uttering these words, he earnestly prostrates himself 3 times, striking his forehead against the ground. Ji Chang, witnessing Bo Cao's lack of inquiry, feels an even deeper sorrow. He struggles to contain the moisture welling in his eyes and resolves to depart at once. Bo Cao, once more, bows 3 times, his forehead bloodied, before turning to leave. Tai Si watches Bo Cao's retreating figure, tears beginning to flow silently. Ji Chang then instructs, summon the ministers. Tai Si wipes her eyes and steps outside. Moments later, the court officials gather, all puzzled as they observe Ji Chang, having seen Bo Cao exit. GFA, sensing an ominous premonition at the sight of his elder brother's departure, suppresses his excitement and approaches Jiangxia with a serious demeanor. Ji Chang, with a complex expression, gazes at his second son, stating, I, Ji Chang, have faith in the teachings of the Taiping heavenly sect, yet due to the demands of worldly affairs, I have regrettably been unable to serve the esteemed teacher. Thus, I entrust my son to fulfill this long-held wish on my behalf. After my passing, GFA shall inherit my title and govern the West Qi. Although Ji Chang is in rebellion, he has never claimed kingship, still regarding himself as a noble lord. The ministers below erupt in chatter. For Bo Cao is particularly favored among them, being the eldest son, making his succession to Ji Chang's position seem entirely rightful. Why, then, is there a change? Silence. Ahem. GFA kneels, pledging his loyalty to Jiangxia as the chancellor of the great Zhou, vowing to serve him as he would his own father. Though the situation is sudden, GFA knows his father would not betray him, and with a thud, he kneels, declaring, I, GFA, pay my respects to my father-in-law. The chancellor. Jiangxia's expression is complex. He is fully aware of Ji Chang's intentions and maneuvers, recognizing that Ji Chang is compelling him to choose sides. Having faced death twice, Jiang, now diminished in essence, cultivation, and fortune, reluctantly concedes to reality. It seems his path to immortality is forever barred. Gazing at the aged and worn Ji Chang, he recalls their countless nights of scholarly discussions, ultimately softening, and bows deeply. I, the old minister Jiangshan, express my gratitude for your grace. This act signifies Jiangxia's complete recognition of Ji Chang as his lord. Very well, my father. Lord 1. Upon Ji Chang's death, GFA ascends to the throne. Initially relying on a peace accord to buy time, he now has a new justification as the Marquis of the West. Ji Chang's funeral rites dictate that during this period, the Great Shang cannot mobilize troops. While orchestrating the funeral, GFA simultaneously recruits soldiers to replenish his military strength, all the while contemplating strategies for withdrawal. Observing GFA's relentless pursuit, Jiangxia begins to understand why Ji Chang entrusted the leadership of West Qi to GFA. In truth, he has no effective strategies either, yet he speaks cryptically, fear not, I possess my own methods to vanquish the enemy. GFA outwardly professed confidence, yet inwardly felt uncertain. Last time, he had been struck down by a single blow. He could resurrect himself, but not the soldiers of West Qi. Thus, during his father's funeral, he aggressively recruited troops and compromised with the aristocracy. The advantage was a substantial increase in military strength, but the downside was the further erosion of the system that Ji Chang had painstakingly established. Meanwhile, Nezha remained at his desk, attending to bureaucratic matters. Although most of the basic tasks were already handled by others, some critical issues still required the attention of this king of hell. Fortunately, this did not hinder Nezha's cultivation. With a hint of irritation, he tossed aside the documents, stretched his legs, leaned back, and sighed, wishing he had a worker to assist him. My king, there is an elderly man radiating golden light outside who has passed the examination. What position shall we assign him? Nezha immediately sat up straight and replied, Bring him to me. I wish to see him. His curiosity piqued. Anyone enveloped in golden light must be a great sage. How could such a person have died and not yet ascended to the ranks? The little ghost escorted Ji Chong to the Yama Hall, where Nezha quickly recognized him. Ji Chong, great sage, what brings you here? Nezha inquired, recalling that Ji Chong had seemingly lived for a century. Why had he descended so soon? Ji Chong was genuinely astonished, asking, You, besides being a great sage, also work as the king of hell? After a brief conversation, Nezha gleaned the situation. Since Ji Chong was present, he should not depart. Although you possess merits to protect you, having entered the cycle of reincarnation, you cannot escape its trials. Why not come work for me? The pay is generous, the workload light, with meals and lodging provided. You'll occupy a leadership position, with opportunities to return home occasionally. What could be better? Ji Chong readily agreed. After hearing Nezha's job offer, he found it quite appealing. Having been a leader himself, he felt the role would be rather effortless. And the chance to visit family was indeed a bonus. Nezha promptly handed over the official seal and robe, declaring, You may assume your position at once. He then recorded the appointment using the 6 paths of reincarnation decree and assigned himself as an advisor, completing the basic structure of the underworld. Now, facing the challenge of the Blood Sea, Nezha felt somewhat at a loss and could only strategize long-term. However, he decided to stir up some trouble. Accompanied by a throng of idle shamans, he ventured to the region connecting to the endless Blood Sea to organize patrols. You, on odd days, you, on even days. Everyone gather on Sunday. If you see an Azura intercepting souls, strike them down fiercely. Nezha, resembling a security chief, directed a group of imposing men nearly 3 meters tall. Chapter 51. The growth of the great king with someone filling in at the underworld. Other matters were nearly arranged. And as for reclaiming authority, they would wait for the right opportunity. Nezha utilized the underworld's exclusive passage to reach 3 Mountain Pass. For the affairs of this family had become significantly large. According to Nezha's original plan, they were all to engage with West Qi, showcasing their combat achievements. And with the help of his connection to Old Jiang, achieving sanctification through the flesh of mortals would have sufficed. After returning from a dungeon, one might wonder how you managed to bring forth Li Tang. Moreover, Nezha's feelings towards the Li family have become rather intricate, akin to the relationship between an atomic nucleus and its orbiting electrons. When too close, they repel each other, yet when too distant, they are drawn by an invisible force. Nezha has ostensibly severed ties with the Li family, yet occasionally offers them support. Conversely, the Li family believes that despite the formal severance, familial affection remains. Though you may not acknowledge me, I still recognize you. They exist in this ambiguous state of proximity and distance, and Nezha finds this arrangement quite satisfactory. His own karma will not entangle the Li family, and he can act valiantly in response to their tribulations, which he considers commendable. One night, Nezha entered the chamber of King Ji, only to be swiftly enveloped by several lengths of red silk. He did not resist, becoming a bundle much like a zongzi. The young lady was rather alert. Daji, adorned in resplendent robes and holding a red embroidered ball, gazed at Nezha and inquired, Are you Nezha? Nezha rolled his eyes in response. How can I prove it? You have a mole just below your right breast. King Ji's face flushed, and she waved her hand to retract the silks. Nezha, observing his still-bound hands, raised a question mark. The current King Ji was no longer the carefree Daji of old. After such a long reign, she had transformed significantly. With a smile, she remarked, Did you not once claim I lacked passion? And drew Nezha to her soft couch. Nezha, you smell delightful, and that mole of yours is exquisite. The two engaged in playful banter, their whispers mingling for an extended time. Suddenly, Daji playfully slapped her slightly blushing Dari, looking at Nezha with her strikingly beautiful eyes full of confusion. Nezha gently caressed Daji's smooth face, advising, Before you ascend to immortality, do not lose your form. Even afterwards, you must diligently cultivate your body. Oh, Daji replied, feigning a pout as she leaned into Nezha's embrace, her hand exploring his firm, chiseled abdomen, captivated by its texture. Nezha found himself somewhat at a loss. The reason for not advancing further was twofold. Firstly, it would hinder Daji's cultivation. Secondly, in his eyes, Daji resembled a delicate porcelain doll, and should he lose focus and miscalculate his strength, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The following morning, news of Nezha's return spread among several families, with Suhu being the first to arrive. Upon seeing Nezha emerge from Daji's chamber with a darkened expression, he felt a surge of anger. Despite having accepted the situation long ago, a familial gathering ensued, and Nezha gleaned the entire narrative. expressing his astonishment at the unexpected ambition of Li Jing, a seemingly honest and unassuming middle-aged man. The passage of time in the Pangu realm was significantly swifter than in the primordial world, having diligently cultivated for years. Nezha wished to relax, and thus did not rush to depart. As he had some leisure, Nezha decided to commence writing his third book, entitled Nezha's Words, which would focus on governance through short stories and Nezha's reflections, distinguishing it from the Taiping Heavenly Book, which concentrated on philosophical thought. Once, there was a general named Zhao Yin, who, when the chill of winter set in, preferred to don an additional garment. He often indulged in merriment with the ministers over cups of wine, and when their spirits were high, he relinquished military power to Zhao Yin. It was said, to kill is the act of the base, to conquer the heart is the mark of the superior. In ancient times, there was the great King Jia Jing, who was particularly fond of cultivating immortality, yet the corruption in his court ultimately led to the downfall of his nation. It was proclaimed, to cultivate immortality and govern a nation are both essential pursuits. In this tome, various muddled philosophies on governance, reflections, and even some modern-day toxic platitudes and Zen anecdotes are carelessly crammed together. As for Nezha, where have his companions, the bull, the dog, and the monkey gone? They are presently reveling in the merchant camp across the way. It is worth noting that Yuan Fudong, who initially outfitted Yuan Hong, truly did not misplace his trust. For this monkey's rebellious spirit was palpable. Reluctantly accompanied by the reluctant Jean Dashing and Dai Li, they made their way into the merchant camp. Who is Yinsho? Unfamiliar. My sole desire now is to confront Nezha. Clad in tattered rags, Yuan Hong entered the camp with his two underlings, startling the dancers like Hong Jin present there. Neither party was known for their virtue, and they quickly clashed. Hong Jin was felled by Yuan Hong's 3 strikes, proving slightly superior to Yinsho. Yu Hua, having witnessed the mastery of the 8-9 profound arts, began to ease the tension, uttering words of goodwill until both sides reached an accord. The following day, the 5 emerged from the city to issue a challenge. Yuan Hong demanded an ensemble of a triple-pronged crown, a Western Sichuan red brocade robe, beast-face chainmail, and a delicate lion belt, not for any practical reason, but simply because he found the attire striking. With the audacity of one who had caused chaos in Chaoga, Yuan Hong bellowed, Meishan Yuan Hong stands before you. Li Nezha, come forth to meet your demise. His voice echoed to the palace of the King Ji. Nezha, unperturbed, remained composed, while the King Ji, infuriated, smashed a copper goblet upon the ground in fury, exclaiming, this blind, odious monkey. All the maidens outside the grand hall fell into a hushed silence. Nezha lightly tapped his fingers, restoring the goblet to its original form. I shall go out to greet him. Nezha had not lingered here solely for the allure of Daji's beauty, but rather to confront this monkey. This foolish creature truly believed that donning the armor of El, who made him invincible. Let it be noted that I have not accepted you as a foster son, and your specialized attacks against your father hold no power over me. Moreover, you have absconded with my old yellow ox and my big yellow dog, a crime most unforgivable. In the midst of Daji's cautious concern for Nezha, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing outside the city. Yuan Hong's prowess far exceeded that of Nezha, however. It was unfortunate that his primary focus lay within the 8-9 profound arts. Nezha had now mastered these arts to a point where he could easily overpower Yuan Hong without resorting to any hidden techniques. Without any further exchanges, the two engaged in a direct confrontation, their long spears and copper staves clashing with terrifying force, each swing capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Faced with the fully realized martial prowess and superior attributes of Nezha, Yuan Hong found himself increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught, and the shining silver spear was too much for his physical form to endure. From the rear, Yu Hua found himself bewildered. Who was this valiant subordinate that displayed such ferocity? Hadn't his master claimed that practitioners of the 8-9 profound arts were exceedingly rare? How then had he encountered 2 in such quick succession? Moreover, this striking young man appeared even more formidable than his own master. Nezha summoned all his strength and forcefully pushed Yuan Hong back with a single strike of his spear. In an instant, he raised his hand and unleashed 3 vibrant stones, overwhelming Yuan Hong with an immense power that he could not resist. The loud clangs echoed as Yuan Hong's face contorted in pain, his hands instinctively covering his injured eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha lifted his spear high and executed a devastating downward strike, the strands of power entwining around the seemingly weightless spear, yet carrying an unparalleled force aimed directly at Yuan Hong. Suddenly, a figure clad in an unconventional Taoist robe gracefully caught Nezha's spear with one hand, smiling as he said, Nephew, hold your hand. This child has a connection with our Western realm. Chapter 52. The cultivation of Deng Chanyu. Nezha's mind raced, wondering how this streetwise sage had arrived here, and without hesitation, he withdrew his spear and respectfully addressed, I am Nezha, disciple of the Lady Nuwa. Paying my respects to the esteemed Master Zhou. He remained still, adopting a demeanor that suggested indifference, accepting the notion of fate as proclaimed, as long as he himself was not swept away in the process. Master Zhou was pleased with Nezha's response. With a flick of his sleeve, he took Yuan Hong away and continued, Your uncle is not one to bully the weak. Here is a copy of the Sutra on the Contemplation of the Infinite Life Buddha. Study it well, you may find enlightenment. Afterward, he glanced at Yuan and the others, hesitating momentarily before vanishing into the distance as if strolling away. Nezha, observing the scripture in his hands, thoughtlessly tossed it into the map of mountains and rivers, proclaiming his unwavering loyalty to his teacher. Long live my master. As he watched the streetwise sage depart, Nezha's gaze turned fierce towards Jin Dasheng and Dai Li. The two demons dared not meet his eyes and promptly transformed back into their original forms, an old yellow ox and a large yellow dog, obediently returning to Nezha's side. In the path of cultivation, most demons spoke of shedding their beastly forms to attain their true Taoist bodies. Revealing their true forms was considered shameful, typically indicating either a desperate struggle or submission. The two demons clearly chose the latter. Nezha adorned the ox with a nose ring and placed a collar around the dog. He had intended to test these two, and they had unwittingly set themselves up for this outcome. Then, he glanced at Yuhua, who was positioned at the center of the army. Yuhua, your master is on good terms with me. Be cautious. Turning to the oily-faced Hong Jin nearby, he reminisced about the girl from the heavenly court who had accompanied him to retrieve the peaches of immortality. Without further thought, he instantly unleashed 5 vibrant stones. The stones, imbued with radiant colors and immense weight, struck Hong Jin with ferocity. Despite being in opposing camps amidst a great calamity, Nezha showed no mercy. Though Hong Jin had been on guard, he attempted to employ water escape at the moment Nezha launched his attack. Unfortunately, the 5 color stones, embodying all 5 elements, struck him even in his watery form. Water splashed everywhere, and after a brief moment, Hong Jin's magical essence dissipated, leaving only a shattered corpse. His true spirit soared towards the divine list. Nezha waved his hand to retrieve the vibrant stones and turned back, reflecting that while slaying immortals was permissible, indiscriminately slaughtering mortal soldiers bore no significance and would only invite dire consequences. Moreover, as his master was revered as the mother of humanity, he could not act in such a manner. Upon returning to Daji's palace, King Ji, under the pretense of fearing for Nezha's safety, meticulously examined his health, ultimately concluding that Nezha was in excellent condition. He lingered for a few days, imparting some secret techniques and elixirs of the witch clan before visiting the wilds where Deng Chanyu resided. When Nezha arrived, he found Deng Chanyu clad in armor, draped in a fiery red cloak, valiantly combating a band of wild men. The southern lands, dense with jungles, were rife with poisonous miasmas. Despite the warm climate, few dared to dwell there. The primary objective of the Li and Deng families was to drive out the wild men lurking within the toxic fog. Once Deng Chanyu completed her onslaught, Nezha appeared leisurely. Deng Chanyu was overjoyed at the sight of Nezha, dropping her Fong Tianhua halberd to rush toward him. Nezha, with an expression of disdain, stepped back, urging her not to approach him with bloodstains on her. With a slight pout, Deng Chanyu hastily employed a cleansing spell. But upon noticing Nezha still shaking his head, she dashed off to bathe and change her attire. Nezha, unfazed, observed the tent's furnishings as he waited, reflecting that girls, both ancient and modern, share a certain commonality. Even the typically valiant Deng Chanyu was no exception. After a considerable wait, Deng Chanyu returned, her hair elegantly styled and adorned in a snug black robe. With a graceful leap, she hung onto Nezha. Where have you been all this time? We have had no word from you. Nezha replied, I was cultivating in another realm and couldn't reach you. Oh, your skin looks remarkably better. You smell delightful. I consumed a peculiar treasure that enhanced my vitality. I shall share some with you in due time. You are truly wonderful, Nezha. Nezha, cradling Deng Chanyu with one arm, gestured around, conjuring a simple magical array that enveloped the tent. Outside, the father and son, aware of their daughter's return, sought Deng Chanyu, but were intercepted by her loyal female guards. They hesitated, stating, My lord. The princess just entered the tent with an exceptionally handsome young man and instructed that no one is to enter. The two men instantly grasped the situation, knowing that word of Nezha's return had indeed reached them from the Sanchan Pass. Deng Xiao, bubbling with excitement, attempted to rush inside. only to be pulled back by Deng Jiogong. "Father, why not call sister and brother-in-law out for a proper celebration tonight?" Old Deng was far less gentle with his son than with his daughter, swiftly reprimanding. "Fool, do you not wish to become an uncle sooner?" He then dragged the bewildered Deng Xiu away. The following day, though Deng Changyu's desires had not been fully satisfied, she took Nezha on a tour of the military camp. Nezha, indifferent to the proceedings, nonetheless enjoyed accompanying Deng Chanyu in her pursuits. After a leisurely day, Deng Xiu was exceedingly eager to witness Nezha's prowess once more. Having been trained by the witch clan, Nezha easily showcased his extraordinary abilities, and the camaraderie among the three deepened, solidifying their bond. Thereafter, Deng Chanyu emerged from her reverie of tenderness, leading Nezha in further endeavors to cultivate lands and seize populations. After several days of observation, Nezha has come to understand the current challenges. The foremost among them is the noxious miasma, which poses little difficulty for Nezha, as he can effortlessly resolve it with alchemical concoctions and talismanic water. The second challenge lies with the wild men, who adhere to a hodgepodge of beliefs, worshipping a variety of malevolent entities. Their advantage of territorial familiarity complicates matters, making it difficult to eliminate them. Thus, Nezha cannot offer much assistance in this regard, and must rely on Deng Chanyu to lead her troops in a gradual cleansing of the area. During this time, Nezha busies himself with alchemy, writing, and designing. As a professional in this domain, he takes the initiative without hesitation. He is grateful for his teacher, for possessing a skill that is always in demand is indeed a blessing. In the tent at night, Deng Chanyu, clad in form-fitting attire, assumes a peculiar pose, her snow-white, shapely thighs extending prominently. "Nezha, is this posture correct?" Nezha, engrossed in his writing, glances up and replies, "Quite good. This is not an unusual practice." Deng Chanyu is engaged in the physical cultivation techniques of the witch clan. Daji, on the other hand, displays some aversion to physical training, finding the regimen of stretching and strengthening her body unbearable. Initially, her efforts were inconsistent, but Nezha's alluring presence provided motivation for her to persevere. Compared to Daji, Deng Chanyu exhibits a strong intrinsic motivation for such training, having grown up on horseback and developing a deep passion for it. Occasionally, she adopts strange and suggestive postures that prompt Nezha, as a responsible mentor, to correct her, ensuring she does not stray onto the wrong path. Chapter 53. Li Jing's superpower. As for Li Jing, Nezha has no intention of visiting him. Their potential encounter would be fraught with awkwardness. Although Nezha's feelings toward Li Jing have evolved significantly, it is out of the question for him to address Li Jing as father at this stage. Li Jing, having learned of Nezha's return from his wife, finds himself in a complex emotional state. He simultaneously desires Nezha's presence, yet is uncertain how to interact with him upon his arrival. This reflects the bittersweet predicament of a middle-aged man, who harbors regret for his previous indifference and suspicion, yet remains silent about it. Having just finished subduing the enemy, Li Jing gazes from a distant hill toward the Deng family's direction. After attending to military affairs, his sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, observe Li Jing but choose not to comment, striving to ease the tension between their father and younger brother. The two have taken Manju and Samantabhadra as their masters, and with the peaches bestowed by Nezha, they have attained the cultivation level of human immortals, wielding significant combat prowess thanks to the treasures granted by their mentors. Given their family's focus on practical endeavors, they cannot assist in any schemes against the Zhou dynasty, despite their indifference to worldly power and wealth after embarking on their celestial paths. After reporting to Li Jing, the brothers return to their military duties. Li Jing waits from dawn until the sun begins to set, but it appears Nezha will not be coming today. As Li Jing was preparing to depart, he noticed a peculiar figure in a Taoist robe heading south. Rather than dismissing him, Li Jing respectfully addressed the elder, saying, "Esteemed immortal, the southern region is fraught with miasma, teeming with wild men and even man-eating demons. Please exercise caution." The individual was none other than the Saint of Enlightenment, Zhou, who wandered in search of fateful encounters. Initially indifferent to the presence of a mere mortal like Li Jing, he was pondering what treasures might align with his destiny in the south when he was unexpectedly called out and even shown concern. It was quite a surprise. Zhou then scrutinized Li Jing, his divine insight penetrating the depths of Li Jing's character. He understood him better than Li Jing understood himself. What kind of person was Li Jing? He was a serious, dependable, principled, and capable middle-aged man, possessing a square face with well-defined features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, complemented by a modest goatee, truly a quintessential figure of authority. Was Zhou an esteemed elder? Indeed, few could rival his age and status in this primordial realm. As he observed Li Jing more closely, Zhou found him increasingly agreeable. Had it not been for the weight of karmic ties, he would have wished to forge a connection with Li Jing right then and there. The saint's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts in an instant. Noticing the enigmatic Taoist's silence as he scrutinized him, Li Jing spoke again. Esteemed immortal, why not step into my tent for a brief respite? We could share some wine, and I shall enlighten you on the circumstances of the South before you proceed. With a cheerful disposition, Zhou replied, excellent. In Li Jing's perception, Zhou exhibited no signs of supernatural power, likely just another eccentric soul with a less than stellar fate. Sharing a small drink to cultivate goodwill could serve him well should he encounter difficulties in the South later on. Zhou, without any airs, engaged in conversation with Li Jing, much like two middle-aged men discussing the state of the world, eventually delving into matters of child-rearing. Zhou empathized, for he too had witnessed the struggles of his elder brother, who was immersed in arduous cultivation, raising a multitude of disciples in a great sect. Zhou lost track of how long it had been since he last enjoyed such company, momentarily lost in thought. The memories were distant. His elder brother's relentless pursuit of enlightenment was an unavoidable reality. As he continued to observe Li Jing, he found him increasingly likable. Previously, Zhou had seized Yuan Hong in front of Nezha, a decision that, according to the lore of the primordial realm, incurred karmic debt. Yet, as a saint, he was not beholden to such ties and had no intention of repaying them. Having consumed a sufficient amount of wine, Zhou retrieved 3 golden Bodhi seeds and a golden scripture from within his robes, presenting them to Li Jing. Still inebriated, Li Jing immediately declined, insisting, we are friends. I invite you for a drink, and you offer me this? Please take it back. Are you trying to slight me? With a radiant smile, Zhou simply replied, fate is ineffable. He then jovially exited the tent, leaving Li Jing staggering after him, attempting to return the gifts, but alas, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the elder's receding figure. Suddenly sobering, Li Jing realized he had encountered a sage. He returned to his tent, contemplating the scripture and Bodhi seeds throughout the night. He did not confide in anyone about this matter. Each day thereafter, he would ascend the hillside to gaze into the distance, not only awaiting Nezha, but also anticipating the arrival of the old Taoist. He felt that a mere banquet was unworthy of such treasures, and he yearned to see if he could return them. As the moon waned over half a month, after attending to his daily military duties, Li Jing would wait in that spot. However, instead of the peculiar Taoist he expected, he was greeted by an old man riding a green ox, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Li Jing was somewhat bewildered. Why was everyone heading south in these times? Having learned from his previous experience, he did not dare to underestimate the situation this time and cautiously remarked that there were many demons in the south. The old man's green ox came to a leisurely halt beside Li Jing, and the old man's voice was calm. Will you assist me in leading my ox? Li Jing, though perplexed, nodded as a man of integrity and virtue, taking hold of the ox's nose ring and inquired, where do you intend to go, master? Southward, replied the old man. As Li Jing led the ox southward, he felt a sense of reverence toward the elder, and as they walked, he could not help but adopt a tone befitting one seeking counsel from a senior. Master, I have always been a man of honesty, yet now, to protect my family, I find myself engaged in acts of rebellion against the great king. Each day, I am tormented by my actions. Am I right or wrong? The old man, seated steadily upon the green ox, replied, the way of the Tao is natural. Non-action is also action. Simply follow your heart. Master, my young son possesses remarkable talent and exceptional gifts, yet my inner doubts have led me to treat him coldly, resulting in our current predicament. What should I do? Letting go may not yield a negative outcome. Li Jing, absorbed in his inquiries, lost track of time until the old man finally said, this is where we shall stop. Abruptly awakened, he realized he had been leading the ox for the elder. Turning around, he discovered that the treacherous mountains and toxic miasmas they had traversed had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of flat meadows. Li Jing immediately knelt and proclaimed, I, Li Jing, a registered disciple of the human teaching under the guidance of the revered master, pay my respects to you, immortal. Throughout this journey, the Supreme Old Lord held a favorable view of this honest and talented middle-aged man, evidently awakening Li Jing's latent abilities as a formidable leader. The Old Lord spoke in a gentle tone. You may also be considered a disciple of my human teaching. Today, as you lead my ox for 1,000 miles, I shall not treat you unjustly. This shall be bestowed upon your family. He then added, Heaven's mandate rests with Zhou, ceasing at 800. Subsequently, he tossed a bagua mirror, and the green ox, enveloped in swirling clouds and majestic purple aura, ascended into the heavens. In the distance, Nezha, who had been following, immediately bowed and proclaimed loudly, "I humbly bid farewell to the esteemed master of Ta Ching." Upon hearing Nezha's voice, Jin and Mu Jia hurriedly led the Li family and soldiers in kneeling, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the esteemed master of Ta Ching." Chapter 54. Is Li Jing the protagonist? Ultimately, Li Jing awaited Nezha, as it was imperative for Nezha to arrive. Originally, he had been instructing Deng Chanyu in her cultivation of body refinement. Suddenly, a wave of purple aura surged over 30,000 miles, compelling Nezha to hasten his approach. But he found himself unable to draw near. He beheld old Li leading an ox for the old Taoist, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation. Nezha is far from foolish. His demeanor alone was enough for the Azure Bull to recognize him instantly. Following closely behind, he witnessed the desolate mountains and treacherous waters transform into fertile plains under the bull's powerful tread, while no monstrous entities dared to surface, crushed beneath its hooves. Nezha was indeed taken aback. After bidding farewell to the Ta Ching saint, he could not help but inquire of the bewildered Li Jing, "Old Li, what is the situation?" Observing Li Jing's own confusion, he promptly grasped him and activated the spatial passage, returning them to the grand tent, where they rejoined Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Deng Chanyu, reuniting the family at Sanshan Pass. A meeting, a grand assembly. Although Nezha's spatial passage was secure, it was limited by his cultivation, rendering the experience less than delightful for others. The three families convened at the royal palace: Li Jing's family, Su Hu's family, and the old Deng family. All the major stakeholders of the Li Tang were present. After a brief recovery period, Li Jing, in the presence of his two daughters-in-law and in-laws, candidly recounted the peculiar encounter with the strange Taoist, culminating in the saint's request to lead the bull. He then placed 3 softly glowing Bodhi seeds, along with scriptures and a treasure mirror, upon the table. Nezha, after casting a few astonished glances at the items, gazed at Li Jing in disbelief. "You must be the protagonist here." Among those present, Nezha possessed the highest cultivation and the broadest knowledge, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward him. And he did not hesitate to share his insights. The 3 seeds, originating from the innate Bodhi tree of the primordial chaos, were truly unique. Consuming even one would diminish their number in the world. These were seeds of the innate Gung metal Bodhi tree, which, when utilized, could enhance one's wisdom and comprehension. Next, he picked up the scriptures and, channeling his full effort through the fragments of the Taoist Jade tablets, concluded, this was a form of great divine ability, a Buddha realm within one's grasp. As he lifted the Bagua mirror, a flash of azure light surged into Nezha's brow, startling him and causing him to quickly cover the mirror, alarming those around him. Instantly, Nezha closed his eyes, fervently praying to his master, for within his spirit, he beheld 5 divine patterns merging into the 3 pure ones. Could this be something I can learn? Meanwhile, Nuwa, who had been observing the events unfold, wore a grave expression. Refraining from addressing Nezha immediately, instead, the saint's consciousness reached out to De Chi Tian. "Master, what does this signify?" "All is a matter of fate, no need for concern," came the reassuring response. With this affirmation, Nuwa reflected deeply, ultimately concluding that one should seize opportunities when they arise. Learn. With her master's approval, Nezha exhaled in relief. This was indeed a divine ability. He then passed the mirror to Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who similarly received a beam of white light. However, they did not acquire the divine ability of merging into the 3 pure ones, but rather other esoteric techniques. After further experimentation, it became evident that only the Li family could obtain divine abilities. Both Daji and Deng Chanyu were counted among them, which was rather accommodating. Subsequently, Nezha engaged in a discussion with his master about his findings. He shamelessly declared that henceforth, the Li of the Li Tang would refer to the saint, Li Air. With the assistance of 2 saints, Li Tang constructed the first colossal city in the southern plains using diluted soil. Subsequently, several male warriors took to the battlefield, erecting a temple dedicated to Nuwa, a temple for Laozi, and another for the Taoist masters in the heart of the city, each inscribed with the titles of the Mother of Humanity, the Holy Ones, and the Immortal Teachers. Meanwhile, Daji relocated to preside over the new capital in Nanchang, while Li Jing continued to expand the territory. Deng Chanyu and Deng Jiogong defended the 3 Mountains Pass against the forces of the Shang dynasty. On that day, Yu Yuan and others observed the rising purple aura in the south, leading to a palpable shift in their demeanor. The military morale was unstable, with whispers circulating that Li Tang's purple aura extending for 30,000 miles was a divine mandate. As such, few dared to speak of battle. Their primary concern was avoiding treachery under the cover of night. Old Deng maintained his tacit understanding with Zhang Guifang. Nezha traveled to Lishan to listen to his teacher elucidate the scriptures, his cultivation advancing so rapidly that he felt on the verge of being overwhelmed. In the south, good fortune continued to unfold, while in the west, Shi Qi finally saw some improvement. After the funeral of Ji Chong, it became evident that avoiding battle was no longer an option, lest the hearts of the people dissipate. Old Jiang, accompanied by GFA, once again rallied a force to confront the enemy, but history seemed to repeat itself. Wang Mo laughed, while Old Jiang fled. However, due to the central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, Old Jiang withstood 3 assaults from Wang Mo's Heavenly Pearl unscathed, though his magical energy was nearly depleted. In a desperate escape, he found refuge in a mountain gorge. Wang Mo, eyeing the small flag, gleefully declared, "Ha ha ha, Jiang Zia. Let us see how long you can endure my attacks." Jiang Zia, sensing his waning magical power, was drenched in sweat, contemplating his return to Yushu Palace. The anticipated pain did not come. Suddenly, with a clang, a robust young man clad in a Taoist robe appeared, wielding a massive golden demon-subduing pestle. And with a swing reminiscent of a baseball bat, he blocked Jiang Zia's path and sent the Heavenly Pearl flying. The Heavenly Pearl shattered upon the powerful strike of the demon-subduing pestle, causing Wang Mo, connected to it, to spit out a mouthful of blood, severely wounded. Rather than retreat, the injured Wang Mo bellowed in rage. "You dare to harm my treasure, I will take your life." Brandishing his great sword and charging forth, Wei Hu called out sternly, "Uncle, do not interfere, let me engage him." He then swung the demon-subduing pestle, and Wang Mo, sensing the oncoming gale, narrowed his eyes and hastily raised his sword to defend. Clang! Crack! The sword shattered in response, and to Wang Mo, the pestle felt weightless in Wei Hu's hands. The second strike swiftly followed, crushing Wang Mo's skull. Another challenger rose, reaping the rewards of fortune. Jiang Zia watched in disbelief as 2 demon-subduing pestles dispatched foes. Was this truly combat? Wei Hu, shaking off the remnants of the vanquished foe, bowed and proclaimed, "I am Wei Hu, a disciple of the Heavenly Master of the Jade Chamber of Jintingshan, sent by my master to assist you in vanquishing the unprincipled Shang." Jiang Zia longed to clarify that the Shang were not devoid of principles, yet, given the assistance bestowed, he refrained from elaborating. He approached Wei Hu, expressing gratitude. "Well met. Dear nephew, your aid is greatly appreciated." He then seized the headless corpse and hurried back to the battlefield, channeling his remaining magical energy to declare, "Wang Mo, you have aided the tyrant. You are now subdued, so surrender swiftly." In ancient times, the essence of warfare was morale. Initially, the soldiers harbored some doubts, questioning whether they were being deceived. The 3 warriors, upon sensing the lamentation, cried out in anguish, "Jiang Zia, how dare you endanger the life of my elder brother?" "Oh, my elder brother, woe is me. Jiang Zia, I shall avenge my brother's death." The soldiers, who had previously hesitated, immediately lost their fighting spirit and, discarding their weapons, fled in panic. They lacked the fervent faith that had once characterized the yellow turbans of the Zhou army. Lu Xiong, witnessing this scene, felt his face flush with rage. What a disgraceful display by his comrades. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wei Hu and Jiang Zia commanded their troops to launch a brutal assault. The 3 warriors attempted to charge towards Jiang Zia, but were thwarted by a dense wall of soldiers. Unable to overcome the obstacle, they were forced to retreat helplessly. Chapter 55. The unique aesthetics of the teaching that evening. The Zhou camp transformed from its previous despondency into a grand banquet. During the festivities, GFA frequently raised his glass in an attempt to win over Wei Hu, who seemingly remained oblivious to these overtures. He merely drank without further engagement, leaving GFA feeling somewhat helpless and unable to find fault. Wei Hu, known for attaining sanctity through the flesh in the original tale, was not easily swayed. His purpose for descending the mountain was clear: to assist his master Jiang Zia in establishing the Zhou dynasty and vanquishing the Shang, while simultaneously enhancing his own record and overcoming tribulations, emphasizing the importance of aiding Master Jiang Zia, as all causality stemmed from him. Jiang Zia, however, did not revel in his current victory, but instead turned to Wei Hu, inquiring, "Nephew, is it possible to vanquish the other 3 saints tomorrow?" Wei Hu inwardly scoffed. "Vanquish the 3 saints? Me? What nonsense are you speaking?" Yet he understood precisely which 3 Jiang Zia referred to. With a serious demeanor, Wei Hu replied, "Master, there is no need for concern. I am unable to defeat them." Jiang Zia, who had just begun to relax at the first part of Wei Hu's statement, felt his heart sink at the latter. "Jiang Zia, Wei Hu calmly sipped his water. My master has informed me that our revered ancestor has issued a command. Disciples from the 3 generations of each cave shall descend the mountain to assist Master Jiangxia. Observing Wei Hu's caliber, Jiangxia felt reassured. If Wei Hu was this formidable, the others should not be lacking in strength either. To Jiangxia's surprise, the following day, 2 individuals indeed arrived. One with red lips and white teeth, clad in a small green outfit, was none other than Lei Jinzi, a disciple of Tai. The other, distinguished by a red crystal chip and metallic features, was the renowned Yang Run, the Ultraman of the primordial era. Jiangxia, upon seeing these 2, silently pondered the vast disparity among the younger generation of cultivators. Just look at Nezha, with his handsome visage and upright stature, radiating an ethereal aura, while his own disciples appeared rather peculiar by comparison. Even if they could not match Nezha, they could at least learn from Wei Hu. Though he harbored such thoughts, he maintained a benevolent smile. Thank you both for coming to offer your assistance. Clearly, the 2 had been instructed by their master beforehand. As they spoke in unison, we have come to assist Master Jiangxia in establishing the Zhou and defeating the Shang, as commanded. Once again, emphasizing the importance of aiding Master Jiangxia. Jiangxia, of course, recognized their words, yet he found himself perplexed by their significance. This was a task assigned by their teacher. How had it transformed into an assistance for him? However, this is of little concern. If you are willing to assist me, then so be it. Just ensure that I do not perish, lest my cultivation plummets to the golden core stage. This time, the venerable Jiang proactively set the stage for a challenge, with the remaining 3 cards of unrestrained fury poised to avenge our leader. Jiangxia now finally possessed usable cards, no longer reliant on the white card Wuji and the green card Longxiu Hu, with 3 cards that straddled the line between blue and purple in hand. His stature grew resolute. As he faced Lu Xiong, he cheerfully proclaimed, General Lu, let each side present 3 warriors, and we shall contest the might of our champions. Should you lose, a truce of 6 months will ensue. If we are vanquished, we shall open the city gates to welcome the Shang army. Lu Xiong did not immediately acquiesce, aware that Jiangxia was merely stalling for time, yet he did not mind. As for the fate of the 3 saints of Nine Dragon Island, he could only chuckle. Better to perish early than linger in suffering. Feigning curiosity, he inquired, might I ask if the 3 esteemed immortals will join the fray? Without hesitation, the trio agreed. With their elder brother deceased, how could they shy away from battle? The second brother, Yang Sun, rode forth on his majestic lion-like beast, exuding an air of authority, while Jiangxia cast a glance at the 3. As the baseball expert Wei Hu re-emerged on the scene, with his magical artifacts and mount, Yang Sun appeared to look down upon Wei Hu, who wielded a large golden club, boasting, what audacious wild wanderer dares to engage in a contest of spells with me? Wei Hu, unperturbed and disdainful, replied, I am Wei Hu, disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, here to seek your guidance. He then performed a courteous bow, displaying an unexpected level of politeness. Unaware of how Wang Mo had met his demise, Yang Sun barked a command to cease the trivial chatter and hurled forth the sky-opening pearl, a relic akin to that of his deceased brother. Wei Hu narrowed his eyes, swinging his demon-slaying staff for a home run. Well prepared, he shattered the sky-opening pearl with a single blow, causing Yang Sun to spew forth a mouthful of blood as he stammered, You yet. Wei Hu showed no mercy, charging forward with his Vajra staff. Injured, Yang Sun attempted to flee, but Wei Hu's staff smashed the hind legs of his lion-like beast into a state of catastrophic fracture. Gao Yuqian and Li Xingba sensed the dire turn of events and rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Lei Jinzi and Yang Ren, helplessly witnessing the demise of their second brother at the hands of Wei Hu's mighty staff. Enraged, Gao Yuqian charged in, pointing accusingly at Wei Hu, demanding, Dare you face me in battle? Wei Hu retreated to his ranks, ignoring him entirely. He was not one to monopolize glory at the risk of inciting resentment. This time, Lei Jinzi voluntarily stepped onto the battlefield. Having once experienced a trial with Nezha, he held this precious disciple in high regard, noting that his treasured artifacts, such as the Qian Kuan Circle, the Mingtian Silk, the Firepoint Spear, and the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, were akin to resources in a card game, fully invested to cultivate this singular character. Thus, at present, Lei Jinzi stood as the most formidable disciple of the Chan sect's 3rd generation, second only to Yang Jian. In his fury, Gao Yuqian wasted no words. Hurling the primordial pearl, Lei Jinzi, quick to respond, promptly threw a golden brick. Upon collision, the golden brick shattered the primordial pearl, which flew back into Gao Yuqian's hands. Gao Yuqian exerted his full power to wield the primordial pearl, while Thunderbolt, with one hand holding the Qinkuan circle and the other brandishing the fire spear, defended against the onslaught with a cacophony of clashes. The quality of the treasures in his possession far surpassed that of the primordial pearl. With each relentless impact, the primordial pearl began to show signs of fracturing. Gao Yuqian hastily retracted the pearl, his mind cooling as he contemplated surrendering in order to preserve his life. Unfortunately, Thunderbolt offered him no reprieve. Having been spoiled by Tai since childhood, Thunderbolt, now furious after being used as a target for so long, seized the opportunity to cast a protective barrier entwined with 9 fiery dragons around Gao Yuqian, subsequently channeling his power. The 9 dragons swirled and exhaled flames, reducing Gao Yuqian to ashes amidst the roaring inferno, his true spirit now listed among the fallen. Li Xingba, the last hope of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, was now consumed by rage. Mounted on a fierce beast, he charged forward, his countenance resembling a dark date, and his long beard adding to his menacing appearance. Alas, he was Li Xingba, not Gan Xingba, and the opposing Zhou Jun was not the Chao army, thus denying him the chance to raid the enemy camp. Ultimately, the Ultraman-like Yang Run ascended the battlefield, his eyes emitting 2 crimson beams of light, catching Li Xingba off guard and striking him in the chest, causing him to tumble from his steed. Rising again, he revealed 2 severe burn marks on his chest, perilously close to penetrating his organs. In a state of disarray, Li Xingba quickly recognized the grim reality, clutching his wound and abandoning his mount to flee. Yang Ren prepared to pursue him, but Lu Xiong's voice rang out. In the 3rd battle, our side has lost. A ceasefire will ensue for 6 months. Lu Xiong held little affection for Li Xingba. With all the reinforcements sent by the Grand Teacher now perished, he found himself unable to explain the situation. It was better to rescue Li Xingba and let him convey the message to Grand Teacher 1. The blame for this failed campaign fell squarely upon these 4 individuals. Despite having fought valiantly, surpassing Jiangxia, the current state of affairs was entirely the fault of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. One could only remark that experience alone was insufficient. To survive on the battlefield to such an age required more than mere combat skills. Chapter 56. King Wen and King Wu. The Shang army retreated 100 miles to fortify their position, while the last remaining hope of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, Li Xingba, carried Lu Xiong's letter of apology to Chaoga to meet Wenzhong. In Chaoga, Wenzhong found himself overwhelmed. What had once been a promising situation now teetered on the brink of collapse. With the demise of the Southern Earthwalker's son and Hong Jin, and his disciple Yu Yuan rendered helpless, Zhang Guifan's loyalties had also wavered. The death of Ji Chong from West Qi and the ascension of his 2 sons had shattered what could have been a prosperous scenario, all due to the intervention of the disciples of the Chan teaching. Though relatively young among the immortals, Wenzhong looked at the disheveled Li Xingba and felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, being a person of resilient character, he composed himself and took Li Xingba back to Jiulong Island to gather support. With Li Xingba, a local, serving as their guide, they swiftly assembled a group of Qi cultivators, among whom the most renowned was Lu. Lu, a Qi cultivator from Jiulong Island, practiced the path of pestilence, leading 4 disciples, Zhou Xian, Li Qi, Zhu Tianlin, and Yang Wenhui, along with 2 junior brothers, Chun Geng and Li Ping, all dedicated to the same path. The 3,000 paths of the primordial era is, in truth, a vague term. The multitude of paths that constitute the primordial era cannot be precisely quantified by anyone. The Plague Avenue is considered a rather niche path, where only a select few cultivate without any predecessors obstructing their progress, leading to a relatively prosperous existence for these individuals, each possessing considerable cultivation levels. Among them, the most formidable, Lu, has even attained the Golden Immortal Realm, a status well known and respected in the primordial world. He is equipped with various suitable magical artifacts such as the Twin Plague Swords, the Plague Seal, the Plague Bell, the Shaping Plague Banner, the Plague Umbrella, the Plague Pill, and the 8 Trigrams platform, showcasing formidable combat prowess. However, the process of refinement is exceptionally brutal. Lu, exuding a certain arrogance, garnered praise from the esteemed Wenzhong, and after receiving a heartfelt plea from Li Xingba, ultimately decided to emerge from seclusion. Wenzhong was overjoyed, believing that with L as an ally, the expedition against the Western Qi would be effortlessly achieved. Moreover, Lu was not alone. He brought along his junior brother and 4 disciples, marking a significant gain for Wenzhong. The 2 parties parted ways, with Wenzhong returning to Chaoga while Lu and his companions headed towards Western Qi. Upon returning to Chaoga, Wenzhong did not remain idle. He first dispatched the nearly sidelined King Wu, Huang Feihu, to confront the Western Zhou, and then summoned the 4 generals of the Demon Clan to lead troops southward against the Li Tang. These 2 factions of rebellion were keeping him exceedingly busy. Though he had noticed the auspicious purple aura emanating from the south for 30,000 miles, as a member of the intercepting teaching, his doctrine was to seize a glimmer of hope, which he did not acknowledge. The people of Western Qi were blissfully unaware of the imminent calamities they were about to face, lost in their immense joy. The long-idle Bo Yikao observed this scene with a bitter heart, and after much internal conflict, he finally made a decision. That day, he met with his younger brother, GFA, and the following morning gathered his trusted ministers and numerous devoted followers of the Taiping sect to discuss plans for leaving Western Qi. However, the question of how to depart posed a significant dilemma. Upon ascending to power, GFA quickly achieved a resounding victory, and seizing this momentum along with a rare respite, he intended to undertake a monumental task. That very night, he summoned his advisor, Jiang Zia, and his confidants to deliberate on the matter of declaring himself king. If a mere woman from the Li Tang could ascend to such a title, why not GFA? 2 weeks later, he proclaimed himself King Wu, posthumously honoring the late Ji Chang as King Wen, while generously rewarding his loyal supporters, thus completely relinquishing power from the Bo Yikao lineage. Meanwhile, Ji Chang, who was working in the underworld, received the news and could only shake his head in resignation, acknowledging that this was also his choice. Initially, the 4 generals of the Demon Clan arrived in the southern capital. The newly arrived generals were immensely powerful. The leader, Mo Liqing, wielded the Qingyun sword. The second, Mo Lihong, held the Hunyuan umbrella. The third, Mo Lihai, brandished a jade pipa, and the fourth, Mo Liso, accompanied by his pet fox marten. The gatekeeper, Deng Chanyu, was no immortal and was merely a mortal general with a maximum combat strength of 99, rendering her utterly helpless against these 4 formidable beings, each possessing extraordinary magical abilities and treasures. The towering city gates could withstand armies, but they were no match for the enchanting melodies of Mo Lihai's pipa. Armed with 5-colored stones, which he carelessly tossed, they were all collected by Mo Lihong's Hunyuan umbrella, resulting in significant noise pollution that left the 3 mountains pass in utter disarray. In a state of desperation, Deng Chanyu had no choice but to seek assistance. Ji Duang, in response, hastily summoned his father-in-law, Li Jing. Accompanied by Jin Jia and Mu Jia, Li Jing arrived at the Sand Mountain Pass, yet found himself somewhat at a loss. Amidst the uncertainty, as they exchanged glances, a hesitant discussion arose about whether to call for Nezha. Li Jing immediately stood up in opposition, asserting that, as a father, whether out of pride or unreasonable stubbornness, it was simply unacceptable. He did not rebel merely to create trouble for his son. In a fit of righteous anger, the honest man undertook an unexpected course of action, venturing alone from the city to confront the 4 generals of the Mo family. This bold move left Deng Chanyu utterly astonished. Although Nezha did not acknowledge Li Jing as his father, deep down, he knew the truth. Should Li Jing perish here, Deng Chanyu believed she could never face Nezha again in her lifetime, prompting her to rally the troops and follow Li Jing out of the city. The 2 sides faced each other at the foot of Sand Mountain Pass. Over the past 6 months, Li Jing's cultivation had seen little significant advancement. The 3 Bodhi seeds bestowed upon him by the Saint of Purity had been given to Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Nezha, as Li Jing felt himself to be a man already half in the grave, deeming it unnecessary to consume such valuable resources. When Nezha received the seeds, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and presented a multitude of gifts to Li Jing, uncertain whether it was fate. Li Jing had not intended to accept Nezha's treasures. However, amidst the array of offerings, he selected a Buddhist scripture, the very one given to Nezha by the Saint of Purity, which he had been perusing in his spare time over the past months. In the original narrative, Li Jing was well versed in both Buddhism and Taoism, suggesting he possessed a certain affinity for the teachings of the Western faith. This was now evident in his abilities, as he was a named disciple of Kunlun Sanren, with powers infused with the distinct characteristics of Western magical practices. This scripture was not merely a magical artifact. It had absorbed the pure essence of the saint, surpassing ordinary treasures in value. As Li Jing channeled his power, a soft golden radiance shone forth, and he called out to the vast army before him. Li Jing stands here. Who dares to engage me in battle? The commander of the Shang army, Yu Hua, seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. Having lingered here for so long, he was well aware of Tai Shi's dissatisfaction with him. Now was the moment to seize the chance to prove himself. I shall meet you, Li Jing declared, launching the blood god blade. However, just as the blade soared halfway, it was intercepted by a green umbrella adorned with various precious jewels. Following this, a floral marten leapt forth, swiftly biting off one of Yuhua's legs. As Yuhua attempted to rise, a blue sword was already poised at his throat. Completely bewildered, Yuhua stared blankly at the 4 generals of the Mo family, questioning, "Are you certain you have the right person?" This turn of events left both sides astonished. The 4 brothers of the Mo family had indeed not made a mistake. They had long maintained ties with the Western faith, as evidenced by their artifacts and titles in the original narrative. Upon witnessing Li Jing's magical prowess, they instantly recognized its attributes, which bore a striking resemblance in purity to that of the disciples of the Western faith, albeit considerably weaker. Upon reflection on Li Jing's identity, they suddenly understood, even feeling as though they had inadvertently uncovered some clandestine arrangements of the Western Church. The 4 of them held little standing within the Western Church. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to idling in Chaoga. Yet, had an opportunity to cling to a powerful figure now presented itself? In a certain sense, although their reasoning was entirely flawed, the outcome was fortuitously correct. With an unspoken agreement, the 4 exchanged glances and promptly resolved to abandon the shadows for the light that very day. This led to the earlier scene unfolding. The 4 towering figures, each standing over 8 feet tall, approached Li Jing, with the injured Yuhua bound and limping beside them. The quartet knelt on one leg, clasping their fists, and proclaimed, "The Shang dynasty is tyrannical. We have long suffered under the rule of the Grand Master. Upon encountering such a noble and virtuous leader, we beseech you to take us in." Li Jing, who was preparing to fight desperately, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his heart overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. However, having once shared a drink with the Saint of Punctuality and led the Saint of Clarity as cattle, he maintained his composure as he stroked his beard and adopted a languid tone reminiscent of the Supreme Lord, saying, "To recognize one's errors and amend them is commendable. Now that you have turned from darkness to light, you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future." The 4 brothers of the Mo family were elated at the prospect of future accomplishments, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to King Li." Behind them, Deng Chanyu was left bewildered by the entire exchange, glancing at her father, old Deng, with a smirk that conveyed, "Look at them. They receive visitors. And yet here you are." Old Deng immediately grasped his daughter's implication, scrutinizing Li Jing, pondering why he was not as esteemed. Was it merely due to the aesthetics of his beard? That night, Li Jing graciously hosted the 4 warriors of the Mo family, who, despite their formidable stature, did not exhibit arrogance, presenting themselves as loyal vassals of the Li family. This prompted envy from Su Hu and Deng Jiogong, who discreetly began grooming their own facial hair. Zhang Guifeng reported to Wenzhong, and the name of King Li Jing resonated throughout the Shang dynasty. Regardless, the southern capital successfully thwarted yet another wave of Shang aggression. Zhang Guifeng, having regained power, was well aware of the implications. Conversely, the Western Qi was not as fortunate. Liu and his companions were engaged in the cultivation of the path of pestilence. What did such cultivation entail? Primarily, it revolved around concocting and administering poison. What virtuous individuals could emerge from such practices? After a 6-month respite, Huang Feihu was the first to arrive on the battlefield. However, due to having practiced Nezha's celestial techniques, he was severely suppressed by Wenzhong, earning the moniker of Martial King while commanding merely a handful of loyal relatives. His deployment here was not without ulterior motives. Following him was Liu, who leisurely led the pestilent celestial brigade. Lu Xiong, having witnessed the prowess of the talents from Western Qi, dared to continue his military campaign only upon receiving reinforcements, leading to a standoff at the familiar location. Liu, a golden immortal, regarded the younger generation with disdain. Observing how Jifa had flattered and deceived the Saint of Clarity as progeny, Lei Zhenzi, over the past 6 months, in the heat of battle, he let out a series of taunts. With a mere glance, he signaled his disciples, who, sharing an inexplicable understanding, discreetly procured a headache bell and a fever banner, positioning themselves behind to cast spells for Lei Zhenzi. As for the ambush lacking martial ethics, a group relying on drugs and poison for cultivation, what sort of martial virtue do they possess? The once arrogant Thunder Zhenzi, standing before the 2 armies, began to feel an unbearable headache, his body aflame with weakness. Grasping his spear like a crutch, he furiously shouted, "You despicable lot, resorting to such underhanded tactics to ensnare me. If you have the courage, come forth and face me." It can only be said that the pampered young master, accustomed to luxury, was woefully lacking in verbal combat skills. The pestilence squad, witnessing Thunder Zhenzi's unsteadiness, erupted in laughter, finding amusement in his plight. Jiang Zia, unfamiliar with such treachery, signaled Wei Hu and Yang Ren to escort Thunder Zhenzi away, But alas, they remained indifferent. Thunder Jinzi's recent arrogance had not only been directed outward, it had also turned inward, and the thought of facing a similar fate deterred them from intervening. Old Zhang sighed and gestured for Longshu to assist, and the simple-minded Longshu who dutifully carried Thunder Jinzi back, only to lie alongside him that very night. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Zia lamented. Clearly, the opposing leader had yet to make a move, yet one of his own generals had already fallen. What was to be done? Reluctantly, he continued to display the banner of non-combat. This tactic might work against others. But could it truly be effective against a group skilled in alchemy and poison? As long as I possess no morals, do not expect me to be bound by your ethics. That evening, Lu commanded his 4 disciples to infiltrate Shichi and poison it. Your banner of non-combat does not apply to my acts of poisoning, does it? Though Lu's disciples were not diligent in their cultivation, they excelled in the art of poisoning. On the first night, they scouted the source of Shichi's water. The next day, they unleashed their venom, and by the third day, the entire region had succumbed. Behold, this is what one might call professionalism. The sole individual in Shichi who remained unaffected was Wei Hu, which illustrates why the original text depicts him as achieving sainthood through sheer perseverance. He devoted himself to rigorous practice, avoiding indulgence, and this was the reason he escaped calamity. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, old Zhang understood he could wait no longer. If he delayed, the people of Shichi would perish. And what good would that do in confronting the Shang? His mind raced, recalling Nezha, who had previously employed talismanic water to heal and detoxify. He was uncertain if that would prove effective, but in desperation, he resolved to seek out the esteemed sage in Nandu. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Hu agreed, hastily departing, fearful of meeting a similar fate. As he soared southward, he hesitated, contemplating whether to consult his master first. After much deliberation, he decided to heed Uncle Zhang's instructions. He was merely a messenger and need not concern himself with such matters. Even if the people of the Western Zhou were all poisoned to death, what did it have to do with him? Whatever they said, he would comply. Embracing this mindset, he proceeded with measured grace, acting as an envoy for the Western Zhou. Visiting Li Tang, King Jade received Wei Hu, and upon hearing of the situation, she was reluctant to intervene. After years of being a ruler, she might forever remain that literary, sickly Miss Su in Nezha's presence. But was she truly still that way? If so, she could not govern the legacy of Li Tang. And the same applied to Deng Chanyu. King Ji, before the entire court of ministers and warriors, first offered words of solace to Wei Hu, then vehemently denounced the Shang dynasty for their utter lack of morality, expressing outrage at their intention to poison hundreds of thousands in Shichi, a true obliteration of humanity. He then extolled the virtues of the Tang dynasty, speaking of good governance and the potential for renewal, waxing eloquent on the topic. The sense of superiority is always derived from comparison. The courtiers below, upon hearing of the dire plight of the Western Zhou, were greatly pleased, repeatedly praising the king's wisdom. Subsequently, arrangements were made for Wei Hu's residence, while discussions regarding assistance ensued, how to help, when to help, if it were too late. Perhaps assistance would not be necessary at all. Daji harbored no fondness for the Yin Shang, nor did she care much for GFA, who had severely undermined Jichang's policies and chastised the yellow turban populace. In Chapter 58, Lei Zhenzi stood firm. The higher-ups of the Li Tang deliberated for several days with no conclusive outcome. Both supporters and detractors emerged. Ultimately, it was the honest Li Jing who made the final decision, believing that rescuing others constituted a noble deed. After all, Nezha had performed similar acts in the Nuwa temple during his youth. Typically reticent, Li Jing was wary of overshadowing his daughter-in-law's authority. Yet he understood the importance of this matter. When he spoke, all in the Tang dynasty were compelled to heed him. Daji, utilizing the unique artifact bestowed upon Nezha, reached out to him while he was cultivating at Lishan. Nezha, in turn, was diligently pursuing his training. Beyond listening to his mother's teachings, he was delving into the profound technique of transforming qi into the 3 purities. However, despite possessing the celestial Jade tablet, the intricacies of concepts such as the harmony of yin and yang and the principle of effortless action eluded him. He could grasp only the surface, even with the enhancement of Bodhi seeds. Conversely, Nezha found the technique of the Buddha kingdom within his palm to be remarkably intuitive. After some time of study, he could achieve not only the Buddha kingdom, but also the mastery of a 3-room hall within his palm, albeit at a significant expense of his magical energy. Initially considering consulting his teacher, he ultimately refrained, recognizing that the pure and tranquil sage was not akin to family. Receiving divine abilities was already a great fortune. If he could learn, he would, but if not, it was simply a matter of fate. This was the primordial chaos. Seeking his teacher's guidance would alter the nature of their relationship. While Nezha trained diligently, he successfully ascended to the celestial level, becoming a distinguished student of the Xianmen. He began his cultivation at the tender age of 7, even accounting for the temporal distortions of the ancient realm. He was scarcely 18 or 19, remarkably akin to having a fortuitous advantage, a result of intentional tempering. Ordinary immortals would require thousands of years to reach such heights. Upon attaining the celestial realm, the focus of cultivation shifted from accumulating magical energy to refining the spirit. While the accumulation of magical energy remained significant, the essence of each stage dictated specific tasks, indicating that future energy accumulation was no longer the primary criterion for advancement. With the aid of the tiers of all spirits, Nezha's progress in spirit cultivation accelerated rapidly. He could lower his standards and advance in 2.5 years if he chose. But he was resolute in his current path. One day, Nezha received communication from King Ji, apprising him of the situation, and prepared to descend the mountain. As the circumstances were egregious, there were 3 reasons for his urgency. Firstly, in the midst of a conventional battle, the loss of life is of little concern to Nezha. However, the act of poisoning by celestial beings is undeniably cruel. Secondly, his mentor is revered as a saint among humanity, while the 3 sovereigns of Huiyun Cave are akin to his esteemed elders. Periodically, the Grand Elder Fuxi even assists him in calculating the position of the chaotic clock. The treasures of the 3rd Elder, Qian Kuan Bao, Zhen Tian Arrow, and Xian Yuan Sword, remain in his possession. Although the 2nd Elder, Shen Nong, lacks material support, the agricultural techniques of Tai Huang Tian are derived from him. Thirdly, Nezha ponders deeply over the words of the sage of Ta Ching, cease at 800. Is this 800 days or 800 years? This ambiguity is left to personal interpretation. Nezha's understanding is that the Shang must be overthrown by the Zhou, a gesture of respect towards the sage of Ta Ching. As for how long Zhou would endure thereafter, Nezha believes that with effort, it could last 800 days. Without effort, after 800 years, others will inevitably rise to the challenge. After concluding a day of lessons and bidding farewell to the mother of Lishan, Nezha returned to the southern capital using a predetermined spatial coordinate. He thoroughly examined the results of Daji's physical training during his time on the bed of the Great King. The following morning, he accompanied the Great King to meet the envoy Wei Hu. Although Wei Hu's cultivation surpassed Nezha's, he respectfully bowed in greeting. Nezha acknowledged him with a nod and scrutinized him before following him to the Western Zhou. Upon arriving in the Western Zhou, Nezha surveyed the scene from above, which was truly harrowing. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, and anguished cries filled the air. The corpses were infested with green mold and festering sores, a sight most dreadful. Nezha had encountered many desolate sights during his wanderings in the chaos, yet witnessing such suffering among his own kind evoked a profound sense of empathy. As Nezha arrived, he certainly possessed methods for detoxification. The laws of the primordial world adhere to the principles of mutual generation and restriction, unless one's strength surpasses the reasoning itself. Nezha's antidotes comprised the cow bile of Jean Dashing and the dog treasure of Dai Li, both of which had been refined over countless years, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. He cast the dog treasure and cow bile into the source of the water vein, and then produced a multicolored fan, gently waving it. A torrent of flames engulfed the water's surface, incinerating all the poisonous fish and shrimp that floated there. The fan, known as Daji's 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, left Nezha uncertain of its power compared to that wielded by the true monarch of Qing Su, as he had never engaged in a contest of strength. After stowing the magical fan and observing the waters clear, he channeled his energy into a spell, transforming the tranquil river into 4 colossal water dragons that soared skyward towards the city of Shiqi. The dazed onlookers gazed as the river morphed into giant dragons, unleashing a torrential rain that cleansed the lifeless city. Most people, rejuvenated by the rain, regained their strength, though some aged or frail souls departed this world forever. As the sun shone brightly after the rain, Nezha's figure emerged, prompting the citizens of Shiqi to spontaneously kneel and pay their respects. Nezha sighed as he summoned Niu Huang and Go Bao, swiftly making his way to the palace of King Zhou. With his advanced cultivation, Jiang Zia recovered relatively quickly, looking at Nezha with gratitude and bowing deeply, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, for your timely assistance." Behind him, GFA, still weak and trembling, managed to stand and offered a slight bow, expressing, "I am deeply grateful for your rescue of our West Qi. Should you require anything in the future, GFA will not hesitate to assist." Nezha couldn't help but regard GFA with a newfound respect, the lad was adaptable and eloquent. If Nezha declined to help in the future, Zhou would be in dire straits. However, Nezha had already intended to lend his aid. At that moment, Wu Ji rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, it's bad. Brother Lei Jinzi is in dire straits." Jiang Zia, in a flurry of concern, realized he had almost forgotten about the one most poisoned. He quickly turned to Nezha, who urged, "Lead the way." The group arrived at the palace bestowed upon Lei Jinzi by GFA, where the large and the small lay within the grand hall. Nezha, unaware of Lei Jinzi's predicament, cast a glance at the smaller figure and gasped in astonishment. What in the world, Nezha? Realizing his own identity, he deduced the situation. No wonder Ji Chong had come to the underworld early to work for him. It was the scheming Tai Yi who had disrupted his fate. Nezha summoned Niu Huang and Go Bao. Though his divine body had grown resilient against such venom, it was wise to proceed with caution. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the sole descendant of the Clearway sect, Tai Yi Zhenren, had already passed away. Meeting the expectant gazes of those present, Nezha slightly shook his head. The individual was nearly beyond saving, and preparations for the aftermath were in order. In Chapter 59, Dueling Lu Yu, Nezha glanced at the side where Long Su-hu lay. This fellow had cultivated for a millennium, and while the original tale claimed he was immortal, the truth remained uncertain. Yet, his vitality was undoubtedly robust. After the water had been purified, Nezha administered Niu Huang mixed with water to him, and the gentle giant soon recovered significantly. The crowd, witnessing the now lifeless Lei Jinzi, was at a loss for what to do. Nezha remained impassive. This situation bore no relation to him. GFA, somewhat bewildered, recalled how Lei Jinzi had boasted of his formidable cultivation and numerous treasures, having been appointed the vanguard officer against the Shang by the saintly ancestor. How had he inexplicably met his end? Ultimately, it was Jiang Zia who took charge, arranging for Lei Jinzi's final rites, as this disciple had come to assist him. It would be unjust to allow him to rest in unrest. GFA, eager to win favor, immediately declared an extravagant burial, promising a grand send-off. Yet, had Lei Jinzi truly perished? Of course not. His spirit merely drifted to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain, a testament to the advantages of having powerful connections. Others would have long returned to the function platform. Tai Yi, witnessing the arrival of Lei Jinzi's spirit, was taken aback, realizing that while death was inevitable, it had come far too swiftly. In the original tale, Nezha had Li Jing to restrain him. Now, Lei Jinzi, without parents and unrestrained, had indeed met his fate. Tai Yi, burdened by guilt and a complex array of emotions, commenced the creation of Lei Jinzi's corporeal form from lotus flowers. He expressed to the child he had nurtured since infancy that to claim he felt no affection was a falsehood. Alas, to shield him from calamity, he had no choice but to indulge Lei Jinzi. One could only lament the inability to transcend one's circumstances. Ultimately, one is bound by a multitude of uncontrollable factors. Thus began the arduous process of refining over 49 days, as he fashioned a lotus incarnation for Lei Jinzi. Meanwhile, Nezha urgently contacted the underworld to establish a temporary office in the Western Zhou, as the impending calamity had inadvertently resolved the demographic crisis of an aging population in Shichi. The consequence of this was the presence of countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions, casting a shadow over the skies of Shichi. Below, Ji Chong was equally heartbroken and hastened to assist. Though Nezha had not studied Buddhist teachings, the Taoist scriptures also possessed the efficacy to guide souls. Albeit lacking the persuasive allure of the Buddhist doctrine, nevertheless, it proved effective, especially with Nezha's 9-grade White Lotus enhancing the efficiency of the process. As for aiding the Western Zhou in battle, that was a mere daydream. Lu was certainly no pushover, and Nezha would not be easily swayed by a few enticing words from GFA. Subsequently, the two sides clashed once more, with the typical sequence involving the Western Zhou generals being incapacitated by poison, subsequently beseeching Nezha for rescue. After providing assistance, they continued, dragging on for approximately half a month. Lu, who had been indulging in leisure without lifting a finger, grew increasingly impatient. Was he merely to be toyed with? He personally intervened, wielding his dual swords of plague to fell 2 Western Zhou generals, only for them to rebound to life days later. Lu held unwavering confidence in his poison, which was entirely reasonable. Cultivation is an intensely personal endeavor. He had no affinity for the plague, nor could he practice it. For neither mentors nor friends could accompany one throughout life, yet the path one cultivates can. His mindset was now frayed, as his poison was being effortlessly countered. On that day, before the two armies, he summoned his golden immortal powers to agitate a dark green banner, the malevolent energy spreading like waves toward Shichi. Zhang and his companions immediately paled, invoking their central protective spells, while the others fell at mere contact. This poisonous banner was the culmination of Lu's years of ritualistic refinement, a manifestation of accumulated resentment and toxic essence, certainly not something easily withstood. From a distance, Nezha, who was nearing the completion of his task with the vengeful spirits, was taken aback by this spectacle. He genuinely did not anticipate Lu's audacious actions. Was it true that an immortal ensnared in calamity could lose all rationality, disregarding the overwhelming web of causation? Nezha promptly resorted to his previous tactics, unleashing 5 water dragons to clash against the dark green toxic wave. With a snarl, Lu cried out, "Who dares to disrupt my poison? Reveal yourself at once." He then intensified his magical powers, further agitating the plague banner. Nezha's celestial powers, however, were still no match for Lu's decades of cultivation as a golden immortal. Although his treasures could counteract toxins, the poisonous tide continued to spread, rapidly enveloping the entirety of Shichi in a layer of dark green. Nezha, feeling the urgency of the situation, stood upon his lotus platform to guard against infection, contemplating whether to eliminate Lu directly. If the source of the problem could not be resolved, then one must address the creator of the problem. As Nezha prepared to take action, a cloud of auspiciousness soared from the horizon, revealing a celestial maiden clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a silk ribbon. Her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating all. In her hands, she cradled a white jade vial, within which a willow branch was elegantly inserted. With a compassionate gesture, she waved the willow branch, and the droplets of water transformed into a downpour, purifying the noxious green gas that enveloped the land. Nezha blinked in astonishment, inwardly acknowledging that he had finally encountered the true Guanyin. Seeing the once again tainted city of Shichi, the expression on Si-Hang's face grew solemn. Turning to Nezha, she introduced herself. "I am Si-Hang, disciple of the Yushu Palace. Might I borrow your antidote talisman?" Nezha did not refuse. After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Si-Hang, he entrusted her with the dog treasure and Yohuan. Si-Hang tossed the 2 talismans into the jade vial, gently shaking it. The divine water within, already possessing purifying properties, now additionally bore the power to neutralize toxins, effectively dispelling the plague afflicting Lu and drenching him in its essence. The mortals, who had developed some resistance and had been consuming the antidote, were fortunate to escape death once more due to this timely intervention. Lu, gazing upon the distinguished figures in the sky, remained undaunted. "Dare you 2 hidden figures descend and face Lu grandfather in battle?" Nezha frowned at Lu's arrogance, acknowledging the overwhelming lethality of the plague to mortals, which necessitated restrictions. A certain idea, previously hesitating, surged forth. Its feasibility warranted exploration. With both hands clasped in reverence, Nezha bowed to the heavens and proclaimed, "I, disciple Nezha, feel that the plague's cruelty and excessive lethality severely violate the harmony of heaven. I hereby offer incense and establish a sacred ground to contain the plague, ensuring that the common people shall no longer suffer its torment. The existence of the plague path is justified, as its allowance by the Dao ancestor in the primordial chaos must have its reasons. Eradication is impossible. Therefore, Nezha proposed restrictions, aiming to strike at Lu's core. Though not physically imposing, Nezha's majestic presence loomed in the eyes of all. For Lu, the enmity towards the obstruction of his path was akin to a deep-rooted grudge. Should the Heavenly Dao acknowledge Nezha's words and impose limitations on the plague path? Would he not find himself bereft of hope for his own path? Lu hastily retorted, "You mere mortals, subject to the cycles of the seasons, perishing from illness and pain. This is the way of nature. What concern is it of my path?" The flickering golden light above clearly indicated a deliberation was underway. Nezha discerned this and promptly produced the 6 paths of reincarnation decree, casting a spell that opened a ghostly portal, creating a realm of spirits. The first to emerge was Ji Chong, the current foremost figure of the underworld. Draped in a black Yama robe, Ji Chong appeared remarkably youthful and formidable, and his feelings for Shichi were palpable as he glared at Lu, seemingly wishing to devour him alive. Chapter 60. Offended me, and yet you wish to flee? Ji Chong gestured, and countless souls of the mortals from Shichi, poisoned by Lu, began to emerge from the ghostly portal. They came forth, some cursing Lu and his ilk, others expressing gratitude to Nezha, while many called upon the heavens for mercy. Finally, the assistance from my esteemed elder uncle arrived. As the earnest voice of Shenong resounded through the heavens, our human race emerged from humble beginnings, and through indomitable will, we have claimed our rightful place in the cosmos. How can we allow ourselves to be slaughtered by others? The golden light in the firmament grew increasingly vibrant. Observing the unsettling situation, Lu promptly knelt towards the direction of Golden Ao Island, exclaiming, "Disciple Lu, having cultivated the celestial clear method and comprehended the path of pestilence, now faces cowardly vermin daring to sever my path. I beseech my master for compassion." Far away in Bo Palace, the Tongtian master felt a tinge of restlessness. He held a favorable view of Nezha, yet this was his own disciple. With a final wave of his hand, a stream of pure energy intercepted the descending golden light. "Do not rush. Allow me a moment to contemplate the matter." The primordial supreme being of Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain let out a cold laugh, effortlessly dispersing the pure energy while mocking. "Indeed, the disciples of my third brother are nothing but spawn of damp origins, morally corrupt and woefully crude." While the primordial supreme being may not have held a deep concern for humanity, it was undeniable that the Yushu lineage possessed far superior quality compared to the upper clear. Moreover, having been ridiculed twice by the third brother previously, and with the impending battle concerning the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the primordial supreme being, valuing his reputation, would not allow Nuwa to take the lead. With the already strained relationship between the two brothers escalating, their confrontation became increasingly severe. Engaged in a battle of magic across billions of miles, the onlookers witnessed the golden light in the sky fluctuating erratically. For the first time, Nezha genuinely felt the authority of the saints in the primordial realm. Indeed, the will of the saints was the will of heaven. The dispute between the brothers instantly captured the attention of the other three saints, as it involved their own disciples. The first to speak was Nuwa. Is it not excessively tyrannical to shield one's disciples? Following her, the representative from the west, the ever-curious Juanti, chimed in, "Tongtian brother, the world is fraught with suffering. Please show mercy." If Tongtian were to face his second brother alone, he would not flinch. However, confronted by four, he found himself at a loss. The Zhujian sword array was said to be impervious to all but the four saints, implying that gathering four saints would suffice to break it. Yet, he could not bring himself to bow to his second brother, whom he had long defied, and thus could only huff disdainfully while wielding the Qingping sword defiantly. At that moment, the Taiji Old One of Dachi Heaven finally intervened, primarily to prevent outsiders from witnessing the folly of his brothers. The Taiji diagram emerged from the void, and as the yin and yang spun and collided, the Qingping sword and the Jade Rui, seemingly drawn by an inexplicable force, were redirected and returned to their respective saints. The golden light, now unimpeded, descended upon Nezha, who, having been instructed by his master, adhered to the old practice of storing it within the lotus roots in his spine rather than absorbing it. Concurrently, a scripture and a jade talisman descended, and with a slight stirring of his consciousness, Nezha grasped their significance. The jade talisman could designate four animals as agents of pestilence removal, and without hesitation, Nezha released Jean Dashing and donned the ceremonial attire. Both creatures infused a strand of their divine essence into the talisman. The way of heaven operates on principles of balance, where yin and yang give rise to one another. It would not simply eradicate the path of pestilence due to its cruelty, but correspondingly, where there is ailment, there is also remedy, which is entirely reasonable. The complete obliteration of the plague avenue had a profoundly immediate impact, resulting in the drastic decline of the cultivator Lu's cultivation level, causing his golden immortal Dao fruit to shatter and plummet him to the realm of the profound immortal. What was once a broad avenue had been reduced to a treacherous path, with the Dao fruit he had previously attained obliterated, leaving only the nascent seed of his Dao, a truly tragic fate. The celestial master of the primordial was left in a state of helplessness. Observing the severely wounded Lu and, in a bid to preserve his life, uttered a conciliatory remark, "Brother, this matter has come to a close. Lu's path has been severed, let him return." However, Nezha was not pleased upon hearing these words. Having severed Lu's avenue, their enmity was irreconcilable. Would Lu spare him in the future, should he seek vengeance? One must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it spring forth anew with the spring breeze. Nezha was not one to instigate trouble, yet he would not cower in the face of it. The conflict between Yuan Hong and himself was intense, and among their band of companions, Yuan Hong was unlikely to mourn the loss of a few brothers. "Look, your two brothers have even managed to gain a position while associating with me. The Saint of the Pure Land could take away whomever he wished, but it was likely that he would merely remain at the Spirit Mountain as a gatekeeper. Could Lu be treated the same?" Disciples of the three generations of the profound sect pay their respects to the celestial master. Protocol precedes battle. A great calamity had arisen, and my ties with Brother L are inextricable. It would be prudent to resolve our fates before the esteemed saints and elders, allowing life and death to adhere to destiny. As Nuwa, who had been a mere observer, watched the hesitant celestial master of the primordial, she chuckled and said, "Why does my brother hesitate? My disciple has only recently reached a mere century in age and has just attained the heavenly immortal realm. Yet he has compelled a fellow disciple of the saints in the realm of the profound immortal to refrain from battle. As his mentor, I find this quite gratifying." The celestial master, recalling the discomfort of witnessing the previous encirclements of the primordial lord, felt the urge to acquiesce but was still concerned for his disciple's safety. Just as he was about to refuse, Lu called out, "Master, allow me to engage that brat in combat. My sect does not harbor cowards." Reluctantly, the celestial master nodded in agreement. Nezha, without hesitation, transformed into a streak of light and charged forth, knowing that to combat a mere poison-wielding sorcerer, one must close the distance. Lu, as a seasoned golden immortal with substantial combat experience, summoned an emerald green umbrella to envelop himself. He then wielded the plague sword to unleash a beam of green light towards the oncoming Nezha, retreating swiftly thereafter. Nezha, using the white lotus, dispersed the toxic light with petal-like fragments and casually threw 3 pieces of colorful stones. Clearly, Lu's green umbrella was no ordinary artifact. After absorbing 3 of the colorful stones, it was merely skewed by the immense force. Confident in his treasure, Lu produced a large bell enveloped in green smoke and struck it. The verdant mist transformed into countless venomous serpents, surging towards the rapidly approaching Nezha, whose speed was astonishing. Drawing forth a shimmering silver spear, entirely enveloped in merit, Nezha executed a sweeping motion, dispersing the toxic smoke. With a thrust, he pierced the bell that Lu had positioned defensively, causing it to shatter. Following this, he executed an upward strike, sending Lu soaring. Already severely wounded, Lu was struck once more, panic evident on his face as he retreated, realizing that his cultivated plague was utterly ineffective against Nezha, who had him thoroughly countered. Nezha would not show any leniency towards him. As he unleashed a powerful strike akin to cleaving Mount Hua, he simultaneously invoked the secrets of spatial manipulation. In a moment of panic, Lu felt his surroundings blur, and his body was inexplicably displaced, with a spearhead poised to strike his forehead. Reacting swiftly, he summoned a large seal to brace against the impending blow. Clang! The impact was followed by a sickening splatter. Lu's physical form was no match for Nezha, who had mastered the profound arts and further honed his skills among the witch clan. The seal shattered, and with it, a limb was violently obliterated into a mist of blood. Chapter 61. An unexpected encounter with Shun Gongbao. Nezha would not grant Lu a moment's respite, immediately pursuing him for another strike. With his magical artifacts nearly exhausted, Lu dashed into the camp, seizing his disciple to shield himself from the blow. Nezha paid no heed to the anguished cries. After all, they were doomed. The tremendous force jolted the spear, causing Zhou Xian, on the other end, to be violently torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Just as Nezha prepared to continue his pursuit, Lu hurled his 2 disciples towards him, bellowing, "Block him." The 2 disciples barely had time to register the command before Nezha's spear, imbued with unfathomable strength, swept through the air, sending them crashing to the ground. Seeing the dire turn of events, Lu attempted to grab another, while others hastily fled. Nezha, amused by the absurdity of the scene, drew forth the Qiankuan bow and the Zhuntian arrow, aiming at Lu and the remaining disciples. The first arrow found its mark, obliterating both Lu and his captured disciple, Li Ping, with a single shot, a double triumph. Soon after, 2 more arrows dispatched the last remaining individuals, leading to the complete annihilation of the Jiolong Island Pestilence Brigade. All were destined to receive the rewards of the 9-9 blessing. Regrettably, Nezha, despite his cautious demeanor, failed to notice the lurking threat beneath the ground. Among the 6 celestial beings observing this spectacle, 5 vanished, leaving only one whose identity I shall not disclose, humorously. The Zhou dynasty emerged victorious. Nezha did not depart immediately. There were still matters to address. The compassionate voyager did not linger, exchanging greetings with Jiangxia and Nezha before ascending into the clouds. Jiangxia, watching the retreating figure, remarked, "Sister Cihong remains as compassionate as ever." That evening, a banquet was held where King Wu, GFA, exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm, attempting to forge a brotherly bond with Nezha, who hurriedly distanced himself, fearing misunderstandings from Daji. Furthermore, he sought to glean information regarding Ji Chang. Having seen his father today, despite their lack of communication, he felt a sense of trepidation. He was acutely aware of his own actions, and at this juncture, no one would allow him to retreat. After a brief explanation, GFA finally relaxed and expressed his desire to construct a grand temple for Nezha's father. Nezha stayed primarily to resolve two issues concerning Bo Yicao and Huang Feihu. As for Huang Feihu, there was no need for elaboration. Having seen Nezha during the day, he sent word that evening expressing his wish to return to Nandu, declaring it his home. Nezha, recognizing this old acquaintance, did not refuse, as the Li Tang dynasty was indeed somewhat disorganized at present. As for Bo Yicao, he found himself encircled by the forces of the Shang army, unable to escape. He had long been influenced by his father's teachings, which revered the yellow sky and esteemed the great virtuous masters. Upon witnessing the actions of such a master today, his fervor for Nezha rivaled that of Ji Chong. Upon seeing Ji Chong emerge from the gates of the underworld, their gazes met, and Bo Yicao felt compelled to convey, "Father, my faith now stands as strong as yours." Nezha held Bo Yicao in high regard, particularly since the South capital was currently filled with rough men, akin to those in the netherworld. "Your father is working for me in the underworld, so you should come to the South capital." That night, Nezha informed Bo Yicao that Huang Feihu would assemble in the morning, urging him to prepare his belongings. The next morning, beneath the walls of Shichi City, Nezha, under the watchful eyes of many, channeled his powers to connect with a spatial coordinate in the South capital, opening a passageway 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, then gestured for everyone to enter. Maintaining such a portal consumed a significant amount of his energy. King Wu Gfa, Jiang Zia, and the four friends of Wen Wang also came to bid farewell, their expressions complex as they watched Bo Yicao depart. The actor in them stirred as they tearfully shouted, "Elder brother, do visit home often." With his burdens finally lifted, Bo Yicao turned back with a smile and stepped into the passage, followed closely by Huang Feihu's family. Nezha took the opportunity to bring along the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. At that moment, the seasoned General Lu Xiong was busy drafting a letter of apology, lamenting how a promising situation had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of a great virtuous master, leading to chaos. Nevertheless, as a friend of Huang Feihu's family, he decided to turn a blind eye to the matter. In truth, he harbored disdain for Wen Zhong, blaming him for the turmoil. After seeing everyone off, Nezha did not return to the South capital, but instead rode the clouds toward Chaoga City, where Huang Feihu's family still resided, intending to retrieve them. As for the South capital, Daji and Huang Feihu were already acquainted, so there was no need for him to accompany them for explanations. With swift winds, Nezha arrived at Chaoga, feeling a sense of nostalgia. His years there had been quite pleasant. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed a Taoist riding a black panther behind him, Dao. Nezha's hair stood on end, and he swiftly turned, unleashing a 5-colored stone. The cunning Shengguo Bao reacted quickly, crouching low on the panther to evade the attack, only to hear a resounding crash behind him. Turning to look, he was met with a large crater. Had he been struck, he would have faced reincarnation. The words "fellow Taoist, please hold" never escaped his lips. Nezha, retracting the 5-colored stone and disregarding the figure, vanished in an instant. He reappeared at Huang Feihu's home, presenting Huang's token to Madame Huang. The entire family hurriedly packed their belongings, ready to be sent away by Nezha. As for Nezha's reason for staying behind, it was simply to see Wen Zhong, as he had missed him and felt an urge to confront him. In a different time, yet the same place, Nezha grasped a large staff gifted by a friend from the witch clan, reputed to be the very peach wood rod of the great witch Quafu. Raising his voice, he called out, "Wen Zhong, you little rascal, your grandpa Li has arrived." Having just received the news of the surrender of the Southern Demon Clan's 4 generals and Li Jing's promotion to Heavenly King, Wen Zhong felt a surge of unease. What mischief was this little brat up to? His voice echoed throughout Chaoga, even startling Yin Shou, who had been diligently practicing. He hurried out of the palace, cheerfully waving at Nezha. It was Li Jing who was rebelling, not the esteemed sage. He believed that Nezha's departure was coerced by Wen Zhong. Naturally, Wen Zhong could not back down. Mounted on his black Qilin, he charged out, exuding formidable presence. "You audacious child, dare to approach Chaoga? Let me show you who is in command today." The black Qilin recoiled, clearly reluctant. Wen Zhong produced his self-forged Kaitian Pearl, indeed the same type wielded by the notorious leaders of Nine Dragon Island. Learning from past experiences, he had diligently sought various texts, ultimately crafting the Kaitian Pearl, primarily because it was economical, effective, and quick to refine. Channeling his celestial energy, he arranged 5 Kaitian Pearls before him, while Nezha glanced at the staff in his hand, pondering, "Am I supposed to play baseball?" With a swift motion, 1 Kaitian Pearl shot forth, its speed impressive, yet not swift enough to outpace Nezha's reflexes. He swung his wooden staff, striking the Kaitian Pearl. which instantly ricocheted back towards Wenzhong. Wenzhong tilted his head to evade, and the Kaitian pearl struck the ground behind the black qilin with a resounding crash. His anxiety mounted. He infused all his remaining energy into the other 4 Kaitian pearls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nezha curled his lip in disdain. You old fool. You don't even follow the rules of the game. With a flick of his hand, he sent the shattered pearls flying and charged forward, delivering a thorough beating to the century-old Wenzhong before striding away, feeling quite invigorated. Nezha was not one to hold grudges. He typically avenged grievances on the spot. And since Wenzhong had struck first, he deemed his actions a form of self-defense. With no further matters to attend to in the southern capital, Nezha prepared to return to the underworld. As for the reason, it was time to discuss the divine ability known as transforming qi into the 3 purities. This ability fundamentally revolves around the concepts of qi and transformation, one correlating to the power of the ability, the other to the technique of cultivation. The notion of qi carries profound significance. After the primordial deity Pangu split heaven and earth, the pure qi ascended while the turbid qi descended, ultimately evolving into the vast primordial cosmos. Nezha could not fathom what form of qi the supreme purity sage utilized for this cultivation, even when he inquired. His teacher remained silent on the matter. The success of this cultivation hinged entirely on one's own karmic affinity, leaving him to ponder. After much contemplation, he concluded that the turbid qi suited him well. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the underworld, Nezha respectfully entered. I bow before the Lady of the Earth. The Lady of the Earth, as always, wore a serene expression. You have performed admirably in the underworld. What brings you here today? My lady, I seek information regarding the Kaitian turbid qi. Huta did not inquire about Nezha's intentions for the chaotic energy he wished to harness, but instead remarked, since the Father God created the heavens and the earth, the pure energy ascended to form the celestial realm, while the chaotic energy descended to constitute the primordial earth. Where then, is there any chaotic energy in this world? Observing Nezha's expression of disappointment, Huta deftly changed the subject. However, if we are to speak truthfully, there is indeed one place where it exists. Nezha immediately inquired, where? At the bottom of the Blood Sea. Remarkably, this was indeed aligned with the Blood Sea. Just as Nezha was about to respond, Huta cheerfully stated, you will have to devise your own means to address this, but as long as you remain within the underworld, I shall ensure your safety. Nezha pondered, which implied that once he ventured beyond the underworld, he would be on his own. The Blood Sea, a veritable dumping ground of the primordial realm, posed its challenges. Not only was the ancient ancestor of the Nether River a concern, but the countless Azura clan members within made it a daunting endeavor to seek the chaotic energy at the sea's depths. Nezha did not rush. He settled in the underworld, practicing and seizing opportunities while working as a security enforcer alongside a group of burly men, gathering intelligence about the Blood Sea. One day, however, Nezha was struck from behind. On that day, while patrolling the reincarnation passage within the Blood Sea with several shamans, he witnessed a group of grotesque Azuras forcefully seizing souls. The shamans rushed in with fervor, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Clang. Then came a sharp pain in his neck. Confused, Nezha turned to see a striking maiden partially submerged in the Blood Sea, wielding a hefty club. Observing Nezha's lack of response, she curiously glanced at her club and prepared to swing again. Nezha, however, was not one to tolerate such aggression. He swiftly snatched the club and retaliated, striking the Rakshasa maiden squarely in the face. The impact was negligible, yet she fell into a deep slumber. Nezha examined the wooden club in his grasp, pondering what kind of artifact it could be. With his strength, he could have easily incapacitated the Rakshasa maiden. He began to understand why he had been ambushed without any forewarning. This weapon lacked the capability to inflict harm. Gazing at the elegantly dressed maiden sprawled on the ground, a bold idea took root in his mind. He retrieved a dragon binding rope and secured the Rakshasa maiden, awaiting the return of the few shamans who had fled. After a brief wait, the shamans returned one by one, and upon seeing the maiden lying there, one foolishly exclaimed with excitement, Nezha, is this your captured bride? After scrutinizing her, he shook his head and remarked, such a petite figure will surely struggle to bear children. Listen to me, train your body well, and when we return, I shall have my sister-in-law find you a suitable match. The other burly men nodded in unison, endorsing the fool's words. Nezha rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had anticipated that bringing the Rakshasa maiden back would entail her waking after a day or two. However, 7 days elapsed with no sign of her awakening. Thus, he resorted to more direct methods. Upon regaining consciousness, the maiden's first reaction was not one of fear, but rather of shyness. With a predatory gaze that seemed to hunger for him, The Rakshasi stared at Nezha, instilling a sense of fear within him. He had encountered such eyes far too often. Both King Ji and Deng Chanyu exhibited similar expressions during their overly affectionate moments. The Rakshasi, glancing at her youthful visage, uttered words that belied her appearance. "So, you enjoy this sort of thing?" Nezha responded with confusion, taken aback by her increasingly enthusiastic demeanor. After all, he had only heard of such encounters in his past life without ever witnessing them firsthand. What to do about this? After a moment of contemplation, Nezha decided to counter her advances by sealing her senses and confining her within a secluded chamber. This tactic proved effective. Within a fortnight, the Rakshasi, unable to endure her isolation, became compliant, answering his inquiries, albeit with an even more peculiar glint in her eyes. Through her words, Nezha gleaned the intricacies of her background. This young lady was no ordinary being. She was the cherished daughter of the Asura king, Vajrapani, and the celestial maiden, Uma. The Asura clan, a result of the ancient ancestor of the River of Oblivion's imitation of Nuwa's divine creation, bore men with grotesque features, yet their women were alluringly beautiful. As the youngest daughter, the Rakshasi was the apple of her parents' eye, spoiled from childhood and influenced by the malevolent aura of the blood sea, rendering her temperament more tempestuous than even Lei Jinzi's. Recently, her parents had been deliberating on finding her a suitable husband, a notion she vehemently opposed, declaring, "I refuse to marry any of those hideous brutes." In truth, as the most beloved princess, she had countless suitors vying for her attention, yet she found them all lacking. It was not until one fateful day that she chanced upon Nezha during his patrol, discovering that such a handsome figure existed in the world. With her fierce determination, the Rakshasi observed him for several days, and then decisively summoned a group of admirers to distract the shamans, brandishing her club to pursue her own happiness. This behavior was quintessentially Asura. Their tradition dictated that if one desired another, they would simply overpower them and bring them home, albeit typically with the genders reversed. Nezha sighed in resignation, lamenting that it was his handsome visage that had led to such troubles. Ultimately, he resolved to release the Rakshasi, attributing his leniency to a weakness for those who responded to gentleness rather than force. It was akin to a scenario where, during high school, a beautiful junior expressed her desire to marry him through a love letter. One might wish to focus on studies and decline her advances, but one could hardly report her to the authorities, thereby subjecting her to public humiliation. Such a person commanded Nezha's genuine admiration. The next day, during his patrol, Nezha casually released the Rakshasi, who had been repeatedly reminded to value herself. There was truly no need to provoke her further. She looked back longingly as she returned to the blood sea. Nearby, a shaman brother clapped Nezha on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you truly have an eye for character. Such a woman is not worth pursuing. She would not bear good sons." Nezha, weary of rebuttals, simply nodded in agreement. Nezha believed that the matter had come to a close, only to encounter the Rakshasi woman once again during his patrol the following day. Clad in a flowing red gown, she resembled a blooming peony. "Immortal, come play," she exclaimed. Instantly, Nezha's expression darkened. What brazen words were these? Noticing Nezha's unsavory demeanor, the Rakshasi woman quickly clarified. "Did you not instruct me to love myself yesterday? We can start as friends, and then, haha." Evidently, the lesson he imparted the previous day had some effect, albeit limited. Nezha gestured for others to leave before accompanying the Rakshasi woman along the edge of the blood sea, offering earnest guidance reminiscent of a young girl and her first crush. "One must cherish oneself as a woman," he remarked. "Indeed," she responded. "Women must be strong. Even female Rakshasas can hold their own. You must take responsibility for your future," he continued, elaborating extensively while observing the Rakshasi woman nodding obediently, unsure of how much she truly absorbed. That day, upon returning to her palace, the Rakshasi woman stood before the mirror, meticulously preparing her appearance for her next meeting with Nezha. She felt that Nezha's words resonated with truth, and the more he spoke, the more convinced she became of his sincerity. "If you were a scoundrel, would you share such wisdom with me?" She pondered, finding no fault in her logic. As the celestial queen Umu entered, she beheld her naive daughter smiling foolishly as she adjusted her makeup. With the insight of experience, she quickly grasped the situation and, with a knowing smile, inquired, "Oh, little Rakshasi, are you smitten with a certain Asura?" "Mother," the young woman exclaimed, recounting her recent encounters. Nezha had advised her to love herself and not to trust men too easily. Umu could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, a band of grotesque male Asuras hardly deserved their consideration. He also asserted that female Rakshasas could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts. Umu nodded once more. The power dynamics in the blood sea should indeed reflect equality. One must not readily accept favors from male Azuras. Omo ultimately grasped the ultimate essence of feminine empowerment. I accept, I consent. The Rakshasi woman, delighted to see her mother in deep contemplation, boasted, Mother, Nezha is both handsome and caring. No other Azura compares to him. Omo wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that few male cultivators in the primordial realm would show such consideration for female cultivators. My daughter, I shall accompany you tomorrow to ensure your safety. Thank you, Mother. In the days that followed, the Rakshasi woman sought Nezha daily. When he did not patrol, he found her at the Yama Palace, leaving him somewhat speechless. While things were manageable at the Yama Palace, he remained oblivious to the fact that a listener lurked nearby during their time by the Blood Sea. With her status as a Tai Golden Immortal and the absence of hostility, Omu remained undetected by Nezha. Little did he know that under his thoughtful tutelage, the foremost female martial artist of the primordial realm was about to make her debut. After her studies, Omu sought out her husband, Paksan, and upon seeing him after meeting Nezha, she couldn't help but feel discontented. How could he possibly be worthy of me? It can only be said that the Azura clan is profoundly influenced by the Sea of Blood, with emotions already prone to volatility. The impact of Nezha's visage coupled with the tears of myriad spirits has rendered them utterly subdued. Without reservation, Yumo addressed the recently finished business of Paksan, stating, I believe that female Azuras can indeed hold up half the sky. Tomorrow, as the celestial consort, I shall seize power. Paksan, one of the earliest Azuras, has been steeped in the Blood Sea for countless years. To label him as a male chauvinist would be an understatement. It would merely suggest he respects women. In his eyes, female Azuras are merely vessels for reproduction. As for why Yumo was granted a status, it was simply due to her remarkable prowess. Of course, such notions are shared among all male Azuras. Otherwise, the customs of courtship within the Azura clan would not be so brutishly primitive. Paksan immediately cast a disdainful glance at Yumo, declaring, You are incapable. Yumo, incensed, pondered when the Azuras of the Blood Sea would achieve gender equality. Consequently, a scuffle ensued, and both parties departed in discontent. Paksan dismissed the matter and resumed his duties, while Yumo took a different path, promptly summoning her sisters and daughters, a multitude of female Azuras, to discuss the situation. She first recounted a modified tale of gender equality, followed by an account of yesterday's incident. I merely sought some authority befitting a celestial consort, yet Paksan ridiculed me, asserting that female Azuras are solely tools for reproduction and mere appendages to male Azuras. Sisters, is this just? The other Azuras harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of her claims, for such words are indeed what male Azuras would utter, instantly igniting a shared indignation. Yumo then proclaimed that we, the female Azuras, must possess our own power. We demand equal status, in a realm where no virtuous beings dwell. The multitude of female Azuras echoed her sentiments fervently. Yumo subsequently presented a modified recording of Nezha, captivating the audience as they gazed upon his handsome visage, swallowing their breaths in secret. While some female Azuras were indifferent to Yumo's declarations, they yearned for power, acknowledging the undeniable dominance of male Azuras in the Blood Sea. The result was that at the next Azura assembly, celestial consort Yumo publicly proposed the ordinance of equality among male and female Azuras, garnering support from her sisters. The male Azuras, enraged, exclaimed, You mere tools of reproduction dare to rebel? Without further deliberation, they resorted to the primal Azura way of direct combat. It must be noted that the disparity between the genders in the Azura clan is not as pronounced as one might think. It is merely due to their creator. The ancestor of the underworld river, being male, that the male's status is markedly superior. Although the Azura clan typically engages in contemplation, once battle commences, their behavior is indistinguishable from that of the Witch clan. The Witch clan revels in combat, while the Azura clan, when driven to madness, plunges headlong into chaos. Nezha observed the female Rakshasa trailing behind him, gazing at the tumultuous sea of blood, with colossal waves crashing and receding. Today, the Blood Sea is quite boisterous. Early in the morning, the Rakshasi woman hurried to seek out Nezha, unaware of the matters concerning her own court assembly. Assuming it was yet another scheme by that wretched gang, she unabashedly remarked, Those rascals from the Blood Sea simply cannot settle down. The ugly are always full of trouble. Unlike you, Nezha, whose beauty is matched only by your gentle demeanor. Nezha had grown entirely immune to her words. What was the point of speaking only the truth when she could not even utter a compliment? The people of the primordial era remained too unsophisticated. A mere few words in front of a mentor could leave them blushing with praise. Chapter 64. The mother of the underworld river. Amidst the Blood Sea, the conflict escalated. becoming increasingly fierce and uncontrollable. The reclusive ancestor of the underworld river was compelled to emerge from seclusion to address the situation. If this continued, the Azuras would face annihilation. Both sides were a bunch of lunatics, leaving only the one with the mightiest fist to mediate. In the Blood Sea, the underworld river stood at the center, flanked by male Azuras on the left and female Azuras on the right. The saying "the superior influences the inferior" was remarkably apt in this context. The underworld river had mastered the path of slaughter. If he could eradicate all life in the primordial realm, he would achieve ultimate unity. Was that feasible? Certainly not. Should he dare to unleash a massacre, he would soon find himself facing the wrath of the Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor had long harbored disdain for those seasoned quasi-saints who merely consumed spiritual energy without contributing anything. The primordial realm did not nurture idlers. To the underworld river, the distinctions between male and female were utterly trivial. Slaughter was the end goal. Had he not lost hope of attaining enlightenment, he would have immediately devoured the nearest group of Azuras. Thus, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind the conflict between the two factions. However, this was not a matter of inquiry, but rather one of choice. It was not a question of why, but a decision to be made. As a male deity, he instinctively aligned himself with the male Azuras. Moreover, the male Azuras had held dominance for many years, and the underworld river had no desire to replace them. Not one to possess a gentle temperament, he drew forth the innate top-grade spiritual treasure, the Yuan Tu sword, and pointed it directly at the unruly female Azuras. Merely tools of reproduction, what are you clamoring about? The combined might of a quasi-saint and the innate spiritual treasure enveloped the tumultuous female Azuras in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, rendering them silent as they felt the blade poised at their foreheads, threatening their very lives. With the ancestor backing them, the male Azuras swelled with pride and began to hurl insults, for the Azuras were far from a refined group. Ha! A bunch of harlots seeking power? Merely breeding sows. The vulgarities echoed around them, but the female Azuras dared not move an inch. Just as it appeared the matter would resolve, the underworld river's expression suddenly changed. The once calm blood sea began to churn violently, and the bloodlight emanating from all directions coalesced into a figure resembling the underworld river. A female celestial with black hair and crimson eyes, who stood defiantly before the female Azuras, who said women were merely breeding sows. With a wave of her hand, another sword, the abysmal, fell into the hands of the female celestial. With a casual flick, she dispatched the most vociferous male Azura. The countenance of the ancestor of the river of the underworld shifted dramatically as he barked, "Do not act recklessly. Return swiftly to the Blood Sea. It is you who should return to the Blood Sea." Both parties stood their ground, refusing to yield, and thus the confrontation ignited. Generally, primordial deities embody both yin and yang, distinguishing gender only after self-awareness. However, the case of the ancestor of the river of the underworld is rather unique. Born from the Blood Sea, he is a deity endowed with a special divine ability known as Blood God Child. A skill as innate to him as a child's instinct to suckle or a fish's urge to swim. With this unique ability, the ancestor could proudly declare, "As long as the Blood Sea remains, so shall I." The Blood God Child resembles an ethereal spirit within the Blood Sea, boundless and infinite. The ancestor can be any Blood God Child, yet the Blood God Child is not the ancestor. The essence of his dual body saintly cultivation is interwoven within these countless Blood God children. Primordial deities are inherently devoid of gender, possessing both yin and yang. Upon choosing the yang aspect, the ancestor identifies as a male celestial. However, the multitude of Blood God children also embodies the duality of yin and yang, which typically does not affect the ancestor. Yet, influenced by the progressive teachings of Nezha and Wu Mo, these Blood God children began to resonate with notions that inadvertently affected the ancestor's yin aspect. What initially seemed trivial escalated as the ancestor's volatile temperament could not withstand the derogatory remarks directed at the female aspect of the Blood Sea, which indirectly insulted his female Blood God children. In a fit of rage, he conjured a corporeal form of his mother, the ancestor of the river of the underworld. As the two manifestations clashed, neither could prevail over the other, yet the surrounding Azuras found themselves decimated by the collateral damage. Unperturbed by the carnage, the ancestor, seasoned from years of combat, soon gained the upper hand, taunting his maternal counterpart. "Do you see? You are ultimately a failure." The ancestor was indeed ruthless, even chastising his own self. The ancestor of the river of the underworld, unable to tolerate such mockery, despite it being directed at herself, made a desperate move. With a sword thrust that repelled the ancestor, she raised a finger to the heavens as a testament. "I the river of the underworld. Shall sever my ties with the ancestor and henceforth shall be known as the ancestor of the river of the underworld. With that declaration, she wielded the abysmal. And in an enigmatic moment, the river of the underworld split into two. The most apparent manifestation was the division of the blood sea into two portions, one comprising 3/5 of the original, the other 2/5. The ancestor of the river of the underworld cried out in disbelief, "Have you lost your mind?" Her eyes glimmered with a fierce red light. "Let us battle again." Subsequently, both entities felt their powers plummet, descending from the dual-body saint level to barely maintaining the single-body threshold. The ancestor may have held a slight advantage, yet it was not substantial. The division of their essence and treasures was equal. The ancestor of the Nether River possesses the primordial slaughter and the 12-grade fiery red lotus, while the matriarch of the Nether River wields the abyss and the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. The unfortunate Nether River bears an uncanny resemblance to an immortal emperor experiencing a divorce, resulting in the division of half of his cultivation and assets. The six saints, observing the unfolding drama, include Taiching Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Zhundi Saint, and the goddess Nuwa, all of whom share a bemused expression. It is akin to a mischievous boy in school who, after many years, transforms into an adorable girl at a class reunion. The feeling is rather subtle. The instigator, Nezha, is utterly bewildered, gazing at the endless sea of blood that churns and eventually bifurcates. What is happening? Nezha instinctively casts an inquiring glance at the Rakshasa woman, who, equally perplexed, stammers without clarity. Ultimately, it is the benevolent goddess Nuwa who elucidates the situation to Nezha, the sower of the seeds. As Nezha unravels the sequence of events, he begins to question his own abilities. Nuwa, seemingly sensing his confusion, casually remarks, "You have merely initiated the process. Others have merely fanned the flames." Enlightened by this hint, Nezha gains a deeper understanding of the Taoist's machinations, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of sympathy for the Nether River, who, in the comfort of its feline abode, was unceremoniously dragged out and split in two. Truly a tragic fate. Chapter 65. The public enemy of the female immortals of the primordial era. From this moment, the forces of the blood sea were irreversibly cleaved in two. Nezha halted the Rakshasa woman, who was anxious about her mother, urging her to remain. Given the current confusion, returning could lead to dire consequences. The love-struck Rakshasa woman, instantly receptive to Nezha's concern, cast aside thoughts of her mother and sisters. Nezha made arrangements for her to stay, while he proceeded to pay his respects to the Lady of the Earth. In the grand hall of the Lady of the Earth, she regarded Nezha with a gaze filled with reverence. To be looked upon in such a manner by the Lady of the Earth is a rare honor indeed. Nezha, acutely aware of her gaze, endeavored to explain, "My lady, I truly did not commit any wrongdoing." The Lady of the Earth nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Had you exerted yourself further, I shudder to think of the consequences. My lady, is it possible that the ancestor of the Nether River harbored a desire to don female attire all along?" To Nezha's surprise, the Lady of the Earth took his whimsical comment to heart, contemplating it seriously. As an old neighbor of the Nether River through countless epochs, she understood him well. One could not deny that the Nether River's occasional madness bears a striking resemblance to the wildness of herself and Nuwa prior to their ascension to sainthood. Nezha, observing the Lady of the Earth deep in thought, believed he had struck a chord, falling into silence. Indeed, this matter was far from his fault. The Lady of the Earth interrupted her musings to first explain the reasons behind the Nether River's current predicament, then stated, to restore the Nether River to its former state, one side must inevitably consume the other. The river of the underworld's matriarch has recently emerged from her division, finding herself in a somewhat precarious position. You may assume the role of an emissary of the Nether realm, forging an alliance with her to suppress the river's ancestor and the male Azuras, thereby fracturing the Blood Sea's power and reclaiming a portion of authority. The benefits derived from this endeavor will ultimately depend upon your own capabilities. The unspoken sentiments of the Earth Mother suggest that these loathsome male Azuras are utterly intolerable, and none shall find peace. Unbeknownst to the river, she has unwittingly become the nemesis of the renowned female immortals of the primordial era. Initially, the matter remained concealed within the Blood Sea, unnoticed by the masses. However, the situation has escalated to such an extent that every notable female immortal is now aware. The male immortals have also been adversely affected, with some expressing even greater indignation than their female counterparts, particularly the two elder brothers, Fushi and Zhao Gongming. Fushi, unable to leave the fire cloud cave, could only mutter a few curses. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, who had been enjoying drinks with his sisters, could no longer contain his frustration. "What have I done to deserve your ire? How dare you insult my sister? You must be courting death." He rose, intent on confronting the river. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao, equally incensed, prepared to join him in this confrontation. Yet, Yun Xiao, the intellectual anchor of the four siblings, swiftly intervened to restrain the enraged Zhao Gongming, casting a stern glance at the instigators. With gentle reassurance, she said, as we emerged from our transformation, my elder brother has always taken great care of us, and he is certainly not one to act as the river does. Zhao Gongming basked in the praise from his sister, feeling more elated than if he had received accolades from his own master. Yun Xiao continued, given the current calamity and the complexities surrounding the nether realm, it is ill-advised to engage in this matter. It would be more prudent for us to wait until the calamity has passed before seeking the prowess of this deity. Zhao Gongming, still reveling in his sister's commendation, chuckled amiably, appearing willing to heed her counsel. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao lowered their heads, resembling students chastised by their teacher. The Taoist Dao Bao also suffered from the turmoil, as Tong Tian's intention to gather his four disciples for a light-hearted gathering led to unforeseen complications. As they observed the unfolding drama, Jin Ling, Wudong, and Gue Ling exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Dao Bao, internally cursing the river, expressed indignation. Both male and female immortals of the primordial era seek the Tao. There exists no hierarchy among us. As the embodiment of the innate essence of metal, the resolute Jin Ling proclaimed, what my senior brother says is true. Should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure that the river experiences the might of my Jade Rui. The equally irascible Gue Ling readily concurred. Meanwhile, the most composed of the group, Wudong, remained silent. Tong Tian and Dao Bao exchanged knowing looks at this scene. On the other hand, Nezha prepared to venture into the Blood Sea to meet the matriarch of the river. As for concerns regarding safety, there was little to fret about, for he stood supported by two sages. Unless she were truly insane, she would not dare to threaten him. Nevertheless, Nezha opted for caution, donning the map of mountains and rivers as a precaution. Following the exuberant Rakshasi, they ventured deeper into the Blood Sea, where the drastic change in environment momentarily disoriented her. Fortunately, they eventually encountered the female Azura, who came to greet them. Upon seeing her, the Rakshasi joyfully approached, exclaiming, elder sister. The female Azura faced her sister, yet her gaze was entirely fixed upon Nezha. The Rakshasi, possessing a woman's acute intuition, instinctively positioned herself in front of Nezha, admonishing, elder sister. What are you gazing at so indiscreetly? The female Azura, with a seductive tone, replied, my dear sister, I have indeed pampered you too much. How can you indulge in such treasures all by yourself? Nezha's lips twitched slightly. Although she was undeniably attractive, he harbored no ambitions akin to a chancellor. I am Li Nezha, an envoy from the underworld, here on the orders of the benevolent Empress Pingxin, to pay my respects to the esteemed elder of the Mingi River. Upon hearing the names of the Empress and the Mingi, the woman's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She led Nezha towards the newly constructed Grand Hall. Inside, Nezha was finally introduced to the venerable elder of the Mingi River, a sight that starkly contrasted with his expectations. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, with her dark hair casually tied back, the elder's blood-red eyes flickered ominously. You possess quite the audacity, young man. To have brought me to this state, and still dare to enter the Blood Sea alone to seek me out? With those words, a wave of murderous intent surged towards Nezha. Instantly, he felt his consciousness engulfed by the boundless Blood Sea, a vision of crimson obscuring all around him. The viscous liquid invading his nostrils and mouth, as if suffocation were imminent. Reacting swiftly, Nezha summoned the sacred lotus from his spine, transforming it into a radiant halo that illuminated the surroundings, gradually dissipating the Blood Sea. After a moment of catching his breath, Nezha realized that this individual was indeed a madwoman, launching an attack right from the start. Nevertheless, she must have held back, otherwise, he would not have survived a strike from a being of such caliber alone. Meanwhile, the kneeling Rakshasi, concerned, quickly rose to inquire, Nezha, are you injured? Nezha shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed and in fact, his spirit had advanced further. The elder of the Mingi River regarded the merit-laden halo behind Nezha with envy. Such merit was increasingly difficult to attain in the primordial realm. Had she possessed such merit for cultivation, she would not have been overshadowed by the venerable ancestor of the Mingi. In the past, this was tolerable, but now, both parties shared the same ambition, to consume one another and become the singular Mingi. Chapter 66. Elder, you wouldn't wish to be devoured, would you? What brings you here? After establishing her dominance, the elder of the Mingi River finally broached the matter at hand. Although Nezha had gained some advantages from the encounter, he was still quite displeased. Elder, given that matters have escalated to this extent, you surely do not wish to be consumed yourself. The elder and the assembly of female Azuras exchanged bewildered glances. The elder found Nezha's words peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Suppressing her unease, she retorted, "Humph, what can that old fool do to me?" Then, does the elder not wish to counter-consume the venerable ancestor of the Mingi? Though the blood sea has been divided into two halves, it originally existed as a singular entity, and the current trend is one of mutual integration. The weaker mother of the underworld, during this time of amalgamation, stands to lose significantly. At that juncture, the mother of the underworld would be no different from death itself. With a clang, a sword was suddenly aimed directly at Nezha's brow, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. The Rakshasa woman, realizing the urgency, attempted to intervene but was swiftly struck aside by the mother of the underworld with a mere wave of her hand. The fierce sword aura was such that even Nezha's corporeal form could not withstand it, crimson blood flowing down his fair visage from the wound. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to slay you? If my demise could ensure my survival, would my esteemed predecessor have allowed me to linger until now? The mother of the underworld, setting aside her sword, threw her head back and erupted into raucous laughter. Nezha, observing the madwoman before him, couldn't help but reflect on why so many had a penchant for the deranged in his previous life. Truly, as a disciple of a sage, she possessed both courage and grandeur. Speak, what are the conditions for obtaining the support of the underworld? Nezha, unperturbed by the fleeting praise, maintained a stoic expression as he stated, 3 conditions. First, the blood sea shall nominally fall under the jurisdiction of the 6 realms, and the Azura clan shall henceforth refrain from unlawfully seizing souls. Second, when necessary, the forces of the blood sea must heed the commands of the underworld. Third, a substantial supply of spiritual materials. The mother of the underworld readily acquiesced, as these stipulations imposed little constraint upon her, and she had no inclination to oversee her subordinates. Moreover, given her current combat prowess, she might not even be able to defeat the primordial witch Xianming. One must bow their head when under a shared roof. Esteemed predecessor, please take an oath. I, the mother of the underworld, hereby vow that the blood sea shall henceforth be managed by the underworld, and the Azura clan shall not arbitrarily seize souls, with the Heavenly Dao as witness. Suddenly, a divine merit descended, granting 60% to the mother of the underworld, 30% to Nezha, and the remaining 10% shared among the female Azura leaders, much to their delight. On the opposite end of the blood sea, the enraged ancestor of the underworld immediately sensed the situation and fumed, "You spineless wretch." The mother of the underworld could currently only represent half of the blood sea, and thus this portion began to retract and align more closely with the underworld. Simultaneously, the Earth Mother also took notice. The Azura realm, one of the 6 paths, began to converge, directing its focus solely towards this half of the blood sea. The furious ancestor of the underworld realized this was severing his roots, yet he could do nothing to stop it. Upon acquiring authority over half of the blood sea, the first decree issued by the Earth Mother was to monitor the opposing Azuras, preventing them from seizing souls. The female Azuras welcomed this command with open arms, each of them eager to tear apart their male counterparts. What romantic ties! I share no affection with those grotesque beings. Belonging to a race residing in the wasteland of the primordial, there was indeed no necessity to maintain relationships through emotions. The mother of the underworld, having received the greatest merit, was in high spirits, and as she observed Nezha lingering, she inquired, "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Nezha, unabashedly and openly, replied, "I wish to cultivate at the bottom of the blood sea, in the place where the primordial chaos resides." The river of Hades did not refuse. In his view, Nezha maintained a close relationship with the witch clan, whose ancestral shaman was birthed from the fusion of Panga's essence with the primordial chaos. It was entirely reasonable for Nezha to seek the chaotic energy for his cultivation. Beneath the blood sea lurked numerous ferocious beasts, and I lack the time to concern myself with your affairs. As long as the elder grants passage, all will be well. The mother of the river nodded, summoning a maiden transformed from a blood god's essence to guide Nezha, before vanishing into seclusion. Nezha then followed the blood god's manifestation to the depths of the blood sea, in search of chaotic energy to refine his divine abilities. The Rakshasi woman insisted on accompanying him, but Nezha persuaded her to return, warning her that the ferocious beasts below were no trifling matter. He, adorned with the map of mountains and rivers, dared to venture here, and bringing along a burden was entirely unnecessary. Upon arriving at a region where black and red intertwined, the blood goddess cheerfully remarked, "This is the bottom of the blood sea." Whether you find the chaotic energy you seek depends on your fortune. When you wish to leave, simply call my name, Yinji. And remember, don't perish in here. You're rather handsome, and it would be a pity to lose you. With that, she transformed into a crimson light and merged into the blood sea. Nezha did not hesitate and plunged in headfirst. If the blood sea could be likened to a primordial garbage dump, then this was the very bottom of the refuse pile. Teeming with bizarre and fearsome beasts, three-headed centipedes and spider-like creatures with 32 legs were commonplace. Fortunately, Nezha's extensive knowledge rendered him immune to fear among these beasts. Some exuded a celestial aura while others rivaled even the mightiest. Nezha remained steadfast in his goal, seeking the chaotic energy to hone his divine powers amidst the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, unrest persisted following Nezha's violent confrontation with Wenzhong. Shortly thereafter, Shen Gongbao arrived. It was impossible for Wenzhong to claim he was unaffected after being thoroughly beaten by Nezha. He felt as though he had studied for 13 or 14 hours each day only to find his classmate, who indulged in leisure, outperforming him in exams. The current state of the Yinshang dynasty was quite dismal, leaving him in considerable distress. At this opportune moment, Shen Gongbao arrived. Since hearing that Jiang Zia never returned empty-handed, his discomfort grew. While he toiled at cultivation, others reveled in wealth and prestige, with Jiang Zia receiving steeds and treasures during his visits, which filled him with envy. My teacher is so biased. What makes Jiang Zia better than me? Upon learning of Jiang Zia's alliance with Zhou, he descended the mountain and came to Yinshang, dismissing the Li Tang entirely, humorously thinking a female monarch was a joke. If the mother of the river were to hear such thoughts, he would surely face dire consequences. Shen Gongbao, ever loquacious, berated Jiang Zia upon meeting Wenzhong. He refrained from mentioning Nezha, fearing reprisal for the earlier lesson. He accused Jiang Zia of treachery, lamenting his ingratitude towards the king, and rambled on for quite some time. Eventually, he spoke of West Qi and even concocted a theory of 10 victories and 10 defeats, which delighted Wenzhong immensely. The following day, Wenzhong summoned Yinshou, who had been indulging in leisure activities. Initially reluctant, Yinshou was swayed upon learning that Wenzhong was a disciple of Jiang Zia, thus granting him considerable respect and emerging to greet him. Yinshou held a profound regard for the old Jiang, who was both a mentor and a friend. Sharing similar aspirations, he was even indifferent to Zhang's rebellion in Shiqi. He contemplated that once when Taisher vanquished the Western Zhou, he could retrieve the old Jiang to accompany him in cultivating immortality, envisioning that his own cultivation would surely astonish Jiang. Although it remained uncertain whether his prowess could impress Jiang, it was certain that Zhang's abilities would indeed astound Yinshou, marking a mutual journey of cultivation for both. When Yinshou encountered Shen Gongbao, his first inquiry was about the strength comparison between Shun and the esteemed teacher. Being well-informed, Shen Gongbao had already gathered news from Chaoga, and upon Yinshou's question, he recalled the youth he had met outside the city. I am no match for the esteemed teacher in any regard. Yinshou was pleased by this candidness, believing Shen Gongbao to be a man of integrity. Oblivious to the fact that Shun had narrowly escaped an encounter with a 5-colored stone destined to meet the grandmother. Not wishing to shortchange Shen Gongbao, Yinshou directly asked, would you be willing to become the national master of the Great Shang? The very position previously held by Jiang Zia. Shen Gongbao accepted with great joy, feeling an inexplicable delight in taking Jiang Zia's position. To curry favor with Yinshou, he presented several tomes of esoteric arts, which, in terms of potency, surpassed the whimsical concoctions of Nezha, whose techniques were more focused on visual effects. However, Yinshou dismissed the arts such as ghost control technique, flying skull technique, and soul summoning technique as being beneath him, finding them to emit dark smoke and a ghastly aura, entirely unbefitting of his imposing image. After a cursory glance, he cast them aside, deeming them unworthy of practice compared to his own thunderous methods and the majestic 18 dragon-subduing palms. As Yinshou resumed his secluded cultivation, Shen Gongbao volunteered to assist Wenzhong in dealing with the Western Zhou. Although Wenzhong harbored some reservations, he entrusted the task of attacking Zhou to Shen Gongbao, while he himself sought out his elder brother, Yu Yuan, on Jinao Island. He had previously hesitated to seek assistance from his brother, being aware of the close ties between Yu Yuan and Nezha. Yet, with his disciple now in the hands of the Li Tang, he could no longer remain passive, transforming back into his youthful appearance. Wenzhong rapped on his brother's cave door once more. After a prolonged period of intense cultivation, Yu Yuan opened the door and regarded Wenzhong. What brings you here, junior brother? Having held the position of Taisher for quite some time, Wenzhong now bore a pained expression as he lamented, brother, I have wronged you. My disciple, Yu Hua, sought to quell the rebels, But unexpectedly, the 4 generals of the Mo family rebelled and captured him, turning him over to the Li Tang. Brother, I truly apologize. Though Yu Yuan had been secluded on Jinao Island, his status was esteemed, and his martial prowess formidable. He was not uninformed. Looking sincerely at his younger brother, he advised, Junior brother, the infamy of Yin Shou is well known across Jinao Island. It would be wise to relinquish your pursuits early. Heed the words of our ancestor, and quietly recite the Huangting scripture, for it may allow you to evade a great calamity. Having truly succumbed to the situation, Wenzhong unconsciously assumed the imposing demeanor of the Grand Preceptor, as one favored by the late king. Wenzhong, who holds the esteemed title of Grand Preceptor, possessed the authority to confront tyrants above and treasonous subjects below. In this perilous time for the Yin and Shang, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Yet, the words he spoke seemed entirely at odds with the memory of Wenzhong she held, leading her to sigh in resignation. I shall handle matters concerning you on my own. I will no longer involve myself in the affairs of the Yin and Shang. Brother, Wenzhong exclaimed, stamping his foot. He recalled the 10 heavenly lords, unaware that they had been nearly annihilated. Upon arriving at their residence, he was met only by the Golden Radiant's Holy Mother. The Golden Radiant's Holy Mother glared at Wenzhong with growing ire. As the last remnant of the 10 heavenly lords, her existence in the sect had become increasingly burdensome, as the resources of their domain had dwindled to less than a tenth of what they once were. She attributed all these misfortunes to Wenzhong, lamenting, We were peacefully cultivating on Golden Ao Island until you meddled in our affairs. Feeling a deep sense of guilt after learning the circumstances, Wenzhong did not chastise her for her hostile demeanor, but promised to assist her in times of need as he departed. The Golden Radiant's Holy Mother, however, grew increasingly agitated, her thoughts drifting to the dashing young man from the heavenly court. With a sudden resolve, she summoned her clouds to journey to the Li Tang, for she could no longer remain on Golden Ao Island. Meanwhile, Wenzhong found himself at a loss, feeling ineffectual and unable to summon any formidable allies. Reluctantly, he returned to Chaoga, only to discover a grave situation unfolding. The forces of West Qi had breached the Sishui Pass, the Jiepai Pass, and the Qinglong Pass, now laying siege to the Chuanyun Pass. Shen Gongbao had sought the company of immortals in search of assistance. The continuous conflicts faced by West Qi, coupled with the pestilential affliction unleashed by Lu, had nearly obliterated the foundation built by Ji Chang. The internal situation was dire. Observing this, GFA realized that prolonging the stalemate was untenable. The only recourse was war, through plunder. Thus, with the support of the disciples from the Chan sect, led by Jiang Zia, they advanced toward the Sishui Pass. Although Lu Xiong was a formidable defender, he could not withstand the onslaught of those skilled in the arcane arts. Consequently, the Sishui Pass fell. Meanwhile, Zhao Guifeng, the commander at Qinglong Pass, was still stationed at the south capital, and the venerable Huang Gun at Jiepai Pass received a letter from his son urging surrender, prompting him to lead his troops to find his child. General Su Gai of Jiepai Pass, without hesitation, opened the gates and surrendered to West Qi. As a result, West Qi swiftly captured 3 passes, igniting a fervor among the populace of the western Zhou, who were spurred by greed for war spoils, rallying towards the Chuanyun Pass. Had it not been for the necessity of consolidating their newly acquired territory and the absence of exceptional talents to aid them, the Chuanyun Pass would have crumbled under pressure. Wenzhong urgently dispatched orders for Zhang Guifeng to return to defend the Chuanyun Pass, leaving the matters concerning the Li Tang to fate. As Zhang Guifeng regrouped, Jiang Zia, not one to be underestimated, promptly sent the recently returned Lei Zhenzi to intercept. The Li Tang forces exhibited remarkable coordination, with Li Jing pursuing from behind with the 4 generals of the Mo family. Zhang Guifeng found himself ensnared in a precarious situation. Yet, as a loyal minister of the Great Shang, he perceived the true rebels to be West Qi. Initially claiming coercion, what did their counteroffensive against the Shang signify now? He led his troops into battle without a backward glance, engaging fiercely with Lei Zhenzi. Li Jing did not intervene, but observed from a distance. Zhang Guifeng, renowned for his martial prowess and exceptional horsemanship, found that his spiritual attacks were ineffective against the current Lei Zhenzi, who bore little resemblance to the Nezha of the original tales. Were it not for the deterrent of a third party, he would have easily obliterated Zhang Guifeng's forces. During the night, the Zhou camp sent word to the Tang camp, which in turn relayed messages to the Shang camp. It was a web of cunning. The Zhou camp's missive began with exaggerated praises of the virtuous master, followed by the origins of the Taiping sect, ultimately revealing their intent to collaborate with the Li Tang to eradicate the Shang army. Li Jing did not outright refuse. Instead, He chose to wait for news from Zhang Guifang, having taken the opportunity to observe him closely during his time at the Sand Mountain Pass. He held a genuine admiration for Zhang Guifang. Thus, the letter he penned was a heartfelt appeal for surrender. Li Jing, a man of integrity, earnestly wished to welcome Zhang Guifang, and his correspondence was straightforward and sincere, in stark contrast to the Zhou camp's duplicitous communication. Chapter 68. Zhang Guifang's surrender to Tang. The essence of his letter conveyed. I, Li Jing, hold a certain standing in the southern Tang. My insurrection was compelled by the formidable Taisher, driven by the need to protect my family. I harbor no intentions of opposing the Yin Shang. I have observed your actions closely, and now that you find yourself in dire straits, why not align yourself with me in the southern Tang, where you may yet find purpose in the future? Upon receiving the letter, Zhang Guifang was deeply moved. What was Li Jing's status in the southern Tang? His personal guards remarked, "General, Lord Li is so benevolent and sincere. We should pledge our loyalty to him." Zhang Guifang, fully aware of his subordinate sentiments, nonetheless replied with a condition. He would not take up arms against the Yin Shang. Without hesitation, Li Jing acquiesced, stating that if he was not to engage the Yin Shang, he could instead confront the barbarians. After all, it was all in service to the southern Tang. Once this communication was settled, Li Jing sent a reply to the West Qi, suggesting, "Grant me this favor. Zhang Guifang has not attacked you, and now that he is allied with me, please refrain from hostilities and hand over his family." Did Li Jing possess the clout to make such a request? Indeed, he did. Revived, Lei Zhenzi had become somewhat more subdued, though not significantly so. Initially indifferent to matters concerning Li Jing and Wang Jing, he was halted by Wei Hu, who reminded him of the assistance they had once sought from Li Jing. Turning against him now would not be honorable, yet Lei Zhenzi struggled to contain his temper. Finally, he proposed, "Shall I report to my master for his decision?" With no other option, Lei Zhenzi reluctantly agreed. Wei Hu hastily delivered the message to Jiang Zia, who, considering that Zhang Guifang's forces would not return to the Yin Shang, deemed it prudent to grant them some grace. He promptly instructed Wei Hu to escort Zhang Guifang's family back. The following day, Zhang Guifang's troops voluntarily lowered the Shang banner, each soldier tying yellow cloth strips to their helmets. Under Zhang Guifang's leadership, they proudly marched to unite with Li Jing's army. Upon visiting Li Jing, I also encountered my family, and the last vestige of doubt within my heart dissipated. With genuine respect, I bowed and proclaimed, "The surrendered General Zhang Guifang pays homage to King Li." Li Jing stepped forward to assist Zhang Guifang, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Subsequently, Li Jing led his troops back to the Three Mountain Pass to fortify their defenses, indicating that while the others waged their battles, the southern Tang would remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi seethed with anger, his temper now 100-fold greater than that of Nezha from the original tale. Upon returning, he pointedly addressed Jiang Zia, "Master, that Zhang Guifang is a treacherous merchant general. How can we spare his life merely for changing his allegiance?" Jiang Zia, not particularly fond of Lei Zhenzi, dismissed him curtly. The great Zhou lacks the capacity to simultaneously wage war against both the Shang and the Tang. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain will lead to regret. With that, Lei Zhenzi turned away. Jiang Zia sighed deeply. Although the situation appeared favorable, the internal circumstances of the Western Zhou were dire. What use were gold and jewels if they could not feed anyone? The dead cannot be resurrected, nor can poison crops be revived. Where would the food come from? Where would the essential supplies originate? These were pressing concerns. After pondering for some time, Jiang Zia devised a plan to procure resources. After conferring with GFA, he dispatched the envoy Sen Yixing and his deputy Wei Hu to negotiate trade matters with the southern Tang. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao, after a journey, managed to persuade a group of scattered immortals to come to their aid. Shortly thereafter, he fortuitously encountered the returning Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, who had initially pursued cultivation to outlive Yin Shou and ascend to power, yet their master's command was to assist Zhou in attacking Shang. With a few casual words of persuasion, Shun Gongbao led them to find a graceful exit and accompany him to Chuan Yun Pass to confront the Western Zhou. The Shang, meanwhile, mobilized their forces to reclaim lost territories, while the Western Zhou grappled with food shortages. Since the southern Tang had absorbed the officials of the Bo Yikao lineage, they had finally shed the image of a makeshift troop. The predominant powers now resided with the Li, Su, and Deng families, while the Huang and Bo Yikao factions lagged slightly behind. Upon Zhang Guifang's arrival, the southern Tang military underwent further adjustments, with Li Jing stationed at the Three Mountain Pass, King Ji positioned at the central stronghold of Nanchang, and Deng Chanyu relocating southward to oversee New City and Xinya. Huang Feihu and Zhang Guifeng used this as a launching point for further expansion. The once chaotic situation stabilized once more. San Yixing and Wei Hu arrived at the Three Mountain Pass, where the corpse of the Earth's spirit sun, previously hung upon the city walls, had already been taken away by Zhu Lusan. This 12th celestial immortal shook his head and chose not to comment further. Li Jing warmly welcomed the envoy delegation, offering them hospitality before arranging for their journey to Nanchang. As San Yixing rode along, he observed the surroundings, wiping away tears, despite the blockade at the entrance. There had been little loss, and the populace remained in a state of comfort. With Nezha's Zhao language, the southern Tang had previously maintained a system that primarily collected taxes while largely ignoring other matters, resulting in a time when, as long as there was no exploitation, the people lived quite well. Observing the sea of yellow scarves adorning the heads of the jubilant populace, one cannot help but remark that such an atmosphere has not been witnessed since the ascension of King Wu. Lord Wen, do you see this? Surely, this is the world you envisioned. Wei Hu, however, remained perplexed, watching an elderly gentleman nearby who alternated between gazing upwards and wiping away tears. His internal confusion grew. Was this old man not perhaps losing his sanity? The two were greeted by a familiar face, none other than Bo Yikao, who now held the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel, regarded as the foremost among civil officials. Given his rank, his presence was not strictly necessary. Yet he had watched over San Yixing as he grew, embodying the essence of a modest gentleman, and thus willingly undertook this task. Previously, as the heir in the Western Zhou, he merely assisted his father and, being a dutiful son, adhered to his father's directives. Now, in a position of authority, he was the principal figure, responsible only to the king and the regent within the bounds of propriety, which transformed his demeanor entirely. After a brief embrace, Bo Yikao guided the two to an audience with the king. Throughout the meeting, San Yixing refrained from posing unnecessary inquiries, and Bo Yikao, too, maintained a professional silence, conducting affairs with due formality. Following the audience, San Yixing formally requested to engage in trade. The king, well versed in the Zhou, though perhaps not fully grasping the intricacies of commerce, recognized its significance. Subsequently, she entrusted the matter to Bo Yikao, a testament to her belief in his integrity. And while it appeared to be an imposition, it was within the bounds of protocol. Daji had long since discerned Bo Yikao's character. Entrusting him with this task meant not only an absence of personal gain, but also that he would secure advantages for San Yixing. The negotiations, devoid of further elaboration, concluded with San Yixing generously accommodating Bo Yikao's requests to the fullest extent possible. Human emotions are inescapable. This is an undeniable truth. Following this, Wei Hu returned to procure gold, silver, copper, and iron, while San Yixing ostensibly oversaw Bo Yikao's gathering of grain and supplies. In reality, however, Bo Yikao led San Yixing on a tour of the sacred sites of the Yellow Scarves. In Chapter 69, Bygone's Ascendancy, to foster favorable trade relations, both parties acted with integrity, resulting in a smooth transaction. San Yixing was subsequently retained in the Southern Tang as a diplomatic envoy. While one might argue its significance was minimal, this role undeniably held sway over the current lifeblood of the Western Zhou. Conversely, while the position distanced one from the power center, it often entailed little more than accounting tasks. Nonetheless, San Yixing accepted GFA's arrangements with great enthusiasm, while Wei Hu was reassigned to the battlefield. With the influx of grain from the Southern Tang, GFA sharpened his blades in preparation to assault Chuanyun Pass. Meanwhile, when Zhou responded swiftly, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that the eradication of the cult was no longer a matter of mere suppression. To claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous, yet alas, there are no remedies for regret in the primordial chaos. Presently, the great commerce territory only bordered the southern marquis Yichongyu, and without hesitation, Wen Zhong fathomed the attitude of the long-pretended dead Yichongyu, leading him to make a decisive choice between the Western Zhou and the Southern Tang. First, a decree was obtained from the Yinshou Palace, proclaiming Daji as the sovereign of the Tang dynasty, overseeing the region south of the San Mountain Pass. The Shang dynasty concentrated its military strength to confront the Western Zhou. Additionally, 2 disciples were dispatched to the eastern and southern barons to mobilize troops for the encirclement of the Western Zhou. The imperial edict from the Li Tang dynasty appointed the royal uncle Bygone in the current Shang court, devoid of the chaos wrought by the malevolent concubine. Bygone had managed to live a relatively untroubled life, though now he was merely a mortal and quite aged. This journey left him uncertain of his return. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Shang dynasty, The elderly Baigan consented to undertake this mission. Ji Li, bearing the edict and a letter from Empress Jiang, journeyed eastward. Although Empress Jiang was infuriated with Wenzhong, she recognized the gravity of the Shang's predicament and, upon learning of the return of her two sons, felt compelled to write to her father for assistance. As for the third son, Wu Geng, from the original timeline, Yinxiu was deeply engrossed in the pursuit of immortality, seldom visiting the inner palace. Moreover, the distinction between gods and mortals suggested that if Empress Jiang were to conceive, it would indeed spell betrayal for Yinxiu. The Eastern Baron wasted no time in mobilizing his forces, for he believed the throne rightfully belonged to his grandson, and he would not allow it to fall into other hands. Baigan, accompanied by Yuqing, first proceeded to the Southern Baron and then continued on to the Southern Tang, primarily concerned about potential ambushes from the Western Qi. Among the four barons, the Southern Baron was the most earnest and principled, as evidenced by his indifference to the significant maneuvers of Li Jing and others, choosing instead to feign ignorance. When the envoy arrived, Yi Chengyu lay bedridden, ostensibly ill, though he was not merely pretending, given his advanced age. He did not personally receive Yuqing, but opted to meet with Baigan alone. What transpired between the two old men remained a mystery to outsiders. However, it was evident that Baigan departed with reddened eyes. The following day, Yicheng led 30,000 elite soldiers to escort Baigan to the Southern Tang. Meanwhile, Yi Chengyu took charge of receiving the decree and personally led the troops to confront the Western Zhou. Baigan and Yishan, accompanied by 30,000 soldiers and supplies, arrived at Xinya, startling the resident Deng Chanyu. Upon confronting them outside the city, upon recognizing familiar faces, she refrained from immediate hostility. Xinya is 10,000 miles from Chaoga. Given your advanced age, Lord Baigan, what brings you here? Baigan, despite his frailty and exhaustion, mustered his resolve and replied, I am the special envoy of the Shang dynasty, here to seek an audience with the Tang king. Deng Chanyu glanced at the 30,000 soldiers behind him, indicating that their arrival hardly resembled a mere visit. At that moment, Yishan stepped forward, stating, I am Yishan. Having heard that the Southern Tang is prosperous and its citizens live in harmony, I have come to ally with you. Deng Chanyu was taken aback. You, a scion of the Southern Baron, seek to ally with us? A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that my father-in-law, Li Jing, is indeed the fated one? Alas, Deng Chanyu had little interest in literary pursuits. Otherwise, she might have penned a tome titled My Father-in-Law is Li Jing. May you both enter the city? Neither had ulterior motives. Exchanging glances, they entered Xinya together. Xinya is a burgeoning city, and upon entering, one is immediately struck by its orderly layout. Although the population appears sparse, the houses are neatly arranged, exuding a unique aesthetic charm. In contrast to the generally poor conditions found in most cities today, Xinya stands out for its remarkable cleanliness, with the citizens wearing smiles that reflect their hopeful aspirations for the future. Deng Chanyu graciously hosted the two visitors, allowing Baigan ample opportunity to rest, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his demeanor. The following day, Deng Chanyu instructed her brother to escort the two men to Nanchang, while she remained in Xinya to oversee the 30,000 elite troops stationed outside the city. Possessing an advanced awareness, Nezha understood the critical importance of transportation. Consequently, the bandits between the two cities were repeatedly eradicated, and Nezha implemented cement road construction. It was not that he could not produce superior materials. Rather, it was unnecessary. The roads, while incomparable to modern standards, were sufficiently impressive to astonish the two men for a century. Deng Xiu, pleased with their na-vi expressions, proudly inquired, how does this Changya thoroughfare compare to Chaoga? In a tone of admiration, Baigan replied, Chaoga pales in comparison. King Ji received the two men, and, after Baigan articulated their purpose and proclaimed the imperial edict, the high-ranking officials of the Southern Tang engaged in discussions and prepared to accept it. In ancient times, legitimacy was paramount, and the Southern Tang had previously lacked a name, which they now acquired. With a newfound identity, they ceased their disruptive activities, allowing the Yinxiang to focus on dealing with the Western Zhou, truly a win-win situation. Ultimately, King Ji appointed Yishan as a general under Li Jing, ensuring that any ulterior motives Yishan might harbor would be kept in check under Li Jing's command. Daji, having spent considerable time in Chaoga and being somewhat familiar with Baigan, noticed the elderly man's deteriorating health and instructed Bo Yikao to attend to him. Upon receiving a response from Chaoga, the news was quickly disseminated to undermine the morale of the Western Zhou. GFA, feeling a twinge of fear, promptly dispatched Wei Hu to contact Xin Yixing, who, after much explanation, managed to pacify the Western Zhou. Baigan and Ji Chong had been old friends for many years, and Bai Gan took great pride in Ji Chong, even being acquainted with his eldest son, who was often the subject of his boasting. Furthermore, he sensed that if he were to return, he might not survive the journey. Thus, he decided against going back. After observing Bo Yikao for some time, he instinctively began to assume the role of a teacher. Although he may have been unfamiliar with the new developments in the Southern Tang, his rich life experiences were indeed a treasure trove. Several months later, Bai Gan passed away due to old age, leaving behind the final wish to return to his roots. King Ji did not skimp on honoring him, organizing a grand farewell, and after much deliberation, dispatched Jin Jia and Mu Jia to return his remains. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, being of high status and possessing considerable prowess, were unlikely to cause any disturbances. After such a lengthy period, both the Shang and Zhou had amassed their armies, with the impending clash on the horizon. However, while the anticipated conflict between the Shang and Zhou had yet to commence, trouble arose on the side of Huang Feihu. He had been advancing southward, gradually approaching the daunting 10,000 Great Mountains, a region not particularly suitable for human habitation. Just as Huang Feihu was preparing to lead the construction of a city, his troops were unexpectedly attacked by unidentified creatures. Chapter 70. The eerie insect men Huang Feihu and his father, Huang Gun, gazed upon the gruesome sight of the soldiers, their faces pale with horror. Despite their extensive experience on the battlefield, the soldiers' armor and flesh appeared to have been ravaged by some inexplicable insects, leaving behind a multitude of grotesque holes. The unknown creatures had transformed the soldiers into mere breeding grounds, swarming with countless tiny insects that crawled in and out of the corpses, evoking a profound sense of dread. Without hesitation, Huang Feihu commanded his men to incinerate the bodies and ordered a strategic withdrawal of the troops. Faced with a situation that surpassed his capabilities, he chose not to be reckless. That very day, he instructed the army to ignite torches to disperse the insects and retreat swiftly. Unfortunately, while Huang Feihu acted with alacrity, the adversary was equally responsive. From within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains emerged figures clad in leaves, some adorned with insect-like armor, while others shaped their hands into scythe-like appendages, embodying bizarre insectoid beings. Leading them was a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, with peculiar antennae sprouting from its head, small, dark green eyes, and a mouth resembling that of an insect. Its entire form was a sinister amalgamation of various venomous creatures. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Feihu positioned himself to protect his men, urging his father to lead the retreat. With a mere gesture, the monstrous leader summoned a swarm of insects that surged forth like a black tempest, descending upon Huang Feihu's forces. With a commanding voice, Huang Feihu ordered the ignition of the prepared tents and other flammable materials, creating a massive curtain of fire. The insect swarm, directed by the monstrosity, charged toward the flames, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Huang Feihu unleashed his spells against the horde, but the effects were minimal. As he gazed at the dense mass of insects resembling a dark cloud, he muttered a silent farewell to his fate. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Fear not. Father, your son has arrived." A valiant young man emerged, brandishing a fan and sweeping it toward the swarm, unleashing a torrent of flames. The monster emitted a sound reminiscent of insect chirping, and the swarm, seemingly responding to a command, retreated into the bodies of the insect men. Then, armed with large pincers, elongated tongues, and hefty cleavers, the creatures charged forth. Huang Tianhua found himself at a loss, uncertain whether these beings were human or demon, and fearing friendly fire. He hesitated to employ his magical artifacts. He could only protect his father while retreating. Ultimately, he managed to return and incinerate the bodies of the fallen soldiers to prevent them from becoming hosts for the insects. In the aftermath of the dire situation, Huang Feihu finally had a moment to connect with his son. Regrettably, Huang Tianhua's feelings toward his father were rather indifferent. Huang Feihu, patting his shoulder and gazing earnestly, attempted to express his emotions, nearly moved to tears. Yet, with a placid expression, Huang Tianhua stated, "Father, my purpose in descending the mountain was not only to rescue you, but also to assist Zhou in vanquishing Shang." With that, he adopted a posture indicating his intent to depart. Huang Feihu found it difficult to comprehend. "My child, will you not visit your mother in Nanchang?" "To know." Huang Tianhua directly interrupted, saying, "One must not defy the master's orders. The situation in the western Zhou is dire, and I must go." With that, he turned and departed. Huang Feihu felt a pang of distress, yet he pursued him, calling out to the horizon, "My child, should the situation in the western Zhou turn unfavorable, seek refuge in the southern Tang." Meanwhile, Huang Gun, who had remained hidden, felt a sense of unease as he stealthily watched Huang Tianhua vanish into the distance. Soon, news from the Huang family reached Nanchang through Nezha's enchanted tools. Meanwhile, King Su was hosting a banquet for his disciple, Yu Hua, and the guests had arrived in full attendance. Daji and Yu Yuan were not unfamiliar with one another. Although Daji had once harbored disdain for Yu Yuan's monopolization of Nezha, their relationship was, in fact, quite amicable. Yu Yuan regarded Daji with the perspective of an elder observing a junior, having even imparted a few rare spells to her in the past. Now, observing the opulent Daji, he could not help but reflect, look at her. In the time I spent in seclusion, she has ascended to become a queen, while my ineffectual junior brother has languished in the court for years, achieving only the title of Grand Preceptor. No matter how esteemed one's status may be, the Yinshang dynasty is not of their lineage. Daji's personal maid quietly handed her a letter before bowing to the assembled guests and retreating. Upon reading the letter, Daji's brow furrowed. In the usual course of war, the Li Tang had nothing to fear, but this matter was somewhat troublesome. The allies available to the Nuwa lineage were regrettably scarce, and with Nezha absent, the situation appeared bleak. Among their ranks, few had attained immortality, creating an arduous predicament. She passed the letter to Deng Chanyu and Li Jing, both of whom wore grim expressions. The swarm of insects posed an enigma that none could decipher. As Yu Yuan sipped his wine, he remarked, "If the king faces any difficulties, why not allow me a glance?" The maid, upon receiving a nod from Daji, presented the letter to Yu Yuan. After perusing its contents, he confidently proclaimed, "A mere swarm of insects. Leave it to us, master and disciple. Consider it a favor in return for the care you bestowed upon my disciple." Daji, aware of Yu Yuan's prowess, contemplated the matter and, finding no better alternatives, nodded in agreement. Yu Hua, upon being captured by the Li Tang, had not endured much hardship. After all, one must consider the person rather than the appearance. He was administered the antidote for the Huadiao toxicity, his wounds tended to, and was subsequently confined with his powers sealed, all while enjoying good food and drink in a relatively pleasant environment. The experience of Lady Yin had instilled in Daji an understanding of how to maintain her man's dignity in such circumstances, which was why Yu Yuan bore no ill will. That evening, Yu Yuan, equipped with Daji's 5 Flames 7 Birds fan and accompanied by Yu Hua, set forth to aid Huang Feihu. They traveled swiftly and soon reached their destination. Having met Huang Feihu on several occasions, Yu Yuan handed over the 5 Flames 7 Birds fan before inquiring about the situation concerning the insect people. Huang Feihu meticulously described the predicament. Yet Yu Yuan found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the origins of these insect beings. As the night was filled with the resonant hum of insects flapping their wings, Huang Feihu hurriedly seized the treasured fan and began to fan vigorously at the sky. One of the advantages of the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan is that its wielder does not require magical power. However, its potency is entirely dependent on the quality of the feathers used in its creation. This particular fan, though slightly less powerful than the one wielded by Huang Tianhua, was still sufficient for the task at hand. The flames illuminated the camp and its surroundings, with charred insects raining down, releasing a peculiar odor, while simultaneously revealing the army of insect men. Leading them was that same monstrous creature from before. Yu Yuan, undeterred, stepped forward and bellowed, "Which demon dares to cause havoc here?" Yu Hua, having been captured for so long, was eager to regain some dignity. He summoned the Soul Destruction Banner, directing it at the monster, and a beam of gray light shot forth, striking the creature. The monster immediately clutched its head, emitting various eerie insect sounds, and the swarm of insects, previously frightened by the flames, recklessly surged forward once more. Chapter 71. The doghead of the bug manipulator. The overwhelming swarm quickly engulfed Yu Yuan and Yu Hua. Instantly, Yu Yuan formed a gigantic 3-flavored true fire shield to protect them both. Yet, the frenzied insects, undeterred by death, continuously surged into their midst. The two were quickly enveloped. And while Yu Yuan's formidable physique could withstand the onslaught, Yu Hua cried out in despair, "Master, save me." In response, Yu Yuan unleashed his full power, channeling his Qing Law energy, creating a massive fire ring that radiated outward. However, when he glanced at his disciple, he was horrified to find that Yu Hua had already been devoured to nothingness by the insects. Yu Yuan, feeling a pang of emotion for Yu Hua, let out a furious roar and cast his spell with all his might. The leading monster shot forth from the swarm like a cannonball, crashing into Yu Yuan, its beetle-like mandibles tearing at him, producing a chilling sound. With a surge of strength, Yu Yuan flung the monster away, but it continued to gnaw at his flesh. Its voice resembling the grinding of metal. "Yu Yuan, my dear nephew. It has been a long time. Ha ha ha. Yu Yuan, clutching his wound, was left in shock. You, who are you? I am your master Lu, it cackled. Lu, but you have already. I have been reborn. It replied, cackling once more. With that, it ceased further conversation, and the dense swarm enveloped Yu Yuan once again. Despite his robust physique, the insects could not tear him apart. Instead, they burrowed relentlessly through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yu Yuan, a resolute individual, concentrated and conjured a blazing ember, swallowing it instantly. The ember erupted within him, unleashing an inferno that obliterated the invading insects. However, he himself suffered severe injury. He quickly slashed open his arms, blood as hot as lava spilling forth, forcibly creating an escape route. He then charged out, leading Huang Feihu and the others in flight. Huang Feihu's army had suffered significant losses, but the silver lining was that the swarm seemed to have inexplicably halted its pursuit. The group hurried back to Xinya, relaying the news to Nanchang. This battle marked one of the greatest losses for the Southern Tang since its establishment. An urgent meeting was convened in the Southern Tang, yet no viable solutions emerged. A fortnight later, the Insectoid Legion would besiege Xinya City. The only silver lining was their lack of tools. As Deng Chanyu gazed upon the insectoid creatures below, adorned with various insect-like appendages, she felt a natural sense of fear and revulsion. Meanwhile, from the depths of the Blood Sea, Nezha, who was cultivating within the map of the nation's rivers and mountains, suddenly perceived a colossal red exclamation mark in his mind. In an instant, Nezha comprehended his master's intent and called out from the map, "Fairy Yanji, please take me out." In a flash of crimson light, the blood god, dressed in a red robe, appeared. "Fairy Yanji, I beseech you to extricate me from this blood sea." "Oh, are you not inclined to visit that little Rakshasa girl? She has been incessantly speaking of you," she replied. "There is no time for that. I have pressing matters to attend to. Kindly extend my regards to her." Nezha emerged from the blood sea and swiftly traversed the ghost gate to reach Xinya, where he encountered Deng Chanyu. Her joy at seeing him was palpable. Yet she recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly led him to the gravely injured Yu Yuan. Upon seeing Yu Yuan, Nezha noted his skin was a deep crimson, with a gruesome wound on his chest, as if a piece of flesh had been violently torn away. Yu Yuan, upon spotting Nezha, struggled to sit up, prompting Nezha to reassure him while offering an 8,000-year-old peaches of immortality, which belonged to the element of Ren water, beneficial for Yu Yuan's condition. Yu Yuan, aware of the rarity of such a treasure, was deeply moved and consumed it, including the pit. After meditating for a while, the crimson hue of his skin began to fade, and he felt significantly better, recounting the entire sequence of events to Nezha alongside Huang Feihu and others. Listening intently, Nezha's expression grew grave. The 10,000 great mountains were notoriously formidable, and the emergence of a beast god from within posed a significant threat. The mention of the insectoids was equally unsettling. When he inquired about the matter, his teacher, Nuwa, responded, "Have you heard of Panhu?" Nezha, although unfamiliar with Panhu in the primordial realm, had heard of him in his previous life. "Is he not the dog-headed man?" Nuwa expressed her surprise that Nezha had knowledge of Panhu and elaborated, "Indeed, he is a dog-headed being. Panhu, the ancestral figure, was among the first living entities created after the heavens were opened. He did not attend the Taoist teachings of the three sages, cultivating a path that diverges from the common beings of the primordial realm, specifically the path of Gu. It is perplexing that he would make his move now." To ensure Nezha understood what Gu was, Nuwa added, "Gu involves the use of myriad insects that engage in battle and consumption, ultimately resulting in the survival of a singular insect king." Nezha was left uncertain whether this news was fortuitous or dire. On the one hand, the dog-headed figure did not appear to be a brute. He practiced sorcery, and if he had been accumulating power since the dawn of creation, Nezha suspected even his own ancestral master might not withstand a blow from him. On the other hand, the fact that he practiced the Gu path filled Nezha with trepidation, fearing that this Panhu might conjure some insidious insect or utter incantations that would spell disaster. The final piece of news was that Lu was still alive. The news was shocking. However, in comparison to the venerable Panhu, he was of little consequence. According to the descriptions provided by Yu Yuan and others, it was likely that Nezha had been transformed into a Gu king by Panhu. In fact, Nezha's conjecture was not unfounded. The physical body of Lu had been destroyed by Nezha, and his soul clung to a venomous creature he had nurtured in his earlier years to escape death. Subsequently, he was inexplicably drawn to a canine-headed figure shrouded in dark energy. Panhu cast him into a vessel teeming with myriad venomous insects, commencing the gruesome process of raising Gu. The ordeal was too harrowing to depict, Yet Lu, possessing the foundation of a golden immortal, ultimately vanquished all the insects and achieved evolution, thus becoming the current Gu King. Nezha was no longer the naive novice he once was. Following the events of the River of Oblivion, he had begun to comprehend the thoughts of his ancestral master. However, to think that he was being asked to confront a being of cultivation comparable to a quasi-saint like Pan, who was quite beyond his expectations. After careful consideration of the situation, Nezha discerned that to accomplish this task, he would need to rally support. As for where to seek assistance, there was no doubt he should turn to the Jia sect. Not long ago, Tong Tian had sought to protect Lu, only for Lu to betray the sect and slay Yu Hua, a direct disciple of the Jia sect's fourth generation, which was a direct affront to the sect. The dignity of a sage is no trivial matter. Should one dare to utter a word against a sage in front of their disciples, the consequences would be dire. Nezha observed the somewhat recovered Yu Yuan and suggested, "The matter concerning Lu pertains to the internal affairs of the Jia sect. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the esteemed Tong Tian sage?" Having suffered a great calamity, Yu Yuan recognized that he could not resolve this issue alone. Lu, a mere pawn, had severely wounded his Dao body, leaving him in this predicament, and Nezha, even as a celestial being, would be unable to manage it either. Nezha is a celestial now? Chapter 72. The assistance from the Jia sect in Yu Yuan's eyes. A celestial was not particularly remarkable. There were plenty on Golden Ao Island. Yet, how long had Nezha been cultivating? Could it be that Nezha was a reincarnation of a great power? Setting aside his doubts, Yu Yuan acquiesced. Nezha enveloped the map of mountains and rivers over Xi and Yi to fend off the insect men, while Dongshan Yu and the summoned Jin Jiamu Jia joined forces to sustain their magical energies. The two then soared on clouds towards Golden Ao Island. Along the way, Nezha took the opportunity to inquire about various matters and etiquettes concerning Golden Ao Island. Yu Yuan scratched his head in response, asking, "Are there really matters and etiquettes to be mindful of on Golden Ao Island?" Nezha fell silent at once, with Yu Yuan, a golden immortal, guiding them on their cloud. Their speed was considerable, and upon arriving at Golden Ao Island, Yu Yuan shook off his previous malaise, enthusiastically introducing this and that. Golden Ao Island was indeed grand. The Master Tong Tian had gathered a substantial portion of the spiritual energy of the entire East Sea upon Golden Ao Island, making it one of the foremost blessed lands of the primordial era, even surpassing Mount Li. However, it could not compare to the ancestral Kunlun Mountain, humorously. When Yu Yuan brought Nezha to the Bio Palace, the four inner disciples, Duo Bao, Wu Dang, Jin Ling, and Gue Ling, along with the four outer disciples, San Shao and Zhao Gongming, gathered, accompanied by the seven immortals and numerous disciples who remained on Golden Ao Island. Unbeknownst to Nezha, his reputation had already ignited a small flame on Golden Ao Island following the exploits of King Wang Yinshou. Upon meeting the sage of Tong Tian, Nezha respectfully announced, "I am Li Nezha, disciple of the goddess Nuwa, paying my respects to my esteemed master." In comparison to Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Tongtian teacher exuded a more approachable demeanor. After assessing Nezha, the Tongtian teacher nonchalantly remarked, "You little rascal, weren't you quite temperamental before? What brings you to challenge me here at Bio Palace?" Among the crowd, only the Jin Ling Holy Mother, due to her connection with Yu Yuan, cast a few glances at Nezha, while the others remained expressionless, lost in their thoughts. Yin Shao maintained her calm composure, while Qiong Shao and Bai Shao, lacking discernment and appearing displeased, huddled together, pointing and laughing at Nezha. The seven immortals, on the other hand, bared their teeth and glared at him with disdain. Nezha, who was not particularly adept at conversing with both mortals and spirits, nevertheless surpassed many beings from the primordial era. "As a disciple of humble powers, I would never dare challenge you. However, I encountered my former companion, Lu Yu, who forsook the teachings of the supreme clarity and fell into the clutches of the malevolent Pan who seduced the disciples of the saints, leading Lu Yu to slay one of the direct disciples of the saint, which is indeed a crime deserving of death." Yu Yuan, standing beside him, nodded vigorously, affirming Nezha's words, even displaying the wound on his chest. At this moment, the Tongtian teacher had yet to speak, but the four direct disciples and the four outer disciples immediately knelt, saying, "Master, allow us to go forth and slay Pan to protect the dignity of our sect." The seven immortals promptly followed suit, kneeling behind them. A throng of over 1,000 immortals surged forward, proclaiming, "Slay Pan May our master live forever." Observing this scene, Nezha felt a wave of emotion. While the assembly of a myriad of immortals sounded impressive, witnessing it firsthand revealed the true magnitude of their power. The response of the disciples brought joy to the Tongtian teacher, He was not overly concerned with matters of defection, for with so many disciples, could he truly manage them all? However, the fact that Lu Yu had killed Yu Hua and severely injured Yu Yuan changed the significance of the situation entirely. After a brief contemplation, he declared, there is no need for the entire sect to mobilize against the minor Pan Hu, Jin Ling, and Zhao Gongming. You two shall go forth to slay Pan Hu and capture Lu Yu. With a golden robe adorning her form, the beautiful yet resolute Jin Ling, alongside a stout and good-natured man, chorused, we accept the mission. The four then exited the Bo Palace on foot, where Zhao Gongming summoned a black tiger, while the Jin Ling Holy Mother conjured a 7-fragrance chariot, drawn by 7 small golden pigs. Nezha curiously observed the little golden pigs, primarily because they appeared quite delectable. The Jin Ling Holy Mother first bestowed a pill upon Yu Yuan before entering the 7-fragrance chariot, and Yu Yuan swallowed the pill in one gulp, then pulled Nezha into the chariot with him. Nezha gazed curiously at the Qishan carriage, discovering that aside from its numerous embellishments, it bore a striking resemblance to the one presented by Bo Yikao. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, a formidable being on the cusp of sainthood, moved with remarkable speed, and Nezha felt as though only a few hours had passed before they arrived at the new Tang city of Xinya. At that moment, the city was completely encircled by the insectoid beings, enveloped by the map of mountains and rivers. Zhao Gongming, unfazed, exclaimed, watch me. As the celestial powers of the upper clear surged, an endless breeze transformed into invisible blades, sweeping through the ranks of the insect men below. Their hardened bodies fell silently, as if a gust of autumn wind had swept through a field of wheat, toppling them in droves. The insectoid Lu Yu was not foolish. He swiftly activated the wings hidden beneath his carapace and darted towards the 10,000 great mountains. Nezha halted the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who was preparing to summon the 4-symbol tower, and urged, Sister Jinling, let us pursue and find Pan Hu. Nodding in agreement, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother transformed into a beam of golden light and sped off, while Nezha retracted the map of mountains and rivers, and the 3 of them followed closely behind. In an instant, several streaks of light surged into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. After a series of twists and turns, Lu Yu plunged into a smooth mountain face, disappearing amidst ripples like those on water. The audacious Golden Spirit, undeterred, followed suit, with Zhao Gongming trailing behind. Nezha turned to Yu Yuan, saying, you are still recovering from your injuries. It would be wise for you to remain here to prevent Lu Yu from escaping. Yu Yuan, recognizing his own limitations, nodded in agreement. Once Nezha entered, a shift in space occurred, and he found himself in a peculiar small world. His courage stemmed not only from having 2 formidable allies, but also from his desire to confront Lu Yu. This enigmatic realm bore a resemblance to the Panga world, filled with dense forests, and after searching for a considerable time, Nezha finally stumbled upon a village. The figures of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Zhao Gongming had completely vanished from sight. Entering the village cloaked in the map of mountains and rivers, Nezha was met with the unsettling sight of the inhabitants, all naked and grotesquely adorned with insect-like appendages. The moment he set foot in the village, he attracted the gaze of all, their emerald green eyes glinting with a gluttonous hunger akin to that for a supreme delicacy. Disgusted, Nezha chose not to employ his magical abilities in anticipation of his battle with Lu Yu. Instead, he summoned his shining silver spear. The villagers, no longer concealing their intentions, emitted strange insect-like sounds and lunged toward Nezha. Armed with his full combat prowess and divine weapon, he found dispatching these mindless monsters akin to slicing through vegetables, albeit with an overwhelming number of foes. As Nezha fought fervently, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother finally discovered the instigator of the chaos, the dog-headed Pan Hu. Chapter 73. Nezha's infinite sword domain. Pan Hu, too, felt unfortunate, being a specialist in raising venomous creatures. He had recently acquired a rare poisonous insect and had immediately begun to cultivate it. The results have been exceedingly satisfactory, having acquired the formidable collectible, the goo worm. Lu. As for Lus past, he was merely a reclusive individual playing with insects in the shadows of his own dilapidated home, completely oblivious to the world around him. The massacre of the Southern Tang army meant little to him. After all, it was merely a matter of extinguishing a few lives, nothing of great consequence. Consequently, today, 2 quasi-saints unexpectedly invaded his residence to confront him. Pan, who felt utterly wronged, yet was swiftly struck by the formidable words of the Golden Light Holy Mother, igniting his temper. In the presence of my esteemed ancestor, Pan Wang, how dare these juniors behave so audaciously? In the distance, 3 mighty quasi-saints had already engaged in battle. Nezha, taking a moment to glance at the conflict, soon redirected his focus, unable to fully comprehend the struggle due to the limitations of his own realm. At the same time, he silently warned himself that Lu would soon make his move. Nezha's conjecture proved accurate, having just dealt with a swarm of insect men, a grotesque creature, green to the point of darkness, hurtled towards him, buzzing like a cannonball. In an instant, Nezha drew his spear, positioning it before him, only to be struck at his feet, carving a long trench into the ground. At last, Nezha observed the current form of Lu, an aberration akin to Cell. Indeed, Lu now appeared 100-fold more terrifying than the character depicted in the comics of his past life. With insect-like mandibles and pincers clamped tightly around the gleaming silver spear, Lu's body began to writhe, and from his armpits emerged 2 limbs resembling those of a praying mantis, dripping with green ichor, which then aimed to slice at Nezha. Presently, Nezha lacked the 3 heads and 8 arms. It was not a matter of inability, but rather a simple preference. Instead of evading, Nezha unleashed a torrent of water, which, upon twisting through the air, underwent a unique spatial compression, forming a vicious cutting vortex that instantaneously severed the 2 scythes. The water blades cut through Lu without a moment's hesitation, producing a resonant clang that, surprisingly, did not breach his defenses, though it did force him to stagger back. With a peculiar shriek, Lu proclaimed, "Nezha, even immortals have their limits. I am now terrifyingly powerful." With that, his body erupted with green sludge, sprouting 4 additional insectoid limbs, and surged forward once more. Nezha brandished his spear to meet the onslaught, and after a prolonged exchange, began to discern some of Lu's underlying capabilities. Firstly, his tenacity in life was remarkable. Regeneration of severed fingers was trivial for him, and even if his head were to be decapitated by Nezha, he could simply grow a new one. Additionally, he harbored toxins within his being, a potent blend of venom and insect essence. Should Nezha fall victim to this poisonous invasion, his fate would be dire. Moreover, Lu possessed a variety of bizarre abilities enhanced by his transformation. Abilities such as spider sense and ultrasonic attacks were laughably inferior compared to his current prowess. Lu's individual combat strength had multiplied 100-fold, no longer the fragile mage lacking defensive capabilities he once was. Although Nezha could imprison Lu using the map of mountains and rivers, his true intention was to eliminate him. Who could predict that, after entrusting Lu to thee, he might one day reemerge? As the swarm-laden Liyue charged forward, Nezha summoned the full extent of his latent magical powers, activating the false Dao and the space Dao to their utmost potential. Refining the false to seek the true, merging the void with myriad phenomena, the sword domain was unleashed. A realm suspended between reality and illusion unfurled around Nezha, enveloping both him and Liyue. The surroundings transformed into a desolate expanse, at the center of which hung a great bell inscribed with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Within this space, projections of various magical artifacts, both seen and heard of by Nezha, were scattered throughout. This was the manifestation of the primordial, modified infinite sword system, version 18, crafted from the false Dao and fragments of the Chaos Bell. Among the treasures of the primordial realm, the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals stood supreme. The Qingping sword, a treasure for suppressing fate from the sect, and the Yuan Tu, a killing artifact from the River of Oblivion, along with the Ubi, were unmatched. Other swords from the primordial realm paled in comparison to these 7 celestial swords. However, due to Nezha's prior exposure being limited to imitations of the 4 swords and lacking the extermination formation, their power did not meet his expectations, leading him to temporarily abandon that version. After contemplation, Nezha broadened the concept of the sword, expanding it into useful treasures, asserting that anything of utility could be replicated. This gave rise to subsequent versions. Yet, after repeated experiments, Nezha found them overly ornate. Some artifacts' functions were redundant, and he realized there was no necessity for such flamboyance. His intent in creating this divine ability was simply to swiftly eliminate the enemies he drew in, widely acknowledged as the most potent treasures of the primordial realm. The 3 treasures of creation fortuitously included 2 large fragments of the Chaos Bell in his possession. He had previously encountered the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner. A replica crafted by Yunzizi certainly held some Taoist resonance. Thus, he utilized the false Dao to conjure an imagined false space, subsequently suppressing it with the semi-true, semi-false Chaos Bell, resulting in the current version of the infinite sword domain. Within this space, Nezha was finally liberated from the constraints of magical energy supply that typically diminished his power. The inherent Dao resonance of the space even provided a significant enhancement to his spells. Meanwhile, the intermittently lucid and chaotic Liyue paid no mind to these developments. As a massive scorpion tail sprouted from his rear, propelling him forward with wings unfurled, Nezha casually produced a scroll, the essence of the false Dao swirling as the Taiji diagram projected onto the parchment. With a swift tug, Liyue collided with the pseudo-Taiji diagram like a cannonball. The yin and yang began to rotate on the diagram, and as the 8 trigrams spun rapidly, they absorbed all of Liyue's power. From the diagram emerged 2 fish, one black and one white, charging forth with immense retaliatory force towards Liyue. The shell-like body of Liyue was sent reeling by the impact of the yin-yang fish, and in a cacophony of bone-crushing sounds, he was instantly pulverized into a fine mist. A torrent of dark green blood and viscous fluid splattering the ground, releasing plumes of black smoke. His bones were shattered, reduced to a puddle. Liyue teetered on the brink of death. As Nezha watched, the Tai Chi diagram in his hand dissipated like a projection, and the precious scroll, crafted with much effort and wealth, was rendered useless by the backlash of the Tai Chi's essence. However, Lu did not perish in that moment. Instead, he entered a second stage of transformation. First, a massive, serrated maw split open on a pool of green flesh, followed by a thunderous cacophony emanating from within his body. As various insect limbs sprouted forth, if he had previously retained a humanoid form, he had now transformed into a grotesque abomination. Nezha couldn't help but wonder if Lu had been tainted by chaos, becoming a creature of the void. Despite the lengthy discourse, Lu's evolution had actually transpired in a fleeting instant. Nezha sighed, having initially thought that the pseudo-Tai Chi diagram would suffice. He had not anticipated that this foe possessed a second stage. Chapter 74. Lu makes the list. From the gaping maw of the insect demon Lu came a deep, resonant laughter. Huh? Nezha, I must thank you. I have now mastered the consciousness of myriad insects. Even the pawn who cannot command me. I am the progenitor of all insects. Nezha could not help but curl his lip. Once claiming to be the second generation of the, now reduced to boasting as the ancestor of insects, he seemed to be perpetually intoxicated, determined to hold nothing back. Nezha drew forth a long pennant, the most formidable weapon among the 3 treasures of heaven being the Panga banner, forged from the axe's blade. The previous banner, crafted from rarer materials, had been compelled into use in the Eastern Sea, and due to the rough manner of its deployment, its power had been diminished, ultimately resulting in its complete destruction. This new banner was designed for single use, ensuring greater potency while significantly reducing the cost of crafting. As false Taoist essence flowed, the ostensibly ordinary long pennant began to exude an aura of chaos, with strands of chaotic sword energy swirling around it. Lu, who had been boasting moments earlier, fell silent, fully awakened, and after a brief pause, he spoke. I have died once. Shall we conclude our karma here? After a moment of silence from Nezha, he continued. We harbor no enmity. Now that I have embraced the path of insects, I possess many celestial treasures that I cannot utilize. Why not spare my life? Nezha, expressionless, raised the Panga banner high, channeling the full power of the Tao of strength. The chaotic sword light upon the pseudo-Panga banner surged vigorously, coalescing into a colossal blade of chaotic energy. If you were in my position, would you grant me mercy? Lu ceased his words, as swarms of insects surged into his body, causing his form to expand more than twice its size before charging forward. Nezha, having completed his own buildup of energy, swung the immense chaotic sword energy downward with the might of the Tao of strength. Upon striking Lu, the sword energy erupted, obliterating his flesh, exoskeleton, and cells, rendering him to silent oblivion. Nezha gazed at the shattered Panga banner in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. As a celestial being, he had single-handedly vanquished a golden immortal, realizing that without monetary investment, he had little recourse. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow, for he had not sensed the true spirit traversing his sword domain. After all, this was a space created by Nezha, and he possessed a modicum of awareness. Nezha would not commit the same error twice. Approaching the chaos bell, he struck it with a single hand, instantly causing a ripple akin to water waves to emanate outward from its center. The entire expanse of the sword domain was forcefully overturned, and a small green insect emerged from the earth. Nezha promptly grasped it in his hand, and with a mere thought, activated the divine powers of the Buddha kingdom within his palm, causing the chaotic space to crush the insect into oblivion, while simultaneously a true spirit broke through the infinite sword domain and soared into the heavens. Disdainfully, Nezha placed the corpse of Lu into a small jade vial, reserving it for later reporting to the Jiejiao. He then retracted the infinite sword domain and dove into the river and mountains map. voraciously devouring 2 peaches of immortality graciously provided by the Dragon Kings to restore his magical energy. Through the map, he secretly observed the fierce battle outside involving the 3 combatants. This represented the highest echelon of combat that Nezha had encountered thus far. The quasi-saints were formidable beings who had traversed a substantial path along the Dao, and their fighting styles had evolved into a form that Nezha found difficult to comprehend. Though he struggled to grasp it himself, he had a teacher, Nuwa, with a demeanor akin to a friend watching a live stream, casually explained to Nezha the intricacies of the Golden Spirit Strike, detailing the involved principles of the Dao, the expended magical energy, and the resultant effects, alongside the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques employed. She also pointed out the deficiencies in Zhao Gongming's technique, elucidating why, despite a considerable expenditure of energy, its impact paled in comparison to that of the Golden Spirit. Nezha, without a doubt, made significant strides in his understanding. After observing for a considerable time, he discerned a glimmer of insight. Teacher, ISNT Golden Spirit, and Zhao Gongming at a disadvantage against the ancestral figure of Pan who? Nuwa replied. The ancestor of Pan who has cultivated for countless ages. Although, in terms of Shenmin cultivation, he may only surpass Golden Spirit by having slain 1 more corpse. The disparity is monumental. Were it not for the fact that this is merely a false embodiment, Golden Spirit and Zhao Gongming would likely have been defeated long ago. In the distance, a monstrous head, shrouded in dark energy, was engaged in a fierce struggle against the Golden Spirit, who brandished a Jade Rui in 3-headed, 6-armed glory, while Zhao Gongming provided support wielding the Sea-Calming Pearl. Is this not the true form? Do you hold such contempt for the oldest of the primordial beings? However, this false embodiment likely possessed 80% of its true strength. Then, teacher, do you know where his true form lies? I have already pinpointed its location. Though Golden Spirit and Zhao Gongming were unaware of the existence of a false embodiment, they sensed the chasm in strength between themselves and Pan Hu, a disparity rooted in the principles of the Dao and the accumulation of power. Golden Spirit felt a deep frustration as a manifestation of the innate metal qi. Her foundation was undoubtedly formidable, at least on par with that of Han Yun. Alas, she had crossed paths with the saint of the Dao of the Golden Lotus. The saint, possessing the innate metal Bodhi tree, one of the 10 primordial roots, had early on taken form with the assistance of her brother, and through his relentless nature, he devoured the innate metal qi without restraint. The essence of Golden Spirit had been depleted, leading to slow accumulation and a delayed transformation over countless epochs, resulting in her current predicament. Zhao Gongming, however, was merely indolent. Despite having ascended to the quasi-saint realm, he chose not to pursue the opportunity to sever corpses. Content with his cultivation, he indulged in revelry, prioritizing feasting and merriment over arduous training. In truth, this reflects the reality of the celestials in the primordial world. Only a select few persist in relentless cultivation. Pan Hu brandished a weapon resembling both a staff and a pickaxe, and as he swung it, the dark aura surrounding him transformed into eerie tendrils that incessantly assaulted the golden glimmering Mother Jinling and Zhao Gongming. With a fierce shout, Zhao Gongming unleashed 20 sea stabilizing pearls, positioning them around Pan Hu, commanding them to halt. A cerulean light barrier intercepted Pan Hu, generating immense pressure that bore down upon him from the azure screen. Seizing the opportunity, the Mother Jinling channeled her formidable mana into her treasured flying golden sword, which she then wielded to unleash a radiant golden thread. As a direct disciple of a celestial, she could not afford to be remiss in her swordsmanship. The golden strands, infused with an inexhaustible sharpness, cleaved through the air, slicing through Pan Hu as if he were but a small world, splitting him in twain. The golden arc, imbued with fierce sword energy, began to slice through Pan Hu from above and below. Yet, Pan Hu's canine visage revealed no hint of alarm. Instead, a mocking smile graced his features. It was unclear what sorcery he employed, but his form dissolved into a mist of black fog, evading the confines of the sea-stabilizing pearls to reappear behind Zhao Gongming. Pan Hu had thoroughly discerned the capabilities of these 2 adversaries, and who said that a canine head could not stack its magical injuries. A disquieting black sheen manifested upon the pickaxe's head, and he swung it down without hesitation. Jinling reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Be cautious, junior brother." Simultaneously, she cast the 4 symbols pagoda to shield Zhao Gongming. As the Mother Jinling formed incantations, the projections of the 4 celestial spirits, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, seemed to come alive, confronting Pan Hu's pickaxe. The collision between the spectral souls of the 4 spirits, conjured by the Mother Jinling, and the pickaxe transpired without a ripple, dissolving entirely before delivering a crushing blow upon the four symbols pagoda. The dark sheen of the pickaxe cleaved into the pristine ivory pagoda as if it were butter, encountering no resistance as it surged toward Zhao Gongming. In that moment, the Mother Jinling's treasure shattered, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, sustaining significant injury. Zhao Gongming, witnessing the impending axe blade within the pagoda, did not close his eyes in resignation. Instead, he expended every ounce of his mana into the sea-stabilizing pearls, which surged forth like tumultuous waves, striking the pickaxe in succession. After numerous attempts to weaken Panhu's powerful blow, the pickaxe, having accumulated an unknown amount of yuan, was finally halted. Albeit at the cost of 8 sea-stabilizing pearls sustaining severe damage, their once azure interiors now tainted with wisps of black mist. According to the conventional wisdom of primordial celestials, Zhao Gongming and the Mother Jinling should have retreated at this juncture. Panhu shared this sentiment, yet he was mistaken. These two individuals were not ordinary immortals. While others would avoid confrontation based on strength, the disciples of the wood rushed forward to engage. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit retracted the four symbols tower, wielding the Jade Rui in one hand and the flying golden sword in the other. Her four fists enveloped in radiance as she charged ahead. Zhao Gongming, unwilling to be outdone, shattered 8 of the sea-calming pearls, leaving him with 16, and brandished his long whip as he surged forward. Panhu was truly incensed. These two juniors were utterly ungrateful. The three clashed fiercely, with Golden Spirit radiating a brilliant golden light, using the Jade Rui and golden sword to fend off Panhu's shovel, while her 4 dazzling fists relentlessly hammered against him. Unfortunately, Panhu's form seemed insubstantial. Each strike would dissipate into a black mist, and while he suffered under Golden Spirit's golden laws, he simultaneously corroded her essence in return. Zhao Gongming, lacking prowess in close combat, could only rely on the sea-calming pearls to attack Panhu, but the results mirrored those of Golden Spirit's fists. Damage was inflicted. Yet the remaining 16 pearls began to succumb to the encroaching black energy. "Master, how long must they fight?" Nezha inquired, as he operated the Creation Jade tablet to document the techniques and applications of the two combatants. Nuwa, stifling a yawn out of boredom, replied, "It is entirely normal for battles among quasi-saints to last tens of thousands of years. The outcome of life and death may remain indeterminate." Nezha exclaimed in disbelief, "Ah? Does that mean everything will be lost?" Nuwa, not grasping the connection to the wilting of yellow flower vegetables, understood the implication of Nezha's words. Panhu had already embarked on a path to death. The Master of Heaven shared this sentiment. "You have already slaughtered my disciples and grievously injured 2 of my students, corrupting their innate treasures. Thus, it is only reasonable for me to strike you down." Indeed, this was a most reasonable assertion, and the other 5 saints did not intervene. After all, what relationship did Panhu have with them? A wave of saintly pressure descended, emanating from a projection of the Master of Heaven far away on Golden Ao Island. As the combatants separated, the beleaguered Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Zhao Gongming immediately knelt, proclaiming, "We have failed to uphold our Master's teachings and have tarnished the honor of the. We deserve death 1,000 times over." The Master of Heaven had anticipated that his disciples would not triumph over Panhu. This being was a formidable opponent, having transformed only slightly after the Dao ancestors. At this moment, Panhu, witnessing the Master of Heaven, felt a twinge of fear. Before he could utter another word, he transformed into a myriad of black mist and scattered. The Master of Heaven's sword had already descended, and he would not indulge in further discourse. Those who could withstand the strike would live, while those who could not would perish. Could Panhu withstand it? Certainly not. A straightforward and unadorned sword light instantaneously cleaved through all the black mist at the cellular level. In a distant, unknown realm, the true Panhu sensed the arrival of the Master of Heaven and immediately severed all ties with his avatars, which were akin to his second life. Alas, it proved futile. The azure glimmer of the sword extinguished the dog-headed creature and followed the unseen threads of causality directly to the essence of Panhu. In a mere flash of blue light, this ancient being, who had severed 2 corpses, was obliterated. Yet, the luminous force did not cease. It continued along the strands of fate, systematically annihilating all soul fragments and avatars associated with Panhu. The contingencies left by Panhu, the hidden insects of this small world, the scholar from another realm, everything was obliterated. Truly, it was as if one was severing the very threads of existence. Panhu had fallen, yet at this level of existence, demise is not so easily attained. As for the possibility of resurrection, one could only say that there remains a chance. Should one triumph in the resurrection contest, it would be a fresh start. Outside the small world, a thunderous upheaval shattered the skies, unleashing a torrential rain of blood, while an immense influx of spiritual energy rejuvenated the primal lands. Akin to a whale's carcass nourishing the ocean depths, this signified the fall of a quasi-saint capable of resonating with the great Dao. Once Tongtian had vanquished the foes, he entered a state of enlightenment, while Zhao Gongming, having cast his essence into the river map of mountains and rivers, dispersed this incarnation. Tongtian's sword strike was not merely an act of destruction, but also served as an instruction. Primarily, it was aimed at rectifying the shortcomings of his two disciples, with Nezha's incidental attendance being a secondary concern. The teachings of the intercepting teachings inherently embrace the notion of universal instruction. Besides, how much could a mere celestial being such as Nezha truly grasp? After a moment of contemplation, Nezha ceased his studies, for under the shadow of Tongtian, the path of the sword was an unattainable pursuit. Typically, disciples under Tongtian regard this as a means of safeguarding their own paths. It is not known that anyone has majored in the way of the sword. To do so would be akin to severing one's own pathway. To attain enlightenment, one must either vanquish Tongtian or compel the master to renounce the sword path. Such notions are laughable. With that level of power, what need is there for the sword path? Upon awakening, Nezha promptly fled towards the exit. Hesitation was not an option, for this small world had been shattered significantly by Tongtian, and there was no need for further cultivation. Should he linger, he risked being engulfed by chaos. Returning to Xinya City with Yu Yuan, the crowd immediately gathered around to inquire about the situation within. Nezha refrained from elaborating, simply informing them that the matter with the insect beings had been entirely resolved. Subsequently, he accompanied Yu Yuan to Jinao Island to report back, for one must see tasks through to completion. Having just concluded his underground cultivation, Nezha found himself entangled in the affair of Pan Hu, his nerves taut. However, this time, he approached Jinao Island with a sense of calm. Yu Yuan rode a camel, while Nezha leisurely mounted a yellow bull as they made their way to Jinao Island. Their journey, filled with playful diversions, spanned nearly 3 months before they arrived. In the meantime, Zhao Gongming, whose comprehension of the sword path was relatively shallow, awoke in haste to report to his master. Accompanied by Nezha and Yu Yuan, they reached Jinao Island in less than an hour. Zhao's mood was somewhat somber. The foundational source of his corpse-slaying treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, had been tainted. A matter of no small consequence. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits fared slightly better, as her corpse-slaying artifact was the Jade Rui in her hand. Nezha entered to pay his respects to Master Tongtian, releasing the still enlightening Golden Spirit, and presented the Jade Vial containing the corpse of Lu. Master Tongtian, disinterested in Lu, offered a few dismissive remarks before putting the matter aside. With the two major disciples of the grievously injured, it was no wonder that Master Tongtian's mood was far from pleasant. Chapter 76. The restoration of the sea-calming beads. As the disciples departed, old Zhao appeared rather troubled. For only 5 of his 24 sea-calming beads remained intact. He was perplexed by the source of the contaminating dark energy. If he were to gradually cleanse them using his magical powers, it might take countless millennia, and there was no guarantee that the beads would regain their original potency. In short, he was in despair. Observing Zhao Gongming's furrowed brow, Yunxiao felt a twinge of concern as well. After some contemplation, she suggested to her elder brother, "Why not consult Master Duobao?" Zhao Gongming considered his previous failure and felt reluctant to approach their master. However, he realized he had little choice. His rapport among the disciples of Jiejiao was indeed commendable, and he decided to present the sea-calming beads to Duobao for evaluation. Master Duobao, with his profound expertise in magical artifacts, meticulously examined the beads for half a day, producing an array of peculiar divine tools. Amidst the curious onlookers, he successfully eliminated the dark energy. Duobao then remarked, "This dark energy has tainted the essence of the artifact. To restore it, one must supplement the original essence using artifacts of the same origin for nurturing. It is said that there are 36 sea-calming beads. If you can locate the remaining 12, not only will these be restored, but the potency of the sea-calming beads will also multiply significantly." As an aficionado of magical artifacts, Nezha watched the proceedings with keen interest. His conclusion was simple: professionalism. How is it that everyone here possesses such craftsmanship? Upon hearing Duobao's words, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the 12 remaining sea-calming beads might be in his possession. Zhao Gongming scratched his head, pondering where he might find those 12 beads. Was he truly expected to seek out their master for assistance? As he hesitated, Yunxiao, the intellectual among the 4 siblings, comforted Zhao Gongming, saying, "Brother, as disciples of our master, what shame do we have before him? If you feel uncomfortable, I shall approach Master myself. Zhao Gongming needed no further deliberation. As a devoted brother, his own pride paled in comparison to the dignity of his eldest sister. He promptly declared that he would seek out their master. Nezha was startled. If it turned out that the sea-calming beads were indeed with him, it would be exceedingly awkward. If Brother Zhao trusts me, perhaps I might give it a try? Suggested Nezha. Zhao Gongming. Duobao. The three sky maidens. Old Zhao, being a straightforward individual, refrained from mocking Nezha's lack of cultivation. Instead, he said, "You are kind to offer assistance, dear brother, and I truly appreciate it." However, before he could finish, Yunxiao interrupted. "Brother, why not allow Nezha to give it a try?" Zhao Gongming, taken aback, decisively handed over all the sea-calming beads to Nezha. Nezha accepted the beads, stating confidently, "I possess the secret techniques of the Huahuang Palace for refining artifacts, and with the creation cauldron in hand, I shall surely restore Brother Zhao's magical treasures." Yunxiao, maintaining her poised demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to grace her features as she winked at Nezha, saying, "We certainly have faith in your abilities, brotherly." Zhao Gongming immediately concurred, "Indeed, indeed." Although the absent-minded and disgruntled figures seemed poised to interject, a mere glance from Yunxiao rendered them docile, retreating behind Zhao Gongming. As for Dao Bao, he remained entirely unconcerned. He had already rendered his assistance, and what transpired next, who would undertake repairs. Whether they could be successfully accomplished was of no consequence to him. Subsequently, Nezha accompanied the Sanshao and Zhao Gongming to the island of the three immortals, for it would be quite unbecoming to seize another's carefully prepared treasure and then flee. The island of the three immortals boasted a picturesque environment rich in spiritual energy, perfectly suited for Nezha's cultivation. However, on their very first day, the carefree Zhao organized a lavish banquet. Nezha, having just arrived, felt too bashful to refuse the invitation. Among the attendees were the Sanshao, Zhao Gongming, and a plethora of mounts including the Qinghuan and the flower featherbird, with quite a number of guests present. The younger ones in attendance began to inquire about Nezha's tales. Nezha, utterly perplexed, wondered, "What stories do I possess? Does my visage narrate a tale?" Perhaps they had even watched The Legend of Nezha? The little Qinghuan transformed into human form, resembling a girl of 14 or 15. And with a gentle shake of her head remarked, "We have all heard from our little aunt that you entertained the benevolent King Yin Shou at Chaoga. How amusing it was." Nezha scrutinized the little Qinghuan, seeking clarification. "May I inquire who your little aunt is?" Do you not call her Sister Qing?" Nezha instantly fell back in surprise. His senior had somehow become a figure of such esteem. The little ant had mentioned that Yin Shou had been bested by a monkey, and rumor had it that he couldn't even compete with a 3-year-old in terms of strength. Nezha was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "And who might that child be?" "How would I know?" Nezha's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Should that child bear the namely Nezha, it would spell disaster. One may perish. Yet social disgrace must be avoided at all costs. If word spread throughout the primordial realm that Nezha, at the age of 3, had been compared to Yin Shou in such a manner, how could he ever maintain his reputation? Nezha began to grasp the situation. He was unaware that Yin Shou had garnered such fame, nor did he know who had initially spread the tales. He then recounted amusing anecdotes about fooling Yin Shou, which the group relished as mere entertainment, neglecting even to sample the dishes before them, opting instead to indulge in laughter and drink. It can only be said that the realm of cultivation lacked entertainment. These individuals seemed to alternate between rigorous training and hosting banquets. The atmosphere of the banquet was delightful, and Nezha, in high spirits, produced a set of mahjong tiles he had crafted. He had refrained from showcasing them back in Nandu, fearing that Daji and her ilk might become too engrossed in frivolity. Yet, with this assembly of immortal beings, he harbored no such concerns. The highest among them were all quasi-saints, surely capable of upholding the most fundamental discipline of cultivation. Nezha, Yunxiao, and Zhao Gongming formed one group, while Qiongxiao and Bixiao constituted another. The remaining 3 young ladies busied themselves with serving tea and observing the spectacle. Zhao Gongming stared intently at the tiles, calling out, "Two of bamboo." Yunxiao beamed radiantly, her long, fair fingers gliding over her tiles. "I have lost." "Brother, pay up." Zhao Gongming, despite his defeat, displayed an admirable composure as he willingly relinquished the spiritual materials. Bai Xiao and Qiongxiao, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "Elder brother, you are rather foolish. It is evident that sister is aiming for the winning hand." After several rounds, Nezha felt it was time to take his leave. Intending to delve into the methods of restoring the sea-calming pearl, the ever-bickering duo, mindless and unhappy, promptly parted ways, allowing Qiongxiao to take Nezha's place at the table. The three young ladies, their eyes gleaming with envy, could hardly contain their desire to join in the game. Nezha, unperturbed by their continued play, understood that the perception of time for immortals vastly differs from that of ordinary mortals. Upon returning to the prearranged courtyard, he concealed the map of mountains and rivers beneath him, simultaneously conjuring a false body, while his true form transported the 24 Sky-Mending pearls into Taiwan heaven. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, engrossed in mahjong, suddenly noted the absence of his Sky-Mending pearl. Bai Xiao urged him, "Elder brother, hurry and make your move." All right, 2 dots. Huh, I win. Thanks to Nezha's relentless efforts, Taiwan heaven had gained a solid foundation in water element, appearing quite impressive now. The moment the 24 Sky-Mending pearls entered, the original 12 surfaced automatically, intertwining with blue threads. Nezha, relieved by the feedback from his Sky-Mending pearls, realized that the restoration required no sacrifice and would provide even greater support in water spiritual energy to Taiwan heaven. It was, indeed, a win-win situation. Chapter 77. Cloud Instruction. After a period of cultivation in Taiwan heaven, Nezha observed the 36 Sky-Mending pearls stabilizing, while also reflecting on the flaws of Infinite Sword Domain 18, contemplating ways to enhance it. Creating a unique divine ability is quite challenging. Starting from scratch while leveraging one's own strengths is no simple feat. If he were in a lesser realm of cultivation, he could easily devise a system for the protagonist. Alas, this is the primeval era. Following his training, Nezha resolved to venture forth and study the formations of the Jade, well aware of the formidable power of the 9 array employed by the three sisters. Nezha aspired to become a well-rounded immortal without any weaknesses. As he exited his dwelling, he distinctly heard the clattering of mahjong tiles from afar. 9 dots. 3 tens. Upon noticing Nezha's arrival, the players at the mahjong table reacted. Only Yun Xiao appeared slightly abashed, while the others remained engrossed in the game. Yun Xiao, with her eyes shimmering, channeled her celestial energy and gently tapped the table, causing all the mahjong tiles to be thrown into disarray. Bai Xiao immediately exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I was on the verge of winning." Mindless Cheong Xiao chimed in, "Yes, sister, I felt I could win this round." Winning was a mere illusion. Zhao Gongming's losses were purely a product of leniency, while Mindless and Unhappy's defeats were simply due to lack of skill. It could be said that they were both inept and fond of playing. The fortunes of the 4 siblings were distributed by Yun Xiao, the brains of the group, with Zhao Gongming, as the eldest brother, receiving a substantial share, considering his reputation outside, which he alone managed. As for the other matter, this pertains to the cultivation resources of the 3 sisters. She is well aware of her younger sister's temperaments, thus all resources are under her control, distributed to her siblings much like an adult bestowing pocket money upon children. The provisions for cultivation are more than sufficient. However, should one wish to squander them, regrettably, such luxuries are not permitted. The current situation is that Yun Xiao has nearly exhausted the millennium's worth of cultivation resources she recently allocated to her 2 sisters. Furthermore, with Zhao Gongming's leniency, the siblings' fortune stands at tenfold, of which she has already secured 80%. Yun Xiao first returned all the resources lost to Zhao Gongming, subsequently bestowing the precisely allocated pocket money upon the absent-minded and the discontented. Cheong Xiao immediately voiced her grievances. "Sister, why has all of our elder brother's funds been returned, while ours are so meager?" Yun Xiao replied calmly, "As the eldest male disciple, brother engages in numerous social interactions outside. What expenses do you 2 incur aside from cultivation?" Zhao Gongming, seated nearby, chuckled foolishly at the exchange. Nezha, witnessing this scene, felt a reminiscent pang akin to seeing Lady Yin once more. "All right, having indulged for long enough, it's time to return to cultivation," she declared. Just as the absent-minded and the discontented were about to protest, a glance from Yun Xiao quelled their resistance, and they sulked back. Passing by Nezha, they transmitted a message. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. If there's something amusing, do wait for us to emerge from our seclusion before unveiling it." Yun Xiao then arranged the mahjong tiles with a sweeping gesture. After Nezha took his seat, he stowed the tiles away. Yun Xiao inquired, Taoistly, "Might I ask if my elder brother's Sky-Mending pearl can be restored?" "Rest assured, senior sister Yun Xiao. I shall return the Sky-Mending pearl to brother Zhao in pristine condition after a while," came the reply. Zhao Gongming felt immense joy upon hearing this, assuring her that he was not in a rush and could take his time. He was then subtly urged by Yun Xiao, through her gaze, to return to his cultivation and recover from his injuries. Turning to Nezha, she asked, with such a great favor from Taoistly, "Might there be any opportunity for my siblings to assist you?" Understanding her implication, Nezha courteously responded, "Senior sister Yun Xiao, It is said that your sect excels in formations, and you are particularly distinguished among them. Might you impart some guidance to this junior? This request was not unreasonable. While the teachings of the Jie Jiao cannot be shared, Yin Xiao could certainly convey her insights regarding formations. Furthermore, as an admirer of Nuwa, she was particularly attentive to Nezha. Thus, Yin Xiao initiated her teaching mode, a state she often adopted while instructing her two younger sisters. The absent-minded and the discontented, though lacking in diligence, were enamored with play. Why should I cultivate when my elder sister is so formidable? Let us have some fun. Yin Xiao could not allow them to fall into such decadence, and thus developed her teaching mode, persistently utilizing numerous rare materials to forge one into a Tai Golden Immortal and the other into a Golden Immortal. These two were so inept that even a single person like Lu could defeat them effortlessly. Now, Nezha experienced the benefits of Yin Xiao's teaching mode, where lessons were delivered with exceptional clarity, fully capturing the aura of his previous esteemed instructor. He began to understand why Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao were apprehensive of Yin Xiao, as it felt akin to having one's elder sister as a lifelong homeroom teacher. The sense of immersion in the current scene is quite strong. Nezha appears younger than her sisters, Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao, and possesses remarkable beauty, yet her intellect surpasses that of both sisters combined. She has recently come to realize that teaching is not as burdensome as she once believed. While Nezha is diligently studying formations, the forces of Shiqi are not idle either. Both sides converge at Chuanyun Pass, preparing for battle. The Shang army, comprising a group of scattered immortals, possesses considerable skills, having been misled by Shen Gongbao. And now they exude an air of confidence. On the Zhou side, aside from the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect surrounding Jiangxia, there stands a Taoist in a yellow robe, wielding a precious sword. He is none other than Huanglong, one of the 12 golden immortals. As a well-known figure in the multiverse known for his financial struggles, Huanglong reluctantly heeds his master's command, pondering where he might find disciples to assist him. Moreover, lacking even a magical artifact, he questions what he could teach them. However, he cannot disregard his master's words, and after much contemplation, he decides to come personally. Unlike others who send their apprentices, Jiang, oblivious to his senior brother's predicament, feels quite moved upon seeing Huanglong, exclaiming, "Huanglong, my good-hearted senior brother." When he spots Shen Gongbao atop the city wall, his emotions swell even further. Shen Gongbao, my dear junior brother. He has long harbored guilt over his campaign against the Shang, and now, witnessing Shen Gongbao's overwhelming success against the Yin Shang, he perceives it as his junior brother's act of atonement on his behalf. He is genuinely touched, moved to tears. Thus, the standoff above takes on a somewhat surreal quality, with Jiang Zia's eyes reddening as he gazes earnestly at Shen Gongbao atop the city. You should be resentful of me for obstructing your grand ambitions, yet you were such an expression of gratitude, as if witnessing a demonstration from a beloved sibling. If this were not the battlefield, would you not rush forward to embrace me warmly? Shen Gongbao ponders Jiang's display, suspecting it to be an act, and thus retorts mockingly, "Senior brother, it has been a while. I have now taken your former position and become the new national teacher. Ha 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 ha." His implication is clear. I have usurped your role, does it not vex you? To which Jiang Zia interprets, on the surface, mockery. Beneath, the meaning is, "Senior brother, I have assumed your position. Rest assured, I will support Inshou diligently." Suppressing his profound emotions, fearing Shen Gongbao might see through the Fade, he plays along, stating, "The king of Shang is tyrannical and grand tutor when is purging the Taiping holy sect. We of the Western Zhou must fulfill our heavenly mandate and eradicate the Shang." This resonates well, and Shen Gongbao thinks, "If you continue to look at me with such eyes, I shall be at a loss for how to proceed." In Chapter 78, Yang Jian, excel in supervising supplies. Both sides initially engage their generals. Each faction has its share of immortals, yet none are inclined to play their cards from the top down. Moreover, the engagement begins with the immortals taking action. Do they not care for their dignity? Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao, displaying remarkable synergy, engage in a card game of sorts, alternating between martial generals, resulting in a prolonged exchange where several generals fall, yet neither side suffers significant losses. This leaves Lei Zhenzi bewildered, as he swiftly rides atop the wind-fire wheel, effortlessly dispatching an opposing Shang general with a single thrust. Old Jiang found himself at a loss for words, yet he struggled to restrain Lei Zhenzi. With a look of apology, he cast a glance at the furious Shen Gongbao, who had been cursing Jiang Zia for an extended period, denouncing him for his lack of martial ethics. Subsequently, he summoned a loose immortal to step forward. This nameless immortal possessed some skills, albeit limited, but Lei Zhenzi, equipped with an array of magical artifacts and the attribute enhancer derived from his latent potential. Swiftly dispatched him with ease. The remaining loose immortals were instantly dispirited. This was not what they had anticipated. The treasures possessed by this young lad surpassed the collective worth of all their possessions. What chance did they stand against him? Shen Gongbao was equally at a loss and turned his gaze toward the two composed princes, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao. The brothers exchanged glances. And Yin Hong spoke first. Elder brother, why not allow me to confront this Zhou? With the blessing of his master, the esteemed Red Essence. One of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Yin Hong was bestowed with an arsenal of magical artifacts, including the defensive garment of the purple silk celestial robe, the formidable water and fire blade, and the controlling artifact, the Yin-Yang mirror. He soared into the arena with a flare and proclaimed, I am Yin Hong, the second prince of the Shang dynasty, under the tutelage of the Red Essence of the Jade Void Palace of the Chan sect. Upon hearing that he was a disciple of the Chan sect, the surrounding warriors were taken aback. Jiang Zia inquired. The words of the sage proclaimed that the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang is a matter of heavenly principle. Why does my esteemed nephew aid the tyrant? Yin Hong, a familiar face to Jiang Zia, retorted with indignation. Jiang Zia, when you arrived at Chaoga, you were greatly favored by our wise and noble king, appointed as the Grand National Master. My father even shared the celestial arts with you. How can you act in such a way without a shred of conscience? These words struck a chord within Jiang Zia, for while he could argue, he was unable to escape the pangs of his own conscience. Logically, he had already sacrificed himself for the Shang, yet his conscience remained troubled. Observing Jiang Zia rendered speechless, Lei Jinzi interjected, what is the purpose of all this talk? Let us settle this with strength. Both combatants were of similar cultivation levels. Although Yin Hong possessed fewer artifacts than Lei Jinzi, the variety of their functions proved sufficient. After a fierce exchange, while Lei Jinzi found himself at a disadvantage, he could not overcome Yin Hong. Transforming into the Lotus Incarnation, Lei Jinzi completely disregarded Yin Hong's Yin-Yang mirror. Watching his brother falter from the city wall, Yin Jiao did not hesitate. He produced the revolving heaven seal and hurled it downward. While others may not recognize this artifact, the yellow dragon certainly did, having coveted it for quite some time. As Lei Jinzi became preoccupied with Yin Hong, he could not evade the impending impact of the seal. The benevolent yellow dragon transformed into his dragon form, soaring upward to sweep Lei Jinzi aside and block the strike of the revolving heaven seal. Despite his formidable physique, the impact left Yellow Dragon grievously wounded, forcing him to revert to his human form. Yin Hong seized the opportunity, brandishing the Yin-Yang mirror. A flash of white light illuminating the scene, causing the Yellow Dragon to collapse instantly. Grateful for his rescue, Lei Jinzi rushed forward to aid Yellow Dragon. Yet he was repelled once more by the revolving heaven seal, while Yin Hong carried Yellow Dragon back into the city. The soldiers then withdrew. The disciples of the Chan sect exchanged worried glances. It was clear they were in dire straits, for their elder, the Yellow Dragon, had been captured. As a marginal figure within the Chan sect, Shen Gongbao could not claim familiarity with the Yellow Dragon, only a distant acquaintance. Regarding Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, there is a saying that the upper echelons set the example for the lower. Their master, Huang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, never truly regarded Huang Long as their junior. When Huang Long first came to seek apprenticeship, Huang Qingzi, who was favored as the foremost disciple of the primeval heavenly sovereign, initially thought Huang Long was merely a decorative dragon acquired by his master. Without the need for discussion, the elder brother commanded, hang him at the city gate, and then initiated a banquet. As the sons of Yin Shou, they were inherently restless. They had been rather compliant in the past, often overshadowed by a more unhinged father. During the feast, Shen Gongbao and a host of scattered immortals incessantly flattered them, praising them as youthful heroes and heralding a bright future. One moment they spoke of inheriting a legacy, the next they proclaimed them kings for eternity. While the brothers outwardly feigned humility, inwardly they reveled in delight, their lips curling and barely contained satisfaction. Suddenly, Shen Gongbao, in a feigned display of concern, remarked, our adversaries from the Chan sect have numerous disciples. As we share the same lineage, I fear that the two princes may show leniency and refrain from exerting their full strength. Yin Hong and Yin Jiao quickly asserted, given our differing allegiances, we will not show mercy due to our shared ties. Meanwhile, as revelry unfolded within the city, a small insect flitted around Huang Long for a time before transforming into a strikingly handsome young man with 3 eyes. Once a vigilant soldier passed, the youth severed the ropes and soared away with Huang Long towards the Zhou encampment. Upon entering the assembly, he bowed and proclaimed, I am Yang Jian, disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals and Master Yuding. I have come at my master's behest to aid Uncle Jiang in the endeavor to establish Zhou and extinguish Shang. Upon seeing Yang Jian, Lao Jiang perceived a calm and reliable demeanor, promptly rising to assist him. Dear nephew, do you possess any strategies to deal with the wayward Yin Hong and Yin Jiao? Lao Jiang remained insistent that Yin Hong and Yin Jiao had strayed from the righteous path. As such, being fellow disciples, he could not permit them to be slain. He could not bear to witness the demise of Yin Shou's sons before his eyes. Yang Jian shook his head. Gaining a slight understanding of Jiang Zia's cautious intentions, the two disciples bore various treasures from their grandmaster and second grandmaster, and Yang Jian, possessing limited abilities, could not claim victory. His humility in this statement was evident, given the disposition of Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, without knowledge of Yang Jian's presence. He could easily outmaneuver them. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Jiang Zia revealed a visage of disappointment, yet inwardly sighed in relief. What abilities does my nephew possess? Uncle, I am adept at overseeing provisions. The following day, the two princes, filled with inflated egos, boldly stood before the opposing armies. Backed by a cheerleading squad led by Shen Gongbao, Huang Tianhua, son of Huang Feihu, who had already arrived at the western Zhou, longed to join the fray. He had been waiting eagerly, yet Jiang Zia, valuing his relationship with Huang Feihu, had kept him occupied with logistical tasks. Ultimately, the majority lingered in the background, as formidable foes prevented him from entering battle, while lesser warriors sought to bolster their records. Unfortunately, Huang Tianhua remained unappreciative of this arrangement. At this moment, clad in formidable armor and wielding two massive hammers, Huang Tianhua rode a magnificent jade qilin, a sight that certainly commanded attention among the disciples of the Chan teaching. Lao Jiang attempted to intervene, but Huang Tianhua charged forth on the jade qilin without hesitation. Yin Hong, with a mere glance, recognized that this was not a foe to be trifled with. He promptly produced the yin-yang mirror, its radiant white light flashing as Huang Tianhua had yet to break through the encampment of the Zhou army before he collapsed from his steed. The jade qilin was taken aback. Goodness, this youth, so vigorous, had simply fallen asleep. In Chapter 79, The Purple Robe of Immortality, Huang Tianhua had barely the chance to unleash his potential before he found himself accompanying the true man of the Yellow Dragon in the afterlife. Jiang Zia was equally perplexed. Huang Feihu, a paragon of stability and reliability, how could his son be so reckless? Only Lei Zhenzi, transformed from the lotus, could withstand the yin-yang mirror. Yet he was unable to endure the might of the Fan Tian Yin, which was undeniably overwhelming. No one here could withstand its force for long. The morale of the Zhou army plummeted, leading to an immediate retreat. Upon Yin Hong's return, the celebrations of music and dance resumed. The prospect of repelling the Western Zhou forces with their current strength seemed unrealistic. They would need to wait until more adversaries fell before launching a full-scale offensive. The atmosphere in the Zhou camp was stifling, with everyone feeling rather helpless. At this juncture, Lao Jiang proposed, Yin Jiao. With Yin Hong wielding the artifacts of our two senior brothers, we are indeed outmatched. Perhaps it would be wise to seek out our two senior brothers, explain our predicament, and request their assistance. Just then, the seemingly lackadaisical Yang Ren stepped forward, declaring, I shall bear the brunt. The others cast him skeptical glances. Did he truly possess such capability? Yang Ren, remarkably calm, nodded affirmatively. As a high-ranking official of the Yin Shang, his political acumen surpassed that of most third-generation disciples. In ordinary times, his efforts often went unrecognized, but it was in moments like these that he could truly shine. While he had been subdued by Yin Zhongzi, he held firm against Yin Shou. The torments of having his eyes gouged, nose severed, and ears clipped would cast a long shadow over his life. However, he believed that the treasures bestowed upon him by Yin Zhongzi would suffice to contend with the Fan Tian Yin. On the following day, as the battle resumed, Lei Zhenzi was the first to confront Yin Hong, preventing him from utilizing the yin-yang mirror. It was then that Yang Ren made his grand entrance. A metallic box adorned with a purple gemstone affixed to his waist, as he sauntered forward with feline grace, lowly intoning, Purple Robe of Immortality, unite. Instantly, violet celestial gold cascaded over his entire form like flowing water, with delicate golden patterns swirling upon the armor, ultimately forming resplendent formations. As Yang Ren strode forward, the sounds of metal interlocking echoed, revealing a magnificent suit of purple armor. The enigmatic patterns on the armor connected seamlessly with the metallic apparatus atop his head, transforming what had once appeared peculiar into an unexpectedly dashing ensemble. The Chan disciples gazed at Yang Ren with envy, including even Yang Jian. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi and Yin Hong, who were embroiled in combat, ceased their struggle. Lei Zhenzi's thoughts were clear, so striking. I desire one for myself. I must consult my master to craft an even more impressive set. Yin Hong and Yin Zhao were no strangers to armor, having previously seen their father's suit of armor. Simultaneously, they gazed at the purple celestial garments adorning their own forms, feeling a significant disparity. Even Shun Gongbao appeared bewildered, questioning whether this was the latest technique of the Chan teachings, of which he was entirely unaware. Yang Ren strode confidently to the center of the arena, pressing a button on the left side of his belt. A dazzling purple light erupted, and in an instant, a magnificent purple weapon materialized in his hands. Yang Ren pointed at Yin Zhao and declared, "Yin Zhao, prepare to meet your end." Yin Hong attempted to draw the yin-yang mirror, but was thwarted by Lei Zhenzi, leading to another clash between the two. Undeterred, Yin Zhao soared directly to the city wall, increasingly envious of Yang Ren's armor. Akin to a child yearning for their father's mobile device, he dared not snatch from Yin Shou, yet felt emboldened to covet Yang Ren's. This time, he refrained from using the Tian Yin, fearing damage to the precious purple celestial armor. Instead, he produced a large bell, the soul-returning bell. He began to strike it, the name itself indicating its purpose was to assault the spirit. With each strike, Yin Zhao channeled his mana, sending resonant waves of sound to attack Yang Ren's soul. Although Yun Zhongzi harbored disdain for this disciple, he did not neglect his responsibilities. The armor was crafted with meticulous care, incorporating numerous rare materials and innovative techniques inspired by Nezha. Its diverse functionalities were highly advanced. Yang Ren had only practiced for a few years, his innate talent lacking. Yet, under Yun Zhongzi's guidance and with the aid of celestial treasures, he had forcibly ascended to the level of a celestial being. However, even in this state, he was capable of contending with Yang Jian, the third disciple of the Chan teachings, who wielded profound skills and a cultivation level surpassing 40 layers of the 8-9 mysteries. It is worth noting that if it came to a life-or-death struggle, few among the 12 golden immortals could match Yang Jian, particularly a certain dragon. In response to the assault of the soul-returning bell, certain gray patterns on the armor began to shimmer. Yang Ren, quick to react, twisted the belt buckle, revealing a soul character inscribed on a purple gemstone. The patterns on the armor shifted dramatically, enveloping Yang Ren in a protective barrier. Unaffected, he brandished his grand sword and charged forward. Simultaneously, Yin Zhao retracted the soul-returning bell and advanced with the dual swords in hand. His mana was insufficient to sustain his previous form for long. The two engaged in a fierce battle, yet despite Yin Zhao's possession of celestial garments, the defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Yang Ren's armor. Moreover, during the duel, Yang Ren's eyes emitted fiery beams while his breath exhaled frigid air, leaving Yin Zhao in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, his younger brother found himself at a disadvantage, prompting him to act swiftly. He summoned the soul-returning bell once more, while Yang Ren hastily adapted his defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zhao unleashed the Fan Tian seal. The armor's integrity was of little concern, his singular focus was victory. The soul-returning bell required mana, yet the Fan Tian seal did not. All it needed was the skill to throw. Certainly, he does care for the celestial armor. And his aim was directed at Yang Ren's head. Yang Ren himself could hardly react, yet his armor was capable of it. The armor, originally designed for full defense against spiritual attacks, fluidly formed a helmet atop Ultraman's head. Clang. Crack. In an instant, Yang Ren was forced to disengage from the fusion. The Zhou celestial armor, which defended against the inherent might of the Fan Tian seal, had not undergone any enhancement through magical power, thus preserving Yang Ren's life. The cost was that the purple gem in the center of his belt became riddled with countless cracks. As the armor vanished, Yang Ren, already dazed from the immense force, was further jolted by the sound of the falling soul bell and collapsed to the ground. Both his spirit and mind suffered severe trauma. Yin Zhao, elated, quickly stowed away the shattered belt and was about to seize Yang Ren when suddenly, a strikingly handsome youth wielding a trident blade and bearing 3 eyes appeared. He swiftly delivered a horizontal sweep, prompting Yin Zhao to leap back to evade it. Just as he was about to hurl the Fan Tian seal, Yang Jian had already scooped up Yang Ren, transforming him into a streak of light and fleeing. Infuriated, he brandished the Fan Tian seal and hurled it at Lei Zhenzi. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi had been attentively observing the other side. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's escape, he wasted no time in driving Yin Hong back, resulting in the Fan Tian seal striking nothing but air. Jiang Zia, upon seeing Yang Jian return with Yang Ren, immediately commanded a retreat, pulling back 100 miles. Old Jiang had finally come to understand. Yang Ren's Zhou celestial armor was undeniably formidable, even exceptionally so, yet the Fantian seal was even mightier, its strength defying reason. How could this battle be fought? Chapter 80. Who stole my summoning device? The Shang army triumphed, forcing the Zhou forces to retreat 100 miles after suffering heavy losses. The two brothers were nestled in their camp, examining the Zhou celestial armor. Zhou armor, fusion. Yin Hong attempted another stance, fusion. Alas, there was no response, and in frustration, he placed the summoning device on the table. Yin Jiao gazed at the device and remarked, could it be that the power of the Fantian seal was too overwhelming and damaged it? The two shared a resigned glance, sighing. Neither of them knew how to repair it. Meanwhile, in the Zhou camp, Huang Long and Huang Tianhua lay in an orderly fashion together with Yang Ren. Additionally, Zhang Zia had dispatched Yang Jian to the Yu Su Palace to seek out his senior brothers, Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, insisting they handle their own disciple. We truly have no means left. Accompanying him was Lei Zhenzi, who sought to request a stylish suit of armor from his master, believing that such a striking armor should belong to him as well, and even more splendidly so. The following day, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao led the Shang army to directly assault the Zhou camp. A chaotic battle ensued, with the Zhou forces suffering grievous losses. The magical artifacts wielded by Yin Hong and Yin Jiao were exceedingly potent, bolstered by various celestial beings lending their support. Even though the disciples of the Chan sect were of high caliber, they found themselves outmatched, being relentlessly pushed back and suffering significant losses of troops and generals as they retreated to the boundary marker pass, the tide of battle shifting dramatically. However, the first to arrive was not Guang Qingzi or Qi Jingzi, but rather the fortune and virtue golden immortal, Yun Zhongzi. Yun Zhongzi holds a deep regard for his most esteemed masterpiece, the purple robe celestial armor. Within the armor he meticulously crafted, he embedded various mechanisms. Upon the malfunction of the armor summoner, he immediately sensed the disturbance. Without delay, he summoned his cloud and hurriedly arrived, eager to discern what formidable artifact that had deployed to cause such damage to his creation. Jiang Zia, who is also acquainted with Yun Zhongzi, recalls that during his first demise, it was Yun Zhongzi who brought his soul back to the Jade Void Palace. As he recounted the events, he guided Yun Zhongzi to the location where the three lay lifeless, knowing that Yun Zhongzi, being an expert in crafting artifacts, might possess the means to remedy the situation. Upon learning that his beloved purple robe celestial armor had been destroyed by the Fantian seal, Yun Zhongzi expressed understanding. For that particular artifact was forged from a sizable fragment of the unbroken divine mountain by his own master. Although it is a postnatal spiritual treasure, few innate treasures surpass its prowess. His initial concern was for his disciple Yang Ren, whose condition appeared grave. He promptly administered a pill and subsequently extracted a gourd to dispense 3 drops of soul-nurturing liquid. As for Huang Long and Huang Tianhua, Yun Zhongzi remarked, I am well acquainted with Brother Qi Jingzi's yin-yang mirror. In fact, I possess a counterfeit version right here. There's no need to worry. Once Brother Qi Jingzi arrives, we can reclaim the mirror and take another look. With the enemy forces encroaching, he refrained from intervening, for if he resolved the matter himself, it would render his 2 elder brothers' journey redundant, which would be quite awkward. His reasons for remaining were twofold. Firstly, to monitor Yang Ren's recovery, as he was, after all, his disciple, and secondly, to retrieve the armor summoner, a device crafted from precious materials that could be repaired and reused by Yang Ren. 3 days later, upon awakening, Yang Ren's first exclamation was a frantic shout, Where's my armor summoner? This startled the soldier attending to them, who hurried to inform Jiang Zia. At that moment, Jiang Zia was in a meeting, but upon receiving the news, he rushed over with a group of companions. As Jiang Zia entered the room, he witnessed Yang Ren leap high into the air, shouting, Ultra Flying Kick. He struck another attendant soldier down and proceeded to unleash a flurry of strikes akin to Wu Song battling a tiger. Jiang Zia immediately bellowed, Yang Ren, what are you doing? Yang Ren paused, bewildered, then respectfully greeted, I pay my respects to the King of Ultra. Jiang Zia was taken aback, pondering, what manner of king is this Ultra King? Is he a rare breed? At that moment, Yun Zhongzi cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped forward, asking, Wretched disciple, do you recognize who I am? Yang Ren replied with the utmost certainty, Of course, master. You are the envoy of the Holy Mountain and a descendant of 5 Elements village, the one who entrusted me with the armor summoner. He then added, Master, my armor summoner was stolen by the underworld demon. Instantly, Yun Zhongzi was met with peculiar looks from the other disciples. His statement was flawed, yet not entirely incorrect. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he uttered, Rebellious disciple, follow me. Then he returned to his residence. Yang Ren was rather obedient, rising to follow Yun Zhongzi while bowing to the onlookers. King of Ultra, esteemed brothers of Ultra, I shall accompany my master now. Such a polite individual. The numerous disciples of the Chan teaching were left in a state of perplexity, questioning what this Ultra and Nether demon were. Zhang Zia was equally baffled. Yet he surmised that such a person must be somewhat unhinged. Thus he explained. Yang Shitzi recently suffered a severe blow to the head from a magical artifact. He may not be entirely lucid at the moment. Yang Jian and the others stifled their laughter, agreeing with the old man's reasoning. On Yun Zhongzi's side, he conducted another examination on Yang Ren, which left him quite troubled. Yang Ren had first sustained a violent impact to his head, followed by an attack from the soul-breaking bell, targeting the two most intricate and unpredictable aspects of the human body. The results of the examination indicated that he was in excellent health, with no discernible ailments. Yet, how could he be well under such circumstances? As for the terms Ultra, Armor, and Nether Demon, one must mention Nezha. Nezha had developed a good rapport with Yun Zhongzi, and during their collaborative exploration of magical artifacts, Nezha, unlike typical immortals, engaged in lively chatter akin to gaming with friends from a past life. What did they converse about? Naturally, the matters at hand. At that time, while discussing the armor summoning device, Nezha mentioned something about a prehistoric version of the Five Elements village, where armor summoners battled against nether demons. And then he praised Yun Zhongzi's aesthetic sense regarding Yang Ren's Ultraman appearance, ultimately leading the conversation to the 78 constellations. In truth, most of Nezha's attention was fixated on refining artifacts, and he was unaware of where his musings had led him. However, Yun Zhongzi was different. He had never heard of the Five Elements village before, but the idea of a prehistoric Five Elements village seemed rather peculiar. Wasn't the earliest Wu clan also a village? The more he pondered, the more reasonable it appeared, and reflecting on Nezha's identity only deepened his sense that these were secrets from ancient times prior to his own transformation. As for how Nezha acquired this knowledge, certainly, it was imparted by the goddess Nuwa. In reality, Nuwa was also listening to the tales of the armor warriors and ultras, even contemplating whether the distant chaos truly housed the 78 constellations and beings of light. Delving even deeper, if the five elements could serve as the foundation of a world, could a realm be constructed solely from pure light attributes? She even utilized the Tao of creation on the spot to mold the five elements' divine stone. But due to her reluctance to forge armor, she renamed it the Five-Spirit Pearl. While Yun Zhongzi remained unaware of Nuwa's actions, he took some of these matters quite seriously. Chapter 81. Your son is quite extraordinary. Humans are inherently inclined to share. Even a sage, once elevated to such status, often keeps disciples close by. One reason is to facilitate their learning, while another is the sage's own aversion to solitude. The heavenly saint even created the 7 immortals to attend to him, merely for amusement during idle moments. Even the Tao ancestor, before achieving unity with the Tao, had enlightened 2 youths merely to guard a doorway. When Yun Zhongzi crafted armor for Yang Ren, he would often share stories he had heard from Nezha, along with some of his own speculations, fulfilling his role as a mentor. Little did he expect that Yang Ren would become so deeply immersed in his own transformation. This obsession with the Zisho Xianjia had profoundly affected Yang Ren. After so many years as a human, his aesthetic sensibilities had solidified, leading to a profound aversion to his own appearance. Yet, would he dare to voice this to Yun Zhongzi? As long as the armor was effective, that was sufficient. Who was he to question Yun Zhongzi's taste? Use it or not, it was of no consequence. However, upon receiving the celestial armor, his perspective shifted dramatically. He was consumed by a singular thought. I truly look magnificent. The insecurities that once marred his features were replaced by a newfound pride, thus explaining his current state. Ravaged in spirit and mind. Master, you must help me retrieve the armor summoning device. Without outsiders around, Yang Ren resembled a wronged child, kneeling and clutching Yun Zhongzi's leg. Yun Zhongzi, feeling a pang of compassion, reassured him, Foolish child, your brother Yang Jian has already gone to summon your 2 masters to assist. They will surely help you reclaim your armor. Thank you, master. Meanwhile, Lao Jiang awaited reinforcements while penning a letter to Huang Feihu, informing him that his son had encountered trouble under his watch. The essence of the letter conveyed, your son has been rather reckless. Despite my efforts to assign him safe duties, he insists on charging into danger, resulting in his untimely demise before even seeing battle. However, do not fret, for I have already summoned a senior brother to assist, and in due time, your son shall be well. Since the last incident with the insect men, the expansion efforts in the southern Tang had come to a halt. The previous losses were substantial, and they intended to recuperate, focusing primarily on infrastructure. With Nezha absent, they relied on his previous designs to replicate them, achieving a commendable semblance of success. Huang Feihu was diligently overseeing the construction of a new city, a task he was well versed in. Upon receiving the letter, he refrained from sharing its contents with his wife and father. Over the years, Huang Feihu had welcomed several sons, yet the one who had grown up away from him remained their cherished favorite, a sentiment entirely natural. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to consult Deng Chanyu. Deng Chanyu, upon reading the letter, offered comfort. The letter states that soon, the esteemed Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi of the Chan sect will be arriving to assist. I heard from Nezha that Guang Qingzi is the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, possessing cultivation far surpassing his own. You need not worry, Wuqing Wang. Your son is surely safe. Huang Feihu, who held Nezha in the highest regard, was skeptical of claims regarding anyone possessing abilities far beyond Nezha's. Yet Deng Chanyu's words did indeed assuage his concerns. After bidding farewell to Huang Feihu, she turned to communicate discreetly with Ji Wang, and the two conspired to have the southern Tang merchants spread news of the front lines. Upon hearing of the fierce battles between the western Zhou and the Yin Shang, the citizens of southern Tang cherished their current way of life even more. Meanwhile, upon learning of the precarious situation at the front, many from the western Zhou fled to southern Tang, significantly contributing to its population growth. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Zia and GFA could only manage a bitter smile, for they were still reliant on the grains provided by their adversaries. After a prolonged wait, Yang Jian finally arrived at the battlefield, accompanied by Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. Observing their serene demeanor, Jiang Zia felt an inexplicable surge of confidence and promptly approached them with a respectful bow. Zia pays his respects to both esteemed seniors. While Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi appeared outwardly composed, their inner turmoil was far more tumultuous. As the favored disciple of the primordial lord, Guang Qingzi possessed treasures of the highest caliber, yet his cultivation was but at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, slightly inferior to the top disciples of the. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the Fan Tianyin, he was not intimidated by the typical quasi-saints. As a mentor to the emperor, he harbored a particular fondness for the imperial lineage, bestowing his most treasured artifacts upon Yin Jiao. Qi Jingzi, as Guang Qingzi's devoted junior, followed suit. However, both were ultimately swayed to defection, much to Guang Qingzi's dismay, as he had always regarded the Chan sect as his home. On the following day, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong returned to challenge them, only to find their master atop the city walls. The two instinctively dismounted and bowed in reverence. True sincerity invites harm. Guang Qingzi seethed with anger. Yin Jiao, I accepted you as my disciple, imparting the teachings of the Yu Su celestial arts and granting you the treasures of the Xian mountain to aid Zhou against Shang. How could you contravene my command? Qi Jingzi echoed. What my senior says is indeed correct. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, believing themselves in the right and refusing to concede, retorted. We are of the Yin Shang royal lineage. Though our master has treated us well, is it not folly to rise against one's father? This argument, while not without merit, failed to resonate with the celestial beings of the Chan sect, who held familial ties in scant regard, as evidenced by the words of Taoist Tianzuan during Huang Feihu's search for his son at the Yusu Palace. In Guang Qingzi's eyes, the Chan sect was home, while the royal claims of Yin Jiao were inconsequential. Initially, he had contemplated showing leniency, allowing them to dismount and submit, thereby administering a light reprimand. But Yin Jiao's obstinacy frustrated him. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao had already discreetly departed upon seeing Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. Yin Jiao and his brother exchanged glances, bowed their heads, and declared, Master, the battlefield is fraught with peril. We belong to opposing factions, and should we encounter one another, do not hold us accountable for our actions. This declaration truly incensed Guang Qingzi. How dare this wayward disciple raise a hand against his master? Jiang Zia hastily intervened to mediate. Senior brother, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong are young and easily swayed. It is only natural. If we can bring them back, we can educate them properly. At this moment, Jiang Zia still harbored hopes of saving Yin Hong and Yin Jiao. Guang Qingzi neither opposed nor agreed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With a sigh, Jiang Zia inquired, Do you have a strategy to deal with those two? Guang Qingzi replied, The Fan Tianyin was forged from fragments of the Divine Mountain, personally refined by our master. Even though Yin Jiao possesses limited power, the sheer weight of the Fan Tianyin is enough to injure any celestial being who encounters it, and a direct strike would be fatal. However, I request the use of the Xing Huang banner. Magic treasures are indeed contingent upon the wielder. while Jiangxia struggles to wield the azure yellow flag against the formidable heavenly pearl of the Demon King, Guangqingzi, with this very artifact, could contend even against the esteemed Golden Spirit Mother. In truth, he could easily subdue both adversaries without it. However, it would be somewhat undignified. As Guangqingzi seized the central Wuji azure yellow flag, immense magical power surged within, enveloping him in a warm, earthen glow as he soared through the clouds towards Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Alarmed, the two brothers found themselves in a precarious situation. Yin Jiao hesitated briefly, while Yin Hong swiftly brandished the Yin Yang mirror, directing it towards Guangqingzi. Chapter 82. Blessed are the disciples in the primordial realm. A stringent law prevails. Regardless of one's prowess, one must adhere to the regulations established by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun to safeguard the primordial realm. The ancestor imposed restrictions upon many beings within it. This explains why numerous golden immortals and great Luo, who shine brilliantly outside, appear rather inept within the primordial confines. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the restrictions imposed. Otherwise, if a few golden immortals were to engage in casual disputes, the primordial realm would soon be shattered, leaving the Taoist ancestor with little merit to compensate the likes of Nuwa for their labor. Immortals face considerable limitations, yet the constraints on magical treasures are significantly lessened. The ancestor intended these treasures to be utilized for the preservation of the Tao, which is why confrontations in the primordial realm often revolve around magical artifacts. The Yin-Yang mirror is a treasure of considerable rank, yet it pales in comparison to the central Wuji azure yellow flag, crafted from the lotus leaves of the chaotic green lotus. Moreover, Yin Hong's meager magical prowess is no match for Guangqingzi's. With the azure yellow flag aloft and a swift motion of his hand, Guangqingzi sent Yin Hong sprawling to the ground, his formidable power striking the latter with devastating force. Seeing his brother injured, Yin Jiao cast aside his hesitation and unleashed the Fantian seal. However, it merely thudded against the earthen glow, causing no discernible disturbance. With a flick of his wrist, Guangqingzi retracted the seal, prompting a quick response from Yin Jiao, who immediately knelt in supplication. Master, I was wrong. I was indeed beguiled by the flowery words of that scoundrel, Shen Gongbao, leading me astray. Please grant my brother and me another chance. In a strained attempt, the injured Yin Hong managed to kneel beside him, echoing, Grandmaster, Master, please forgive us both. Qi Jingzi, akin to a companion scholar to a prince, who in this case is Guangqingzi, remained silent, awaiting Guangqingzi's verdict. As the favored disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Guangqingzi regarded his master with both reverence and familial affection. The sovereign held the highest regard for rules, and so too did Guangqingzi. In his view, such betrayal of the sect warranted immediate execution. However, considering Jiangxia's plea, he chose to exercise restraint. His respect for Jiangxia stemmed not from personal admiration, but rather from the acknowledgement of his master, who had accepted Jiangxia into the Chan sect as family. With pure Yuqing energy coalescing in his palm, Guangqingzi gently caressed the air, releasing his power upon Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, rendering their magical abilities null. You two have betrayed your master and your ancestors. Henceforth, your Yuqing powers are revoked, and you shall no longer claim the title of disciples of the Chan sect. Yin Hong and Yin Jiao hurriedly bowed their heads, concealing the resentment in their eyes. Yet could they truly hide it in the presence of such formidable figures? Qi Jingzi glanced at his senior brother, who merely shook his head. Having spoken, he would not retract his words and lose face. Besides, what difference would it make if these two were to cultivate for another 1,000 or 800 years? He retrieved their treasures and returned Qi Jingzi's method treasure, awakening Huang Long and the others. Yun Zhongzi then approached with Yang Ren, reclaiming the armor summoning device. Yang Ren, with an air of pride, proclaimed, Humph, you little thieves. Without the bloodline of the Five Elements village, you cannot wield the armor summoning device. Yin Hong and Yin Jiao were convinced. So it was that they could not use the summoning device due to their lack of the Five Elements village bloodline. But how could their own father summon armor? Could it be? Both Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi could not help but steal a few more glances at Yang Ren. Initially, they had pondered why such a capable disciple had fallen into this state. Now, it seemed he might possess a rare bloodline, which was not uncommon in the primordial world. What good fortune our junior brother has to have such an exceptional disciple, they mused. Indeed, those in the know among the disciples of the Chan teaching suppressed their laughter. The two were unaware of the situation, but it mattered not, for they were preparing to depart. Huang Long, meanwhile, intended to recuperate from his injuries. Yun Zhongzi did not leave immediately. He planned to refine the armor summoning device before departing. As fate would have it, Tai Yizhenren and Lei Zhenzi arrived. Lei Zhenzi returned to seek a set of celestial armor from his master. Though Tai Yizhenren's skills in artifact forging could not compare to Yin Zhongzi's, he was no slouch either and agreed to craft a set for him. Upon hearing Lei Zhenzi's request, he was somewhat bewildered. Terms like summoning device, belt, and fusion were far too advanced for an ancient immortal of his age. Reluctantly, he decided to ask Yin Zhongzi for assistance, and thus they pursued him to this location. Yin Zhongzi welcomed the opportunity to practice with materials provided, and the group lingered in the western Zhou region. As for Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, their cultivation had been rendered void, and their memories of the Yuqing celestial arts had been erased, forcing them to resort to Nezha's techniques. With the support of their maternal grandfather, Donghua Ho Jiang Huan Chu, they were not disheartened. As long as they could outlast Yin Shou, the Great Shang would still belong to them. Shen Gongbao had fled early, not to indulge in idleness, but to seek reinforcements. In the face of Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, he understood that the current lot of mediocre talents would prove ineffective. Although he had many friends, their levels of cultivation were apparent, leading him to decide to seek out Zhao Gongming. Shen Gongbao did not know Zhao Gongming personally, but he had heard of his reputation and now contemplated whether he could lure Zhao Gongming out with the notion of the disciples of the Jie sect being bullied by those of the Chan sect. The reputation of Zhao Gongming as a devoted brother has become well known among the disciples of the. Some even jest in his presence, saying that if one were to insult Zhao Gongming, he might chuckle and endure a couple of punches. However, should anyone dare to speak ill of his sister, it would lead to an irreconcilable feud. Zhao Gongming perceives this as a form of recognition and nods in agreement. Currently, Shen Gongbao finds himself in the East Sea, contemplating a stroke of luck as he heads towards the Three Immortals Island, rather than the Amei Mountains Luofu Cave. One must say that Shen Gongbao possesses an inexplicable streak of fortune, as he manages to locate the disciples with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, Nezha is still immersed in the teachings of Yin Shao. As Yin Shao gathers a dense array of formation patterns formed by spiritual energy, he explains to Nezha, who gazes at him with curiosity, a guest has arrived. Nezha, intrigued, wonders who it might be. Having grown more familiar with each other during this time, they decide to investigate together. Upon seeing Shen Gongbao, Nezha's hair stands on end. In that moment, Shen Gongbao also feels a chill run down his spine upon laying eyes on Nezha. As Nezha clenches his fist, a colorful stone materializes in his palm. Shen Gongbao, noticing the radiant hues emanating from Nezha's hand, quickly bows and apologizes, saying, "I was unaware that the esteemed sage was present. Please forgive me." He is uncertain of his own transgressions, yet recalling that Nezha's previous reaction nearly sent him to meet his maker, he prioritizes his own survival. Nezha, on the other hand, senses that he cannot eliminate Shen Gongbao at this moment, as doing so would lead to a cascade of complications. After weighing his options, he refrains from taking action. Finally, Yin Shao, who had been silent until now, speaks up with a calm voice, inquiring, "What brings you to our Three Immortals Island?" Nezha continues to clutch the colorful stone, wary of Shen Gongbao uttering the first curse of the primordial chaos. Shen Gongbao wipes the cold sweat from his brow and responds, "Fair lady, I have come seeking brother Zhao Gongming to address matters concerning the brothers of." This time, without Zhao Gongming falling into a trap first, and without any reckless provocation from an irritable mind, Yin Shao displays remarkable composure. The calamity has already begun. Our master has instructed all disciples to diligently cultivate and recite the Huangting scripture. Should you further incite our disciples, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Shen Gongbao hastily nods and deflects, stating, "Your Highness, forgive me. I am merely following the orders of Master One, who sent me to visit you, in service to the Yin Shang." Yin Shao furrows his brow, as this matter pertains to the inner sect's disciple, Jin Ling, and he finds himself at a loss for words. He simply advises, "Take care of yourself," before sending him on his way. Nezha is somewhat astonished. Does this mean that the three Shaos and Zhao Gongming have evaded the calamity? Sister Yun, do you feel any sense of liberation from the calamity? After careful reflection, Yin Shao gently shakes her head. Ever since Nezha joined the Nuwa sect years ago, he has felt a certain clarity in his body, an innate sense of awareness. He speculates that perhaps his master's immense merits have counteracted his own calamity, a phenomenon also observed in the disciple of the supreme purity, the Master Xiandu. This is also the reason why Nezha seldom engages in confrontations with others. Nezha possesses abundant resources, heritage, and magical artifacts. Even the socks he wears would be regarded as treasures by the impoverished Huang Longzhenren. There is no need to compete fiercely over trifles. Previously, during the Western Zhou period, Nezha had studied the investiture of the gods through his connection with Lao Jiang. In his previous life, Nezha's understanding of the investiture was rather superficial. Being named on the list does not guarantee ascension. It resembles a comprehensive evaluation tool that assesses merit for positions. The primary influencing factors are threefold: destiny, battle achievements, and authority. The more favorable one's destiny, the higher the divine rank one can attain. Following that, battle achievements are compared to determine divine appointments. A quintessential example is Bo Ekao, whose performance in the original timeline was unremarkable. Yet his noble destiny led to individuals with superior battle records, but lesser destinies being overlooked. In the original timeline, Jinling Xingmu was ultimately conferred the title of Duma Yuanjun. Those with better battle records but inferior destinies found themselves without even a nomination. How could they possibly be elected? Ultimately, the unremarkable Bo Ekao ascended to the esteemed position of the North Pole Purple Micro-Emperor, second only to Jinling. The primary reason for this is the lack of formidable opponents. One of his adversaries was his direct superior, Jinling. The final influence of authority rests with Jiangxia, who can overlook battle records when bestowing titles but cannot ignore destinies. Thus, it can be said that many candidates exist for the divine positions on the investiture of the gods. So who gets selected? Those who perish. Those who die inevitably ascend to the list. This can also be viewed as a contest of the Dao. The demise of one signifies the futility of the great Dao. This is also the reason why Ran and Zhao Gongming must meet their end in the original timeline. Ran Deng, having obtained Zhao Gongming's 24 sea calming pearls, established the 24 heavens, significantly advancing his cultivation, while old Zhao ascended to become a deity of incense, destined for a life of servitude. After ascending, the mode of cultivation transforms, shifting from immortality to divinity, evolving from absorbing the essence of the primordial chaos to drawing upon the faith and offerings of sentient beings. One can only say that Daozu still adheres to energy conservation, as the primordial chaos does not sustain idlers. The tragic death of Pan, who serves as a vivid example. As the two returned, Yunxiao seemed to peer through the back window like a vigilant homeroom teacher, inspecting his elder brother and two younger sisters before resuming his teachings. Teaching Nezha is significantly easier than managing two younger sisters. Meanwhile, on the side of Shen Gongbao, he was expelled from the Three Immortals Island and continued his search for allies. Just as he had not yet found any, assistance unexpectedly arrived in the form of King Azura, Poxin. What is the reason behind this? It relates to the division of the Blood Sea. The Empress of the Earth modified the Azura path, resulting in all reincarnated Azuras being born on the side of the Mother of the Underworld. And they would all be female Azuras. Male Azuras have invaded the Underworld to seize souls, but have been thwarted by the female Azuras, leading to a current state of imbalance. The River of the Underworld established the Azura sect, akin to borrowing from the Heavenly Dao, regardless of the amount borrowed. One must diligently continue this enterprise. Should bankruptcy ensue, the Heavenly Dao would undoubtedly seek recompense. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. After much contemplation, the River of the Underworld's gaze fell upon the current landscape of the Western Zhou, amidst the battleground of the Yin and Shang. With countless lives lost in battle, it seemed only reasonable to clandestinely reap a modest harvest. He himself would refrain from participation, as he needed to cultivate to prevent being at a disadvantage when the time for mutual consumption arrived. Thus, this task was entrusted to his disciples, Poxin, Indra, Brahma, and Shiva, the earliest Azuras. Having cultivated in the sea of blood for countless eons, their prowess was considerable, with Poxin achieving late-stage Daoist immortal status. However, Brahma had already been drawn away by the saint of the Western teachings, the pure virtue. Now, with the task assigned, it was not solely the three of them who would undertake it. Thus, Poxin, who had always presided over Azura affairs, stepped forth. As an Azura, he was oblivious to the celestial cycles. Upon witnessing the flourishing fortunes of the Yin and Shang, he decisively chose to align with them, indifferent to their potential downfall, perhaps even willing to lend a further push. In fact, he had been following Shen Gongbao for quite some time, consciously stepping forth as a benefactor in dire straits. Upon seeing Poxin's imposing demeanor and the thick, sanguine aura surrounding him, Shen Gongbao realized he was not to be trifled with. Adopting a humble posture, he addressed Poxin. I am Shen Gongbao, a junior, and I humbly inquire what matters you wish to discuss. Poxin regarded the modest mortal being with disdain. Yet he was bound by the directives of his ancestors. Nonchalantly, he remarked, I have heard you seek external aid for the Yin and Shang. My Azura clan of the Blood Sea can assist you. Shen Gongbao hesitated, sensing Poxin's formidable presence. The thick blood aura enveloped Shen Gongbao, eliciting a rather mischievous expression from Poxin. Shen Gongbao felt as though he were submerged in a sea of blood, the noxious scent overwhelming him, until, just as he neared asphyxiation, the blood sea vanished. He emerged as if drawn from water, barely able to stand, exclaiming, "Esteemed one, the blood sea support for the yin and shang is indeed a great fortune for us." With a satisfied smile, Poxin gestured with his thumb and forefinger, saying, "The Azura clan shall indeed assist you in battle, though we require a trifling token of compensation." The two engaged in amicable negotiations, with Shen Gongbao assenting throughout. Just as Poxin was about to depart, Shen Gongbao, as if struck by an intuition, called out, "Friend, please wait." Poxin turned back. Shen Gongbao, seeking to ingratiate himself, asked, "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am the Heavenly Demon King Poxin." Chapter 84. The fateful union of Longji having successfully completed his display. Poxin returned to the Blood Sea, blissfully unaware that he had fallen prey to the primordial curse. He believed he had accomplished a commendable task, and felt quite pleased. Upon his return, he organized a contingent of Azuras to assist the yin and shang. With the assistance of Ashura, the yin and shang factions have achieved a precarious equilibrium, resulting in a stalemate. Nezha has spent a considerable amount of time here, and the teachings from Yun have finally come to fruition. Additionally, Zhao Gongming's sea-calming pearl has been successfully restored. Nezha, however, refrained from coveting this treasure, opting instead to present the sea-calming pearl to Yunxiao. Yunxiao made no attempt to retain it, instead bestowing upon Nezha a disc from the Yellow River Formation as he departed. Meanwhile, the Southern Tang is currently flourishing, prompting Nezha to seek resources to cultivate the nascent divine power of transforming one into three pure ones. Such cultivation demands immense resources. Formidable strength does not arise without substantial investment. After much contemplation, Nezha resolved to return to the Heavenly Court, which has inherited the rich foundations laid by the former demon clan's court. With fewer inhabitants now, the resources are undoubtedly abundant. Moreover, should Wenzhong meet his demise, the prospect of him returning to become his superior would be quite distasteful. Nezha had initially chosen the Thunder Department to vex Wenzhong, and now he considered working to elevate his divine rank while simultaneously gathering resources. This seemed entirely reasonable. Nezha communicated with his avatar's spatial coordinates, and with a flash, he arrived at his celestial master's abode, only to be met with the exuberant rush of Longji. Startled, Nezha instinctively conjured a spatial barrier before him. Bang! Longji wiped her smooth forehead, a hint of grievance in her voice as she exclaimed, "Nezha?" Nezha scrutinized Longji, declaring, "Something seems amiss." Her cheeks flushed. Longji twisted her body, feigning composure as she replied, "I simply missed you too much." With that, she lunged forward once more. Nezha decisively retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Could this Longji be an imposter? The thought was swiftly dismissed. Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of Yaoqi were certainly not blind and would recognize their own daughter. Having only met Longji once, Nezha recalled her as an innocent girl from a past life, someone who held a genuine fondness for him, but certainly not one to transform into the person before him now. Reflecting on his previous life's inexplicable marriage to Hong Jin, Nezha pondered the situation. Master, could it be that someone has meddled with Longji's fate? Although Nuwa had been utilizing Nezha to gather connections in her unique way, she had not actively sought a match for her disciple. Even the former D.Ch. New York had been a result of Nezha succumbing to her persistent advances. Now, it was even less likely that she would impose such matters upon him. Nuwa furrowed her brow, reclaiming her red embroidered ball. Channeling her saintly powers, she directly sought out Longji, discovering that her red thread had been inexplicably extended, now entwined with Nezha. While Nuwa was indeed the supreme deity governing fate, she generally left such matters to the Heavenly Court's Hall of Relationships, overseen by the matchmaker. Was the matchmaker truly reckless? As one of her subordinates, how could he dare to interfere with her disciple? After Nuwa's explanation, Nezha began to grasp the situation. Nezha took Longji by the hand and strode out. Longji, perplexed, inquired, "Nezha, where are we headed?" "To meet your father." "Oh, shouldn't we first visit my mother? What if my father disapproves of our relationship?" Nezha rolled his eyes, thinking this fellow was entirely consumed by romantic thoughts. He led Longji to the Lingxiao Palace, where Hao Yin was, as usual, engrossed in reviewing memorials. One wondered why. Amidst such trivial matters, so much work was at hand. Yujing Yaoling, Immortal Master, pays respects to the Emperor Hao Yin. Hao Yin leisurely set aside his pen and paper, asking, "Immortal Master, what brings you here?" "Your Majesty, someone has audaciously altered the marriage fate of the celestial maiden Longji. We seek your judgment." This matter, neither trivial nor significant, nonetheless irked him deeply, for he disdained Hao Yan's demeanor. Under his watch, even his own daughter could be deceived, which explained why his counterpart in the original timeline had such disdain for the Heavenly Court. Hao Yan paused, glancing at Longji, recalling how close he had been to her previously. While preoccupied with expanding the Heavenly Court's power and authority, he had little regard for any of his daughters except for the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. Yet, this incident struck him squarely in the face. Despite the turmoil within, his exterior remained unperturbed. Instead, he scrutinized Nezha for a prolonged moment before stating, "Currently, there are vacancies in the Heavenly Court, and many Star Lords responsible for such matters have yet to return. Perhaps it would be best for the Immortal Master to handle this issue." Thus, the responsibility was thrust upon Nezha. After a moment's contemplation, he accepted the task. Firstly, it indeed concerned him directly. Secondly, the more work one undertakes, the greater the reward. Tasks beyond one's duties warranted additional compensation. Such was the current protocol of the Heavenly Court. Nezha accepted the edict penned by Hao Yan and, with a somewhat clearer-headed Longji, made their way to the Hall of Fates, the abode of the matchmaker. Having only glimpsed the hall from the outside with Longji before, Nezha was now quite curious about its interior. Upon knocking, an elderly man clad in festive crimson robes and leaning on a cane emerged, his demeanor kind and gentle. "What brings the Celestial Master and the Princess to my humble abode?" Nezha recited Hao Yan's decree before sternly declaring, "Audacious matchmaker, you have tampered with the marriage fates of celestial beings, violating heavenly laws. I shall send you to the celestial execution platform." The matchmaker, upon hearing this, immediately panicked. Having spent his days leisurely sipping tea and making connections, he harbored no ambitions and was unaccustomed to such fright. "Great Immortal, I am wronged. I have always conducted myself with integrity since the era of the ancient demon court. How could I dare to breach heavenly laws?" This was indeed true. Had he not been dutiful, Hao Yan would never have allowed him to remain in his position. "Then let me see the Tree of Fates." "As you wish, esteemed Immortal." The matchmaker led them into the grand hall, where a large tree adorned with red threads stood at its center, surrounded by countless clay figures entwined with one another. These were crafted by Nuwa, who, in her laziness, found it impossible to connect the myriad beings daily. Moreover, the art of crafting dolls can be considered a time-honored skill. Nezha observed the chaotic scene for a considerable time, his initial impression being one of disarray. The multitude of red threads intertwined in a haphazard manner would give anyone a headache. In this era, where the customs are relatively simple and unpretentious, the thought of how tangled these red threads might become in his future life was beyond Nezha's imagination. It seemed that the deity of marriage must be exhausted from the daily toil of tying and cutting threads. Where was the doll of Princess Longji? The deity of marriage hastily employed his magic, revealing a small clay figure resembling Longji to a degree of 8 parts. One red thread was tied around its wrist, connecting it to another clay figure. The second figure appeared distinctly peculiar. Its red thread was exceedingly short, yet it was ensnared tightly by the threads of 3 others, including Longji. There were even threads from other dolls attempting to intertwine with it.